In the London of the 1990s, Harry found himself unceremoniously tossed into the flowerbed of number 13, Privet Drive by his cousin. In his state of trepidation, he encountered the infamous evil wizard, rumored to be malevolent by the neighborhood gossip. Young lad, do you comprehend the rarity of the moonflower? From this day forth, you shall atone for your sins with your entire life. Thus, Harry was compelled to sign an inequitable labor contract. Yet, as time passed, he discovered that this wizard was not as terrifying as he had been led to believe. He claimed to be a cursed old man, obliged to remain there. His abode housed a talking fireplace named Lucifer, a self-sweeping broom, and although it appeared to be merely a two-story cottage from the outside, it was in fact a colossal, mobile castle. A year later, during the winter at Hogwarts, when Professor McGonagall was gathering Christmas holiday forms, Harry resolutely submitted his application. I am Harry Potter, and I shall be returning home for the holidays. Chapter 1, Number 13, Privet Drive. London is perpetually shrouded in gloom, even in the summer months. During the second week of the holiday, Mrs. Dursley, having tidied her precious son Dudley's room at number 4, Privet Drive, made her way downstairs to inspect her nephew's chores. The dishes are washed. The floor is swept and mopped. The dining table has been wiped down. He is certainly a capable worker, not unworthy of the sustenance and clothing provided by her family over the years, Mrs. Dursley mused silently. If it weren't for the fact that this boy had previously broken Dudley's toy, resulting in Dudley forbidding him from entering his room, she would not have needed to tidy up after him. With a sigh of regret, Mrs. Dursley ventured into the garden. Their yard was modest in size, yet she devoted considerable effort each day to tending to the flower bed. To be precise, she used her neck, which was twice the length of an ordinary person's, to peer over the fence, spying on the neighbors. The snippets of information gleaned from her observations often found their way to the Dursley dinner table as gossip. Today, her focus was directed towards the household diagonally opposite at number 13, Privet Drive. Had she not overheard the neighbors' conversation yesterday, she would have assumed that the house remained unoccupied. It was said that the owner of that house was quite reclusive, rarely seen outside, except for his morning and evening rituals of watering his plants. Moreover, he sometimes donned long robes and adorned himself with trinkets reminiscent of a bygone century. Some claimed to have witnessed him using a steaming cauldron, pouring its contents onto his flowers, murmuring indistinct words to them at night. He was indeed a most peculiar individual. Such rumors conjured unsettling memories for Mrs. Dursley, prompting her to resolve to discover what manner of person he truly was. However, fate was not in her favor. Even after trimming the front shrubs to a bare minimum, she still did not catch a glimpse of the new neighbor. Yet, to be fair, even from behind the fence, she could see the flowers, which were simply exquisite, silver-blue blossoms with petals that seemed to be composed of thousands of layers, truly magnificent. Even someone like her, who held little interest in flowers, could not help but be captivated. Simultaneously, she spotted her beloved son and nephew engaged in roughhousing. Seeing the children with nothing to do, she begrudgingly returned home to prepare lunch. Outside, the frail Harry was seized by the towering Dudley, who elicited a sense of despair within him. Run, keep running, Dudley sneered, his face contorted into a grotesque mask of fat. Harry, with his untamed black hair and dilapidated glasses held together by tape, fixed his green eyes, now visible beneath the glasses, upon Dudley, feeling an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Bang! Dudley delivered a punch to his nose. Oh, are you still going to look at me like that? Blood gushed from Harry's nose, yet Dudley was unfazed, gripping Harry's oversized, tattered collar, contemplating how to derive amusement from him. Hey, Dudley! A freckled boy with protruding teeth approached. It was Piers, Dudley's close friend, who gestured maliciously towards number 13, Privet Drive. Oh yes. Dudley suddenly broke into laughter. Number 13, Privet Drive had become the subject of much speculation among the local children, who claimed it was inhabited by an evil wizard that devoured children and watered his flowers with human blood. Just look at those flowers in the garden. So beautiful, as if nourished by human blood. Evidently, Dudley was far more knowledgeable about the rumors surrounding number 13 than his parents. However, Dudley was wise enough not to mention such tales at home, knowing his father's disdain for mystical stories. No, Dudley, you mustn't do that. Harry waved his hands frantically, attempting to break free from Dudley's grasp, but to no avail. Having lived in a cupboard for so long, he was far too frail, a stark contrast to Dudley's robust physique. Those are flowers that someone has nurtured with great care. Harry hastily protested. Aren't you destroying them? Hearing this, Dudley became even more elated. With that, they approached the fence of number 13, Privet Drive, and after confirming that no one was around, Dudley unceremoniously hurled Harry into the flower bed. No! Harry's scream resonated, accompanied by the triumphant laughter of Dudley and his friends as they fled, alongside the sound of the flower bed being crushed. The stems were so delicate snapping with a crisp sound that signified the extinguishing of lives. Yes, lives. He could not fathom why he felt such sorrow for the two flowers, as if they were genuinely wailing in his ears. Harry hastily turned over, only to find that he had crushed several exquisite silver-blue flowers resembling layers of roses. The flowers appeared to be quite precious, and simultaneously, Harry noticed the blood-red soil. In an instant, his breath caught in his throat as the ominous rumors flooded into his mind. Harry wished to flee, yet guilt intertwined with his emotions, rendering him immobile. As fate would have it, at that very moment, a creaking sound heralded the slow opening of the door to number 13 Privet Drive. As Harry turned his head, the first thing to catch his eye was a pair of exquisitely crafted Oxford brogues, followed by tailored trousers, and above them, a pristine white shirt paired with a leather waistcoat. Subsequently, Harry beheld an exceedingly stern visage, akin to that of a runway model, with golden hair slicked back and a countenance devoid of vitality. He was clutching a watering can, adorned with two slightly tarnished ancient silver rings on his fingers. Muin pushed open the door and immediately took note of the diminutive figure inexplicably present in his flower bed, as well as his meticulously nurtured precious potion ingredient, the moonlight flower, which was crucial to his curse. What? My flowers? How could you have withered them? He then noticed Harry, who was still adorned with petals and leaves. No, I have constructed an anti-thorn lightning strike array on the fence and set up a no-entry formation at the entrance of the front yard. It was to prevent anyone from being foolish enough to damage my potion ingredients. Did you fly in here? Hey, you little brat. Muin glared at him, irritation evident in his voice. Do you have any idea how precious the moonlight flower is? At that moment, Harry was so frightened that he was at a loss for words. I'm sorry, he stammered, feeling his mouth betray him as his feet shuffled awkwardly. I will restore it. Restore. Muin laughed in disbelief, exasperation creeping into his demeanor. However, in the next moment, an action beyond his comprehension unfolded. Harry suddenly dropped to the ground, covering the damaged flowers with his hands. He felt somewhat dazed, bewildered as to why he was compelled to do such a thing. He simply felt that it was necessary, that he could do it. Muin sighed and approached, grasping Harry's hand. He could discern that the boy had inadvertently trampled his flower bed due to extraordinary circumstances, unless the boy intended to use his fence as a springboard. Very well, you may go. Even if you have ruined the moonlight flower, what can I do? Mid-sentence, Muin abruptly fell silent, astonished as he gazed at the delicate flowers blooming in the boy's hands. His voice faltered as he observed other flowers in the bushes beginning to regain their vitality, radiating a life force that emanated from the stem, with this spot as its epicenter. Harry was equally astonished, unable to believe his eyes as he witnessed the moonlight flower in his hands reviving with vigor. He quickly looked up at the man, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. On one hand, he feared that the man, as the rumor suggested, was an evil wizard. On the other hand, he dreaded that expressing such an extraordinary ability would invite punishment, as it always did. There was a time when Aunt Petunia, unable to endure his perpetually disheveled hair, took scissors and cut it all off, only for it to grow back overnight, leading to a week of confinement. On another occasion at school, Dudley and his friends sought to bully him once more. In the blink of an eye, he found himself atop the kitchen chimney, resulting in a month-long detention during which he was either at school or confined to the cupboard, unable to even come out for meals. Then, within Harry's emerald gaze, he saw a large hand adorned with silver rings, bearing many calluses, seemingly having experienced much, reaching out towards him. What was he going to do? Was he going to seize him and report to Aunt Petunia? How long would he be confined this time? An entire holiday? Chapter 2. Are you a wizard, a mage, or an alchemist? Harry was somewhat bewildered. Muin picked up a flower that had fallen to the ground and examined it closely. The moonlight within had already faded, leaving the flower merely a hollow shell, devoid of purpose. Fortunately, although most of the moonflowers had suffered significant damage, a few fortunate specimens had managed to survive. He could only console himself with that thought. Simultaneously, he shifted his gaze to the small boy before him, whose disheveled long black hair, tattered glasses, green eyes, and the lightning scar on his forehead were strikingly memorable. Most importantly, he had just exhibited a display of magic. Within him resided a peculiar power. This was the second time he had encountered someone with magical abilities in this world. The first time, those individuals were entirely incomprehensible, claiming to be from the Ministry of Magic, and their initial demand was to apprehend him, resulting in a direct confrontation at Big Ben. The phrase Ministry of Magic echoed in his mind, invoking a sense of familiarity that he could not quite place. Subsequently, Muin's gaze returned to the boy, the second spellcaster he had encountered in this realm. Perhaps, he mused, he could uncover a way to resolve his predicament here. With that thought in mind, he inquired, "Young lad, from which school of magic do you hail?" Are you a wizard, a mage, or an alchemist? Huh? Harry responded, utterly perplexed. Observing the boy's reaction, Muin felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could it be that this child was unaware of the origin of his own power? A spellcaster raised in the mundane world, shaped by the conventional worldview? What's your name? Muinaskith. My name is Harry Potter. I live at number 4. Privet Drive, right across from your house, sir. Harry Potter? A thunderclap reverberated in Muin's mind, and in an instant, all memories converged. So it was the world of Harry Potter. Regrettably, he had not watched the series extensively in his past life, only gleaning a general understanding of the plot from various sources. Moreover, years had passed, and he had long since forgotten the details. Had it not been for the iconic nature of the name, he might not have remembered it all. However, as memories flooded back, he recalled a simple yet poignant fact. Harry was an orphan. With that realization, everything fell into place. Mu-In shook his head in resignation and then stood up, retreating into the house. Harry observed the man's retreating figure, still bewildered. Was that it? Watching the man disappear into the house, leaving him alone outside, Harry felt caught in a dilemma. Neither leaving nor staying seemed advisable. His peripheral vision caught sight of Dudley lurking at the street corner, trying to keep his distance while observing what was unfolding. Hastily, Harry crouched down. Meanwhile, Muin returned indoors. The house was modest, cluttered with various items, and a tall stone table was piled high with an array of books, creating a small mountain of disarray with curtains caught among them. Outside the open window lay a verdant mountain meadow. The wind swept across the emerald lawn, creating gentle ripples. Clearly, the world outside the window was a stark contrast to that beyond the door. In the fireplace, crimson flames danced languidly, and before it sat an old, red leather sofa, its center sagging, indicating that someone often lounged there. What happened? Came a raspy yet somewhat youthful voice. The flames in the hearth began to bubble, astonishingly forming eyes and a mouth. Some imp from who knows where has ruined several clusters of moonflowers, Mu-In stated languidly, then countered. Where are we now? Let me see. A tiny fire sprite extended its hands, retrieving a nearby map. After a considerable pause, it proclaimed, Finland, northern Scandinavian mountains. Someone has destroyed your moonflowers. And you aren't going to do anything about it? The little fire sprite asked. Lucifer, must you always think of killing? Can't you be a bit more peaceful like me? Mu-In replied with exasperation. Where's the peace in that? Besides, I, Lucifer, am a demon. The sprite's features suddenly contorted into a menacing grimace, flames erupting from its form. All right, find a secluded spot for the castle to land. Then I shall transplant the moonflowers. Mu-In waved dismissively, clearly uninterested in the sprite's theatrics. With that, he picked up a spade and stepped back outside. Mu-In mused, surprised to find Harry had not left. What was he still doing here? Was he hoping to scrounge a meal? Since you seem reluctant to depart. He tossed the spade onto the ground, saying bluntly, Young lad, dig up the flowers. Harry glanced at the spade, then back at Mu-In, his hand instinctively grasping the tool. What do you mean? The moonflowers are precious. They must be transplanted. Do you intend to wait until I destroy them all? Muy remarked nonchalantly. Get moving, consider it penance. Otherwise, I shall inform your family. He feigned seriousness. Upon hearing the mention of his family, Harry was suddenly galvanized. He certainly did not want the Dursleys to learn about what transpired today. After all, regardless if it was right or wrong, it would ultimately be his fault. All right. Harry quickly scrambled to his feet, dusted off his clothes, and set to work. To the side, Mu-In cast a few glances, but otherwise paid no heed. The root system of the moonflowers was exceptionally robust, so he had no concern for their survival after transplantation. The value of these flowers lay in the moonlight they had absorbed and purified. Stretching lazily, his peripheral vision caught sight of two small imps rustling beside the street. One was tall and thin, resembling a lanky monkey, while the other was both tall and stout, precisely mirroring the memory of Harry's unpleasant cousin. What were they snickering about over there? Mu-In turned to Harry and pointed at the two boys. Young lad, are those the two who toss you into my flower bed? Harry looked over and spotted the two, uncertain of how to react, and could only nod helplessly. Such spirited little rascals, Mu-In couldn't help but comment. Spirited? Harry exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Mu-In. Mu-In nodded, particularly reminded of that fellow named Dudley, whose corpulent form brought to mind Porco Rosso. That character, who was both short and stout with a pig's nose, had somehow become a heartthrob. However, Dudley clearly lacked the charm of the red pig. The resemblance was merely physical. Speaking of which, the reason Porco Rosso transformed into a pig was due to a curse from that world. It was infuriating that he too had suffered a similar fate. Just thinking about it made him irate. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Muin's fingers gently tapped, catching Harry's attention. Was it merely his imagination? Or did he catch a fleeting glimmer from a ring on Muin's finger? Bark! 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 Out of nowhere, a large Doberman suddenly dashed onto the street and charged towards Daryl. Hey, what the hell is this? Why is it chasing me? Daryl was momentarily paralyzed with fright, hastily dodging to the side, his mind far removed from the idea of enjoying a leisurely snack. Meow! A spotted wildcat abruptly leaped down from an oak tree by the roadside, clawing at Daryl's face. Ah, no! My face, my face! Woof woof! A wild dog emerged from around the corner. Mom! Anyone, please save me! Daryl screamed as he sprinted towards home. Harry, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter, unabashedly reveling in the amusement it brought him. It had been ages since he had felt such joy. Even though he had no understanding of why the wildcats and dogs were pursuing Daryl, all that mattered to him was that Daryl was getting into trouble, and that delighted him. On the other hand, Pierre was not faring any better, as he too was being chased by a wild dog and two wildcats, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3. Muin's Moving Castle. Observing the two little rascals fleeing in a panic, Muin's face betrayed a mischievous grin. Sir? Harry hesitantly inquired, feeling a bit embarrassed. Muin shook his head and waved his hands dismissively. How would I know? Don't ask me about such things. I'm just an ordinary person. Harry was thoroughly unconvinced. Ordinary people wouldn't encourage him for his previous antics. Rather, they would have felt fear and anger. They feel fear because such actions are beyond their comprehension, Muin explained, extending a hand. So, is this normal for you? Harry suddenly recalled that this gentleman had previously asked him whether he was a wizard, a sorcerer, or something else. Muin looked at Harry and replied, It's all right. I suppose I've seen a lot, so your earlier display doesn't strike me as extraordinary. So what am I, sir? Harry questioned, a hint of insecurity creeping into his voice as he gazed at his own hands, pondering what he truly possessed. Hold the shovel properly and dig, you rascal. Don't make a scene, Muin retorted without reservation. Oh, my apologies, Harry quickly replied as he resumed his task. Once he saw Harry engrossed in work again, Muin continued. That was the power of magic, lad. You are a wizard, a born wizard. Suddenly, Harry felt as though the world had come to a standstill. The gentle breeze ceased. The clouds above became motionless, and even his own movements froze in an instant. I apologize, sir. What did you say? Harry stammered. Wizard, Muin iteratif, simultaneously opening his right hand, from which a flame ignited spontaneously. Harry was momentarily so astounded that he forgot to breathe. Muin's arms, rolled up to the elbow, were adorned with runes that Harry could not comprehend, and the flames dancing on his hand resembled a scene from a dream. With a snap of his fist, the flames vanished. Let me show you, but I cannot reveal too much, or I risk being caught by the Ministry of Magic. What is the Ministry? Harry asked, stating curiously and Muin's clinchal fist. I don't know. It probably is some sort of evil organization. They tried to abduct me last time, but if it weren't for Lucifer casting a shielding spell, they might have already found this place. He was almost entirely ignorant of this world, even unaware of how the Ministry had initially located him. After all, he had merely been flying over London. Damn it, it's not like I was running around naked. Why would they apprehend me? Fortunately, though he was clueless about how the Ministry tracked him down, those individuals had yet to discover his hideout. Can I also do that? Harry inquired, flames flickering to life in his hand, his eyes glinting with anticipation. I don't know, Muin replied, shaking his head. It seems this world employs wands to channel magic, and not just any wand, but rather small ones akin to chopsticks. Harry proceeded to ask numerous questions, and Muin's responses remained consistent. I don't know, unclear, who knows. Yet, Harry felt an undeniable joy. At the very least, this gentleman did not exhibit any impatience. Aside from persistently referring to him as lad and maintaining a stoic expression, Harry sensed that this uncle was rather pleasant. All right, Muin clapped his hands, signaling Harry to bring out the fully unearthed moonlight flower. Harry carefully cradled the cluster of flowers, awaiting Muin's next instruction. Come in, Muin said as he strode ahead. Okay. Harry felt a twinge of nervousness, glancing back at number 4, Privet Drive. He had an inkling that within number 13 lay an entirely different realm. With that thought, he steeled himself and ventured inside, filled with both trepidation and anticipation. Inside, the room was a chaotic mess. Flames flickered peacefully in the fireplace, and brooms leaned against the door. Various items were haphazardly piled together. Upon sighting this, Harry could hardly believe his eyes as he observed Muin, clad in a tailored suit, impeccably put together. It was hard to fathom. When Muin closed the door, Harry noticed a circular dial positioned in the upper right corner, divided into two halves, one brown and the other a vibrant green. A pointer rested across the center of the brown section. He then watched as Muin twisted the doorknob. Ding! The pointer spun, producing a melodious chime before settling on the green side. When Muin opened the door again, Harry's eyes widened. Outside was not the familiar Privet Drive, but rather a lush expanse of green grass, with a cliff visible in the distance. Muin raised an eyebrow and stepped outside. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up," he urged. Harry stiffly hopped down the small steps and turned to see that he was within a castle seemingly constructed from a collage of various buildings, towering about 4 or 5 stories high. He even spotted abstract representations of eyes, ears, noses, and mouths adorning the castle. Lucifer had certainly chosen an excellent location. It lay deep within the mountains. The main body of the castle was concealed among towering redwoods, facing a meadow, with a cliff just beyond, providing a picturesque view and allowing the moonlight flowers to efficiently absorb moonlight. "Let us begin. Transplant the flowers," Muin commanded without preamble. "All right," Harry responded somewhat dazedly, still reeling from the shock. Muin selected a suitable spot and tossed the shovel to Harry, instructing him to do it himself before returning inside. With no one around, Harry felt emboldened, his mind wandering as he occasionally glanced at the castle hidden among the redwoods. Enchanted magic, an enormous castle, and Harry looked down towards the cliff, the wind brushing against him, revealing the scar on his forehead. Below the cliff lay an endless sea of green, and beyond the mountains in the distance were even more majestic peaks. It was a sight he had never encountered before. Then, Harry realized that he too was a wizard. "Are your parents formidable wizards as well?" he pondered while shoveling soil. Inside the castle, Lucifer languidly inquired, "Who is that child? The one who damaged the moonlight flower?" Muin nodded, retrieving some sausages and smoked meat from the refrigerator, along with a portion of lamb chops, preparing to commence lunch. With a puff, Lucifer emerged from the stove, pressing the frying pan down, while the kitchen knife and spatula sprang to life, beginning to prepare the side dishes. Muin merely held the frying pan, skillfully cracking 2 eggs. "This child possesses magical abilities. I intend to investigate further, seeking an opportunity to understand the magic of this world." "If you ask me," Baji interjected mid-sentence, "you might as well fly a few laps over London, and surely someone will come and capture you. Then, gather enough information before breaking out." Lucifer remarked nonchalantly. "You, my friend," Muin sighed, shaking his head. Ever since they had spent a few years as pirates in the Caribbean, Lucifer's way of thinking had invariably taken on a violent hue. "I'm not that strong anymore," Muin explained. "Do not underestimate this world. I'm still burdened with a curse." "Ah yes, a pilot turned into a pig, and a wizard transformed into a cat. Quite amusing, isn't it? Bazi Tuka." At some point, the facade on Muin's face had vanished, replaced by the countenance of a somewhat plump, silver-haired feline. "A Maine Coon," Lucifer added. "For heaven's sake, if you go to eat, do it quietly." Muy torti irritable. Chapter 4. Madam, compensation is required. Garlic, onions, and a touch of rosemary and butter. Next, wrap the lamb chops in foil. Ding! Muin, someone is looking for you on Yew Tree Road, Lucifer reminded. Muin nodded, placing the lamb chops on the hearth, instructing Lucifer to keep an eye on the heat before heading to the door. First, he glanced at Harry working outside, unsure of what thoughts occupied the boy's mind. But his smiling face suggested he was merely slacking off. Bang! Harry stared in bewilderment at the suddenly closed door. Naturally, Muin paid no heed to Harry's thoughts. He turned the doorknob, redirecting the exit to Yew Tree Road, and opened the door. A gaunt woman with a stern face stood outside, holding the previously mentioned chubby boy, whose face bore scratch marks, flushed and tear-stained, evidently having cried profusely. Upon seeing the man who opened the door, Petunia was first captivated by his visage, and all prepared words vanished under the weight of his emotionless gaze. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Moining Wayev. Petunia took a deep breath and quickly replied, "I apologize, but I noticed you brought a child to your home. He is my nephew, and I need to speak with him." After Dudley was inexplicably chased home by a cat and dog, she immediately sensed that this incident might be related to that thing, an entity she loathed deeply. Such power, she knew, belonged to but one individual. Fueled by her anger, she had come to retrieve Harry for a proper reprimand. Just the thought of her precious Dudley's handsome face being marred by that little wretch filled her with rage. "Oh, so you are Harry's guardian. How fortunate." Muin replied with a nod, his words polite yet devoid of any intention to shake hands or invite them inside. He continued, "I was just about to seek you out. I regret to inform you that your nephew has destroyed my carefully cultivated plants. We ought to discuss compensation." "What?" Petunia stammered. Yes, the flowers I planted there. The neighbors must have seen them. They were quite valuable, a rare species from the nation of Tuscarl in Africa, and a national flower there. It cost me over 10,000 pounds to transplant it here, Muin explained. Thus, I wish to discuss compensation with you, or the male head of your household. Muin looked down at her, his words imbued with an undeniable enchantment. The national flower of Tuscarl? Petunia repeated incredulously. Indeed, export of this flower is now prohibited. It may be unique to England, and there shall be no more in the future. A preliminary estimate would be around 10,000 pounds. If you doubt this, we may proceed with legal action. What? That is impossible. To have our family pay for that little monster's mistake, let alone 10,000 pounds. Petunia suddenly shouted, Sir, we refuse to make any corresponding payment. To be honest, he merely resides in our home. We are not his parents. Muin frowned, clearly displeased by her histrionics. After a considerable pause, he finally relented. All right, madam, let us consider an alternative form of compensation. Petunia, her face flushed, stared intently at Muin, awaiting his next words. Her expression suggesting that any unacceptable terms would prompt her to unleash a shrill scream in protest. You see, I have just moved in. Perhaps I require a laborer to run errands and assist me in exchange for compensation. What do you think? Muin suggested helplessly. Through Muin's broad shoulders, Petunia could glimpse the disorder within the house. That certainly works, she thought, nodding decisively. This boy is quite adept at menial tasks. He far exceeds the average in household chores, at least for over a year. I shall add, Muin remarked with a hint of indifference, that a little brat would not leap into my flower bed without reason, trampling my belongings. Frankly, if it weren't for the child, I would have shot him dead. This is London in the 90s, where there is no prohibition on firearms. Residents possess absolute dominion over their territory. Shooting an intruder is no jest. Muin's eyes narrowed as he regarded the chubby Dudley. Whether it be bullying or jesting, I hope some individuals understand that the outside world is not akin to home. Certain rules must be adhered to. Dudley, who had been feeling somewhat smug about Harry's plight, suddenly found himself under the fierce gaze of Muin, akin to being scrutinized by a predator. He quickly lowered his head, any semblance of a smile evaporating as he trembled, summoning all his courage to remain composed. Very well, let this be settled, Muin concluded, shutting the door, leaving only his lingering words to hang in the air. By nightfall, your nephew will return on his own. As the door closed, Penny turned her gaze towards her beloved son, mistakenly interpreting Dudley's lowered head as a sign of his sorrow and dissatisfaction. She promptly embraced him, offering comfort. Oh, darling, do not be angry. Harry's mistakes are not yours to bear. He has a whole year of chores ahead of him. Deep down, she had a vague understanding of the events that had transpired, yet she did not wish to reproach her dear child, who had already endured too much hardship that day. On another note, even if bullying were to occur, what of it? Should she scold her own flesh and blood in favor of a parasite? Munn did not care about the Disley's true nature. Rather, he was more concerned with whether Lucifer had overcooked the lamb chops. TSK, he was quite adept at his chores. And from that remark, I could discern the wretched life that the frail boy endured within that house. Lucifer extended his tiny fiery hand, turning the lamb chops on a rack, as the sweet juices flowed from the crevices of the foil, which he eagerly caught in his mouth, all the while reflecting on the words he had just heard. Munn was not surprised by Harry's experiences at the Dursleys, partly due to hazy memories from long ago, and partly due to the visible signs in Harry's appearance. Speaking of which, Munn opened the door to the wilderness, and there stood Harry outside. Upon seeing the door ajar, he exhaled in relief and quickly said, Sir, I have successfully transplanted the moonlit flowers. After a brief glance to ensure all was well, Munn nodded and allowed Harry to enter. Go fetch 2 sets of cutlery, he instructed without preamble. All right, Harry nodded in agreement. Oddly enough, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Why was he not resistant in the slightest? Munn settled back into his exclusive red patent leather sofa and remarked, Your aunt came looking for me a moment ago. Harry's movements froze instantly, and he then asked, somewhat dejectedly, What did she say? I demanded compensation from her because you damaged the unique flower I brought from the African Tuscarl nation, the only one of its kind in all of England. A faint smile graced Munn's face, seemingly pleased with his own fabrication. His sincerity was so convincing that Mrs. Dursley did not even consider pursuing legal action. Thus, Harry, oh dear, he could scarcely bear to contemplate the punishment awaiting him upon his return. She would certainly be unwilling, Munn stated. Indeed, that is only natural. Harry's voice was barely above a whisper, his enthusiasm waning. Hence, I propose an alternative arrangement, which your aunt has agreed to, Munn continued, observing the dinner plate Harry was presenting. Do you expect me to hold the plate while I eat? Place it on the table. Really? Harry's voice suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor as he hastily set the plate down, tidied up the surrounding clutter, and even brought over a chair, eagerly engaging in the tasks at hand. So, sir, what does this alternative arrangement entail? Harry inquired, brimming with anticipation. You will work for me as a laborer for a year. Mun rose, unconcerned about Harry's reaction to this decision. If Harry were reluctant, he would not mind letting him run wild as a feral child. He casually took the lamb chops from the flame and placed them on a platter, then proceeded to the dining room, retrieving the previously prepared fried eggs and smoked sausage. Alongside, there was a generous serving of vegetable salad. After arranging the meal, he glanced at Harry. Why are you just standing there? Harry was momentarily taken aback, pointing to himself. Is this mine? Mun nodded, explaining, though the castle is vast, I am its sole inhabitant. Harry promptly took a seat, gazing at the sizzling lamb chops and the warm fried eggs and sausages on his plate. Eat. Don't mind the etiquette, Mun said, observing Harry's hesitance with the knife and fork. As soon as the words left Mun's lips, Harry eagerly speared a sausage and brought it to his mouth. Oh, this is delicious. Thank you, Harry exclaimed, having never tasted such a scrumptious sausage before. Firm, juicy, and infused with a flavor he had never encountered. This is undoubtedly the most delightful thing I have ever eaten in my life, I assure you, Harry exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Those sausages made with that creature are indeed quite remarkable, Mun acknowledged with a nod of approval. Curious, Harry asked, what creature? A kind of monster. You wouldn't want to know too much about it, Mun casually explained, then realized he had yet to introduce himself to Harry. I am Mun Jones. You may address me as sir or uncle, he said, leisurely slicing the lamb chops. Eat well. You will need the energy for your substantial workload, Mun added. Yes, that is quite evident, Harry replied, stuffing his mouth while surveying the chaotic surroundings. After more than 10 minutes, Harry had finally eaten his fill, holding the lamb chop with greasy hands, and with a hint of remorse, he asked, so, Uncle Mun, is that flower truly unique to England? Of course not. The African national flower was purely a figment of my imagination. Upon hearing this, Harry sighed in relief, his guilt slightly alleviated. The moonlit flower is indeed one of a kind in this world. Huh? Mun did not dwell on his words, but instead asked, It seems you're not averse to working for me. When the topic arose, Harry unconsciously lowered his head again, his voice much quieter. Yes. Do you hate them? Or rather, if you were granted immense magic right now, what would you wish to do? Leave there. Harry's swift and resolute response momentarily stunned Mun. It seems you do not harbor hatred towards them. Mun nodded. Harry shook his head, then nodded again, remaining silent for a long while. Mun watched in silence, merely saying, Remember to eat your vegetables. Harry hesitated before speaking. I don't know how to express it. I hate Dudley for bullying me in front of everyone at school. And I also detest Uncle Vernon for locking me in the cupboard. In short, I have countless moments of loathing for them. Yet overall, I do not hate them. After all, without them, I wouldn't even have food to eat, let alone go to school. I'm not their son, and they're not my parents. Harry's voice grew softer, his eyes welling with tears as he kept his head down, shoving food into his mouth, trying desperately to suppress any pitiful sobs. Mun leaned back in his chair, silent. He had no intention of comforting a crying child. This was a mature and stubborn child. He did not wish to reveal his vulnerabilities to others. Thus, Mun felt it was imperative to respect his resolve. Uncertain how much time had passed, Mun only knew that he had reconstructed the advanced human transmutation array from the scattered pages of Democritus's alchemical journal 32 times before Harry finally composed himself, lifting his head. Apart from the slight redness around his eyes and nose, there were no peculiarities. Well then, let's commence our tasks, young lad. Muy rose, stretching lassity. Your assignment for today is to tidy the entire sitting room. It doesn't appear overly challenging. Harry stood up, brimming with enthusiasm. The previously chaotic living room had now been meticulously divided into sections, with a well-defined cleaning sequence established. Muin cast a sidelong glance at the self-assured Harry, a smile gracing his lips. Let's hope so. Should you complete your task with time to spare, I would be more than willing to indulge you in a little magic. Upon hearing this, Harry felt even more motivated and promptly began to gather the dishes. Then turned his attention to the remnants of food still on the table. Just toss it all into the fire. Mu-In waved his hand dismissively. Harry nodded, collecting the scraps as he approached the fireplace, staring at the food with a twinge of regret. It felt like such a waste. Suddenly, the flames in the hearth roared to life, revealing a terrifyingly grotesque face amid the flames, accompanied by two utterly mismatched, delicate hands. What do you mean by waste? Am I to be deprived of even leftovers? Lucifer bellowed in exasperation, causing the entire castle to resonate with a low, steamy hiss. Harry was taken aback, tumbling to the floor in shock, his eyes wide with fear as he glanced from Lucifer to Muin. Mu en voir en au-delà amuse d'expression. It spoke with a tone of regret. Oh dear, my apologies. I neglected to introduce you. While I live alone, there are indeed other beings present. This is Lucifer, a demon and the guardian of this castle. Should you have any inquiries while working, do not hesitate to ask him. So that was the case. Harry regarded Lucifer with a hint of trepidation, offering a hesitant wave. In his heart, he exclaimed, "This place is truly fascinating." Chapter 5. Harry's Experiences in the Moonlight Castle. I'm off now. Muin picked up a small box, opened the door to the wilderness, and bid farewell to Harry. Work diligently, and if you have any questions, seek out Lucifer. Jis, Uncle Muin, Harry Nadif. Once Muin departed, Harry engaged in conversation with Lucifer. Mr. Lucifer, where is Uncle Muin headed? Lucifer replied languidly. He is likely going to conceal the castle to prevent it from being discovered by others. I saw him take a box of silver chalk. What is silver chalk? Harry inquired, intrigued. It is chalk made with silver powder combined with a special adhesive. Silver possesses strong magical conductivity, making it exceedingly useful for drawing temporary magical circles. Lucifer explained patiently. How do you intend to tidy up this mess? Lucifer suddenly posed a question. Harry turned to survey the cluttered sitting room, scratching his head as he replied, "First, I will stack the books neatly, then clear away the miscellaneous items, and finally dispose of the unwanted trash." Lucifer nodded and then suddenly remembered, by the way, you have a colleague. Colleague? A rustling noise interrupted, and Harry watched in astonishment as a broom that had been leaning against the door suddenly sprang to life, its bristles scuttling along the floor, even leaping over the small staircase at the entrance. What is that? Harry exclaimed, feeling somewhat less surprised. After all, a walking broomstick was not entirely out of the ordinary in this castle. It is a flying broomstick, Lucifer clarified. A flying broomstick? Harry's eyes widened in awe as he stared at it, noting the dust and cobwebs that adorned it. It seemed no different from the broom belonging to the Dursleys. Indeed, it was a gift given to Muin, though he rarely uses it, so it sweeps the floor when it has nothing else to do. Harry, unable to contain his excitement, reached out his hand, only for the broom to twist away, evading him. It will clean by itself. So you can simply toss the garbage on the floor, and it will be incinerated later, Lucifer explained before urging. Now begin. If you are uncertain about what to discard, feel free to ask me. All right, Harry nodded, rolling up his sleeves and commencing the grand cleanup. Lucifer, observing the scene, slowly closed his eyes. Usually, his greatest interests lay in sleeping, thieving, and burning things, activities that had been scarce lately, leading him to spend most days napping. However, shortly after he dozed off, Harry's voice broke the silence. Mr. Lucifer, what is this? Can I throw it away? Harry held up a small stack of parchment, each sheet covered in unintelligible symbols and doodles or magical diagrams. Those are Muin's manuscripts. Gather them all together for him to sort out later, Lucifer replied. Harry nodded, placing Muin's manuscripts in one spot before continuing his tidying. What is this? He asked again, lifting a flattened leaf crushed beneath a pile of books. That appears to be an ingredient for a potion. Toss it aside. And this? What is this? Harry discovered a palm-sized stone pendant, hollow in the center with an eye-like hole. That is a revealing stone. It was left from a previous adventure of Muin's, along with the book on your left titled A Guide to Entering the Fantasy World Around You by Arthur Spade Wick, Lucifer explained, his tone growing increasingly languid. Of course, what you can see with it in this world, I cannot say. It was simply an artifact from an earlier escapade. Harry, taken aback, refrained from peering through the revealing stone, opting instead to place it carefully. Throughout the process, Harry continued to ask Lucifer various questions, and although Lucifer appeared indifferent, he did not refuse him, exhibiting considerable patience. It wasn't until Harry picked up a grimoire bound in human skin that he was startled, his curiosity momentarily stifled, allowing Lucifer a moment of peace. However, Harry couldn't help but wonder why someone as seemingly austere as Uncle Muin would have such a disordered home. Was there not a corresponding domestic magic to maintain order? If Muin were to hear Harry's musings, he might genuinely spread his hands in apology, for indeed, there was none. Time slipped away, and when Lucifer finally reopened his eyes, he found Harry scrubbing the floor. Dozens of large tomes had been neatly arranged in a corner by size, various odds and ends piled on the table. The dining room's leftover dishes and utensils had been scrubbed clean, and the sofa cushions were tossed into the washing machine. Moreover, at the entrance lay 2 sizable bags filled with refuse. Ah, much better, Lucifer remarked, lifting aside a firewood to settle comfortably beneath him. Muin used to frequently complain that Harry was a lazy dog. Who would have thought he would soon become the very thing he despised most? Noticing Lucifer awake, Harry turned his head. "Mr. Lucifer, what is the name of this castle?" Lucifer pondered for a moment, realizing that in his memory, the castle had never possessed a name, nor was there any perceived need to name it. "It has no name." Lucifer shook his head, "But back when we were in the Caribbean, this place was not a castle, but a ship named the Moonlight Queen. Therefore, you may also refer to this place as Moonlight Fortress." "Why such an odd name for a vessel?" "It sounds rather unhandsome," Harry remarked, feeling a hint of peculiarity. "Shouldn't ships bear names like Trafalgar, Sovereignty, or Victory?" Hearing Harry's inquiry, Lucifer couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "What you mention pertains to royal vessels. Pirates would never bestow such names upon their ships. The naming style of pirate ships was more along the lines of Black Pearl, Queen Anne's Revenge, or Silent Mary." "I see." Harry nodded, somewhat understanding. Though his hands and feet moved swiftly, the workload in the entire living room was undeniably immense. By evening, Muin returned once more. After dinner, he descended into the basement with a multitude of books. Meanwhile, Harry resumed his task of clearing away coal dust and chopping wood for Lucifer, as well as tackling the accumulated dust in various corners. It was not until a considerable time later that he finally finished cleaning the entire living room. Muin emerged from the basement holding a book, glancing at his golden pocket watch, noting it was just past 9 o'clock at night. "It seems there will be no opportunity to show you some magic today. You must return home, lad," he said with a smile. Harry felt a tinge of regret, but did not find it troubling. On the contrary, he reveled in the experience. The myriad of books and bric-a-brac had unveiled a gateway to a new world for him. He sensed that within the Moonlight Fortress, countless secrets awaited his discovery. Of course, this was contingent upon him fulfilling his responsibilities. This was 1,000 times better than being a servant at the Dursleys. Chapter 6. Achievement in 5 seconds. Deep within the Scandinavian mountains, atop a cliff, the evening breeze whispered. The moonlight pierced through thin clouds, cascading upon the forest. In the distance, the roar of an unknown beast startled a flock of nightbirds. Muin stood atop the cliff, taking in the grandeur of nature. Beside him, the moon spirit flower, encircled by intricate silver sigils, swayed gracefully, its myriad petals appearing as if draped in a veil of silver under the moonlight. Muin raised his hands, gradually closing his eyes, and began to chant incantations, activating the sigils. In an instant, the high-hanging moon seemed to shift from aimlessly casting its brilliance to directing a unique focus upon this very spot. A deluge of moonlight gradually converged around it, swirling like a vortex, infusing the moon spirit flower. The term Luna, derived from Latin, corresponds to the metal silver in mysticism and carries a connotation of madness. As the moon spirit flower absorbed the moonlight, it served as a primary ingredient for the moon eclipse elixir. At this moment, the veil upon Muin's face vanished, reverting to his feline visage, as he hastened to concoct the moon eclipse elixir, aiming to harness its frenzied properties to shatter his curse. The moonlit night was tranquil, yet the flowing luminescence inadvertently lured numerous beings to gather, though they dared not approach, intimidated by Muin's terrifying aura. Hours later, as the moonlight began to wane, Muin opened his eyes, gazing at the 3 blossoming moon spirit flowers at the top of the cluster, a smile gracing his lips. Despite being somewhat damaged by those little imps, the 3 flowers were sufficient for his potion. Had today's incident not occurred, he wouldn't have hastily ripened the moon spirit flowers all at once. After carefully harvesting the 3 flowers, Muin returned to the castle. The basement of the castle presented an entirely different scene, filled with numerous specialized rooms, each serving a unique purpose: storage, collection, alchemy, potion making, and a library, among others. Upon entering the potion room, his gaze fell upon the cauldron at the central table, bubbling with a vivid red, exceptionally thick potion. After adding the 3 moon spirit flowers, he began to stir. Suddenly, Lucifer's face emerged from the flames beneath the cauldron. The castle was equipped with many flame conduits. The kitchen, potion room, alchemy lab, and even the hot water in the washroom were all managed by him. "Increase the heat," Muin instructed calmly. The flames around Lucifer intensified, though a look of concern crossed his face. "Muin, I still think you're being a bit extreme." He was naturally referring to Muin's plan to use the madness from the moon eclipse elixir to confront his curse. "Is that so?" "I believe it's a rather novel and worthwhile endeavor," Muin replied nonchalantly, a smile upon his face. After much time had passed, he lifted the cauldron, allowing it to settle for a while before removing the upper layer of the suspended liquid. What remained, thick and gelatinous, was the moon eclipse elixir he sought. With the potion extracted, he returned to the first floor, settling into his red lacquered leather sofa, facing the fireplace, and downed the elixir in one gulp. As the potion entered his system, he felt a jolt of vitality, as if a full moon materialized within his mind, soon followed by an overwhelming darkness. The peculiar eclipse manifesting quietly in his thoughts. Standing before number 4, Privet Drive, Harry reflected on all he had experienced that day, feeling as if he had undergone an exquisite adventure akin to that of a heroic tale. Even as he prepared to face the Dursleys, he felt equipped to respond to their taunts and humiliations with a smile. Of course, that was merely a thought. Harry patted his face, concealing his excitement, and then assumed his customary disheveled demeanor. Whenever the Dursleys beheld him in such a state, they would feel delight, puffing out their chests like triumphant knights, proudly displaying their arrogance. Conversely, if Harry appeared happy, they would become displeased, prompting the Dursleys to escalate their torment. The first rule for coexisting with the Dursleys: never reveal a smile in their presence. This was a conclusion he had drawn from experience. Creak! The old wooden door emitted an unpleasant sound as it swung open, and a soft, warm yellow light poured forth, starkly contrasting the darkness outside. The house felt significantly cozier, resembling a warm little home. However, for Harry, it was not warm at all. "I'm back," Harry announced. Aunt Petunia traversed the hallway, her expression shifting abruptly. "You wretched little brat, come here at once." Her words dripped with venom, her voice sharp as a blade. He suddenly thought of Muon, compared to that true wizard. Aunt Petunia seemed more akin to the legendary Wicked Witch. "Speak up. Did you harm Dudley's face?" Uncle Vernon stepped forward, glaring directly at Harry, their shadows stretching long, imposing upon his frail form. "It has nothing to do with me." Harry firmly denied Uncle Vernon's accusation, his face flushing red as if he were a kettle about to boil. "You little monster. And I heard from Petunia that you crushed the rare plant our neighbor owned." Uncle Vernon approached, grabbing his collar with force. "Goodness, were it not for their kindness, I can scarcely believe the burden you would bring upon this household," Petunia lamented. "I didn't do it. It has nothing to do with me," Harry weakly protested. Vernon Dursley was infuriated. Upon returning home, he was informed of the day's events in their entirety. This left him devoid of any appetite for dinner as he awaited the return of that boy. "Do you harbor even a modicum of gratitude towards us?" Vernon bellowed, and without allowing Harry a chance to respond, he flung open the cupboard door and hurled him inside. Bang! The door was slammed shut with a resounding thud. A small aperture appeared in the door, through which Vernon's minuscule, fat-encased eyes glared menacingly as he declared, "From this day forth, you shall remain in confinement for every moment you are within this house." With that, he strode away, as if Harry had transformed into a mouse. No longer worthy of his words, Harry brushed aside a spider that had fallen onto his pillow, cleared the dust, and wearily leaned against the makeshift wooden bed. Suddenly, he was reminded of the enchanting Moonlight Castle. That marvelous fortress captivated him endlessly. Honestly, even if he were to serve as a mere laborer there for a lifetime, it would still be preferable to enduring captivity here. He found himself somewhat anticipating the following day, although it promised to be busy. It would certainly be better than being berated for household chores at number 4, Privet Drive, or being bullied by Dudley and his gang of miscreants. What did arduous work matter in comparison? Lost in thought, he drifted into a deep slumber without even removing his glasses. Yet, it felt as though he had scarcely closed his eyes before he was jolted awake by ferocious knocking. "Get up! Hurry!" Aunt Petunia was pounding on his door. "How long do you intend to sleep? Don't forget, you still have work to do." Harry propped himself up, muttering incoherently, before finally opening the door. "Quickly wash up," Aunt Petunia urged. Harry glanced out the window. Dawn was just breaking, and he could hear Dudley's snoring from where he stood. It was clear that Dudley had been roused long before. At that moment, it dawned on him that the Dursleys had no intention of providing him with breakfast. Oh yes, after yesterday's lunch and dinner, they had come to the conclusion that the gentleman residing at number 13, Privet Drive, was a wealthy and kind-hearted man. He would take care of the brat's meals, and there was no need for them to worry. Surely, he would not allow this poor child to starve. Harry understood the Dursleys' intentions. Regardless of his feelings of embarrassment, Aunt Petunia had essentially shooed him out of the house like a stray dog. The previous night had predictably been marked by a persistent drizzle, and the morning breeze still held a chill. Harry wrapped himself up and stood outside number 13, Privet Drive. He wondered whether Uncle Vernon was already awake, and if his presence would disturb him. Approaching now would make it seem as though he were brazenly seeking a free breakfast. Would that make him appear like a beggar? Would Uncle Vernon come to despise him? Uncle Vernon had been exceedingly generous, as evidenced by the lavish lunches and dinners he had provided, which were undoubtedly the finest meals Harry had ever tasted. although he was ostensibly there to work off his penance now. A multitude of conflicting thoughts surged through Harry's mind, intertwining and causing him considerable distress. Yet, all these thoughts invariably questioned, did he deserve such kindness? Would he be loathed by Uncle Vernon? Creak. Just as Harry was lost in turmoil, the door of number 13, Privet Drive, creaked open, revealing the dimly lit interior, the only source of illumination being the flickering flames of Lucifer in the fireplace. What are you doing lurking outside? Looking for goblins? Lucifer inquired curiously. Harry managed a smile. Although the rooms of Moonlight Castle were dark and shadowy, they felt 1,000 times warmer and more welcoming than the Dursleys' home, which had seemed so cold and uninviting. If you're looking for goblins, you can come in and grab a bottle of sin extract. It's highly attractive to them and can draw them out in an instant, Lucifer continued, unhurriedly. Harry rose and stepped inside. No, Mr. Lucifer. I merely... His words faltered as he caught sight of a shadowy figure lying on the red sofa. The words died on his lips. The clothing belonged to Uncle Vernon. The figure's physique was undeniably that of Uncle Vernon. But why was it a cat? Harry's initial shock occurred within mere seconds of entering the room. Chapter 7. Is that a dragon? Uncle Vernon groggily propped himself up, shaking off the remnants of slumber, and noticed Harry, who was wide-eyed in astonishment. What is it? He asked. Uncle Vernon, you... Harry stammered, pointing at Uncle Vernon, unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. Uncle Vernon touched his face, feeling the furry contours, and sighed. This is my curse, he said with a hint of resignation. A curse? Harry suddenly recalled Uncle Vernon's previous mention of a connection between the moonlight flower and his curse. Indeed, it is exactly as you suspect. This curse has transformed my face into that of a cat, and rendered me rather diminutive, Uncle Vernon explained, before rising and glancing at the time, realizing it was barely past 7 in the morning. Gurgle. Harry's stomach emitted a loud rumble, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Can you cook? Uncle Vernon turned to inquire. Harry nodded vigorously. I can manage a bit. Uncle Vernon nodded and ascended the stairs. Just whip up something to eat while I freshen up. Lucifer, please prepare some hot water. Harry nodded eagerly, and after Uncle Vernon went upstairs, he made his way to the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast. Eggshells for me, please. Thank you. Lucifer suddenly emerged from the stove. Of course, Mr. Lucifer. The sound of running water echoed from upstairs, and half an hour later, just as Harry placed a traditional English breakfast on the table, Uncle Vernon's footsteps could be heard approaching. He was wearing impeccably pressed khaki trousers and a soft avocado knit sweater, with his feline face still slightly damp. What would you like to do today? Uncle Vernon inquired. First, let's clean the curtains, the sofa covers, and the cushions, Harry suggested after a moment's thought. Then looked to Uncle Vernon. Do you have any plans, Uncle Vernon? Uncle Vernon shook his head, showing no objection. As long as the boy had a general standard of cleanliness in mind, that was sufficient. It was hard for an ordinary person to imagine just how much clutter could accumulate in a disorganized castle, even after Harry's efforts from noon until evening the previous day. He had barely managed to make the living room somewhat presentable. Perhaps for a long time to come, he would remain busy with the cleaning here. Just do it. I assure you, you won't hear a peep from me. After finishing breakfast, Uncle Vernon was the first to eat, disposing of the leftovers for Lucifer before heading into the basement. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a set of glassware, placing them in the kitchen. Observing this, Harry delightedly devoured his meal, swiftly finishing and tidying up the plates before heading into the kitchen. Uncle Vernon, what is this? A siphon, Uncle Vernon explained, then rummaged through a few jars beneath the cabinet. He instructed Harry to place the plates in the sink, first picking up a white jar, opening it to reveal small segments of roots. These are the roots of mandrake. Mandrake possesses an array of miraculous properties, serving as a quintessential ingredient in numerous potions, encompassing physical, mental, and even sexual realms. It may be regarded as a panacea. As he spoke, Muin filled a kettle with water, casting the mandrake into the depths before placing it upon the stove. He carefully added the mandrake's roots to the cold water, ensuring that only a single root was necessary for the entire pot. Harry observed Muin's meticulous actions, his gaze unwavering for a moment. While explaining the process, Muin expounded upon the theoretical underpinnings. In another vessel lay sage stems, alongside a variety of lemon balm. After a few minutes, the water in the kettle began to boil, and Harry was astonished to see that the murky liquid derived from the grayish roots was a vibrant purple. Subsequently, under Harry's watchful eyes, he poured the liquid into a siphon, initiating the extraction. The purple mandrake infusion bubbled and siphoned upwards, intertwining with the sage stems before gradually transforming into a luscious green. As he discarded the siphoned green juice, Muin added the lemon balm. Oncle Muin, what is this? It's an invigorating potion, a singular elixir. Mu-In stirred the concoction, and by this point, the 2 cups of liquid had metamorphosed into a verdant green, evoking thoughts of tender grass sprouting in the early spring, mingled with delicate white hues. Is this truly a potion? It feels more akin to brewing tea. Nonsense. I've prepped all the ingredients, and this is merely the most rudimentary potion. What else would you expect? Mu-In shook his head and handed a cup to Harry. Harry took a cautious sip, and immediately, a subtle bitterness exploded upon his palate. He grimaced, yet soon after, a refreshing essence reminiscent of dew-kissed grass enveloped him. Simultaneously, his mind felt as though it had been swept by a gentle breeze. He felt as if he had awakened from a deep slumber, stretching languidly in the morning sun. Potion making isn't as daunting as you perceive. In truth, the entire magical framework is not so formidable. Mu-In took a sip of the invigorating potion and continued. It merely relies on reality, using magic as a medium to alter the world. Under Harry's earnest gaze, Mu-In leaned against the bar, extending his hand, where various forces surged and swirled, flames flickering brightly, water flowing fluidly, and green energy swirling like the wind. Whether it be water, fire life, potions, alchemy, formations, or spells, at their core, they all adhere to this fundamental logic. Magic serves as the universal key, while the laws of the world weave together countless threads, forming an intricate labyrinth. Once the correct pathway is discovered, we can leverage magic to alter these laws, thereby making them amenable to wizards. Harry listened intently, not daring to lose focus for even a moment. Mu-In clenched his fist, and all manifestations vanished. Rising lazily, he remarked, "That will suffice from now on. I expect a cup of invigorating potion every breakfast prepared by you." After a brief pause, he added, "You needn't worry about breakfast unless you happen to learn a few more culinary styles. An English breakfast? That's out of the question." Harry smiled, nodding eagerly. "All right. Oncle Mu-In." Upon seeing Mu-In return to the basement, Harry turned to the stove, addressing Lucifer. "Mr. Lucifer, does Uncle Mu and me and I can come over for breakfast every day?" Lucifer found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to comprehend that Harry's focus was on this aspect. Shouldn't he be more excited about learning potion recipes? Although this was a rather elementary potion, it signified his official introduction to the realm of magic. Many had longed to offer gold to wizards, hoping to apprentice their children. Yet few had such an opportunity. This child only cared about whether meals would be provided. After a considerable pause, Lucifer stiffly nodded, muttering, "Yes, your breakfast is covered." With that, he darted back into the fireplace, glancing back at Harry's form with a slight sigh. Those who have never known love are often like this. Even if you place a cake before them on their birthday, they wouldn't perceive it as theirs. All life. With a sigh, Lucifer sank into the flames, stirring up a cloud of dust that slowly dispersed into the sky. Meanwhile, Harry remained oblivious to Lucifer's musings. After washing the dishes, he stripped the curtains, pillowcases, and sofa covers, stuffing them into the washing machine. He then stepped outside the castle, setting up a long clothesline at the cliff's edge. Once the items were clean, he carried the fabric outside. The curtain material was quite large. Fortunately, his broomstick came in handy, and together they managed to hang it on the line. The sun shone brightly today, unlike the perpetual rain of London. After finishing, Harry looked up at the sky, feeling his spirits lift. Suddenly, a shadow caught his peripheral vision. At first, he thought it was a bird, but as the shadow grew larger, he sensed something was amiss. With a long, thick neck, a massive body, and bat-like wings, what trailed behind was not feathers, but a long tail. Could it be a dragon? Chapter 8, Charlie Weasley. As the shadow drew nearer, Harry was finally able to discern the creature's true nature. A dragon, a genuine one, reminiscent of those in comic tales. Why is there a dragon? Harry immediately turned to flee, but by then, the dragon was upon him, its speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was close enough for Harry to see its claws extend, seizing him with incredible strength, constricting around his abdomen and inducing a dizzying sensation. He was horrified to realize that he could not even muster a scream. As he felt himself being lifted farther from the castle, a wave of despair washed over him. And in an instant, Moonlight Castle appeared to shrink to the size of a fingernail. Just then, a massive tremor jolted him, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the dragon suddenly veered off course, spiraling through the air. Simultaneously, it released its grip, and Harry plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Whoosh! Moina Beath, grasping Harry by the collar and glancing at the dragon, astonished. He had not anticipated encountering a dragon in these depths of the forest. Had it not been for Lucifer's timely warning, he might have inadvertently allowed the wretched child to be devoured. Speaking of which, Mu-in tightened his hold on the collar, only to feel an unexpected lightness. Looking down, he found Harry slipping through his grasp. Why is your clothing so large? Just as he prepared to dive down again to catch him, a shadow emerged, smoothly catching Harry in its embrace. Harry caught sight of a shadow approaching, and instinctively seized the figure, rolling over to mount on top. It was only when he regained his composure that he realized he was actually perched upon a flying broomstick. To his astonishment, despite it being his inaugural experience riding a broom, it felt as effortless as an extension of his own body. Gazing down at the forest beneath him, he was devoid of any fear. Truth be told, had it not been for today's events, Mu-in had nearly forgotten that this fellow was a broomstick. After ensuring Harry was unharmed, he turned his attention to the dragon, which was now targeting Mu-in, its massive jaws opening wide to unleash a torrent of flames. Mu-in's pupils narrowed into slits, his expression unwavering, as a bolt of lightning surged through his hand. In an instant, a thick black lightning bolt, thicker than a human, erupted from his grasp, dissipating the flames. In the blink of an eye, it struck the dragon, causing its hide to split open and emit plumes of black smoke. The contained, thunderous energy rendered the creature unable to move its wings, leading it to plummet straight down. Amidst Harry's awe, Mu-in extended his right hand toward the dragon, and a black bow materialized on the back of his hand. His left hand mimicked the act of drawing an arrow, as a visually striking arrow began to take form along his arm. Just as the arrow was about to be released, a resounding voice akin to a tolling bell resonated through the forest. Stop! Harry saw a fleeting expression of mist clear from Mu-in's face, instantly concealing his feline features. Turning to the source of the voice, he observed a figure on a broomstick approaching rapidly. Please spare its life, a youth with fiery red hair implored anxiously. Mu-in's arrow gradually dissipated as he regarded the newcomer, his brow slightly furrowed. Who are you? The man approached, glancing at the injured dragon sprawled on the forest floor, and hastily spoke. Sir, may I please examine that dragon? Mu-in scrutinized him for a moment. His strength was average, yet the concern in his eyes for the wounded dragon seemed genuine. He nodded in acquiescence. The man swiftly descended into the forest, inspecting the severely wounded dragon, which lay gasping for breath. He promptly drew his wand and began casting healing spells, applying an unknown powder to its wounds. Harry flew to Mu-in's side, his demeanor cautious. Uncle Mu-in, who is this? Mu-in shook his head. I do not know, perhaps the dragon's owner? If that is the case, I might have the opportunity to extort him. He then affectionately patted Harry's forehead, covering his scar with his hair and securing it to prevent the wind from revealing it. They both descended to the ground, with Harry closely following. Seeing Mediunit and Lant, the man became increasingly anxious. He had not anticipated that this individual could fly unaided and inflict such damage upon a dragon single-handedly. Once Mu-in noticed the man had performed basic first aid, he inquired, May we proceed with introductions now? The man nodded, visibly tense. Sir, I'm grateful for your restraint at the last moment. My name is Charlie Weasley, an intern at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. Is the Dragon Sanctuary that organized? Moink Weedith. So this dragon is? It is a newly discovered wild Norwegian ridgeback. Frankly, I did not expect to encounter a wild dragon in this day and age. The sanctuary suspects it escaped from a dark wizard, hence our urgent deployment for its capture. After all, we do not wish for it to harm too many muggles. Muggles? Moining Wayev, Basiv. Are there any rare gardens in the vicinity, or perhaps unique specialties from this Nordic region? Charlie hesitated before gathering his courage to explain. Muggles are our term for ordinary people who cannot perform magic. Mu-in's expression shifted to comprehension. Ah, I see you meant muggles. My apologies. My hearing is not very sharp. So, there are others from your community nearby? Charlie nodded. Yes, sir. Should I summon them? Though he felt somewhat subservient in suggesting it. Caution dictated his demeanor. This individual was far too powerful. His mother had always warned him to remain vigilant. Even though dark wizards had retreated into the shadows since the demise of the Dark Lord, it did not imply their total extinction. Of course, you need not be alarmed. I am not a villain, Mu-in replied with a hint of disappointment in his tone. What a pity I cannot extort him. Upon receiving Mu-in's consent, Charlie raised his wand, and a dazzling display of red and blue fireworks erupted from its tip, soaring into the sky and bursting like a grand celebration. All right, my colleagues will arrive shortly, Charlie said as he retracted his wand. Mu-in nodded, but during the waiting period, he refused to waste this rare opportunity to converse with a fellow wizard and gather more information. Charlie, you seem quite young. How did you enter the workforce? Charlie had not anticipated such a sudden inquiry. He was eager to examine the Norwegian ridgeback further, as opportunities to interact with such volatile creatures were scarce. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to respond. Reluctantly pulling his gaze away from the dragon, he answered, "Yes, I am still a student, about to enter my 7th year. I am undertaking an internship during the holidays, as dragons are my greatest passion." "Ah, I see. Students with a career plan like yours are rather rare. I recall my own days, cough cough. By the way, where do you study?" "I attend Hogwarts," Charlie replied, nodding. He then glanced at Harry, standing beside Muin, and added, "If you are from this Nordic region, your child should also be attending Hogwarts, as it is the finest magical school in all of Europe." Charlie was in his 7th year, in his teens, at school, which implied that Hogwarts admission age spanned from 10 to 12 years. Muin wrapped an arm around Harry, smiling. "Indeed, this child is nearing the appropriate age for enrollment. By the way, do you know where I might acquire some school supplies for him? Perhaps places commonly frequented by wizards?" "Apologies, I have lived in such a remote area that I seldom venture out." Charlie waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "I understand. Wizards do tend to reside away from muggles, as proximity can be quite inconvenient. My own home is similar. As for places we frequent, it would be Diagon Alley, located just off Charing Cross Road in London. There's a pub called the Leaky Cauldron, which serves as the entrance to Diagon Alley. It is easily identifiable, as it is quite old and distinctly out of place among other shops. Of course, muggles cannot see it." "Ah, I see. Thank you." After acquiring the desired information, Muin could hardly suppress his eagerness to visit, bidding farewell before departing with Harry. Before long, Charlie's colleagues arrived at the scene, gasping in shock upon witnessing the battered Norwegian Ridgeback. "Charlie, what on earth happened here?" one exclaimed, circling around him, checking for injuries. "I'm unharmed," Charlie reassured them, lowering his voice suddenly. "I encountered a very powerful wizard. He was the one who defeated the dragon. Had I arrived even a moment later, it might have perished." "How is that possible?" "It's a dragon." The man wore an expression of disbelief, then inquired, "Could it possibly be one of those formidable old wizards who have been lurking in the shadows for ages?" The profession of a wizard, which relies heavily on knowledge and intellect, typically sees individuals growing stronger with age, save for select few prodigies. Such reasoning resonated with the man's thought process. Charlie solemnly nodded. "Indeed, that is precisely my conjecture." The fact that he even asked me where to procure items indicated he had been out of touch with the outside world for many years. Furthermore, I sensed a magical fluctuation on his face, likely a spell cast to appear younger. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned his poor hearing. After a series of deductions, Charlie was quite certain that Muin was an ancient recluse residing deep within the Scandinavian mountains. That child must be his grandson. Perhaps his son and daughter-in-law had perished during the previous conflict with Voldemort. In mere moments, Charlie had conjured a narrative of a solitary and powerful old wizard retreating into the mountains to care for his grandson. If Muin were to hear Charlie's speculation, he would surely give him a sound thrashing and clarify that the magic on his face was not to enhance his youth. Moreover, he was not merely an old man tending to his grandson. Chapter 9, Diagon Alley. Upon returning to Moonlight Castle, Harry adeptly dismounted from his broomstick, resembling a seasoned flyer. "It seems you possess quite the talent for flying," Muin remarked with a smile. Harry, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, awkwardly held his broom with one hand while the other fidgeted, ultimately scratching the back of his head. I'm not quite sure." Muin chuckled and stepped into the castle. "Prepare yourself. We are bound for London." Harry, somewhat astonished, hurried after him. "Uncle Muin, am I going too?" "Of course, lad. Who else will carry the things I buy?" Muin strode towards the 2nd floor, calling back over his shoulder, "Lucifer, bring me some money." "How much?" Lucifer emerged from the fireplace. 1 block, no, 2 blocks. Lucifer nodded and then glanced at Harry, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Aren't you cold?" It was only then that Harry realized he was still in his attire, which left him looking rather ragged, akin to a vagrant. However, considering that he was often hungry, the resemblance was not far off. After several minutes, he saw Uncle Muin descending, now clad in a khaki coat that complemented his trousers. "How shall we go?" Harry stood up to inquire. Muin approached Lucifer, who opened his mouth to expel 2 gold bars. He then tucked the gold into his sleeve as if performing a magic trick. "Of course, by flying," Muin casually remarked, only to realize that if he flew directly, he would likely attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. "Lucifer, do we have any means of transportation?" After a moment's contemplation, Lucifer replied, "There's a flying shuttle and a glider in the basement." Harry displayed an expression of bewilderment. He was unfamiliar with the shuttle, but a glider? "No, I mean something less conspicuous, with wheels." "A carriage?" Muin pondered for a while before turning to Harry. "It seems we may have to resort to a method you would least prefer." "What is it?" "Apparition, muon smiled funny." placing a hand on Harry's shoulder and gripping it firmly. I haven't traveled to London frequently, so I lack a clear memory of most places. However, there is one location where I can assure you we will not become lodged in a wall. Where? Harry felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing about the risk of getting stuck in a wall. Big Ben. With that, a sudden rush of air filled the space, and the surroundings collapsed around Muin's form. In the next instant, the two vanished from their location. London, Westminster, commonly referred to as the West End, stands as the unequivocal heart of the city. Atop Big Ben, accompanied by a gust of wind, two figures materialized unexpectedly. Harry's mouth fell agape as he gazed at the River Thames below and the Houses of Parliament beside him, a surreal sensation washing over him. However, the chilling breeze swiftly confirmed the reality of his surroundings. Muin paid little heed to such distractions. He quickly scanned the streets below and soon pinpointed an unoccupied alleyway. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared once more. In a narrow alley on the western side of Trafalgar Square, devoid of passers-by, Muin emerged with Harry. Still reeling from the disorienting series of apparitions, Harry wore a pallid expression as Muin waved to a passerby to inquire for directions. By the time Harry regained his composure, Muin was already seated in one of London's distinctive black cabs. Once Harry joined him in the vehicle, Muin handed him a scarf. "What is this for?" "To conceal the scar on your forehead," Muin explained. "And when we arrive, if anyone inquires your name, remember to tell them you are Harry Jones." Muin shook his head. "Trust me, there is no harm in it. If I recall correctly, your name carries another significance." "What significance?" Harry asked, suddenly curious. He considered himself an ordinary individual. Could there truly be a notable figure sharing his name? "I only possess a fragmentary understanding," Muin replied. In truth, he was only partially informed. He knew that Harry seemed to be a celebrity in the wizarding world, a prominent figure indeed, one capable of drawing attention. Nevertheless, he did not perceive Harry as particularly extraordinary, merely a pitiable child. Upon reaching Charing Cross Road, the two had walked but a short distance when they noticed an antiquated pub. It was so old that it seemed to belong to a bygone era, wedged between two exquisitely decorated bookstores and a record shop, creating a stark contrast. Yet, the hurried passers-by paid it no mind, having gained insight from Moonlight Castle. Harry quickly realized that ordinary people were utterly blind to this pub. Upon entering, the striking contrast between the large figure of Muin and the small stature of Harry captured considerable attention, their pairing appearing quite incongruous. If Muin resembled the head of a burgeoning family in a magical realm, Harry looked akin to a servant. Many spectators found themselves pondering whether there were no house elves in his household. An elderly man, stooped with age, suddenly approached the two, inquiring, travelers from afar, "What assistance do you seek? Are you headed to Diagon Alley, or perhaps in need of drink?" Old Tom had run this establishment for decades, and could confidently ascertain that he had never seen a familiar visage on Muin's face, thus easily discerning that the two were not locals. "We wish to go to Diagon Alley. Could you kindly show us the way?" Muin asked with a gentle smile. "Certainly. Please follow me." Old Tom nodded, leading them towards the back of the pub. The trio arrived at a small courtyard enclosed by walls, where the only notable features were a trash bin and some weeds. As Harry pondered the purpose of their visit, he watched as the old man withdrew a slender wooden stick. From this trash bin, count 3 bricks up, then 2 across, he instructed. With that, he tapped the corresponding brick with the stick, striking it twice. Subsequently, in the eyes of the trio, the brick he had tapped began to tremble and then shifted, revealing a small hole that gradually widened. Before long, they found themselves before a broad archway leading to a winding cobblestone street, its end concealed from view. If one required some spare change, a stroll down the path would bring them to Gringotts. "Finally, I am Tom Abbott, and I welcome you to shop and then enjoy a drink at the pub." "Wishing you a pleasant journey," Old Tom declared. "Very well," Mun nodded, taking the lead towards Diagon Alley. Harry hurriedly followed, casting his gaze about in eager curiosity, hoping to absorb everything in sight. There were shops selling owls, others peddling dragon livers, and still others brimming with spell books, quills, scrolls of parchment, potion vials, and auras. Mun felt a spark of wonder. It had been years since he experienced such a sensation. Wizards were often solitary, and such a bustling commercial street was a rarity. Soon, they arrived at Gringotts, a towering edifice of gleaming white that loomed above the surrounding shops, with a shiny bronze door beside it. There stood a goblin. The goblin was approximately half a head shorter than Harry, possessing a clever, dark visage, pointed beard, and elongated limbs that made him look just like the nefarious goblins from Tales. Mun was taken aback. A goblin managing a bank? Could humans truly trust them? As they ventured further inside, they encountered another door, and 2 goblins came forth to greet them. Harry seemed to notice some inscription on the door, but had no time to discern it before Moon stepped inside, prompting him to follow. Upon entering the hall, they were met with a bustling scene of hundreds of goblins diligently working at the counters. Moon approached an unoccupied counter and inquired, "Can I exchange gold?" "Certainly. Gold is always valuable," the goblin replied without raising his head, displaying a hint of impatience. "The current gold rate is 40 galleons per ounce. How many ounces would you like to exchange?" Moon, somewhat apologetic, replied, "I believe you may have misunderstood. I wish to exchange some money." With that, he produced 2 hefty gold bars. Clang! The goblin's slender fingers, which had been toying with the galleon, suddenly dropped it to the floor, now overshadowed by the gleaming gold bars before him. In his eyes, only the brilliant gold remained. Moon handed over the 2 bars, and the goblin trembled as he measured their purity with a spell, subsequently placing them on scale. 44 pounds, 53 ounces at the current gold rate. Clack, clack, that amounts to 2,120 galleons, sir, the goblin beamed. His earlier impatience entirely vanished. Would you like to open a vault for your wealth? Special rates available. Gringotts is always at your service. Stepping out of Gringotts, Moon examined the small bag he held, adorned with the Gringotts emblem, crafted from fine fabric, quite pleasing to the eye. He sensed 2 types of enchantments within the bag. One expanded its internal space, while the other stabilized it to ensure its efficacy over time, likely lasting a year or 2 with a capacity of about 2 cubic feet. He tucked the bag into his sleeve and, after a moment, handed the now-deflated bag to Harry. "Here, you can use this to carry things later," Moon said. Harry eagerly accepted, weighing the bag in his hands, the sound of clinking coins echoing. "Just keep the extra change for yourself," Moon said as he walked ahead, not glancing back. Harry nodded, somewhat anxious. "Thank you, Uncle Moon." Moon paid no mind to Harry, absorbed in observing the wizards bustling about, feeling quite out of place. Why did these individuals' attire resemble that of the 17th century from his days in the Caribbean? Or perhaps they conformed to the stereotypical image of wizards, cloaked in tattered robes that exuded an herbal scent. Had these wizards truly drifted from the normal world? How odd. "Uncle Moon, where shall we go next?" Harry inquired, stepping forward. "To the bookstore," Moon replied, recalling a sizable establishment he had seen on their way called Flourish and Blots. He was keenly interested in the magical system of this world, its history, and the composition of the contemporary magical realm. The bookstore was not overly crowded. Moon observed that, apart from various magical tomes, there were also numerous magical periodicals, and some images even moved. This was intriguing. "Sir, would you like to purchase the Hogwarts textbooks for your child? We currently have a bundle package with discounts." Moon nodded, contemplating for a moment before deciding to take a look. Under the guidance of a shop assistant, Moon perused all the required books for years 1 through 7 at Hogwarts, including titles like Magical Herbs and Fungi, Beginner's Transfiguration, and History of Modern Magic, among others. "I'll take all the books for years 1 through 7. Huh? The assistant glanced at him, a hint of uncertainty in their expression. "Do you have 7 children at home?" Moon was momentarily perplexed by the train of thought of this individual, taking a moment before replying, "I wish to see them." "All right." The assistant nodded reluctantly. After that, Moon began to browse through the store, often just skimming the table of contents to determine whether to acquire a book. Unfortunately, most of the titles were published works, indicating that the knowledge contained within would likely not be of a high caliber. However, he did find potential leads, such as the Dark Wizards of the Ages and the Origins of Alchemy, believing he could uncover advanced knowledge therein. There's a saying Moon wholeheartedly agreed with: the more books you read, the more acutely aware you become of your own ignorance, while simultaneously understanding what you ought to read next. As of now, however, the book he was most satisfied with was the complete book of household charms. It included spells for washing dishes, doing laundry, quick-drying clothes, and dust cleaning, truly extraordinarily useful. Moreover, the spells were simple and accessible, easily grasped even by young wizards, making it an ideal choice for introductory reading. Harry would surely want to learn a few tricks from it. Absolutely. After about half an hour, Harry emerged from Flourish and Blots, clutching a bulging bag filled with all the books Moon wished to purchase. Having spent over 300 galleons, an amount that astonished even the owner of the bookstore. As they exited the shop, it was nearly noon. The two grabbed a casual bite to eat at a nearby stand, after which Moon settled outside a cafe to rest. Harry had been dispatched to the sweet shop, having lingered with interest there multiple times as they passed. Thus, Moon chose to relax, granting Harry some time for himself. After about 10 minutes, Harry excitedly bounded back to Moon, smiling broadly. "Uncle Moon, open your hands." Mu-In felt a twinge of confusion as he opened his hand, sensing that Harry had placed something wriggling upon it. Was it a caterpillar? Or perhaps some peculiar object? However, as a battle-hardened old wizard and a seasoned cat, he was not easily frightened. Suddenly, a dark mass leaped toward his face. With a swift squeeze of his hands, he discerned that it was a chocolate frog. To be honest, it startled me. Muin attempted to convey sincerely. Not at all. Your expression hasn't changed in the slightest, Harry replied with a hint of disappointment. Muin chose not to argue, rising to adjust his coat, and smiled, saying, "It is a fundamental requirement of a mature wizard to conceal one's emotional fluctuations from others. In truth, my heart is still racing." Perhaps. Harry still doubted that Muin had been frightened, but he shifted the topic, asking, "Where are we headed now?" "To Knockturn Alley." This was a place Muin had overheard moments ago, rumored to possess a slight divergence from Diagon Alley. Perhaps it would be more intriguing. He was quite curious. Knockturn Alley lay just behind Gringotts, and in a mere few steps, they reached the entrance. Upon entering the alley, Harry was greeted by a faint, unpleasant odor. The ground was littered with stagnant water, and black-green moss clung to the corners, while much of the wall, as plaster, had peeled away. The uneven flagstone steps beneath their feet were chaotic, some long, some short, making it difficult for a newcomer to navigate, forcing them to carefully descend one step at a time. After traversing a mere 10 meters, the walls began to reveal dirty, grimy windows, and the pathway widened considerably. Upon reaching the end of the disordered stairs, Harry finally lifted his gaze, only to come face to face with a shriveled human head, causing him to jump back in alarm. "This is a form of sorcery that has been passed down from the Age of Exploration," Muin explained, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. The Shawaro tribe from the Americas would sever the heads of their enemies, crafting such heads and imbuing them with special powers through sorcery, thereby enhancing the strength of the warrior who bore them. Besides the Shawaro heads, there are also the similar Maori heads, which serve as analogous magical artifacts. It is a form of primitive bloody magic, but undeniably powerful. Muin's calm tone gradually eased Harry's fears, though it made him cling a bit tighter. He felt that this place was a stark contrast to Diagon Alley. At that moment, several ragged wizards turned to watch them enter, whispering among themselves, unabashedly casting malicious glances in their direction. The Wizarding World is a small circle, and those who made their way to Knockturn Alley were often familiar faces. They quickly recognized that Muin was a newcomer. Before long, a few of them approached, forming a semicircle around them. One of the men drew his wand, pointing it at Muin. "You dare to snatch such a large sum of money and still come in Knockturn Alley? Hand over the money you just took, kid." Muin was somewhat taken aback. "You saw me take money?" The man smirked mischievously. "Apologies, I witnessed it with my own eyes." With that, a spell was suddenly launched. Stupefied, a swift red bolt of light erupted from the tip of the man's wand, hurtling towards Muin at a speed beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. "Oncle Muin!" Harry suddenly dashed forward, attempting to shield Muin. With a swift motion, Muin swatted the spell away as one would a pesky mosquito. Turning to the man, "So, do you not ponder why I dare to come here and confront your ilk? Kid, until now, you've only encountered me, a wizard. Haven to you? Moine abruptly guidif Harry. WH what?" Harry, still reeling from the earlier shock, could hardly respond. "Don't conflate me with trash." Looking up, Harry saw the familiar gentle smile. At just 10 years old, he suddenly grasped the essence of that smile. It was a manifestation of absolute arrogance. "What do you think the Wizarding World is like?" Muin asked again. "Damn it, what are you rambling about?" The wizard's face contorted with rage, feeling deeply insulted, and then he cast another spell. Crucio. Simultaneously, the others drew their wands, unleashing a variety of spells, all manifesting as bolts of electricity. Are they still expressing magic in such a simplistic form as a wave? How disappointing, Muin mused to himself, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. With a sharp crack, a wave of blue energy radiated from Muin's hand, dispersing all incoming spells with astonishing speed. Let me tell you, no matter how splendid it may seem, when transcendent power can be wielded by individuals, Muin spoke calmly, the entire system will inevitably be dictated by strength. He gazed at them all, sweeping his hand, and 7 shimmering spears suddenly materialized, corresponding to the encircling figures. Harry looked at Muin, half comprehending, swallowing hard. Avada Kedavra. Just then, a burst of green light flared before Harry's eyes. Muin's towering figure began to tear apart and shatter before him, like tattered rags caught in a tempest. The scar hidden beneath his headscarf throbbed with pain, and Harry perceived a shadow within the green light overlapping with reality. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes as he reached out, desperate to grasp the fading image of Uncle Muin. No. Chapter 11. The Surge of Magic. The surge of magic, unprecedented and overwhelming. An immense flow of magic erupted from Harry's body, instantly filling the entire alley like a colossal flame. Countless objects soared towards the group, striking them with the force of bullets and shells in a relentless barrage. Simultaneously, one man's clothing spontaneously ignited. Another's body began to swell, while yet another exploded without warning. No, no, he cried out in anguish, his vision blurred by tears, as he waved his hands aimlessly, yearning to pull back the uncle who was vanishing before him. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down on his head. "You little rascal, I'm still here. Why are you crying?" Harry looked up to see that familiar face. It was not the stern visage perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, but rather that of a soft, feline face. Mu-In surveyed the chaos wrought by the surge of magic in the alley, along with a few individuals caught in Harry's tumultuous outburst. However, more than anything, their faces were marked by sheer terror. How could it be possible for someone to survive the killing curse? A colossal wooden staff materialized in Mu-Un's grasp, towering nearly to his height. The end of the staff was adorned with a myriad of gnarled wooden knots and inscribed with numerous ancient magical runes, while a massive raven skull dangled from its apex. I retract my previous statement. The magic here indeed possesses a certain allure. Mu-In chuckled, then lightly tapped the wand forward, leaving a black dot in the void. In the next instant, the figures of the two vanished without a trace. The onlookers in the upside-down alley exchanged bewildered glances, only to soon perceive an immense gravitational force radiating from the black dot in the void. Some attempted to disapparate to safety, but were crushed out of existence as they neared the dark point, their bodies reduced to mere fragments. Simultaneously, they were inexorably drawn into its depths. The black dot resembled a black hole, voraciously devouring everything around it, debris, buildings, and lives alike. A tremendous explosion echoed through Upside-Down Alley, and all the wizards in the vicinity sensed a mild tremor, turning their gazes towards the source of the commotion, which was engulfed in a cloud of dust. A figure emerged from the alley, weeping profusely, face contorted in terror, stumbling and shouting. "It's a black hole. Someone has created a black hole. What has happened? Hurry, let us go see. Notify the Ministry of Magic. Is it a battle of dark wizards?" In an instant, the entirety of Diagon Alley and its surroundings erupted into chaos, with wizards fleeing and others rushing towards the site of the incident. In Moonlight Castle, on the first floor, as soon as Mu-In descended, Lucifer sprang up, anxiously exclaiming, "Mu-In, what just transpired? I sensed it all the way from here." Mu-In waved his hand dismissively, uttering not a word, and ascended the stairs. "I need to rest. I'm quite fatigued." Upon reaching the third-floor bedroom, where the door bore the nameplate of the captain of the Moonlight Queen, Mu-In pushed the door open and collapsed onto the soft bed, overwhelmed by an all-consuming weariness. The instant death curse, a high-level spell touching upon the essence itself, had manifested through an ordinary wizard wielding a common wand, merely by uttering a spell. A smile crept across Mu-In's face. The magic of this world seemed to have taken on a grotesque and extreme form, igniting within him a profound curiosity. Had it not been for his consumption of the Eclipse Elixir just yesterday, he might have endured even greater suffering. In the instant he was struck by the instant death curse, he had activated his magic, swiftly harnessing the residual chaotic properties of the Eclipse Elixir to give rise to a distorted, frenzied variant within the essence of his soul, a manifestation he could also describe as a crazed persona. He then projected this persona outward as a shield. Despite this, his true soul suffered considerable damage, leaving him utterly exhausted. Yet, in the end, he had bestowed upon those present a parting gift, singularity, a spell capable of obliterating all. Lost in thought, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Downstairs, Lucifer was inquiring with Harry about the events they had encountered. Once Harry finished recounting the tale, Lucifer let out a sigh of relief. The bond between his and Mu-Un's souls explained the discomfort he had felt earlier, realizing it pertained to a curse involving the soul. Nevertheless, it seemed that all was well. Mu-In merely required a period of rest. Harry, somewhat anxious, asked Mr. Lucifer, "Will Uncle Mu-In be all right?" Lucifer shook his head, reassuringly responding, "He will be fine. He just needs to rest for a while." When Mu-In finally opened his eyes once more, his gaze immediately fell upon the small figure beside him, seemingly aware that the occupant of the bed had awakened. Harry quickly lifted his head, his eyes red-rimmed. "Uncle Mu-In, you're awake. Have you been crying?" Mu-In observed Harry, noting the bloodshot whites around his normally verdant irises. Harry suddenly appeared flustered. "And no, I haven't tea. Do not so carelessly reveal your vulnerabilities, Mu-In said calmly, his gaze softening. If anyone can see your weakness, it will only invite bullying. I haven't tea. I was just worried. Harry lowered his head, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Worried for me? Mu-In raised an eyebrow, recalling the moment Harry had stood before him, ready to shield him from that lowly curse. He also remembered how Harry had thought he was dead, leading to an outburst of uncontrolled magic. You are not yet a wizard, so I can understand your concern for me, Mu-In sighed. Once you become a wizard, you will realize that worrying about me is the most superfluous of concerns. Harry did not fully grasp the sentiment, but nodded, indicating a semblance of understanding. After veering away from that topic, Mu-In felt parched and empty, prompting him to inquire, how long have I been asleep? A week. Mu-In stared in a daze at the ceiling, initially believing he had merely taken a short rest, only to discover he had slept for an entire week. Truly. So, you've been here the entire week? Moinaskiv. Harry suddenly stood up, nervously exclaiming, no, I've been working diligently. Most of the castle is now spotless. Mu-In paused, then abruptly furrowed his brow. You didn't tea-clean my washroom, did you? Harry hesitated, contemplating, before sheepishly admitting. Not yet, sorry. As long as it's not done. That's fine, Mu-In sighed in relief. Uncle Mu-In, is there anything dangerous in the washroom? Harry inquired curiously. No, it merely contains my exclusive hair oil and conditioner. Rather, it's now a hair treatment, Mu-In responded earnestly. Harry opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Uncle Mu-In, he truly cannot see through you. Nevertheless, upon seeing that Mu-In was unharmed, Harry felt a wave of genuine happiness wash over him. Don't celebrate too soon, Mu-In suddenly remarked, casting a glance at the bewildered Harry, revealing his characteristic smile. For some inexplicable reason, Harry felt he could now discern the subtle nuances of Mu-In's smile, indicating the latter's current state. For instance, this particular smile suggested that he, Harry Potter, was in for a treat. Chapter 12, 15 faut pas. 2 hours after the explosion in Upside Down Alley, 1 week prior. At this moment, the scene of the incident was marked by an exceptionally intact arced crater, with members of the Ministry of Magic's Aura Division standing in clusters. Their expressions troubled. The perimeter had been cordoned off by the Ministry's aurors, leaving little room for onlookers. Of course, some individuals remained, such as a few reporters eager to obtain first-hand information, vying for the front page of the next day's Daily Prophet. At the center of the site, the air swirled ominously, and in the next moment, 2 figures appeared. One was clad in a purple robe, with dark skin and a serious demeanor. His name was Kingsley Shacklebolt, an auror of the Ministry of Magic. The other figure was tall and thin, with a visage lined with wrinkles, silver hair and beard long enough to tuck into his belt, and wearing a grayish-white robe. Behind half-moon spectacles, a pair of vibrant blue eyes sparkled. Dumbledore, I apologize for the intrusion, but my reversal charm fails to restore the circumstances of the incident, Kingsley stated. At present, we are only aware that an adult accompanied a child to the Alley of Upside Down, only to be confronted by a group intent on robbing them. During the ensuing struggle, someone invoked a killing curse, and the victim was suddenly transformed into a being with the head of a cat and the body of a human. What have you discerned? Kingsley spoke for a while before he lifted his gaze, noticing Dumbledore's attention fixed on a point in midair. Hush, Dumbledore whispered. Kingsley, do not be hasty. The more eager you are, the more likely you are to overlook the truth. Look over there. That is the focal point of the entire arc. As he spoke, Dumbledore drew forth his wand, adorned with numerous circular nodules, and gently pointed it towards the sky. A luminous orb of white light materialized above, gradually emanating circular waves that expanded outward, ultimately aligning seamlessly with the arc-shaped ground below. A sphere, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, emerged within this space. Kingsley's pupils flickered with unease, and he swallowed involuntarily. The area encompassed by this sphere, nothing remains. My goodness, what spell is this? Dumbledore shook his head. I'm afraid I do not know either. After speaking, he flicked his fingers, bringing his wand to his lips and blowing gently. Traces materialized. A vast expanse of golden mist surged forth from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, quickly enveloping the entirety of the space. Subsequently, the chaotic golden mist began to coalesce into various forms, ultimately reconstructing the entire scene of the Alley of Upside Down. This is the reversal charm. The mist it emits can recreate scenes from the past. Unfortunately, due to the magical fluctuations that once permeated this area, even Kingsley, an elite auror, could not fully restore what had transpired. Fortuitously, he had sought out Dumbledore. As the mist swirled, 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared at the mouth of the alley. Though their faces were obscured, Kingsley recognized them as the instigators of this incident. Soon, 7 figures emerged from the golden mist, encircling the adult and child, as if to rob them. The golden mist then conjured the first attack from the assailants. To Kingsley's astonishment, the man being attacked effortlessly swatted the curse aside. A mere slap, deflecting a curse. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This method of countering a curse was rather extraordinary. The man seemingly spoke to the child, snapping his fingers to ward off the onslaught of spells. The reversal charm continued to recount the events of that day, and Kingsley's trepidation grew. The slap, the snap, the child's magic surging uncontrollably, culminating in the transformation into a cat-headed figure. As the golden mist portrayed the scene, both Dumbledore and Kingsley soon witnessed the man drawing forth a massive wand, tapping it lightly in the air. Subsequently, all the golden mist that constituted the current scene began to collapse, ultimately dissipating in a sudden burst, creating a layer of dazzling golden ripples under the sunlight. The spell concluded. Dumbledore, what on earth was that? Kingsley murmured, somewhat dazed. Dumbledore, his expression grave, shook his head. I do not know either. It appears to be ancient magic. That colossal wand is not something wielded by modern wizards. Those in the Alley of Upside Down claimed he resisted the killing curse. That cannot possibly be the killing curse, can it? Kingsley queried, a hint of confusion clouding his mind. The golden mist of the reversal charm could reconstruct the scene, but could not replicate sounds or colors, leaving him uncertain whether it was indeed the killing curse. He could not ascertain. Dumbledore turned to Kingsley, placing a hand on his shoulder. Kingsley, do not delude yourself. We both know that the trajectory of that man's wand was indicative of the killing curse. Dumbledore's words shattered Kingsley's final vestige of stubbornness. He furrowed his brow, muttering incoherently. Dumbledore gazed intently at Kingsley. It is not uncommon for someone to withstand the killing curse, is it? This has occurred before. Moreover, that individual may very well have been a cat. After all, cats are said to possess 9 lives, are they not? To stabilize his old friend's state. Dumbledore even jested, allowing a smile to grace his lips. Kingsley, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, shook his head. Just then, an Auror approached from behind. Captain Shacklebolt, we have new information from the department. Kingsley took a deep breath to compose himself before turning to the newcomer. Speak. This man is the same individual who was seen soaring through London 12 days ago. He injured several personnel from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes and confiscated their wands before vanishing. Kingsley nodded gravely, then turned to Dumbledore, whispering, how should we handle this? Although Kingsley served the Ministry of Magic as an Auror, he, as a former member of the Order of the Phoenix, was more inclined to seek counsel from Dumbledore at this moment. That is your affair. Dumbledore's gaze flickered, yet he did not provide the answer Kingsley sought. Kingsley sighed. If Dumbledore was unwilling to intervene, he had already formed a rough prediction regarding the forthcoming developments. Minimize the issue, resolve the matter quietly. After all, the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, as the first minister following the rise of the Dark Lord, would be keen to maintain the equilibrium of the magical community, focusing on commerce and public welfare policies to secure his legacy. Regarding this mysterious and formidable suspect, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to conduct extensive investigations, let alone allow the public to be informed. Munn, to his surprise, found himself devouring an entire rack of lamb. To be honest, this was rather excessive for a human. However, considering he had slept for an entire week, it seemed justifiable. As for Harry, he felt a sense of trepidation during the meal, as Uncle Munn occasionally scrutinized him, seemingly concocting something in his mind, which made Harry uneasy. Today, Munn did not present himself too elaborately. He merely tidied his mane, donned a simple shirt, and draped a loose-fitting robe over himself. Harry had previously spotted a crescent moon and skull insignia on the back of this robe, which he suspected might be related to the pirate past that Mr. Lucifer had mentioned. Yet, what perplexed Harry was the existence of pirates in this day and age. In any case, the meal concluded amidst his myriad of chaotic thoughts. Just as Harry intended to clear the plates, Munn waved his hand, and all the dishes floated away, settling into the kitchen sink. Harry, sit down, Munn gestured. Harry inhaled deeply, feeling nervous as he complied. In light of your exceptional performance at work lately, I have some thoughts I wish to share, and I wonder if you would be amenable. Harry fidgeted with the hem of his trousers under the table, gazing intently at Munn. Uncle Munn, please speak. I am undoubtedly willing. As long as it meant not returning to the Dursleys, he was eager. Although it was all work, laboring at the Dursleys meant enduring scorn, while not working led to being tormented by Dudley, and he was perpetually underfed. In contrast, Life at Moonlight Castle was entirely different. Every day involved work, conversing with Mr. Lucifer, and playing with Meteor. It was simply delightful. By the way, he had named the flying broomstick Meteor. During this period, their relationship rapidly blossomed, and Harry had already become quite good friends with him. That's excellent. But I must inform you that engaging in magical research can be perilous. Mun chuckled. Magical research? Harry momentarily faltered, then his expression soured. But I don't know anything. Mun gently tweaked the cat's whiskers, unfazed. Don't be foolish, lad. There will undoubtedly be onboarding training. Onboarding training? Mun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it's about learning some magic. Harry sprang to his feet, his face flushed, exclaiming, I certainly wish to. It was enough to leave him stuttering. Yet, it was no wonder Harry was so exhilarated. The sense of helplessness he had felt a week ago in Knockturn Alley had deprived him of restful sleep since then. Had it not been for Mr. Lucifer compelling him to brew an energy potion for himself daily, he might have succumbed long ago. Chapter 13. Do not mention my name when you get beaten up. At this moment, Harry's mind was already conjuring images of the scene after he had mastered formidable magic. When Dudley provoked him, he would display a calm and subtle smile, reminiscent of Uncle Mun's. Dudley would undoubtedly attempt to confront him directly, likely seizing his clothing in an effort to toss him aside. Then, with a serene gesture, he would raise his hand, fingers subtly shimmering, and send Dudley flying into the flower bushes before casually brushing off his clothes and saying, Don't soil my attire. What are you thinking about? Mun's voice abruptly pulled Harry back to reality. Harry jolted, his face warming, and coughed a couple of times, and nothing. Mun struggled to suppress a chuckle. He had already surmised Harry's thoughts and could empathize, recalling his own childhood penchant for such fanciful daydreams. Don't celebrate too soon, Mun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Harry was once again reminded of Mun's knowing grin that promised delightful surprises. First, we must understand what magical power is. By the way, do you need a notebook? Absolutely, Harry instinctively replied, not even having settled down. Mun rose and headed towards the basement, soon returning with a stack of yellow parchment, a steel pen, and several objects that Harry could not comprehend, including a small wand identical to those in the hands of the wizards he had seen in Diagon Alley. Mun placed the stack of parchment before Harry and handed him the pen. Am I supposed to take notes with this? Harry asked, astonished. Mun revealed a mysterious smile. Using this adds a touch of elegance, making it seem like the handiwork of an ancient master. Harry nodded in understanding, realizing the significance. Returning to the subject at hand, Mun continued, You must remember what I say. After I finish, you will review my words and then express them in your own way in your notes. Understood? Harry nodded eagerly, filled with anticipation for magic. I understand. To embark upon the path of magic, one must inevitably grapple with the concept of magical power. Mun spoke slowly, reclining on the sofa, akin to a storyteller. Magical power is an abstract concept, not a tangible energy. You can think of it as the stamina required when casting spells. Stamina can be depleted, restored, and increased. Magical power follows suit. If the laws of the world are akin to strings on a violin, then spells are the musical notes. And magical power is the plectrum that plucks the strings. Without magical power, one cannot connect to the laws of the world and, consequently, cannot cast spells. Do you comprehend? Understood, Harry nodded. It was not difficult to grasp. Mun acknowledged Harry's understanding and allowed him time to take notes before straightening up. Now that we understand magical power, let's discuss how to wield it. The wand? Harry inquired. Bingo. Mun praised lightly, though that expression is not entirely accurate. Currently, the mainstream method for wizards to cast spells is indeed through wands. With that, Mun laid out all the items he had brought before Harry. There were desiccated lizard skins, a plump pufferfish, rings, and wands. Harry even noticed Mun removing a collection of rings from his fingers and pulling out the tall wand he had seen before. These are all instruments that channel magical power, collectively referred to as spell-casting tools. Mun then divided the items into two groups. It is certain that you possess magical power within you, correct? Yes, Harry nodded, but I can't feel it, nor can I control it. That is entirely normal. The vast majority cannot wield their magical power. In ancient times, spellcasters regarded magic as miraculous and defined themselves as those who communicated with the divine, Mun explained. Then, does this world truly have gods? Harry asked. Who can say? Mun replied. However, I had encountered one before. I intended to attack, but I was overpowered. Wait, do not interrupt. Mun suddenly realized. Apologies. Harry quickly lowered his head, sheepishly avoiding Mun's gaze. The magical power within most individuals is chaotic. Thus, throughout the long history of magic, spellcasting tools have been divided into two categories. Mun gestured to the pile on the left, which included 2 rings, a small wand Harry had seen previously, and various bracelets and eye pendants. These are guides, responsible for channeling magical power, allowing the caster to perform spells effectively. He then pointed to the other side, which included the rings, bracelets, and a massive wand Mun had previously worn. These are amplifiers, enhancing the efficacy of the caster's spells for greater effect. Mun noticed Harry's intense gaze fixed on the guide tools, and Harry, filled with anticipation, asked, "So, Uncle Mun, with just a guide, even I could successfully cast magic?" Mun nodded. "Precisely. Guides assist the caster in properly channeling their magical power to perform spells." After a moment, he shifted the conversation, asking, "Have you noticed the differences between these guides and amplifiers on the table?" Harry scrutinized them, but could not discern any differences. They all presented varied forms: wands, rings, bracelets, and even some rather macabre animal products. Likewise, they bore distinct traces of craftsmanship, devoid of any natural items. After pondering for a while, Harry finally arrived at a somewhat peculiar answer. Tentatively, he responded, "These amplifiers are all from you, Uncle Mun, while these guides were just brought up from the basement." "Correct," Mun affirmed, validating Harry's response. He then spoke earnestly. "Harry, I must first tell you that my words are not absolute. There is no definitive authority in literature. On the path of magic, each person has their own insights. Therefore, even my words and the knowledge found in books should be viewed through a critical lens." "I understand." Harry nodded. Upon encountering Harry, Mu-En forcefully dismissed all guiding instruments, exclaiming, "What I wish to convey is that all wizards who rely on these guides are nothing but rubbish." Harry gasped in surprise. Mu-En continued, "Do not harbor any thoughts of relying on these instruments. If you cannot control your magic independently, there is no way I will allow you to touch a spellcasting device." Mu-En's words shattered Harry's momentary aspirations, and though his expression turned bitter, he resolutely nodded moments later. "I understand. I will strive to improve," he declared, jotting down in his notes, "Wizards who cannot cast spells independently are all rubbish." Clearly, Harry absorbed Mu-En's message and replaced the concept of guiding instruments with the inability to cast spells autonomously. Mu-En gazed at Harry's writing with a look of satisfaction. This child is truly intelligent. In his previous world, there existed a detailed methodology for apprentice wizards to learn to control their magic. Yet, this realm appeared to have chosen a different path, a path reliant on guiding instruments. He had previously confiscated several wands from the Ministry of Magic for study, and to put it succinctly, these wands offered minimal enhancement to the caster. The core and runes were designed solely to guide and stabilize the wizard's internal magic. Any amplification depended entirely on the wood of the wand. For instance, the combative nature of mountain ash could provide a slight enhancement to certain offensive spells, while the resilience of cedar could marginally boost spell efficacy in the hands of a strong-willed individual. However, the enhancement effects were quite ordinary. Of course, Mu-En did not look down upon this. The formation of a magical system in any world must be traced back to historical reasons and viewed from a macro perspective. If wands in this world are predominantly standardized guiding instruments, then their population of wizards must be significantly larger, naturally resulting in more capable practitioners. After all, anyone can cast spells and partake in magical research. This notion was already validated by the comprehensive guide to household charms and the fact that a lowly minion had utilized a lethal curse to touch the essence of magic. If Mu-En's previous world resembled a pyramid, then this world tended toward an olive shape. With such effective guiding instruments available to all, the number of novices at the bottom would naturally be fewer. His earlier remarks were merely intended to invigorate Harry. After all, he did not wish for those he mentored to merely become the middle section of an olive. Regarding the phrase Harry inscribed in his notes, Mu-En stood up and patted Harry on the shoulder, saying, "If you find yourself in a brawl at school, remember not to mention my name." Chapter 14. Harry's Confusion. In truth, mastering magic is quite straightforward. It merely requires finding the trajectory of magical flow and surmounting the barriers within one's own magic through repeated surges. As Mu-En spoke, he led Harry to the underground of Moonlight Castle. This was Harry's first glimpse of the castle's subterranean realm, which was not as extraordinary as he had envisioned. The aged wooden floor creaked beneath his feet, and the corridor was littered with bottles from decades past, along with various clutter. Mu-En calmly stated, "Do not expect me to have ample time to tidy up an entire castle." Harry felt a wave of embarrassment. Did Uncle Mu-En not realize that this explanation came rather late? He had already witnessed the chaotic state of the castle over the past week. The underground corridors were even more expansive than those above, with greater distances between rooms. Flickering oil lamps illuminated the passage, their orange-red flames dancing in a ceaseless interplay with the darkness. Upon entering a chamber labeled the potions room, Harry pushed open the heavy door to find it filled with an array of glass instruments, cauldrons, and scales. Alongside various potion-making apparatus, there were heaps of herbs, jars containing eyeballs, animal carcasses, and even pickles. Pickles. Mu-In paid no heed to Harry's gaze, instead retrieving numerous ingredients from the shelves. You have already learned to brew energy potions and possess a solid foundation in potion making, Mu-In remarked. Next, I shall teach you the enthusiasm potion. This potion, derived from the Fury Elixir, is a combat potion capable of significantly amplifying magical energy and enhancing spell efficacy. However, the effects of the enthusiasm potion are not overwhelmingly potent. It merely elevates a wizard's emotional peak, stirring their magic. It proves remarkably effective in stimulating young wizards. After explaining the connection between potions and magical training, Mu-In commenced the potion brewing process. I shall demonstrate only once. You must pay close attention until you can independently control your magic. All potion making must be done by your own hand. I will not assist you. Should you err, resulting in explosion, corrosion, or even digestive calamities, I can only guarantee your survival. Harry felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, nodding repeatedly in response. He fixated on Mu-In's potion making, striving to engrave every technique, ratio, and processing time into his memory. An hour later, a pool of crimson liquid emerged in the cauldron. Mu-In poured it out and granted Harry additional time for questions. After another 10 minutes, this introductory potion lesson came to an end. Stepping outside the castle, Mu-In set up a practice dummy on the lawn, instructing, if you lack a target for your magical surge, aim for this. You may envision it as anyone, Dudley, your aunt and uncle, or any other individuals you dislike at school. Harry clutched a small vial containing the red enthusiasm potion, feeling a wave of nerves. His feet restless upon the grass. Observing this, Mu-In refrained from further comment. Many matters do not require excessive admonition. For first-timers, nervousness is a natural state. Watching Harry down the potion, Mu-In returned to Moonlight Castle, immersing himself in the books he had purchased from Diagon Alley. The red sofa had molded itself to his shape as he reclined into it. The leather felt cool at first, but soon it enveloped him in warmth. Lucifer tended the fire, urging it to blaze brighter, and soon the flames began to dance in rhythmic undulations. This was his unique repose. Choosing not to peruse advanced spellbooks or seemingly exotic transfiguration texts, Mu-In first opened a history of modern magic by Basit. In the past, he had been enamored with powerful spells and novel magic. Now, he preferred to trace the development of magic through historical narratives before engaging in orderly magical research. Learning from history, guided by the ancients. Unlike the warmth within the castle, even in summer, the winds in the Scandinavian mountains could be biting, particularly at the peaks. Nevertheless, Harry paid no mind to the chill. He felt an exhilarating rush of blood, his mind clouded, akin to Dudley throwing a tantrum upon waking. Should I? Hey! From 3 to 4 meters away from the dummy, Harry thrust his hands forward, grunting as he envisioned propelling the dummy away with sheer force. Huh! Harry summoned his strength once more. As the mountain breeze swept a few blades of grass past Harry's eyes, the effigy remained unchanged, just as he himself was. There was no alteration whatsoever. No, no, Harry exclaimed, raking his fingers through his hair, a hint of agitation in his voice. This is wrong. This isn't right. He felt an overwhelming wave of frustration, yet he could find no outlet for it, akin to a balloon that had been blown too full, trembling precariously in the air. After a while of wrestling with this inner turmoil, Harry abruptly lifted his gaze, focusing on the effigy's face, attempting to envision it as Dudley's visage. Yet, no matter how much he insisted to himself that Dudley was before him, it proved futile. Where was the Dudley that was so thin? Whether it was the Dursleys or anyone from school who had bullied him, the feelings of disgust, anger, and even extreme hatred had nearly dissipated. Over the past week, the Dursleys had treated him as if he were invisible. He had not been bullied, leaving behind no space for hatred. A child's mind is not so filled with the desires of adulthood. Even if he wished to hate, he found it impossible. Harry fixed his gaze intently on the effigy's face, which resembled a mannequin used for displaying clothes in a store, albeit devoid of facial features. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to the potion or some other influence, a face suddenly appeared, overlapping with the effigy. Simultaneously, a sharp pain pierced his forehead, distorting his features involuntarily. Scenes flickering with green light began to dance before his eyes, and a grotesque figure, laughing maniacally with neither a nose nor hair, intertwined with the effigy before him. The pain in his forehead, his already agitated thoughts, the incessant flashes of light, the horrifying screams, and the chilling, sinister laughter filled his mind. With a roar of anger, a surge of power erupted from within him. With a resounding crash, the effigy was propelled backward as if struck by a truck, smashing against the stones behind it, then tumbling until it collided with a massive redwood, finally coming to a halt. Bending slightly, Harry pressed his hand against the scar on his forehead. At that moment, he recalled the scene from a week prior when Uncle Vernon was attacked. It was eerily similar. Something was amiss. Perhaps he should inquire with Uncle Vernon. Harry muttered to himself, forcing himself upright as the mountain breeze brushed against him, providing a fleeting relief from the sweat that drenched him. Inside, Uncle Vernon had just finished reading the table of contents and summary of a book, yet had not yet turned to the first chapter when he saw Harry entering through the door. "Uncle Vernon, I have some questions," Harry said, a sense of urgency in his tone. Uncle Vernon nodded, looking at Harry. "What questions?" "I want to learn about myself," Harry replied, then hesitated, feeling his expression was somewhat inadequate. "My scar, it feels off. Just now it hurt intensely, and I saw a shadow casting a spell with a wand as if to attack me." A woman leapt forward to block the magic, for reasons he could not comprehend. The more Harry spoke, the more his heart raced. He took a deep breath, recalling Uncle Vernon's advice to keep his emotions off his face, and then spoke as calmly as possible. "I believe that woman is my mother." Chapter 15, The Dursley's Fury. Uncle Vernon flipped back to the table of contents, pausing over a section in modern magical history. "Please sit down. I know very little about your circumstances, but perhaps the book will provide us with answers." Harry noticed the title Modern Magical History on the cover, which struck him as peculiar, yet he said nothing further and took a seat as instructed. Uncle Vernon turned to the relevant page, reading aloud as he began to narrate. Under Uncle Vernon's gentle and measured tone, a scene from over a decade ago unfolded gradually before Harry's eyes, though the image grew increasingly chilling, leaving him feeling cold to the core. An hour later, Uncle Vernon closed the book, took a deep breath, and turned to Harry. Harry's eyes were slightly red, just as Uncle Vernon had noted. He was attempting to hide his emotions, but the fidgeting of his intertwined fingers revealed that he was not as composed as he appeared. After a long pause, Harry finally spoke. His throat felt raw, nearly choking him. After coughing twice, he managed a bitter smile. "Aunt Petunia and the others always told me my parents died in a car accident. If you wish to express your emotions, feel free." Uncle Vernon waved his hand dismissively, placing the book on the table. Harry shook his head. "Honestly, I don't even know how to articulate it. I'm not as heartbroken as I thought I would be." "Uncle Vernon, am I too indifferent?" "Of course, it is not your fault," Uncle Vernon replied, shaking his head. "After all, you have never met them. We only grasp fragments of their past from the cold words of history books, their preferences, their character, and we do not even know what they looked like. Perhaps in the future, these details will gradually seep into your consciousness, cutting through you like a dull knife." Harry remained silent for a considerable time before saying, "I want to know more about them." "Of course, that is entirely reasonable," Uncle Vernon nodded, pushing the book toward Harry. He did not know Harry's parents personally, so he could only offer the history book, unable to provide much assistance. Perhaps in the future, when Harry attended Hogwarts, he would learn more about the lives of James and Lily. With care, Harry turned the pages of the book, while Uncle Vernon stood up and entered the kitchen. That evening, as Harry bid farewell to Uncle Vernon on the sofa and closed the door, London began to drizzle again. He waited for a dark red car to pass through the night before crossing the street. That night, he felt somewhat dazed, with his thoughts of his parents constantly shifting and being rewritten in different voices and faces, only to be erased again. What kind of people were they? How do they speak? How do they laugh? If they had not died, would everything be different? A torrent of chaotic thoughts spiraled in his mind like a tangled ball of yarn, leaving him unsure of how to process it all. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of that seemingly warm, yet actually cold house. What would it be like if his parents were inside at that moment? Click! The door swung open once more, and Uncle Vernon, clad in a brown coat, stormed in, visibly irate. Upon seeing Harry standing at the doorway, he shoved him aside, cursing, "Get back to your room. You're still grounded." After berating him, he removed his water-drenched coat and hung it on the rack before heading toward the living room. Aunt Petunia emerged from the living room, embracing Vernon. "Did you know this all along?" Suddenly, a voice called from behind Vernon. Struggling to turn his hefty frame in the entryway, his eyes narrowed into slits, clearly furious. "What did you say?" Harry stood up, calmly meeting their gaze. "My parents are wizards. You knew all along, didn't you? My mother is your sister, isn't she?" Petunia took a step back, her mouth trembling in horror. Vernon's entire countenance suddenly transformed into that of a boiling kettle, flushed and seething, his body twitching with agitation. No! His voice erupted like a volcano on the verge of eruption, his massive form surging towards Harry with alarming speed until he was nearly nose to nose with him. You are not permitted to utter that word in this house. As Harry gazed upon Uncle Vernon's furious visage, he found himself surprisingly unafraid. On the contrary, he seemed to comprehend why Uncle Mooney had advised him to keep his emotions concealed. Although he had witnessed Uncle Vernon's wrath countless times before, this instance revealed something else lurking within that anger. You do know, don't you? Harry realized, choosing for the first time to confront Uncle Vernon's fury. He spoke earnestly, otherwise, why would you detest magic so much? It is because you are aware of it. Shut your mouth. Vernon seized Harry by the collar, flinging open the cupboard door, attempting to shove him inside. Harry struggled, desperately grasping the doorframe, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, I just want to know why you have deceived me. Is that such a crime? Silence. Silence. Uncle Vernon pried Harry's fingers away one by one, throwing him onto the small bed within the cupboard. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut, a cloud of white dust from the staircase settling atop Harry's head as the tiny window was opened once more. With Uncle Vernon glaring at him fiercely. I don't care how you came to know these things, but from this day forth, you are forbidden to go anywhere. He was determined to smother any semblance of freedom in its cradle. With that, Vernon shut the small window forcefully. Petunia was clutching her chest, taking deep breaths. She was horrified by the audacity of this man to speak in such a manner within their home. Vernon comforted her by patting her shoulder. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed through the house. The couple jumped, wondering who could be visiting them at such an hour. They exchanged glances, and Vernon guided Petunia to the sofa in the living room before heading to the door. Upon opening it, he found a man clad in a sharp suit, his chiseled features exuding an air of authority. Sporting a brown fedora and a woolen overcoat, he inquired, May I come in? As a visiting neighbor. Uncle Mooney removed his hat, revealing a warm smile. No, irrafusa, Vernon retorted, his tone brusque. However, Uncle Mooney had already stepped inside, exclaiming, How bright it is! I do wish to install more lighting in my own home, but alas, I lack the proper electrical facilities. As he spoke, he hung his hat and coat on the rack. I've told you, you're not welcome here. Uncle Mooney seemed unfazed, striding purposefully forward. As he passed the cupboard, Harry's voice rang out, pounding on the door and asking questions. He had already recognized the visitor by the sound of his voice. Yet, Uncle Mooney merely opened the small window and said, You should be asleep, young lad. Trust me. With that, he closed the window again, waving his hand over it to muffle the sounds from within. Turning, he focused on the ominous barrel of the gun and the figure behind it. Mr. Dursley, I merely wish to have a calm discussion regarding the child. Are you sure you want to proceed in this manner? Chapter 16. Thankfully, you do not keep pets. Suddenly, the creaking of a wooden door echoed from upstairs, followed by heavy footsteps thundering down the hallway. An excited voice called out, What is happening? Oh, Dudley. Petunia immediately reacted, thrusting her hands forward as if to shield her child from Uncle Mooney, her tone frantic as she shouted upstairs, Go back, Dudley. Uncle Mooney looked up to see the chubby boy, bare-chested, peering down from the staircase. Long time no see, he greeted with a smile. Dudley glared at him indignantly, clearly displeased. Why are you in our house? Oh no. Dudley, quickly go back. Vernon also growled anxiously. Uncle Mooney found it rather amusing. Their demeanor and tone suggested they viewed him as a wanted criminal. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards the child, Uncle Mooney assured them, nodding as he walked directly into the living room beneath Vernon's gun. He first noticed a comfortable armchair and settled down into it. Shall we have a conversation? Mom, what is happening? Dudley attempted to descend the stairs. Vernon's mustache twitched like a caterpillar, his teeth clenched as he said through gritted teeth. Go back to playing your video games, Dudley. It's nothing but an adult conversation. Fine. Dudley's voice dripped with boredom as he trudged back up to his room. At last, the living room fell silent for a moment. Vernon's gun remained steadfastly aimed at Uncle Mooney, who threatened, If you dare make a move, don't blame me for what happens. Uncle Mooney waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. If you're not tired, feel free to keep holding it. Noticing that neither of them intended to take a seat, Uncle Mooney initiated the conversation. Initially, I considered approaching you in a more courteous manner, but I soon realized that your prejudice against wizards runs far too deep, so I shall not waste my warmth on your coldness. My purpose here is primarily to discuss Harry. I overheard Mr. Dursley declare that Harry was to be confined indoors. I wondered if this contravened our initial agreement. At this, Vernon's face flushed once more with rage. I have no obligation to discuss any agreement with a wizard living in a stinking rubbish heap. We shall never allow that little brat to have any association with wizards or magic. Apologies, but your objections hold no weight, Uncle Mooney replied nonchalantly. He did not grasp the source of the Dursleys' intense animosity towards wizards, yet he was indifferent to it. What I must convey is that Harry is currently my apprentice, and I must ensure that he continues his work with me. If you disagree, I will— Vernon abruptly raised his gun again, menacingly declaring, or what? Or I shall report you for child abuse. I recall there being relevant provisions in the Children and Young Persons Act. Uncle Mooney grinned at Vernon. Surely, you don't think I intend to employ any magic, do you? You are overthinking it. Your actions are more than sufficient to provoke a judge's ire. It was evident that both Vernon and Petunia feared the law far more than they feared magic. Over the years, Harry had often been sent to Mrs. Figg's whenever the family went out, due to legal restrictions against leaving children home alone. In their eyes, magic could be countered with a gun, but should they find themselves facing legal charges, their household would be irrevocably ruined. Vernon continued to take deep breaths, his frustration mounting as he exchanged glances with Petunia. Moreover, Mrs. Dursley, as your sister is a witch, you cannot be oblivious to the fact that Harry will eventually have to attend a magical school. Can you? Or do you believe you can somehow prevent him from becoming a wizard simply by your own will? Penny suddenly felt as if an invisible hand was constricting her throat, rendering her breathless. The magical school, yes, she was certainly aware of it. Her wretched sister had attended that very institution, which had ruined everything for her. Just as her childhood desire to attend the magical school had been thwarted by Dumbledore's rejection, could she truly prevent that little wretch from learning magic? Could she, by her own means, render him an ordinary boy? Penny collapsed onto the side sofa, as if her spine had been removed, her head drooping in despair. Was there any question left? After a considerable pause, Mew checked again, yet no one responded to him. Observing this, he rose and admonished, "Do ensure he is not late tomorrow." With that, he made his way to the entrance. At the door, he donned his coat, picked up his hat, and turned back. "Fortunately, you have no cats or dogs," Mew remarked with a hint of mockery in his tone, "or the neighbors would easily discern that he is living here worse than a dog. To be honest, I had no intention of meddling in your family affairs. It would merely seem as if I were speaking from a position of comfort, considering you were compelled to adopt him. However, as his only relatives in this world, at the very least, treat him like a human being." With that, Mew pushed the door and departed. Upon returning to Moonlight Castle, Mew reclined on the crimson sofa, and Lucifer emerged, curious about Mew's whereabouts. Ironically, ever since Harry had trampled the flowers outside, he had set up a monitoring array. Not long ago, he sensed a surge of magical energy, and upon investigation, discovered it was at the Dursleys, prompting him to pay a visit. At that moment, Harry was on the brink of a magical upheaval. There was nothing amiss, merely a couple transferring their accumulated hatred and prejudice onto an innocent child. Mew smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Lucifer, having a general understanding of the situation, found human thought processes somewhat perplexing and, feeling bored, lazily retreated back into the hearth. Mew resumed his reading, perusing the pages word by word. From Grindelwald and Dumbledore to Voldemort, the history of the magical world unfolded before his eyes, gradually shaping a vivid image of the magical realm in his mind. Meanwhile, Harry lay tossing and turning in his cramped room, the words of Uncle Vernon echoing in his mind. Would he still be able to go to Moonlight Castle? Would he still be able to learn magic? Deep down, he knew that Uncle Mew could likely resolve Uncle Vernon's grievances, yet he couldn't help but dwell on the negative. In a daze, he lost track of time before finally drifting into slumber. The next morning, he was jolted awake once more by a series of loud knocks on the door. However, when he opened it, he was taken aback to see Uncle Vernon's face contorted into a smile, albeit a strained one. It was indeed a smile. "Wake up, Harry," he said. "Your aunt and I have decided that you've outgrown this cupboard. It's indeed a bit cramped. So, we thought last night that you might be better off moving to Dudley's other bedroom." "Why?" Harry asked, bewildered. This smile, this bedroom. Everything felt too out of the ordinary. "Don't ask questions," Uncle Vernon barked. "Go to number 13 and tell that blasted wizard of yours to excuse you. Then come back and move all your things upstairs now." Harry was elated. All right, although this was quite unusual, what was there to refuse if it was a good thing? He hurriedly slipped on his shoes, hastily pulling on his oversized shirt, and raced to Moonlight Castle to inform Uncle Mew of the turn of events. Mew merely lifted his eyelids from the sofa, only realizing through the door Harry had opened that it was already bright outside. He yawned, his expression blank, as he said, "Do as you please, go ahead." Chapter 17. The reason for silence is a matter of image. Since Harry had moved to the small bedroom on the second floor, a month had flown by in the blink of an eye. Harry felt this was the busiest holiday he had ever experienced. Indeed, while in previous holidays, He had expended much energy and time playing games of tag with Dudley and his friends. This holiday made those previous exertions seem trivial. Yet, unlike before, he now found joy in his activities. Each day required only light cleaning, practicing magical control, and perusing interesting magical tomes. Nothing felt more fulfilling. In stark contrast to Harry's sentiments, Mian found the past month excruciatingly long and tormenting. The cause lay in his studies of modern magical history, where he came across accounts of Merlin. Notably that this wizard's Yahweh was an animagus, commonly referred to as an animal wizard. Undoubtedly, this spell piqued his interest. He was not incapable of transforming into an animal, but such transformations have been mere illusions or achieved through human transmutation arrays. The text detailed that when Madame Mim transformed into a fire dragon, Merlin seized the opportunity to morph into a germ and infiltrated her body, launching an attack that led to his victory. This suggested that the upper limits of this spell seemed excessively potent, especially considering Mion's current predicament, with his head transformed into that of a cat. His abilities had significantly diminished, which troubled him greatly. This transformative magic presented a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. Although the book stated that each animagus could only become one type of animal, Mion did not consider anything absolute within the realm of magic. After all, the essence of magic lies in creating the impossible. Naturally, this was contingent upon not playing recklessly. Thus, after researching the relevant methodologies and deducing from potion theories, he commenced his attempts. The first step required him to hold a mandrake leaf in his mouth on a full moon, maintaining it until the next full moon. During this period, he could neither swallow nor spit out the leaf. Should it leave his mouth, the entire process would need to start anew. Consequently, for the past month, he had scarcely spoken a word. However, tonight, he would finally be liberated. Today was the full moon. The night was deepening, and by 8 o'clock, the sky was already adorned with countless stars. Under the moonlight, Harry diligently practiced his magical control. He had ceased using the dummies as targets for his magical outbursts. With the aid of potions, he had grasped the basics of channeling his magical energy. Now, he aimed to ignite the scraps of paper within the fire pit. With a clear objective and a specific direction for his spell casting, devoid of emotional influence, relying solely on his desire to cast. It was considerably more challenging than merely targeting a dummy. "Burn!" Harry exclaimed, raising his hand and fixing his gaze on the fire pit. Although uttering such words felt somewhat awkward, they indeed served to guide his intent to a certain extent. In the fire pit, a spark ignited on a piece of paper, and Harry's heart soared with delight. Alas, in the blink of an eye, that spark was extinguished. "Hey, reignite!" Harry bellowed once more. He had been practicing this spell for some time, and this was the first moment he had witnessed a spark. He could feel that he was on the verge of success. Veins bulged on his forehead, his muscles tensed, and he fixed his gaze intently on the paper. Suddenly, with a whoosh, flames erupted from the paper, as if a pot had violently boiled over. Success! Harry gazed in disbelief at the flickering flames in the fire pit. Though faint and swaying in the mountain breeze, it was indeed a triumph. With a creak, the door slowly opened, and Harry turned to see Uncle Mun, who stepped out. "Uncle Mun, I did it!" he exclaimed eagerly. Mun cast a glance at the flames, nodding in approval. "Not bad." "Yeah." Harry paused momentarily. When was the last time he had heard Uncle Mun speak? It felt like an eternity ago. He remembered that on the third day after moving to the second floor, Uncle Mun had suddenly ceased to speak. When Harry inquired about the reason, Uncle Mun had merely opened a book and showed him the first step of the training for the animagus transformation. It turned out he had to place a mandrake leaf in his mouth, which rendered him speechless. Since then, Harry had not heard Uncle Mun's voice again. In secret, Harry had attempted to see if he could speak with a leaf in his mouth, and the answer had been affirmative, albeit with a lisp. Thus, Harry speculated that Uncle Mun had chosen silence to maintain his suave image. Otherwise, the boy was quite clever. If Mun were to find out, he would surely give Harry a good lecture. "Uncle Mun, you can talk now," Harry exclaimed with joy. Mun nodded, gazing up at the moon. The summer evening breeze, pleasant and refreshing. The bright full moon hung in the sky, generously casting its luminescence upon the world. Mun then removed the mandrake leaf from his mouth and placed it into a small transparent glass vial, followed by a teaspoon of collected dew and a cocoon of ghost moth. Finally, he added a strand of his own hair. No, rather his beard, for he was now devoid of hair on his head. Initially, he had intended to use hair, but as his facial hair was thick and abundant, he opted for the beard, which served a similar purpose. After completing this task, Mun recalled the subsequent details in his mind, planning to conceal the potion in a dark and secretive location, ensuring it remained beyond the reach of prying eyes and sunlight. He had already devised a plan for this. With a flick of his hand, He conjured a hole at the base of the nearby sequoia. The sound of cracking would echoing as a large cavity revealed itself. Here, in the wilderness, the potion could draw upon natural energies, and due to the sequoia and the hole, sunlight would be kept at bay. After securing the vial, he sealed the hole once more and took out his wand, beginning to set up defensive enchantments to prevent any mishaps. He certainly did not wish to endure the torment of having a leaf in his mouth for an entire month again. Harry observed all of Mun's actions closely and approached, his eyes alight with curiosity. Uncle Mun, is this what animagus is? Why does it feel more like potion making when it is clearly a form of magic? Mun nodded, replying, animagus is evidently a sophisticated magic that combines potion making and transfiguration. Do not be surprised. Magic manifests in diverse forms. Do you recall what I said a month ago in Knockturn Alley? Harry reflected for a moment and replied bluntly, you said they were all rubbish. Mun opened his mouth, shaking his head. No, not that about magic. Harry pondered again, and suddenly memories surged forth, his eyes lighting up as he declared, you said they still express magic through waves. And by the way, it's all rubbish. Mun nodded, ruffling Harry's hair exactly. Remember, the expression of magic is multifaceted. You must never become someone who can only cast waves. Chapter 18, Magic and Desire. Now that you can independently control your magical power to perform some tricks, perhaps we can attempt to combine spells to unleash some magic. Mun's voice gradually filled the living room. Really? Harry, who had been reading at the table, suddenly felt invigorated. It had been a week since his first successful ignition. Now, driven by his conscious intent, he could create fire, snap branches, or even coax flowers to bloom ahead of time. Initially, he had felt a touch of pride, but later, Mr. Lucifer had quietly informed him that at his age, Uncle Mun had perfectly controlled his magical power, able to cast spells throughout his entire being, even lying in bed casting spells with his feet or breathing fire from his rear. Harry found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Regardless, since then, he had a deeper appreciation for Uncle Mun's prowess. The first spell was restored to its original form. Mun opened the basic standard spellbook and pushed it towards Harry. Oculus Reparo. This spell could repair broken objects, restoring them to their original state. During this time, Harry had perused numerous magical tomes, and he was certainly familiar with this spell. The book detailed the tone and wand movement required for the incantation. He cautiously looked up at Mun, who nodded in confirmation, his feline face beaming with pride. Correct. No wand is needed. Use your hand. Well, that was expected. Harry was not disheartened. On the contrary, he was filled with enthusiasm, merely seeking a definitive answer. You can use your hand as the pointer and your glasses as the target, Mun instructed. Harry's glasses were in disrepair, the arms and nose pads held together by tape. The lenses cracked, a fitting target for repair. Nodding, Harry removed his glasses and placed them on the table, beginning his attempts. Restored to its original form. He waved a finger in front of him while reciting the spell. The glasses on the table suddenly twitched twice before settling back down. Don't rush, young one, Mun chuckled, stepping beside him and extending his hand. Watch my movements, he cautioned, then pronounced the spell loudly. Restored to its original form. With a swish, the tape on Harry's glasses began to spin. A small silvery glow erupted at the damaged spots. The cracks in the lenses began to shrink, eventually merging into one. In the blink of an eye, an entirely new pair of glasses appeared. The rust on the metal arms vanished, the formerly broken sections healed, and the old tape lay abandoned on the table. Wow! Harry couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. It was rare for him to observe the intricacies of spell casting in such detail. The sensation of reality being rewritten left him utterly astounded. Merlin is regarded as the foundational figure of modern magic. He amalgamated the ancient legacies of languages such as Nivern, Latin, ancient Greek incantations, and Egyptian magic scripts, thereby establishing a robust foundation for contemporary sorcery, Mun explained slowly. Now, tell me, what are the three essential elements of modern magic? Gestures, incantations, and desire, Harry exclaimed, his voice ringing with confidence. He had not been idle during his recent studies. In addition to charms, transfiguration, and potions, he had delved into numerous historical texts. Mun's principle of learning from history and drawing from the ancients had already been inscribed on the cover page of his notebook. What is the fundamental distinction between ancient and modern magic? Mun inquired further. This question prompted Harry to ponder for a considerable time before he finally responded. Desire. Indeed. Prior to the era of Merlin, magic was an entirely rational discipline. As a means of communicating with the very essence of the world, runes, arrays, and incantations demanded absolute precision. Rigor was the basic requirement for becoming an accomplished wizard in that epoch. However, following Merlin's groundbreaking synthesis of various bodies of knowledge, He simplified charms and runes, allowing practitioners to successfully cast spells by uttering merely a single word or short phrase. As he spoke, Mun placed his hand on the table, tracing the runes illustrated there. These simplified incantations and gestures acted as a framework during the spellcasting process, while our desire served to propel the laws of the universe, guiding them along the prescribed pathways of our skeletal structure to infuse it with life. Harry nodded. I understand. Mun acknowledged him with a nod and then waved his hand, a silver light flashing as the glasses reverted to their previous tattered state, the tape rewrapping itself. In response to Harry's astonished expression, Mun chuckled. What could possibly serve as a better practice tool than this? Harry offered a resigned smile in agreement. That's true. Although it was Mun's first encounter with the magic of this world, his extensive theoretical knowledge and spellcasting experience had already equipped him with a fair grasp of simple spells. However, he had refrained from mending Harry's glasses or addressing the numerous small damages throughout the castle, waiting patiently for this very day. After all, applying what one has learned is essential, is it not? Moreover, he was not a caretaker. With that, Harry resumed his practice, repeating the incantation over and over, restored to its original state. After a considerable duration, the glasses remained unchanged, prompting Harry to glance at Mun in search of clarification. Mun smiled, retrieving a copy of A History of Modern Magic from the side and flipping to a particular page, presenting it to Harry. The answers lie within the book, he remarked. Harry, albeit puzzled, began to read it word by word, striving to uncover the solution. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a profound statement. The fusion and evolution of Latin and English had undoubtedly transformed the incantations. It was evident that all contemporary spells were merely imitations of ancient ones. Furthermore, the adoption of Latin letters over the years had led to discrepancies in both the recording and actual pronunciation of spells. Thus, in the study of modern incantations, it was imperative to discard everyday linguistic habits and seek out the intricate nuances of pitch, tone, and phonetic variations in order to swiftly master a spell. Harry felt a flush of embarrassment. He had read this page before, but had overlooked such significant insights, captivated instead by the breathtaking tales of history. Restored to its original state, Mun intoned softly with a rising, falling, and rising tone, using a low-pitch ferrule. Harry nodded and then focused intently on the cracks in the lenses of his glasses. He realized that if he could not repair the glasses in one go, he would have to take it step by step. As he recited the incantation once more, a small silver light appeared along the edges of the fissures, beginning to traverse the cracks. Wherever the silver light passed, the fissures vanished. Harry lifted the glasses, beaming at Mun. Uncle Mun, I did it. Mun, observing the transformation, nodded in satisfaction. If he could achieve this with his bare hands, a guiding wand would likely enable him to fully restore the glasses. With an enhancer, he could even tackle larger repairs without issue. Very well done, Mun praised, then added with a chuckle, but you're not quite there yet. Not quite? Harry questioned, noticing the mischievous grin on Mun's face. If you can repair those old artifacts around the castle, then I shall believe in your abilities. Chapter 19, The Night Bus. Restored to its original state, Harry directed his hand at the rusty hinge between the door and the wall, swiftly and adeptly reciting the incantation. A silvery light enveloped the corroded hinge, gradually expanding outward. Where the silver light traveled, the rust dissipated, replaced by the gleam of polished metal. He had become quite familiar with this spell, although lacking a wand diminished the efficacy of his magic, rendering his repairs slow and incremental. They were nonetheless effective. Once he had repaired the door's functionality, Harry gave it a gentle shake, no longer hearing the creaking sounds. All done. To date, he had successfully restored most areas of the castle. After completing his tasks, Harry made his way to the balcony of the third-floor room, which was unoccupied and somewhat dusty. Although still relatively clean due to his frequent tidying, the balcony overlooked a cliff, offering a view far superior to that of standing on the edge, one he could never tire of. After enjoying the breeze for a while, Harry dashed down the stairs and exited the castle to collect the laundry. Mun, sprawled on the sofa, was abruptly awakened by the sound of Harry's footsteps. Did I fall asleep again? He murmured, somewhat dazed as he glanced at Lucifer. Lucifer nodded, yes. You did. Sighing heavily, Mun replied, Harry, please make me a vitality potion, half sugar, little ice. Having just gathered the freshly laundered clothes, Harry nodded eagerly, sure. I'll get right on it. I don't understand why I keep feeling so drowsy lately. I don't even feel particularly tired, yet I keep dozing off. Mun lamented, shaking his head in frustration. Cats spend 2/3 of their day sleeping, Lucifer remarked, his expression unchanging. Mun shot him a glare. I'm not a cat. And Boric isn't a pig. Yet he turned into one, short and stout, Lucifer countered without hesitation. Have you forgotten that when Boruk broke the curse, his height and weight changed drastically? The curse affected more than just his appearance. Mun responded, recalling the transformation of the once red pig. Suddenly, he glanced down at his own belly, noticing it resembled a swimming ring. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Lucifer, Lucifer, where's the scale? I need to check my weight. Without the need for a scale, Lucifer's words pierced through Mu-Un's heart like a dagger. As Mu-Un removed his shirt and scrutinized himself, he recalled the time when he possessed a body with a golden ratio. Yet now it was enveloped in a layer of fat. Though slight, it was indeed true. However, only he knew that there was no logical reason for this transformation in his physique. Contemplating this, he drew in a deep breath, his fingers tracing symbols upon his chest. And in the next moment, bizarre incantations and formations began to manifest upon his skin. These runes and formations typically lay hidden beneath his flesh, ensuring the perpetual vitality of his body, enabling energy storage, magical recovery, item preservation, and rapid physiological healing. A perfect creation born of human alchemy. Yet today, he found himself heavier. Your body is without fault, yet you have indeed gained weight, Lucifer remarked incisively. Just as you cannot fathom how you transformed into a cat, you are equally oblivious to the reasons behind your newfound bulk. There is but one explanation. The curse has deepened. Mu-Un fell into a contemplative silence for a considerable time before reluctantly donning his clothing. Mu-Un, you must slow down and savor life, Lucifer advised. The more haste you exercise, the more likely the curse will intensify. Perhaps, Mu-Un conceded as he dressed. Recently, whether on the cliff or along the row of ash trees, there have been no storms to impede his progress with Animagus. If Animagus proves unfeasible, then I shall heed your counsel and slow my pace, Mu-Un declared. Lucifer intertwined his fingers with a scoff. You will come to realize that I speak the truth. The more you rush to rid yourself of it, the stronger it becomes. Mu-Un clapped his chest, concealing all the runes, and then put on his clothing. At that moment, Harry emerged with an energy potion, inquiring curiously, Uncle Mu-Un, what are you discussing? He asked, puffing up. Lucifer quipped. Puffing up? Harry, who had often been sent to Mrs. Fig's home where numerous cats resided, was familiar with the term. It referred to a cat's face becoming rounder and fuller. He glanced at Uncle Mu-Un, realizing it indeed seemed fitting. Lucifer, could you kindly remain silent? I'm not a cat, so I shan't puff up. Mu-Un retorted with irritation. He then took a sip of the energy potion and swiftly shifted the topic. Has the castle been repaired? Harry nodded. Many small repairs have been completed, but on the third and fourth floors, there are some broken beams I cannot fix. They are too thick. Suddenly, Harry's eyes brightened. Oh, I also fixed this. He dashed to the second floor and returned with an antique gramophone, complete with a large horn. Mu-Un was taken aback, unsure when these items were left behind, but Harry managed to restore them. Well done, Mu-Un nodded. I need to make a trip to Diagon Alley. Would you like to join me? Can we? Harry exclaimed with joy. Of course, Mu-Un affirmed, downing the energy potion in one gulp. If there are no issues, let's depart now. With that, his face transformed into a more angular visage, and he tidied his hair before donning his clothing and hat. Harry, eager beside him, tied a scarf around his head. However, Harry was unprepared for Uncle Mu-Un not to teleport them directly to London, but to open the door and step onto the row of ash trees. Uncle Mu-Un, where are we? Mu-Un gently shook his sleeve, producing a small wand, and waved it lightly, stating, I have heard that waving a wand by the roadside will summon a magical bus. Whether this is true or not, let us test it. As he waved the wand, its tip glimmered with a faint light. Harry felt puzzled. Was it truly possible for just a wave of the wand to summon a bus? It seemed quite strange. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a noise, not from the road, but from the alley between number 12 and 13 on the row. The sound grew louder, resembling thunder. Harry quickly moved to Mu-Un's side, his eyes fixed intently on the darkness ahead. With a thunderous roar, a massive shadow emerged from the alley, akin to a rocket. Accompanied by a deafening screech of brakes, the enormous shadow halted right before them, even lifting media unit and trench coat. Harry looked up to discover it was a 3-story bus. Yes, an enormous 3-story public bus that had just squeezed through the narrow alley between two buildings. In bold golden cursive on the side, it read Night Bus. Welcome aboard the Night Bus, an emergency transport service designed for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand and step aboard, and we shall take you anywhere you wish to go. I am your conductor, John Daly. You signaled us, correct? Mu-Un adjusted his hat, which had been skewed by the wind. Indeed, to the leaky cauldron, please. John Daly snapped his fingers, revealing a wide smile with 8 gleaming teeth. Certainly. The night bus has no fixed routes. We traverse all of Britain based on our guests' needs. Muin nodded and stepped aboard first. Let us go, lad. I sense this journey will be exhilarating. Harry swallowed hard, recalling the night bus's sudden appearance, which could only be described as a thrilling ride. He tugged at the scarf that concealed his scar, gathering his courage and leaping onto the bus. All right, brace yourselves. We are off. You are fortunate. There are no other passengers, so we can head straight to the leaky cauldron in just over 20 minutes. By the way, it's 11 sickles each. But if you pay 14, we also provide hot cocoa. Inside the night bus, there were no seats, only beds, leaving Harry astonished as it hardly resembled a typical bus. While he mused on this, Muin had already paid the fare. John Daly rapped on the handrail, producing a resounding clang. Let us roll, Ernie, to the leaky cauldron. With another massive bang, Harry, who was testing the bed's softness, found himself thrown onto the floor. Dazed, he scrambled upright, gripping the bedpost tightly to prevent being flung about. And they provide beds? Surely they should have secured seats akin to a roller coaster. He then glanced at Uncle Muin, only to find him firmly rooted, showing no signs of toppling over despite the bus's wild sways. Michael Jackson, Harry murmured. After the initial shock, he turned his gaze toward the window, only to be astounded as the bus hurtled straight toward the sidewalk. However, to his astonishment, he soon realized that although the vehicle had indeed reached the pedestrian area, it seemed to strike nothing at all. The rows of lampposts, mailboxes, and trash bins gracefully leapt aside to avoid the oncoming bus, only to return to their original positions once it had passed, as if the very fabric of space had been distorted. The lampposts, which had been no more than a foot away from the passers-by, were suddenly stretched to accommodate the width necessary for the bus to pass through. After more than 20 minutes, accompanied by the screeching of brakes, Harry finally realized they had arrived at Charing Cross Road. He felt a flush of embarrassment, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Almost the moment the bus doors swung open, he leapt out, inhaling the fresh air with a sense of relief. Muin strolled down leisurely, a bemused smile gracing her lips as she remarked, I never imagined you could ride a flying broomstick, so well yet find a bus unbearable. Leaning against a lamppost, Harry battled the tumultuous acid in his stomach, his vision blurring. Perhaps I can only fly on my own, he replied. At that moment, they both heard a girl's somewhat indignant voice exclaim, Mom and Dad, come quickly. I'm absolutely certain there's an ancient tavern right there. Why won't you believe me? A man responded with a hint of exasperation. Hermione, your mother and I have been there countless times and have never seen any tavern. They turned to see a girl with tousled brown hair pulling insistently on her parents' hands as they approached. The couple exchanged a glance, their expressions betraying a mix of amusement and resignation. Chapter 20. The Granger Family. The girl, clearly frustrated, tugged at her parents as they neared the leaky cauldron, releasing her grip to point emphatically at the tavern's entrance. Look right there. Do you still not believe me? Her face beamed with pride. Surely this would prove her claims were not mere fabrications. However, to her surprise, her parents exchanged knowing looks and replied, Hermione, take a closer look. That is a bookstore. A bookstore? Hermione lifted her gaze, realizing that the bookstore was indeed adjacent to the tavern. No, I mean the tavern to the right of the bookstore, she insisted. Oh wait, the record shop next door? Is that the Queen's A Night at the Opera vinyl? The man took a few steps forward, eager to confirm. Muin glanced over and, to her astonishment, saw it truly was a Queen vinyl record. As the two men found themselves at the record shop's window, Muin suddenly recalled the phonograph Harry had repaired, wondering if it would be of use. Dad, it's right next to you. The leaky cauldron. The girl, who was called Hermione, urged, grabbing her father's hand and pointing to the tavern's sign. Now, dear, don't be silly, the man said, ruffling her tousled hair. How about we check out the bookstore instead? Hermione felt utterly disheartened. It was right in front of them, yet her parents pretended not to see, making her feel like a child who told tall tales. If it were a joke, it was entirely too cruel. She was indeed telling the truth. Suddenly, a youthful voice piped up beside Hermione. Hey, you're not wrong. A boy, dressed in loose clothing and wearing a headscarf, stood not far from her. Little one? What did you say? The man asked, utterly perplexed. At that moment, Muin shifted her gaze from the shop window to the couple beside her, then surveyed the tearful girl. Indeed, your daughter is not lying, Muin affirmed with a nod, addressing Hermione. You are indeed mistaken. There is indeed a tavern right between the bookstore and the record shop. I told you so, Hermione exclaimed, jumping up joyfully as she clutched her father's hand, her face alight with happiness. Sir, please do not indulge your daughter's fanciful tales. The man frowned, visibly displeased. Had it not been for the peculiar demeanor and attire of the individual before him, he would have dismissed the encounter entirely as madness. Muin waved a hand dismissively and addressed Hermione. The only way to resolve this is for you to lead them inside. Harry, standing alongside, added, "Let me take you in. Once we're inside, everything will become clear." Having perused many books, Harry had developed an understanding of the anti-Muggle enchantments that adorn numerous establishments in the magical realm. This tavern is enchanted. Ordinary people cannot see it. Enchanted? The man appeared bewildered, but the next moment, he felt himself being pulled forward once more. Hermione was furious, utterly determined to drag her parents inside and prove to them that the tavern truly existed. Otherwise, they would never believe her. As for the enchantment, she was oblivious. Her mind solely focused on demonstrating that she was not lying. With that, Harry took the lead, pushing open the tavern's wooden barrier, forging ahead. The two adults were reluctantly pulled toward the leaky cauldron. However, what they did not anticipate was that as they drew nearer to the gap between the bookstore and the record shop, the air itself seemed to warp around them. An old, dilapidated door loomed before them, rapidly enlarging as if charging toward them like a wild beast. With a creak, the surrounding sounds fell silent. It felt as though they had breached a thin veil, and in the next instant, a cacophony of whispers flooded their ears. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dim, grimy place, surrounded by shadowy figures milling about the tavern, engaged in hushed conversations. Before long, they noticed the newcomers, and a hush fell over the crowd. The man instinctively drew his wife and child closer, eyeing their surroundings warily. "Do not be alarmed. Welcome to the Wizarding World," came Mu-N's voice from behind, as he patted the man's shoulder reassuringly. "Wizards?" The man looked at Mu-On, then turned to his daughter. Hermione, too, felt a tinge of fear. This place hardly resembled a welcoming environment. Harry glanced at Hermione, offering comfort. "Do not worry. Although it may look a bit daunting, we simply need to walk through. The entrance is just ahead." "Entrance?" Hermione queried, perplexed. "The entrance to Diagon Alley, a bustling marketplace for wizards," Harry explained. "You are a witch just like me." "Yes, I believe your daughter is indeed a witch, which is why she can see the leaky cauldron," Mu-In added with a nod. The man felt somewhat dazed. The notion of wizards seemed utterly fantastical, yet the reality lay before him. He tightened his grip on his wife's hand to quell his anxiety. Mu-In turned to Harry and said, "We must be on our way." With that, he headed toward the back door of the tavern. Reaching the back courtyard, Mu-In withdrew his wand, counting the bricks, when a voice called out from behind, "Sir, please, wait." As Mu-In turned around, he was taken aback to find the Granger family, Hermione and her parents, approaching him. He expressed his surprise. "I had assumed you would opt to return to Charing Cross Road. Considering the recent news, must be rather overwhelming." The man hastened towards him, his expression a mixture of emotions, as if he were carefully choosing his words. He spoke, "It ought to have been that way indeed. I deeply apologize. I am at a loss for how to articulate this. However, I would like to inquire about a few matters concerning the children." As he approached, he extended his hand in introduction. "I am Chris Granger. This is my partner, Martha, and our daughter, Hermione Granger." It became apparent that his curiosity stemmed from their children. Mu-In quickly grasped the man's intent and replied with a handshake. "I am Mu-In Jones, and this is Peter." "Peter?" Harry pointed to himself. "Ah, yes. That is me." He hadn't forgotten that his name appeared in several books, so he felt it prudent not to disclose his name in Diagon Alley. "But Uncle Mu-In, are you certain that name ISN something you just conjure up on the spot?" "Hello, I am Hermione," she introduced herself, eagerly shaking hands with Harry. Then she noticed the small wooden stick in Mu-In's hand. "Is that a wand?" she asked with curiosity. Mu-In lightly tapped the brick twice with the wand and nodded, "Indeed." In that instant, as the bricks began to turn, a cobblestone path materialized before them. The cacophony of voices, mingled with the hoots of owls and other creatures, enveloped everyone. Harry, unable to contain his excitement, declared, "Here we are, Diagon Alley." Chapter 21. The Boisterous Bork. Harry was astounded. Compared to his first visit, today Diagon Alley was teeming with far more people, an absolute sea of wizards. "Are all these people wizards?" Chris inquired. Mu-In nodded. "The majority are indeed wizards. However, it's likely due to the onset of the school season that there are so many present." "School season?" Mu-In did not rush to respond. Observing the bustling crowd, he suggested, "Shall we take a seat at a cafe? Many shops are probably overwhelmed with customers right now." They navigated through the throngs of people to a cafe located in the heart of Diagon Alley. Hermione was awestruck, her mind racing with questions, while Harry felt similarly overwhelmed. His last visit had not been nearly as lively. After ordering drinks and light snacks, Chris intended to pay, but upon seeing the gold coins Mu-In produced, he promptly withdrew his hand from his wallet. "That is a galleon, the currency of the Wizarding World," Mu-In explained. They settled under a sunshade by the street, leisurely enjoying their time. Mr. Jones, what did you mean by school season? Chris inquired eagerly. The Hogwarts school year is commencing. It is a magical institution that enrolls young wizards of the appropriate age, teaching them to harness their innate magical abilities. A magic school? The couple exchanged astonished glances. So, our daughter is destined to attend there in the future? Muin nodded. Yes, according to the information I've gathered, nearly every young wizard is required to attend. By the way, how old is your daughter? I am 10 this year, Hermione eagerly interjected. Just like me. We should be attending together next year, Harry exclaimed, looking at Hermione in surprise. Peter, you can take Hermione around to explore, Muin suggested, having discerned the restlessness of the two children. Mom, is that all right? Hermione looked at her mother, who hesitated momentarily before Hermione added, You can come with us. Martha, let us go for a stroll. Little Hermione is clearly excited, Chris chuckled, then suddenly recalled something. Turning to his daughter, he softly remarked, I apologize, dear. Your mother and I had a hard time believing you earlier. He was referring to the incident that had transpired at Charing Cross Road. It's okay, Dad, Hermione said cheerfully, then she took her mother's hand, bidding farewell to the two men as they followed Harry. Peter, stay within Diagon Alley. Don't wander too far, Muin advised. Harry nodded. During his first visit, Uncle Muin had directed him to the candy shop, so he was not unfamiliar with Diagon Alley. As for Nocturne Alley, although that incident was more than a month past, he had no intention of approaching there. Not at all. After the children departed, Muin and Chris engaged in further conversation. Upon hearing that his beloved daughter would be attending school far away, Chris's initial reaction was one of reluctance. However, after Muin explained the consequences of a wizard not mastering their internal magic, he fell into a contemplative silence. You have a year. There is no need to be overly anxious, Muin said calmly. Chris, somewhat resigned, rubbed his forehead. I suppose today, as news has hit me harder than I anticipated. Perhaps I will wake up tomorrow believing it was all a dream. And as parents, how can we not worry? With that, Chris suddenly asked, Mr. Jones, is Peter your child? Muin shook his head. He is the child of my neighbor. His circumstances are rather unfortunate, as you may have noticed. Therefore, I occasionally take him out for a change of scenery. Oh, I see. Chris felt it prudent to shift the topic. Meanwhile, Muin began to feel a gaze upon him, and soon after, he identified a figure within the throng of people. The individual was short and stout with bow legs, appearing rather disheveled. Just as Muin caught the man's eye, he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and produced a piece of parchment from his clothing, which depicted a creature with the body of a cat and the head of a human. Confirming that Muin had seen him, he vanished into the crowd. Muin's eyes narrowed into slits, a smile curling at his lips. He stood up to adjust his attire. Mr. Granger, I beg your pardon for a moment. Oh, of course, take your time, Chris replied, extending his hand. Muin nodded and drifted down the flow of people. In the blink of an eye, Chris could no longer discern his presence. In Nocturne Alley, following the grand explosion a month ago, the area had been restored to its former state thanks to the efforts of various personnel. At that moment, a figure emerged from Diagon Alley, scurrying with bowlegs towards the depths of Nocturne Alley. He appeared flustered, frequently glancing back over his shoulder as he turned a corner. Montague observed the crowd behind him, filled with doubt. Had he mistaken the person? Or perhaps that individual hadn't followed him at all? Lost in thought, he turned once more and sprinted down the alley. However, unexpectedly, a figure appeared before him, and before he could react, he collided headlong into it. With a thud, Montague felt as though he had slammed into an iron wall. He even had the bizarre sensation that he was facing Rubeus Hagrid. Cradling his sore nose, Montague slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that the person before him was none other than the man he had seen earlier in the cafe. Muin lightly patted the non-existent dust from his chest, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded the man before him. I am quite curious, he began, why you have deliberately brandished my portrait, luring me here for some ulterior motive. Montangus hurriedly scrambled to his feet, creating distance between himself and Muin, clutching a parchment bearing Muin's likeness, and feigning a triumphant demeanor as he spoke. I never imagined you would actually dare to approach. Do not blame me for not giving you fair warning. Should you dare to act recklessly, your visage will find its way into the Auror office's mailbox by tomorrow. Muin observed him, the facade of bravado crumbling under his gaze. So, what are you trying to convey? He inquired, raising his hand with sudden vigor. In the next instant, Montangus was flung backward, colliding hard against Muin, scarcely having time to register his panic before a grip tightened around his neck, the sound echoing ominously. Is this the power expected of a wizard? At that moment, Montangus felt as though he were ensnared in an iron vice around his throat. Muin spoke in a low, measured tone. I am asking, what is your objective? With that, he snatched the parchment from Montangus, unfurling it for a brief glance before casting it into the air. Under the sunlight, the parchment rapidly disintegrated into ash, vanishing without a trace. Muin eased his grip slightly, awaiting Montangus' response. Cough, cough, Montangus sputtered, his strength draining as he collapsed to the ground. One hand clutching his throat while the other desperately sought to distance himself from Muin. The previous encounter had thoroughly shattered his composure. Having spent years entangled in the lower echelons of the magical realm, he was utterly unprepared to confront the sensation of death looming so close. No, Iapulujiza. Please, do not. I did not intend to provoke you. Cough, cough. He told me you were a criminal and instructed me to find you in Diagon Alley. So when I located you, I thought to extort you. I beg you, spare me. Muin advanced slowly toward Montangus, who recoiled in fear. Who is this you speak of? Bojan Bach, Montangus stammered, but before he could continue, a flash of green light erupted, striking Montangus and halting his words. Silencing charm. Muin turned toward the source of the incantation, which emanated from an alleyway between two buildings. A hunched figure emerged from the shadows, his face weathered and creased, partially obscured by the gloom. Are you Bojan Bach? Muin inquired, fixing his gaze upon the man in the shadows. The man nodded, stepping into the light and offering a slight bow. Sir, please believe me, I never anticipated Montangus would resort to blackmail. I sought you out because I require your assistance. However, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. If you would not mind, might we retire to my shop? Muin surveyed the surroundings, then nodded in acquiescence. Upon receiving Muin's consent, Bojan Bach drew his wand, directing it at Montangus. You will accompany us. Montangus, on the verge of tears, could only scramble to his feet, clinging to the wall for support, nodding helplessly. Bojan Bach's shop was situated just across the street from where they stood, not far from the alley's mouth, its walls bearing signs of recent repairs. Once inside, the full extent of the shop was revealed, spacious yet dim, with several candles flickering on the walls, casting a soothing haze throughout the room. Muin noticed that the newly renovated walls were somewhat bare, evidently lacking sufficient inventory. That is the result of the indiscriminate spell you cast earlier, Bojan Bach explained calmly, devoid of any anger. He regarded the situation with a sense of acceptance rather than resentment. He considered himself fortunate, for only a portion of the displayed items had been swept away by that dreadful curse. Those items were of little value, and thus the loss was minimal. In contrast, the shop that specialized in crafting various poisonous candles had been utterly destroyed, with near-fatal consequences. Now, that was a significant loss. So, what do you wish to discuss with me? My time is limited, Muin remarked, his interest piqued as he examined Bojan Bach's wares. In a nearby glass display case, a withered human hand rested on a blood-stained stack of cards. Sinister masks glared down from the walls, and an array of human bones adorned the counter, while rusted, tooth-like implements dangled from the ceiling. These items were decidedly unfriendly, wholly unsuitable for Diagon Alley. Muin picked up the bloody cards, unfolding them to reveal a deck of tarot cards, their backs adorned with gilded, celestial designs. Please, wait a moment, Bojan Bach requested, positioning himself before Montangus. Under the latter's fearful gaze, he withdrew his wand and pressed it to Montangus's temple. Memory, separation. A low chant resonated through the air as a faint silver light emanated from the tip of Bojan Bach's wand, causing Montangus's expression to shift into one of bewilderment. Gradually, Bojan Bach withdrew his wand, a strand of silver trailing behind it. He produced a small vial, shimmering with ethereal light, evidently containing numerous such strands. After placing the silver strand extracted from Montangus into the vial, he gently patted the man's face. A glimmer of awareness returned to Montangus's features as he gazed at Bojan Bach, bewildered. Mr. Bojan, why am I here? You may leave now, Bojan Bach replied tersely, clearly disinterested in further conversation. Montangus, still dazed and not fully lucid, nodded vacantly before turning to exit the shop. Leaning against the counter, Muin expressed curiosity. A memory-based spell? Bojan Bach paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone capable of escaping a killing curse would exhibit such perplexity. Is that so surprising? He raised the vial to explain to Muin. This contains the memories of all witnesses from that day concerning you. Are you attempting to use it as leverage against me? Muin inquired, shuffling the cards while casting an inquisitive glance at Bojan Bach. Bojan Bach immediately shook his head, a hint of merchant servility gracing his features. No, I believe you misunderstand. This is a gift. A gift? Muin regarded him skeptically. Indeed, Bojan Bach affirmed. These are the memories of the bystanders at that moment. You extracted them all before the Ministry of Magic arrived? Muin scrutinized the memory vial. Merely a matter of seizing an opportunity, as the Ministry's inefficiency afforded me the chance, Bojin Bok elaborated, his tone deferential. Muin drew a tarot card, revealing its face. 18th, the moon. I am not a genie here to fulfill wishes. Muin gazed at the moon card, laying it flat upon the table before shifting his attention to the minor arcana cards. I merely seek to request some assistance from you. Bojin Bok quickly assented, of course. I'll be glad to assist. Muin continued to lay out the cards, drawing from the deck. However, he did not hasten to turn the page. Instead, he awaited further words from Boggins. Observing Muin's actions, Boggins nervously scratched his loose, wrinkled skin. I believe you can discern that I am a small merchant who has long dealt with dark magic. Many years ago, I inadvertently activated an ancient dark magical artifact, which resulted in a curse at the level of my very soul. As you're capable of resisting the killing curse, you must surely possess a profound understanding of the soul. With deliberate slowness, Muin unveiled the card, gripping a long sword tightly in one hand. The sword, Boggins's expression turned grave, as this card typically signifies misfortune and death. It seems fortune is on my side, Muin remarked with a smile. He then tucked the card away, stating, the meanings of tarot have a myriad of interpretations, and each individual will comprehend and interpret them through their own meditative and associative methods. Muin's words heightened Boggins's anxiety. This indicated that the man possessed an exceptionally deep understanding of divination. Thus, my interpretations of tarot are often rather blunt. Generally, when I declare luck, it invariably manifests as luck. If I proclaim misfortune, then I shall undoubtedly bring it to fruition. With that, meeting Boggins's gaze, Muin once more raised the moon card. I have a feeling that something quite delightful will transpire today. What do you think? Of course, Boggins replied, drenched in cold sweat, hastily bowing. As long as you are willing to assist me, even if it is but a mere suggestion, I am prepared to offer a handsome reward. Speak of your curse. As Muin sensed a familiar aura emanating from Boggins, he felt an uncanny resemblance to a past encounter in the Caribbean. Subsequently, Boggins began to explain the curse he had encountered. It stemmed from an artifact he had recovered over 40 years ago from a destitute family in France. It was said that this artifact was procured by the family in response to the newly enacted Wizarding Secrecy Act, which compelled them to relocate. At that time, Grindelwald had only recently fallen, and the entire magical community was deeply apprehensive of the Wizarding Secrecy Act, for the repercussions of violation were severe. No one dared to breach this delicate matter. Later, at their new sanctuary on a small island in the English Channel, they clashed with the local merfolk tribe over a lake on the island, inadvertently violating the local magical creature protection treaty. To evade scrutiny, the family smuggled all the items seized from the merfolk tribe to him. The curse emerged from that very moment, as a result of an ancient golden disc pendant. Boggins found himself cursed, transformed into a living dead being devoid of corporeal perception, incapable of death itself. His head could be severed yet effortlessly returned. As Muin perused a collection of ancient Greek magical manuscripts held by Boggins, he felt an increasing familiarity with Boggins's narrative. Will you also transform into a skeleton under the moonlight? Muin suddenly interjected. Boggins gazed at him in shock, disbelief gradually yielding to uncontainable excitement. Indeed, you know my curse. Muin, somewhat taken aback, acknowledged that he was indeed aware of the curse, and understood it even more profoundly. In fact, during his time in the Caribbean, his intense curiosity regarding magic had led him to actively engage with this very curse. Suddenly, the bell behind the store door chimed. A man with a pale, pointed face, golden hair cascading straight back, clad in a black wool coat, entered, leaning on a civilized cane. He raised his chin, surveying Muin with cold, gray, indifferent eyes before speaking. Mr. Boggins, it appears you are rather occupied. Chapter 23. Lucius was very angry. Boggins quickly suppressed his excitement, first apologizing to Muin, then turning to adopt a sycophantic smile and oily tone fitting for a merchant. Mr. Malfoy, it is a pleasure to see you again. Do feel free to browse as you wish. Lucius Malfoy regarded Boggins. No, Mr. Boggins, I am not here to make a purchase. I am here to sell. You must have heard that the ministry has intensified its scrutiny of our families. The Aurors suspect our involvement in the destruction caused here a month ago by that fool. Upon hearing this, the smile on Boggins's face abruptly froze, his gaze involuntarily darting towards the door, an instinctual urge to flee. Even though he had transformed into a living dead being, he felt a primal desire to escape. With some stiffness, he turned back. Muin continued to casually flip through the ancient Greek manuscript, seemingly unconcerned by Lucius's words. Lucius, oblivious to Boggins's change in demeanor, retrieved a scroll of parchment from his inner pocket and unfurled it for Mr. Boggins to see. I have some items at home that may cause me inconvenience. I apologize, Mr. Malfoy, but might I request a moment to confer with this gentleman? Boggins promptly interrupted him, then disregarding Lucius's reply, turned to Muin. Sir, shall we discuss this in the back room? Muin nodded, taking the manuscript with him as he entered the back room first. Boggins glanced back at Lucius. Mr. Malfoy, please make yourself comfortable. Lucius's expression remained unchanged, yet his breathing grew slightly more labored, his gaze darkening. He fixated on Muin's retreating figure, attempting to discern his background. Boggins, full name Kalaktakos Boggins, was typically addressed with respect as Mr. Boggins. Yes, a title of respect. Even Lucius Malfoy did not dare to dismiss this seemingly oily, stooped old fellow. No one in the British wizarding community would underestimate this man, who not only sold various bizarre and perilous dark magical artifacts, but also collected an array of peculiar and sinister items. Many families, wary of the ministry's inspections, would pawn their illicit magical objects at his establishment. Anyone with a modicum of sense understood that this man was not to be trifled with. He was, in fact, a true master of dark magic. Even freshly graduated wizards had once performed errands for him. Lucius was acutely aware of his master and knew for certain that he would never deign to regard menial tasks. This undoubtedly served as a powerful testament to the strength of Boggins and his establishment. Now, however, Mr. Boggins was displaying a demeanor of deference towards someone he had never heard of before. The back room appeared to be a chaotic storage space, yet upon entering, Muin felt an overwhelming sense of malice enveloping him. The magical fluctuations emanating from the various dark magical artifacts were potent enough to corrode and devastate the psyche of a novice wizard, leaving them startled and babbling incoherently. Boggins waved his wand, drawing forth a large chest from the corner, brushing away the dust and cobwebs before dispelling its enchantments. Subsequently, Muin beheld the contents, a small wooden box exuding a strong, briny odor, roughly the size of a jewelry box. The wooden chest exhibited signs of decay, adorned with moss and barnacles, with water perpetually dripping from its crevices. Boggins looked at the chest with a sense of trepidation. It was indeed the one, preserved for so many years, yet it perpetually bore the appearance of having just been retrieved from the depths of the water. As he spoke, Boggins extracted the small chest and opened it to reveal a conch shell, a small stack of fish skin scrolls, and a gold circular pendant necklace. It was this very necklace that had brought upon me a curse. Boggins gazed at the necklace, fear and anger intertwining in his eyes. Indeed, the curse that afflicted Boggins was of the same origin as that encountered by Captain Jack Sparrow and Barbassa in the Caribbean. Mr. Boggins, you understand. To take a life is a simple matter, yet to save one is fraught with difficulty, murmured Mun, stroking an invisible cat's whisker. I am aware, Boggins nodded. As long as my curse can be resolved, Mr. Mun may select whatever he desires from my possessions. Mun inclined his head. I shall endeavor to assist. To be honest, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding this curse. With a flourish of his hand, the wand, which appeared colossal to the sorcerers of this world, materialized. Mun waved the wand, and from the eye sockets of the skull at its tip, radiant colors emitted, leaving lingering afterimages in the dim room, resembling two vibrant dragons of flame. Ultimately, Mun directed his wand toward Boggins' forehead, and all the brilliance surged into his mind, illuminating him like a lantern. The luminescence coursed from his head downwards, and then Boggins pressed his lips together, his pupils gradually dilating. He then drew forth the wand, aiming it at his own wrist, the tip transforming into a blade, and with a swift stroke, he inflicted a deep cut. Warm blood flowed from his wrist. I have succeeded, Boggins stammered, trembling. The pain felt so distant, so far removed that he had nearly forgotten what it felt like to hurt. In his quest to lift this curse, he had exhausted every conceivable means, even annihilating that French family from years past, returning all the spoils to the obliterated merfolk tribe, yet to no avail. He had merely endured as a living dead for decades. Now the sensation of being human had once again returned to him. Do not become overly excited. I have merely temporarily suppressed the effects of the curse, and it may last only an hour. To truly lift it, Boggins quickly grasped the implications. Sir, please feel free. He eagerly handed the chest to Mun, stating, everything within is yours to choose. My doors shall always remain open to you. Mun was somewhat taken aback, not having anticipated such fervor from Boggins, merely for a temporary suppression of his curse. He admitted to harboring ulterior motives, but was surprised by Boggins' transparency regarding his desires. Did he not fear that Mun might strip him bare? I have been a living dead for 40 years. There is little left to fear. As a human, if one cannot feel anything, then what meaning remains? Boggins candidly expressed. Indeed, Mun nodded, smiling. I also do not wish to spend my later years being scrutinized by a living dead. That would be quite unsettling. I assure you. Such thoughts have never crossed my mind. Boggins hastily lowered his gaze. Munn, dismissing the exchange, rose to his feet, wrapping the chest in parchment, and subsequently lifted the ancient Greek manuscript, gesturing to Boggins. I shall study this and return. The book is yours, Boggins promptly replied. May I be so bold as to inquire when you shall return? Next week, Munn casually replied, providing a rough estimate as he made his way toward the door. Lucius, present in the shop, scrutinized an ancient silver artifact and soon noticed Munn and Boggins emerging from the room. Boggins' smile appeared to stretch his face. As Munn reached the threshold, Boggins hastily called out, by the way, how should I address you? Munn, holding the chest, turned back and pondered for a moment. Captain, he declared, before vanishing in a flash. Lucius regarded the individual who had proclaimed himself captain with a solemn demeanor before turning to Boggins. Mr. Boggins, I believe we... Mr. Malfoy, is it? My apologies, but I must close the shop, Boggins interjected, moving to usher Lucius toward the exit with an eager nudge. It is difficult to explain, but if you truly wish to sell something, please return in an hour. Boggins hastily shut the door, eager to conclude his business. Why? Lucius queried, vexed. Even a mere clay figure possesses a measure of indignation, let alone the head of the Malfoy household. Having already exhausted his patience waiting outside, he felt his respect for Boggins dwindling. Boggins, unfazed, chuckled, entirely indifferent to Lucius' sentiments. While you were still in swaddling clothes, I was navigating the back alleys of this town. Once, we were all merely traders, so a pleasant demeanor sufficed, but now, I intend to relish this rare hour of life. Lucius. With that, he too vanished with a flick of his wand. Chapter 24. The Thales Manuscript. In the bustling Diagon Alley, Munn reappeared and soon encountered Harry, who had returned from shopping, accompanied by two children holding an array of ice cream cones from Florian Fortescue's. Harry spotted Munn among the crowd and waved enthusiastically. Uncle Munn, where have you been? I met a friend who gifted me some items, Munn replied, handing the parchment-wrapped chest to Harry. Harry retrieved the golden silk bag from Gringotts, stowing the chest inside. Mr. Jones, do you have further business? If time permits, shall we dine in London? Chris inquired, rising. Certainly, but I need to make a trip to the apothecary for some supplies. Munn nodded, accepting the invitation. The Granger family appeared quite amiable. Munn proceeded to the apothecary, purchasing several items that seemed rather peculiar to the Granger family. The group then retraced their steps back from the leaky cauldron. The two adults also took a moment to peruse the record shop adjacent to the tavern. In a French restaurant on Charing Cross Road, the group engaged in casual conversation. Chris clearly sought to learn more about the magical world, perhaps due to concerns for his beloved daughter, which made him appear somewhat anxious. As for Hermione, she did not dwell on such matters. She was not particularly happy. The fact that Diagon Alley did not accept pounds sterling had led her to buy numerous books that she could not afford. It was during this time that Munn learned of the limitations on converting pounds to galleons, a policy intended solely for the benefit of Hogwarts students, complete with a cap on exchanges. After receiving Munn's permission, Harry excitedly shared amusing anecdotes from Moonlight Castle with Hermione. Before long, she became less preoccupied with the Diagon Alley situation. Although she harbored a strong curiosity about magic, she believed that her impending primary school graduation was far more significant. At this juncture, the Granger family finally learned Harry Potter's true identity, though the reasons behind the name's concealment remained unaddressed. After dining, Chris learned about several residents in Surrey and even offered to escort Mu-In home, although Mu-In graciously declined. He also performed an impressive illusion of teleportation for them. Upon returning to Moonlight Castle, Mu-In languidly reclined on the sofa, feeling utterly at ease. It had been a long time since he had taken a leisurely stroll. Harry, please hand me that ancient Greek manuscript, Mu-In said in a lazy tone. When he had seen the manuscript at the Borgin and Burke's shop, he immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Some of the runes inscribed in the notes bore a striking resemblance to those on the sword of Triton seized from Blackbeard in the Caribbean. Currently, Mu-In's primary areas of research were twofold, both originating from the Caribbean. One was the sword of Triton taken from Blackbeard, and the other was a trident obtained from the depths of the ocean. He was indifferent to the curses of the sea, the artifacts, or even the power of Davy Jones. A true wizard requires merely the esoteric knowledge behind these curses or artifacts. As long as he could successfully decipher them, he would be one step closer to his goal. Thus, he had taken that book from the display case. He then discovered that although the manuscript was merely a fragment, it was attributed to Thales, one of the 7 sages of ancient Greece. While Mu-In could not ascertain whether it originated from Thales himself, or was a copy made by later followers? It was utterly astonishing that such a document would find its way into a shop dealing in dark magical items. At that moment, Harry handed the manuscript to Mu-In. Noticing the expression on Harry's face, Mu-In inquired, "Are you particularly happy today?" Harry smiled awkwardly. "No, Hermione is my first friend." After a moment of uncertainty, he added, "Uncle Mu-In, does this count as friendship?" Having never had friends before, Harry was perpetually bullied at school, and no one wished to befriend him, as that would mean opposing Dudley. Consequently, he now found himself unsure of what constituted a true friendship. "I believe this certainly qualifies as friendship," Mu-In mused, nodding in agreement. A smile instantly illuminated Harry's face, and Mu-In then asked, "How long until your school term begins?" "In half a month," Harry replied. Mu-In nodded. "Then, if you have no pressing matters, you should venture out more. The work at the castle is nearly complete. There is no need to remain cooped up here every day." Harry felt a surge of happiness, but suddenly recalled something. Shaking his head, "Perhaps not. It's not safe for me outside. Dudley and his gang might cause trouble if they see me." Through his extensive reading of history, he had come to understand that wizards must now conceal themselves among muggles. He had also abandoned any thoughts of seeking revenge on Dudley after learning magic. Mu-In rose to his feet. "It's entirely up to you. Or you could ride your broomstick up the mountain or something." "Really?" Harry looked excitedly at the shooting star broomstick. Without turning back, Mu-In advised, "Just be sure to stay safe. By the way, the next spell is Scourgify. Familiarize yourself with it within the week." "All right." Harry nodded eagerly. After Mu-In descended to the basement, Harry gazed at the shooting star, which was hopping excitedly toward him, and he eagerly grasped its broomstick handle. It was evidently restless, having been reduced to merely sweeping the floor at home as a broomstick. Just when the shooting star thought they could finally enjoy a proper flight, it was taken aback when Harry suddenly released his grip. "Sorry, shooting star. I think it's best if I finish my chores first," Harry apologized. "Let us tidy up, and then I'll learn the spell Uncle Mu-In mentioned, and afterward, we can go out and have fun." The broomstick's handle drooped dismally, resembling a limp noodle, expressing its disappointment. Subsequently, the broom's head sulkily retreated to the corner, leaning against the wall in dejection. Harry offered an awkward smile before heading upstairs to the wardrobe. He still needed to fold the clothes he had retrieved that morning. Suddenly, a knock echoed. Lucifer emerged from the fireplace with weary eyes. "Number 4, Privet Drive, is calling." He then retreated back to sleep. Harry hurried over and turned the knob on the door, which pointed to Privet Drive, and opened it. Outside stood a familiar face, Mrs. Hudson, his neighbor from next door. "Oh, young Potter, what brings you here? I thought you lived at number 4, on Privet Drive?" Mrs. Hudson exclaimed. "Hello, Mrs. Hudson. I'm just playing here." Harry casually replied. "Is there something you need?" Mrs. Hudson continued. "Oh, it's nothing much. I wanted to ask if you have a lawnmower here. Mine broke down halfway through cutting the grass, and I'd like to borrow one from the owner to finish trimming my lawn." "A lawnmower?" Harry thought for a moment and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Uncle Mu-In doesn't have a lawnmower." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Hudson sighed. "Well, I suppose I'll have to ask other neighbors then. Have fun, young Potter." "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Harry smiled in response, watching her retreating figure when suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could subtly use magic to change things, just as he had done before. Only this time, he could control it, and even do it better. "Mrs. Hudson, if you don't mind, can I take a look at your lawnmower?" Chapter 25. Harry's Chocolate Cake. For days later, a weary Mu-In emerged from the basement, dragging himself up slowly. His eyes were heavily shadowed, his beard unkempt, and his facial hair in disarray. Finally emerged. "I thought you had perished down there," Lucifer remarked coolly. Mu-In scoffed. "You wouldn't understand. The sense of achievement in researching magic is unparalleled. Even Merlin would be deeply engrossed in it, unable to extricate himself." After saying this, he glanced around. "Whereas Harry, he is outside fixing things for people," Lucifer replied. "For days ago, a woman's lawnmower broke down, and Harry went to help. After repairing it, he earned quite the reputation as a handy wizard throughout the neighborhood." Lucifer chuckled. He somehow acquired a set of repair tools and dressed quite professionally, using magic to fix things for others. Mu-In paused for a moment, then nodded, retrieving a whole leg of lamb from the kitchen, casually preparing it before handing it to Lucifer. "Please roast this meat for me, and remember to turn it over." "You've turned me, a dignified demon, into a mere roasting machine," Lucifer grumbled. Mu-In remained silent for a moment, then turned to ascend the stairs. "Don't belittle yourself." "Oh, and could you boil some water for me too?" As Lucifer watched Mu-In's retreating figure, he felt a torrent of expletives bubbling within him. However, just as he was about to unleash a furious shout, the door of Moonlight Castle swung open. Half an hour later, Mu-In finally strolled downstairs. After a refreshing shower, he felt completely rejuvenated. Lifting the succulent leg of lamb, perfumed by the crackling fire, he approached the dining table. By the way, who just arrived? Lucifer cast a sidelong glance at Muin and retorted with irritation. Who else but Harry? Do you think I would allow anyone else entry here? What if, like Karsifa, you unwittingly admitted a troublesome old crone into the castle? Mediunitan chuckled in response. If one day we return, I shall relay your words to Sophie. Lucifer replied with a hearty laugh. You don't believe Sophie is some fearsome woman, do you? Very well, I shall inform her. Muin took a bite of lamb and regarded Lucifer with a teasing smile. Oh, really? Lucifer paused, contemplating, as it seemed his words indeed suggested such a notion, and quickly waved his hands. What? Perhaps it would be best not to tell Sophie. I was mistaken, all right? Yet, after speaking, Lucifer sensed something amiss, as though he had been ensnared in a trap. No, you're playing tricks on me. Observing Lucifer's flustered demeanor, Muin erupted into laughter. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, revealing Harry standing outside, cradling a box the size of a basketball. Muin blinked in surprise and turned to Lucifer. Lucifer nodded. Indeed, he has entered. Upon seeing me grilling meat, he uttered not a word and dashed outside. Uncle Muin. Harry greeted enthusiastically, entering with the box. His eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, I thought you wouldn't emerge for days. I would have starved otherwise. Muy guabdusmisibly. You may find yourself in similar straits one day, provided you maintain your passion for magic. Absolutely, Harry affirmed with fervor. Perhaps, Muin mused, but from my observations, even something as wondrous as magic can become mundane over prolonged exposure, leading one to a more commonplace existence. At least from what I've seen in the current magical community, most individuals seem confined within their ordinary, arrogant mindsets. Frankly, I find it rather foolish for a wizard to toil for mere sustenance, possessing the ability to propel the very essence of the world. Shaking his head, Muin decided to change the subject. What S in the box? Oh, right. Harry snapped back to reality, opening the box to reveal a chocolate cake. Uncle Muin. You might not know, but I've been helping others fix things on the street these past couple of days and earn a bit of extra change. Harry eagerly shared his recent endeavors, a hint of pride in his tone. So is it your birthday? Muin inquired, glancing at the cake before looking back at Harry. Harry quickly shook his head. No, my birthday was quite some time ago, but I still wanted a cake, so this is a cake from the Malaire Bakery. You must try it, Uncle Muin. Harry redirected. Unfortunately, they didn't have any chocolate mousse cakes left. Have you ever had one? They're delightful. Muy dielas. Observing Harry's flustered attempts to open the cake box, that he was unsure of how to react, ultimately settling for a resigned smile. Sounds wonderful. I haven't had the pleasure yet. Let us make a reservation. Next time, I've saved enough money. All right, Harry exclaimed, devouring the cake with one hand while holding the lamb with the other, oil glistening on his lips. He then looked up and asked Uncle Muin, will you still go to the basement after dinner? Not tonight. Muin shook his head, gesturing in the air. This symbol is one I deciphered from Teller's manuscripts. It should represent moisture. As it stands, it forms part of the structure of spells like storm and sea. Harry mimicked Muin's gestures with his hands. When you possess a certain sensitivity to magical texts and their corresponding laws, you can perceive changes in your surroundings. Through this, I sense a storm brewing tonight. Harry immediately grasped Muin's intent and grew anxious. So, you're going to become an animagus tonight? Muin nodded. After waiting all this time, it has finally come. Harry gazed at the ominous sky, filled with trepidation. Based on his readings, the process of becoming an animagus was perilous, potentially leading to death or a descent into a mindless beast. After dinner, Harry tidied up the remnants, carrying plates to the kitchen, where he began a thorough cleaning. Before long, all the utensils gleamed as if brand new. Muin observed this, then turned away, stepping outside to the edge of the cliff. The sky had darkened, heavy clouds looming as if to descend upon the earth, the storm whipping Muin's garments. With a sudden crack, his nose dampened, large raindrops began to fall. It has begun. Unbeknownst to him, Harry had taken a seat on the steps of the entryway, while Lucifer had brought over a brazier to sit beside him. To their surprise, Meteor also stood by the door, watching Muin outside. Can you see? Lucifer questioned, glancing skeptically at Harry's broom, which dared not approach him too closely for fear of igniting. Creak, creak. The bristles of Meteor's broom bent repeatedly, clearly nodding in agreement. Chapter 26. Thunder, Storm, Lightning. The rain fell increasingly heavily, and the wind escalated in ferocity. Dark clouds pressed against the horizon, the forest below swaying erratically, even the towering redwoods struggling against the gusts. No one anticipated the deluge would be so intense. Even from a distance, they could scarcely discern the figure standing atop the cliff, catching glimpses only through the rain's gaps. Mu-In stood resolutely on the cliff, hand against his chest, feeling the rhythm of his 2 heartbeats. Those who practice to become animagi must recite incantations aligned with their heart on each sunrise and sunset, summoning a second heartbeat. Now all was prepared. All that remained was to wait. To wait for a lightning strike. His gaze fell upon the massive root of a redwood near the castle, a place he had consistently checked over the days to ensure the integrity of the formation, guaranteeing that no issues would arise with the potions stored within. Prior to the arrival of the lightning, the potions must remain unseen. As he contemplated, the sky brightened dramatically, flashes of electricity sparking from within the depths of the clouds. Mu-In, reacting swiftly, raised his hand toward the redwood, fingers arched like a bow, wrist twisting. The redwood, from afar, was forcibly excavated, creating a gaping hole. With a flick of his wrist, the large chunk of wood, along with the potion vials previously housed within, soared through the rain, landing directly in his grasp. Only then did the deafening roar of thunder arrive belatedly. Boom! He extracted the potion vial, his pupils narrowing into slits, revealing that the liquid within had transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Subsequently, he raised his wand, aiming at his chest, and began to chant the incantation. Amato animo animato animabus. With a sudden thud, his second heart within his chest began to race violently, while intense sharp pains surged through his limbs and bones. It has begun. Silver white first sprouted rapidly from Mu-Un's arms and fingers, which began to shrink and thicken, the rings on his fingers becoming ensconced in the burgeoning flesh, disappearing from sight. Not only the rings, but even the garments adorning Mu-Un's body began to converge back into his flesh, obscured by the burgeoning fur. His nails transformed into thick, sharp talons, embedding themselves into his skin. His spine arched painfully, his body bending under immense torment. Yet this was merely the beginning. Unlike conventional wizards, his flesh was the pinnacle of human alchemy. What he sought was not merely to transform into some trivial creature. Magic surged through the alchemical sigils on his body, silver light blossoming from him as wild magic radiated outward in chaotic waves. The conflicting forces of animagus transformation and the corporeal alchemy, initially at odds, gradually found equilibrium under Mu-Un's conscious direction, ultimately merging in a harmonious blend. Within the curtain of rain, Mu-Un's form steadily shrank and became more delicate. Thunder rumbled ominously. Another bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the figure standing at the entrance of the Moonlight Castle. Even the heavy clouds above seemed to coalesce into Mu-Un's visage, grand and imposing. Harry rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, a laugh nearby startled him. Turning around, he saw Lucifer chuckling, flames dancing merrily around him. "Mr. Lucifer, what is so amusing?" Harry inquired, curiosity piqued. Lucifer pointed with his tiny hand toward the cliff. "Still a cat? I told you animagus was useless. Haha." Harry glanced toward the cliff, but all he saw was darkness, nothing discernible. Just as he pondered, a figure abruptly materialized. A silver body with a thick mane and pointed ears unmistakably resembled a large cat. "Lucifer, why are you so gleeful?" Mu-In spoke, feeling inexplicably annoyed by Lucifer's mirth. "I wasn't laughing at anything." "Ha!" Lucifer replied, covering his mouth, his eyes squinting in delight. Harry sprang to his feet. "Uncle Mu-In, did you succeed?" Mu-In nodded, leaping into the house. A warm whirlwind enveloped him, swiftly drying his fur, rendering it fluffy and voluminous. "Magic!" Harry was momentarily captivated, then hurriedly recalled his lessons. "Uncle Mu-In, I remember that animagus cannot cast spells after transforming. Did I misremember?" Mu-In settled on the table. "You did not err. But evidently, the mysteries of magic extend far beyond what is inscribed in books." Harry nodded vigorously. During his first lesson with Uncle Mu-In, he was instructed to cultivate dialectical thinking, avoiding rote memorization. Yet, he could perceive Uncle Mu-Un's extraordinary prowess, effortlessly transcending the limitations of the powerful magic described in textbooks. This was beyond his comprehension. All he knew was that it was formidable, beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Meaty unit and flipped over, leaping a few times to acclimatize to his new form before jumping off the table. The air swirled rapidly, and Mu-Un resumed his human form, albeit with a feline visage atop his head. Even with such a profound transformation coursing through him, he felt no dissonance regarding his head. It was as if he was always meant to possess a cat's head atop a human body. "Now you must heed my words," Lucifer declared triumphantly from the hearth. Following Mu-Un's successful transformation, Harry spent some time reading before cleaning up the watermarks left by Mu-Un's entrance, then took his leave, returning to the Dursleys. Slumped on the sofa, Mu-In rested his chin atop his hand, pondering the relentless grip of this curse. His last journey had been to the world of Porco Rosso, after which he had been cursed, transforming into a cat-headed creature. Of course, in Porco Rosso, that is a curse of primal origin, Lucifer remarked lazily. Mu-In leaned closer to the hearth. But the world of Porco Rosso has no magic, no history of wizards. How could I have known? Lucifer lazily tossed a log into the fire. Whether it be Porco Rosso or the squirrel boss from the aircraft maintenance factory, it is said that in that world, those who betray their true selves are transformed into animals as punishment. A glimmer of reminiscence crossed Lucifer's eyes. Think about how Porco changed back from a pig. Mu-In recalled. He transformed back into a human after being kissed by Theo, right? That was quite the fairy tale, with a young girl and an old pig. No, no, no. Lucifer shook a finger in protest. You missed the crucial point. What is that point? The point is, Miss Gina was right there beside him. In my view, Porco was evading his feelings for Miss Gina, which is why he became a pig. It was only after Theo expressed her affection that he was compelled to confront his emotions for Miss Gina. That's when he transformed back into a human. After a lengthy silence, Mu-In finally spoke. So you were suggesting that I have betrayed my true self, thus incurring the curse of that world? Lucifer nodded. I suspect that is the case. Mu-In was reluctant to believe this notion, finding it rather absurd. During his time in the Caribbean, he had slain as he pleased, never short-changing himself. He had even proclaimed that there could only be one Jones upon defeating Davy Jones. He had acted wholly in accordance with his desires. The man lost in the desert will never realize he is lost, Lucifer said languidly. You know, the hardest lies to unravel are those we tell ourselves. I believe you should take a step back. After all, this curse won't render you miserable. It's merely a cat's head. What is the big deal? Mu-In slumped against the sofa, waving his hand dismissively. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Chapter 27, Transformation. The following morning, Harry prepared for his journey and arrived at number 13, Privet Drive. Ordinarily, the first floor of Moonlight Castle would be devoid of life at this hour. Uncle Mu-In would either still be asleep or engaged in magical research in the basement. He would stand outside, gently knocking on the door, and Mr. Lucifer, overseeing the castle, would grant him entrance. However, today, as Harry stepped into the garden, he was immediately enveloped by a stirring melody. The door creaked open, and the volume of the music intensified. Harry instantly recognized the resonant sounds of a popular British band. Uncle Vernon despised music whenever a music program aired on television. He would furiously change the channel, grumbling incessantly about the noise, declaring it a cacophony of ear pollution. Subsequently, Harry spotted Uncle Vernon bustling about in the kitchen. Upon hearing the door open, Uncle Vernon turned to glance at the entrance, nodded at Harry, and then returned his attention to his culinary endeavors. Uncle Vernon, Harry exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Vernon replied tersely. The deep, melodic strains of music wafted through the air, emanating from the gramophone Harry had repaired during his spell practice. Mama just killed a man. Mama, life had just begun. Listening to the song, Harry found everything around him to be peculiarly surreal, though he could not articulate why. He then turned his gaze to Lucifer and inquired, Mr. Lucifer, what has transpired? At that moment, Lucifer appeared nonchalant, responding in his languid manner. He.S. lost. Harry found himself bewildered. Lucifer was not inclined to elaborate and returned to tending the fire. Just then, Uncle Vernon emerged with 2 plates of breakfast. After encouraging Harry to sit, he said, You should go upstairs and find a room to use as a study. Really? Harry's head shot up in astonishment. Uncle Vernon nodded. Harry had been studying at the large stone table on the ground floor, which felt rather meager. The castle was replete with vacant rooms, previously occupied by sailors. The reason Harry had not been provided a study earlier was due to Uncle Vernon's laziness. After breakfast, Uncle Vernon descended to the basement, retrieving numerous books while Harry tidied up. What are these? Harry asked, eyeing the books with trepidation. These are the books you need to read this year, Uncle Vernon stated matter-of-factly. Observing Harry's expression, Uncle Vernon glanced at the books, which were roughly his height, and mused, 1 book a month isn't too much. Is it? Harry stiffly nodded. It should be manageable. Clearly, he himself was not entirely convinced. Uncle Vernon, noticing Harry's expression, stifled a laugh and turned to ascend the stairs, with Harry trailing closely behind. On the second floor, Uncle Vernon led Harry to a room of approximately 20 to 30 square feet, complete with a balcony. The room was somewhat disordered, but devoid of trash. With a flick of his hand, Uncle Vernon sent a multitude of clutter toward the left wall, which split open. And in the blink of an eye, the items were all cleared into the adjacent room, leaving behind only a desk, a chair, and a bookshelf. If you wish to add anything, feel free to rummage through the other rooms, Uncle Vernon remarked, gently gesturing forward as the books soared onto the shelves. You spent quite some time cleaning. You know better than I what's usable among the clutter. Harry nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He couldn't help but step forward, surveying his new room. This was his own space, although he had previously been granted a room by the Dursleys. It was far too small and served as Dudley's dumping ground. Just then, Uncle Vernon suddenly recalled something and called out to Harry. Turning back, Harry saw Uncle Vernon resting his left hand on his right wrist. When Harry first met Uncle Vernon, his sleeves had been rolled up, revealing numerous runes etched on his arms. Since then, Harry had witnessed Uncle Vernon retrieve various items from that hand through his sleeve. Uncle Vernon slowly withdrew his hand, and an ancient ring appeared in a flourish, as if by magic. This is your birthday gift, Uncle Vernon said, tossing the ring to Harry. Harry's heart raced as he clumsily caught it. Upon closer inspection, it was an old ring, somewhat tarnished, its material resembling the description of orichalcum from books. The ring was not as grand as those worn by Uncle Vernon, nor was it overly adorned, containing only subtle, intricate runes that could be discerned upon careful observation. This is an amplifier I discarded long ago, Uncle Vernon explained. It enhances nearly all spells by approximately 135. However, if used for dark magic, its efficacy drops to 80. Uncle Vernon stroked the ring on his own hand before abruptly shifting the conversation. Harry, what are the advantages of a ring as a spellcasting tool? As Harry toyed with the ring, he had not anticipated receiving a spellcaster himself. He slipped the ring onto his right middle finger, and it automatically resized to fit snugly. Just as he was reveling in his newfound joy, Uncle Vernon posed a question, startling him into a flurry of thoughts. After a moment, he replied, the advantages of a ring as a spellcaster lie in its concealment, ease of access, and the ability to cast spells at any moment. Additionally, rings require virtually no coordination with the wielder since they reside on our fingers. Uncle Vernon nodded, seemingly pleased with the answer, and turned away, tidy up the room. You can arrange it however you see fit. You have one day. Yes. Harry exclaimed joyfully, thank you, Uncle Vernon. Time flew swiftly. Today the Dursleys had risen early, turning on the lights before the sun had even appeared. Even Dudley had crawled out of bed on his own. From the window, Harry gazed at number 13 on Privet Drive with a wistful sigh. The reason was simple. Today marked the beginning of the school year. He had to go to school. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of furious banging on the door echoed, and Uncle Vernon bellowed from outside. Get up, you little brat. Do you expect everyone to wait for you? I'm already up. Harry called back, hurriedly donning his clothes. His school uniform was hand-me-downs from Dudley, given to him after Dudley had torn the pants during a fall. Even after tearing the garment, Dudley had known it would end up in Harry's possession, deliberately muddying the clothes and decorating them with watercolors alongside his friends, even sticking his nose on them for good measure. Clean as a whistle. Thinking of this, Harry resignedly cast a cleaning spell on the uniform, his movements deft and familiar. Only then did he put on the outfit and head downstairs, where he was met, as expected, with disdainful urging, though the insults were absent. This is the transformation that Uncle Moan has brought to this household. Standing before the mirror in the washroom, Harry gazed at the attire adorning his frame. Thanks to Uncle Moan, Harry appeared considerably more robust this holiday, managing to fill out the garment rather well. He adjusted his collar and regarded his reflection, suddenly sensing a lack of something. His hand instinctively reached for the comb. Subsequently, he styled his long, unruly hair back, allowing his prominently visible scar to emerge. Through this scar, Harry seemed to glimpse the postures of those at school, along with their utterances. A young boy with an unsightly scar upon his forehead was hardly a fortunate sight, particularly when that boy was a target of bullying. This was precisely why Harry's hair, despite being trimmed just the day before, would revert to its long and wild state by the next day. Deep down, he harbored a profound fear of revealing that scar. He needed long hair to shield it, for that scar would subject him to the scrutiny and ridicule of his peers. Taking a deep breath, Harry resolved, no longer hesitating, and combed his hair back. Chapter 28. The start of term. As Harry stepped out of the washroom, it was no surprise that Dudley erupted into a cacophony of laughter. Goodness, Mum, come and see. Harry's turned into this ghastly sight. Dudley pointed at Harry's head, his mockery unabashed. Petunia stifled a chuckle, assisting Dudley in putting on his clothes. All right, don't get too carried away. Darling, lift your left arm. Harry touched the scar on his forehead and calmly remarked, there is nothing amusing about this, Dudley. If there is anything to laugh at, it should be having Mum help you get dressed. Upon hearing this, Dudley's face flushed crimson, and he was poised to deliver a robust lesson to Harry. Enough. Quit fooling around. Vernon's voice boomed, interrupting Dudley's intentions. Get in the car. We need to get to school. Harry straightened his clothing and followed Uncle Vernon outside. Meanwhile, Petunia had just picked up Dudley's shoes, intending to assist him, only to have Dudley snatch them away, determined to put them on himself, all the while glaring fiercely at Harry's retreating figure. Petunia remained oblivious to Dudley's rude and disrespectful behavior, instead feeling a sense of pride that her precious boy had grown up enough to dress himself. Outside, as they rounded the corner, Vernon abruptly seized Harry by the collar and thrust him against the car, his hands resting on the roof as he glared menacingly at him. Listen, I don't know how much you've learned from that fellow, but you understand the rules of the Dursleys. Don't cause any trouble at school. Harry met Vernon's gaze with quiet defiance. As long as Dudley doesn't do anything out of line, I certainly won't. Harry had already grasped the chasm between the Muggle world and the Wizarding realm, and to a certain extent, he understood some of the Ministry of Magic's regulations regarding secrecy. He was aware that performing magic in the glaring eyes of Muggles could attract the Ministry's attention. Moreover, Uncle Moan and the Ministry did not see eye to eye. He had realized this upon first meeting Uncle Moan. Rather than being concerned with the Dursleys' opinions, he was more apprehensive about causing trouble for Uncle Moan. However, this did not imply he would remain passive. For instance, feigning an attitude of nonchalance towards performing magic might make the Dursleys wary. This could potentially ease his future days. Vernon, upon hearing Harry's retort, felt as though a thorn were lodged in his throat, his face reddening with fury. He slammed his hand upon the car roof, growling, "Get in the car." Without further ado, he shoved Harry into the vehicle and slammed the door shut. Then, through the car door, he called out to Dudley, offering counsel. Within moments, Harry could hear Dudley's howl. "Why?" "He asked the one who bullies me." As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Harry was all too familiar with this scene. Dudley hadn't cried in years. He was the very embodiment of a little tyrant, impervious to tears. Yet, whenever he managed to squeeze out a few drops in front of the Dursleys, no matter how rude his demands, they would be met with immediate compliance. However, this time, that tactic might fall flat, as Petunia consoled Dudley, patting his little head, as if to say that not being allowed to bully Harry had caused her precious boy great injustice. Vernon, too, felt a pang of sympathy, but still advised Dudley, "We must present ourselves as friendly. Like a valiant superhero, they always show compassion to the wicked, don't they?" As he spoke, Uncle Vernon fished a 10-pound note from his pocket, proclaiming, "And this is our reward for the superhero." Harry could assure himself that beneath Dudley's arm, which was wiping away his tears, a faint smile was visible. "All right, Dad, I promise. That's our boy." Vernon beamed, placing his hand on Dudley's shoulder as he guided him into the car. As soon as Dudley clambered into the vehicle, he waved the cash at Harry, grinning triumphantly. Harry turned away, unconcerned. At least for the time being, Dudley would not seek him out for trouble. However, this so-called period of respite would prove to be far shorter than Harry anticipated. Meanwhile, Uncle Moan stood outside Moonlight Castle, stretching luxuriously and surveying the view beneath the cliff. The scenery was indeed splendid, yet after gazing for so long, he found himself somewhat weary of it. Upon entering the house, he promptly prodded Lucifer with a fire poker. What is going on so early in the morning?" "Stop sleeping, we're setting off," Uncle Moan declared. Lucifer ignited with fervor, invigorated. "Where are we headed?" "I suggest we sail north and then plunder our way through, perhaps recruit some sailors to handle the dirty work." "Enough," Uncle Moan interrupted Lucifer's ramblings, gazing at him helplessly. "Pirates are a thing of the past. Besides, we're not here to plunder. We're simply changing locations. Do you understand?" Lucifer, feeling disinterested, crossed his arms with a dismissive air, boring. Afterward, he picked up a map nearby. "So where do you suggest we go?" "Let us head south along the Scandinavian mountains." Lucifer examined the map. "That's Norway." "Norway?" Suddenly, Uncle Moan recalled something, a smile gracing his features. Norway holds significant status in the annals of magical history. He rifled through his memories, recalling a wizarding village located in the Norwegian region from a book he had previously read. Subsequently, he took Lucifer's fireproof map and marked the location. "Let us set off towards here." "All right." Lucifer nodded, and then his form expanded dramatically, flames coursing through the many conduits of the castle. On the cliff, in the tranquil forest, the sudden roar of steam reverberated, startling a flock of birds into flight. A plume of thick white smoke billowed from the castle's chimney, causing the entire edifice to tremble gently. Mechanical claws, crafted with exquisite precision, emerged to support the grand structure. After a prolonged period of dormancy, the Moonlight Castle was set in motion once more. Mune soared out of the castle, suspended in midair, and raised his palm delicately towards the fortress. Several incantations seemed poised to be cast upon the castle. with a graceful flick of his fingertips. The spells began to manifest above the castle. Silently, they vanished, concealing the Muggle world and securing the peaceful town. A translucent layer of pale blue film gradually enveloped the castle, rendering it entirely silent and nearly imperceptible to outside observation. Mien was somewhat astonished. The simultaneous release of so many spells occurred without a hint of conflict. The formation of his spells was driven by an innate desire that adhered to the laws of the universe, autonomously filling in the outlines sketched by the incantations and gestures. In the absence of external interference, the integration of these spells was as seamless as the harmonious organs within a living body. There was no need for the caster to ponder how to modify or adjust these different spells. They evolved naturally, akin to the growth of bones and meridians. This approach to spellcasting undeniably stirred a sense of curiosity within. Stop! Mien seemed to hear Lucifer's voice echoing in his ears. Cease your avarice for magic. You might as well retreat to your slumber. Mien, stroking his beard, let out a wry smile and flew back into the castle. Chapter 29. Do you think I'm a giant baby? One afternoon, after school, while Mien was tending to the flower beds, he encountered Harry's new hairstyle for the first time. Harry had transformed his tousled locks into a more structured style, yet the hair at his temples rebelliously flared out. However, out of respect for the young lad who had taken the initiative to change, Mien stifled a laugh and patiently stood in the flower bed, imparting the fundamentals of hair care. Under Mien's guidance, Harry learned swiftly. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Mien was far more earnest in teaching him about hair than he had been with magic. Mien even thoughtfully produced books on fashion to enhance Harry's aesthetic sensibilities. Harry scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. The current situation had exceeded the bounds of his expressive capabilities, leaving him no choice but to carry the book back to his study. After conducting a routine cleaning of the castle, he noticed that Moonlight Castle had indeed been activated. Observing the surrounding trees and mountains gradually receding, Harry found himself awestruck. The gentle breeze soon whisked away the taunts of his classmates from school, allowing him to adapt to the rhythms of post-term life. He even began to entertain the notion that life could continue in such a manner. A week passed swiftly, and Harry had grown accustomed to revealing his scars. The mockery from his peers dwindled once they recognized that Harry was unfazed by their ridicule. Outside the school gates, Dudley stood with his entourage, including Piers, who had previously joined in tormenting Harry. While Piers appeared somewhat scrawny among the group, the others loomed large and imposing, at least in comparison to their peers. Dude, the weekend is finally here. Where shall we go for some fun? One boy inquired of Dudley, who was the largest and most robust of the group. Fun? What a joke, Dudley replied, his disinterest evident as the flesh on his face quivered slightly. I'll spend all my money. £10 is not a trifling sum. But in these times, it was certainly substantial. Within just 5 days, Dudley had squandered all his pocket money. To be precise, he had consumed it all. Then how about we go to your house to play some games? Another suggested. At this, Dudley grew increasingly irritable. The game console is broken. What? Disappointment washed over the faces of his companions. That console had been Dudley's birthday gift, and it had been wrecked in no time. They had yet to fully enjoy it. Dude, look. Suddenly, one of them pointed to a figure emerging from the school gates. Dudley turned, spotting Harry as he stepped outside. Truthfully, for quite some time now, Dudley had harbored a deep-seated annoyance towards Harry. From the very beginning, when he was chased by wild dogs at the start of the holiday, he had held a grudge against Harry. Later, Harry had taken over his room, which, although merely a storage space for broken toys, had been forcibly reassigned to Harry by their parents. To compound matters, Harry had inexplicably become a local handyman, earning the praise of the neighborhood for his skills. In summary, Harry's actions had long since irked Dudley. Ever since Dudley had taken up his chores at number 13, Privet Drive, he had expected Harry to return home each day utterly exhausted, relegated to mere leftovers and confined to the cupboard. Yet now, he could visibly see Harry had grown taller, less frail, and even seemed to possess an air of vitality. Particularly galling was Harry's newfound boldness, daring to speak back to him with a look of utter disdain. A malicious grin spread across Dudley's face as he rubbed his hands together. I know where to find some money. He had learned through neighborhood gossip that Harry had amassed a small fortune through his repairs. Harry strode along the street, a smile adorning his face, in good spirits. This weekend, Uncle Mien had business in Diagon Alley. After obtaining Mien's consent, Harry borrowed Mrs. Hudson's landline to invite Hermione to join him. With few friends at school, he naturally looked forward to the weekend. As he walked, several figures suddenly approached, encircling him. Oh, look who it is, my dear cousin, Dudley exclaimed, attempting to embrace Harry, only to have him swiftly evade the gesture. Dudley, what do you want? Harry asked, eyeing his cousin warily. What do you think? I'm just checking in on you. Dudley replied, a smirk on his face. Harry, since I have nowhere to go, how about you pay me some rent for living in my room? You won't get a penny from me, Harry retorted, his expression devoid of emotion. It was entirely predictable that Dudley would try to lay claim to his little stash. Harry had already hidden his money in the study of Moonlight Castle. At that moment, Piers had stealthily maneuvered behind Harry, seizing his wrist. Dudley took advantage of the distraction to grip Harry's head. Well then, since we're bored, why not join us for some games? Dudley, let me go. Harry struggled, but his strength paled in comparison to Dudley's. Before long, he found himself dragged away from the school gates and into a nearby alley. No money? Well, I have observed you wearing that ring for quite some time. What is it made of? Silver, perhaps? As he spoke, Dudley seized Harry's hand, attempting to remove the ring. Yet, regardless of how forcefully Dudley pulled, the ring seemed as if it had taken root on Harry's finger, refusing to budge. Damn it! Dudley exclaimed in frustration as he released Harry's hand. Let me go, Dudley! Harry shouted angrily, held back by Dudley's friends, yet he maintained a fierce glare at Dudley. What does it matter to me? It's not like I wanted them to tie you up, Dudley retorted. You're always this way, reckless and self-righteous like a baby. Even the fat on your face reflects that, Harry admonished. With a sudden thud, blood began to flow from Harry's nose, and he felt stars dance before his eyes. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Dudley unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Dudley's friends, however, stepped back, unwilling to engage in violence against Harry. For such an act would surely be reported to their parents by the school. But Dudley was different. This was merely a scuffle among brothers, one that the school could hardly intervene in. Do you think you're clever? Dudley roared. You're just a parasite. Harry found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught. He yearned to retaliate, but feared that doing so might attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic and bring trouble to Uncle Vernon. Yes, he could not afford to trouble Uncle Vernon any further. After all, it was merely another beating from Dudley, something he had endured many times before. Do not let emotions control you. He continually admonished himself while attempting to fend off Dudley's blows. Do you think I need to be coddled like a baby? Dudley shouted, clearly growing agitated, unleashing words that seemed to spill forth without thought. I see you are jealous that I have parents. Your parents died in a car accident, leaving you with that ugly scar. It was absurd. He even dared to flaunt it, believing himself to be unique. Before Dudley could finish his taunts, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Harry, sending everyone crashing against the wall, dazed and disoriented. Chapter 30. What a distinguished wizard should possess. A group of individuals stared at Harry in shock, their minds momentarily at a standstill. In an instant, Harry seized Dudley's collar, slamming him against the wall of the alley. Dudley Dudley! A deep, primal growl emanated from Harry, akin to the final warning of a furious beast before it attacks. Dudley gazed into Harry's green eyes, feeling an inexplicable weakness overcome him, his cheeks quivering in tandem with his lips. Do not speak of my parents in such a tone, Harry demanded, his voice laced with fury. Dudley, terrified, nodded repeatedly, his voice quavering as he stammered an apology. I didn't mean it, Harry. I was just so angry. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. I should never have said such things. Harry released his grip on Dudley's collar, glancing back at the others, who lay sprawled on the ground, clearly affected by the force of a shockwave. Harry felt no remorse. On the contrary, had Dudley not previously beaten him so severely, he would have relished the opportunity to kick each of them while they were down. Do not trouble me again, Harry said calmly, turning to leave. Dudley, still in shock, could only turn his head to watch Harry limping out of the alley. However, Harry did not return to Privet Drive. Instead, he ventured to the community park on Magnolia Crescent, where he sat alone on a swing, cradling his head in his hands, filled with guilt. He waited for the Ministry of Magic to arrive. Uncle Vernon had mentioned that the Ministry possesses special magical detection techniques to locate wizards who unleash magic before muggles and subsequently apprehend them. He merely needed to wait for the Ministry to come. With this thought, he removed the ring and buried it in the soil. That way, if he were caught, the Ministry would not discover his magical artifact. He would not cause any trouble. With this anxious mindset, Harry waited until dusk, but no one approached him. Gazing at the purplish sky, he murmured to himself, could it be that the Ministry has not detected me? Hey! A sudden shout startled Harry, causing him to jump, but he quickly recognized the voice. Turning around, he saw Uncle Vernon, dressed in formal attire, a brown coat, and a linen flat cap, standing at the entrance. He raised his hand and checked the time on his pocket watch, then looked at Harry. What are you doing? Contemplating life. Harry quickly stood up, shaking his head. And no. Uncle Vernon appeared somewhat disappointed. You're not even pondering life? Must you wait until you're 11 and old before you start thinking? I'll mark you absent once. Cancel a month of weekends. Uncle Vernon returned the watch to his pocket and added, Of course, tomorrow is an exception. We had an agreement. Harry nodded eagerly and quickly dug up the ring he had buried, hastily walking toward the park's exit. Uncle Vernon glanced at the ring, now muddy, and began to walk toward Privet Drive, while Harry kept his head down, hesitating to speak. "So what are you doing here, idly waiting for something?" Uncle Vernon asked. "Waiting for the ministry to come and arrest you?" Harry paused for a moment before nodding. "A magical outburst is unlikely to attract the ministry's attention," Uncle Vernon explained. He then pulled out his wand, resembling a small stick. "The ministry can only detect magic if you possess a wand and have placed a trace on it." "What is a trace?" Harry inquired, lifting his head. "At present, it serves as a precautionary measure. It detects whether underage wizards are recklessly casting spells outside of a magical school. This is a derivative of the 1875 regulation on reasonable restraint for underage wizards." Uncle Vernon then put his wand away. "This is solely applicable to underage wizards. There is another category governed by the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Laws. Any magical activity that could draw the attention of non-magical individuals is considered a serious offense. This regulation applies to wizards of all ages, and any action that captures the notice of ordinary people is deemed illegal, regardless of whether magic was actually used." Harry recollected the day's events, then queried, "So I must have violated the latter, the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Law?" Uncle Vernon nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you broke the law." He then gazed ahead. "But what does it matter? How can the ministry monitor it? Is that so?" Uncle Vernon nodded, then turned serious as he looked at Harry. "However, we must firmly establish that this does not grant us the liberty to act recklessly." Harry shivered at this, shaking his head. "No, I will not." As he spoke, he recalled the incidents from earlier in the day, lifting his head to gaze resolutely ahead. "That would make me no better than Dudley. I have no desire to become such a person." "Dudley? It was because of this that I couldn't control my magic?" Muin raised an eyebrow, as if he had begun to grasp certain reasons. Harry nodded despondently. "Yes, he said some things that I couldn't resist. In the end, he added, 'I'm sorry. Uncle Muin, I failed to manage my emotions.'" Muin shook his head. Harry was already capable of autonomously controlling his magic, yet it had still erupted uncontrollably. Although he was unsure of what Dudley had precisely said, it was evident that the words were undoubtedly malicious. Muin held no thoughts of reproaching Harry. He shook his head, stating, "Controlling one's emotions and maintaining rationality is essential. I hope you can always retain clarity of thought, rather than becoming a cold individual. You did nothing wrong, and there is no need for an apology." As he spoke, Muin turned to carefully scrutinize Harry from head to toe. The bloodstains that had not been properly wiped from his nose, his disheveled clothing, and the bruises adorning his cheeks. "However, the next step should have been focused on developing your intellect. Upon reflection, I think perhaps we should consider a different approach," Muin remarked. "A different approach?" Harry looked at Muin, somewhat puzzled. Muin then turned around, facing the setting sun, slowly raising his arms. His right hand forming a fist while his left hand pointed skyward. The sunset cast a golden glow behind him, as if he were cloaked in divine light. In the midst of the shadows, Harry seemed to glimpse a physique as perfect as that of an ancient Greek sculpture. A distinguished wizard ought to possess a physique akin to gold. Muin's voice descended with the setting sun. Then, suddenly, Muin's stomach protruded. "Oh, I can't hold it in anymore." He deflated like a punctured balloon, rubbing his newly appeared belly with a hint of exasperation. "I've gained quite a bit of weight lately." Chapter 31. The Rubbish Theory. Harry glanced at his own slender arms, and then at Uncle Muin's robust physique, suddenly enlightened. "You see, there are many paths a wizard can take," Muin stated. Harry was no longer the naive boy entirely ignorant of the magical world. Looking at Uncle Muin, he immediately recalled someone, nodding in realization. "I get it. Just like Godric Gryffindor. Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Besides being a great wizard, he was also the most outstanding fighter of his time, wielding a wand in his left hand and a sword in his right. That was the combat style of his many followers in that era." Contemplating this, Harry suddenly felt curious. "Uncle Muin, does that mean you are a Gryffindor?" "Gryffindor?" Muin was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "I have never attended Hogwarts. I have never even seen it with my own eyes. However, I believe my character would align more with Slytherin." Muin reflected on the descriptions of Slytherin he had read in books: ambitious, cunning, and victory-driven. "Of course, this is merely my interpretation of the textual descriptions," he added. With that, the two had already returned to number 13, Grimmauld Place, where Lucius conveniently opened the door. "By the way, Uncle Muin, why were you at the park?" Harry suddenly remembered to ask. Muin pushed the door open and stepped inside. "After halting my magical research, I often feel at a loss for what to do, so I wander about. Today, I went to the supermarket to buy some groceries." At that moment, Harry noticed the scene outside the window of Moonlight Castle. The sky had darkened. The Moonlight Castle had come to a standstill, and the stars brilliantly illuminated the lake. Mu-In clapped his hands and declared, "Tonight, we shall have a barbecue by the lakeside." "Really?" Harry was elated. "Of course." Mu-In snapped his fingers, pointing at Harry. "You will grill, and I will feast." After dinner and tidying up, Harry returned to the study to delve into his books. Although he aimed to finish one book a month, these 12 tomes were already towering above him. They were all ancient, hefty tomes. At times, when faced with obscure, archaic vocabulary, he even had to consult a dictionary. By the way, aside from these 12 books, there was also one on clothing. Regardless, there was still a long journey ahead. Simultaneously, he took out the sheepskin notebook he had bound himself and began to take notes. A distinguished wizard ought to possess a physique akin to gold. Suddenly, Harry seemed to hear Uncle Mu-Un's words echoing in his ears. "Seek the uppermost, seek the lowermost." Reflecting on this, Harry added a resolute thought. "Those who cannot achieve it are rubbish." Harry nodded in satisfaction. It should indeed be so. Early the next morning, Harry arrived at Moonlight Castle bright and early. As expected, the phonograph was playing a vinyl record, and Uncle Mu-In lay on the sofa, engrossed in a book. "I told you, I'm not researching anymore. I'm just reading for leisure." These were Uncle Mu-Un's exact words. However, today, Harry was unsure if he had misperceived something. Upon entering, it seemed that Uncle Mu-Un had started awake, as if he had been asleep. Mu-Un stood up, rubbed his face, combed his hair, and then set down the book to look at Harry. "Good morning. So when did you arrange to meet Hermione?" "At 10 o'clock. Harry replied, clearly eager. Mu-In nodded. "Let me tidy up and change my clothes. Lucius, please heat some water for me." Harry, unhurried, walked to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Through persistent effort, he had now earned the right to make breakfast. Fantastic. Half an hour later, a refreshed Mu-In descended, stepping down in a pair of brogued Oxford shoes. "By the way, Harry, are you sure you want to expose your scar in Diagon Alley?" Harry, just placing breakfast on the table, paused momentarily, then touched his newly styled hair. After a moment's consideration, he shook his head. "Never mind. I remember the last time I went to Diagon Alley, due to it being the start of the school season. I heard many people discussing when I would go to Hogwarts." Harry was fully aware that he had no connection to Voldemort. But whether in people's conversations or in some recently published books, the deed of vanquishing Voldemort and saving the Wizarding World was credited to him. In fact, some books even referred to him as the Chosen One. He felt it was unjust. It shouldn't be this way. If there truly were a savior, it should be his parents, not a mere infant like him. In short, he did not desire this honor, nor did he seek such notoriety. Having been alongside Mu-In for so long, Harry had come to understand many things clearly. Fame, honor, and strength. He would earn them all through his own efforts. He did not need the fictitious title of the boy who lived. "I might as well cover this scar," Harry said resignedly. "Muy bien, non comital." The scar elicited various reactions in different contexts, and he understood Harry's decision. However, he added, "Forget about that scarf. It's too ugly." As he spoke, his fingers gently flicked, and a brown newsboy cap soared down from the second floor. Mu-In placed the hat atop Harry's head and then adjusted it slightly. "There, that should suffice." Muy marked, where you could turn the brim towards the scar, which would offer even better concealment. But in its current position, it's unlikely anyone would notice. Harry paused for a moment, then touched the hat resting on his head, glancing down at the oversized t-shirt he had inherited from Dudley. "Oncle Mu-In, I want to buy some clothes," Harry declared, pulling out his small stash of coins. He had long harbored this intention, saving up in hopes of acquiring some decent attire, much like Uncle Mu-In's. Mu-In's lips curled into a wry smile, a hint of resignation in his expression. "It seems I must assist you as a consultant." Unsurprisingly, in addition to his unparalleled dedication to magic, Uncle Mu-In had another obsession: appearances. "Let us have a meal first, and then we shall head to London," Mu-In urged. "Dear, is this the place you arranged to meet Harry?" Chris Granger inquired as he parked the car on Charing Cross Road, glancing back at his precious daughter in the rear seat. Frankly, it was the first time he had seen Hermione arrange a weekend outing with a friend. While it might be inappropriate to say, Chris had to admit that his beloved daughter had few friends at school. After all, whenever the conversation turned to academics, she could be unexpectedly demanding. "Yes, Dad. It's right here," Hermione nodded, then gazed out the window, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Dad, is that Harry?" she asked incredulously, pointing at the two figures standing by the roadside. There stood Harry, a smile of undeniable joy upon his face, clad in tapered trousers, a simple white shirt, and a waistcoat that accentuated his figure, topped with a slightly oversized yet relaxed jacket. As someone who had been in the workforce for years, Chris recognized Harry instantly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Witnessing this child adorned in a perfectly tailored outfit, one that belonged solely to him, along with the eagerness radiating from his expression, brought a smile to the face of this seasoned father. "Indeed, my dear. That is Harry and Mr. Jones," Chris replied. "I believe Harry has been doing well of late." Chapter 32. Christmas approaches. In Nocturne Alley, at Borgin and Burke's, the back room was steeped in curses that had long since entwined themselves in the very fabric of his soul. It was as if among thousands of fishing lines, a few nearly invisible strands of hair had become hopelessly entangled. The difficulty of untangling this mess was, one could imagine, immense. However, this difficulty was primarily from Borgin's perspective. For Muin, time was abundant. He had no desire to trace the origins of the curse or to dismantle it logically. After all, he had little else to occupy his time, frequently visiting Borgin to engage in some handiwork and to procure a few desirable dark magical items. Life was indeed flavorful. As Muin extracted the last vestige of the curse from Borgin's soul, the curse that had clung to him for decades began to collapse under its own weight. "Done," Muin declared, shaking his hand, the deep blue thread he had been manipulating scattering into the air. Borgin propped himself up, his aged, murky eyes sparkling with wonder. His voice trembling. "Captain, is it truly over?" Muin donned his hat, replying, "It is finished. The chain of the curse has been severed. Remember, from this day forth, you are no longer a living dead man, unafraid of pain or injury." Borgin rose, bowing deeply. "Thank you." Muin nodded, slipping on his wool coat and heading towards the shop as in trance. Borgin suddenly called out to Muin. Turning back, he saw Borgin holding 2 parcels wrapped in colorful paper and ribbons. "Captain, I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance," Borgin said. "I had intended to extend my wishes on Christmas Day itself, but I thought it might be inconvenient to intrude." Muin paused for a moment, then glanced out at the falling snow, chuckling softly. "I feel as though I've become insensate to the passage of time." He accepted the 2 parcels. "The smaller one is a Christmas gift for you, and the larger one is for your child," Borgin thoughtfully added. Muin was taken aback by his consideration, especially since Borgin had only seen Harry once during the explosion a few months prior. "I shall convey your regards to him." Muin nodded, smiling. "Merry Christmas." With that, he stepped outside. Instantly, a gust of cold air enveloped him, and the snowflakes fell from the sky, obscuring the twinkling stars of summer nights. He had not realized how close Christmas had approached. Muin mused, then vanished with a flicker of apparition. In the Moonlight Castle, the study on the 2nd floor had evidently transformed since a few months prior, now furnished with a desk, a potion-making table, a bookshelf, a coat rack, and a small shelf for potion ingredients. Before the desk, Harry slowly removed his glasses and wiped his face. After exhaling deeply, he stood up and approached the potion table to check on his brewing. Having grown taller over the autumn term, he now appeared sturdier. A subtle balance had developed between him and the Dursleys, especially after he was required to run to school every morning, resulting in little daily interaction with them. However, just the thought of the upcoming Christmas made him uneasy. Aunt Marge would be visiting the Dursleys. Aunt Marge was the sister of Uncle Vernon, and although Harry shared no blood relation with her, he was continually pressured to refer to her as Aunt. The mere thought of her filled Harry with irritation. In his past, he might have felt a sense of panic. This woman had been a nightmare for him. At Dudley's 5th birthday party, Aunt Marge had struck Harry's legs with her cane simply because she didn't want him to outshine Dudley in a musical game. She had also attended the previous Christmas, gifting Dudley a robot with a computer while giving Harry his very first Christmas gift, a box of dog biscuits. After ensuring the potion was brewing correctly, Harry approached the desk and picked up a yellow crystal pendant. He calmed the tumult of thoughts in his mind and lifted the pendant. Aunt Marge's arrival was, in fact, a positive omen. After silently reciting a mantra 7 times, whether it was due to Harry's trembling hands or perhaps a breeze, the pendant began to sway. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the pendant, initially rocking side to side, gradually began to turn clockwise. "That's accurate," he remarked, placing the crystal pendant down, slightly exasperated. "I evidently lack the gift of divination." Descending the stairs, he first greeted Mr. Lucius. A meteor, bouncing playfully, approached, its broomstick head brushing against Harry. Lucifer, lost in thought, stood motionless by the fireplace, not asleep. "Meteor, the weather has been quite frigid lately. Let us wait until it warms up a bit before we take to the skies," Harry reassured. "Harry," Lucifer suddenly interjected. "Mr. Lucifer." "I am here," Harry turned to respond. "Would you like to celebrate Christmas with us?" Lucifer inquired unexpectedly. "Really?" Harry was somewhat incredulous. He had to admit that the thought had crossed his mind. Yet such a sentiment should not have been voiced by him. He understood the weight of words. Lucifer nodded. Indeed, it is true. In fact, most of the time, it's just me and Mun in the castle. Having another person around would liven things up. Celebrations ought to have a semblance of festivity. Wouldn't you agree? Harry nodded, a smile he could hardly contain spreading across his face as he bid farewell to Lucifer and returned to number 4, Privet Drive. He felt compelled to share this delightful news with the Dursleys, believing they would be pleased as well. Shortly after Harry departed, Mun appeared in the Moonlight Castle with a swift motion. After brushing the snowflakes from his shoulders, he shed his coat and hat, collapsing onto the sofa with a contented sigh. It's snowing, Mun remarked. I have always thought our house's layout is most suitable for winter. Outside, the snow fell in torrents, while inside, there was only a warm fireplace and a lazy dog. No, a plump cat. Lucifer interjected promptly. What nonsense. Mun propped himself up, hands on his belly. Look, my stomach has improved significantly. Upon observing, Lucifer noted that the extra weight that had recently appeared had indeed diminished considerably. It seems my assertion holds merit, Lucifer declared with satisfaction. Mun waved dismissively, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. I have invited Harry to celebrate Christmas with us, Lucifer announced suddenly. Mun paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding, but we do not celebrate Christmas. For me, festivities entail feasting and taking a break. However, I'm on holiday every day, eating whatever I desire. I couldn't care less. Celebrations should at least appear festive. You always maintain such an ascetic demeanor. It's no wonder you're cursed. Lucifer retorted, pointing at Mun with mock irritation. Mun dug at his ear, feeling exasperated. All right, or I'll heed your words. Chapter 33. An Unsettled Christmas Eve. The following day marked Christmas Eve, with homes adorned with festive garlands and lights, and lawns adorned with an abundance of gifts or tiny fir trees. As Harry stepped outside, he was astonished to see Uncle Mun shoveling snow. As Harry approached, he overheard Uncle Mun murmuring to himself, I wonder if St. Nicholas would dare show up. If he were in this era, I would seize all his presents. Harry felt a pang of embarrassment. St. Nicholas, the legendary figure of Santa Claus, was also a renowned wizard. Uncle Mun, Harry greeted. Mun looked up and nodded, Merry Christmas Eve. He then handed Harry the shovel with a smile, saying, I'm afraid there are no holidays today. Understood, Harry replied with a grin as he took the shovel and began his work. Shovel the snow quickly. After breakfast, we'll decorate the house, Mun instructed before retreating indoors. Before long, he re-emerged, dressed for the cold, and reminded Harry, I am heading to Diagon Alley. With that, he vanished from Harry's sight. Half an hour later, he returned bearing an array of festive decorations common among wizards and an assortment of candies. That evening, the entire castle had transformed. Lucifer had positioned it atop a mountain, where snowflakes continuously fell, adorning the castle with delicate caps of white. Inside, warmth and tranquility reigned. The aroma of roasting chicken wafted through the air, its golden, crispy skin enticing, alongside various delicacies spread across the table. To magic, Mun was the first to raise his glass, clinking it with Harry's. By the way, Uncle Mun, having traveled so far with the castle, where are we headed? Harry inquired. To the village of Lorand, Mun replied, a settlement of half-wizards and half-muggles nestled in the Scandinavian mountains. Lucifer added from the cupboard, we are nearly there. It's only about a day's journey left. The castle's pace was leisurely, akin to an elderly gentleman ambling along, mirroring Lucifer's languid demeanor. Nevertheless, no one felt rushed. What purpose do we have in going there? Harry asked with curiosity. Mun smiled. That village is said to have a millennium of history. Perhaps it holds ancient legacies of runic magic. Upon hearing this, Harry recalled the teachings concerning runes. Runes were a significant branch of ancient magic. In his third year at Hogwarts, runes were part of the curriculum in Ancient Runes class. According to Germanic mythology, runes were obtained by Odin, the father of the gods, who sacrificed an eye to gain wisdom from the well of knowledge. He then hung on a tree for 9 days and nights, contemplating the wisdom of the runes. And upon descending, he had mastered their secrets. Through learning these symbols, individuals could potentially acquire magical power, albeit with an element of chance. I intended to head south. For the climate there is milder and more pleasant. The village happens to be on the way, Mun added. Just then, Lucifer suddenly ascended. Before Harry could react, the castle doors were forcefully flung open. Instantly, the cozy atmosphere of the castle was shattered by the howling wind from the snowy mountaintop, and snow rushed inside. Who dares to batter down my door? Lucifer erupted in flames, the castle's fire ducts howling in response, and flames spewed from the chimney. Oh, what magical contraption is this? A sharp, aged voice called from the darkness outside. It is too cold out here. May we come and sit? Another disagreeable voice chimed in. Before anyone could respond, Harry caught sight of the arrivals. A group of diminutive figures with pointed noses and long fingers, goblins, stood before them. How peculiar, Mun mused, tilting his head as he examined the gathering of goblins. Are you an illegal goblin faction? Illegal? Huh, you with that cat head. I have no desire to engage in lengthy discourse, one goblin retorted, eyeing Mun with a mix of curiosity and disdain. Who are they? Harry queried uncertainly, glancing at Mun. They are likely an illegal goblin group. Since the end of the Second Goblin War, some goblins accepted the Ministry of Magic's offer and founded Gringotts, while others tread the gray area, becoming free agents. Muin gazed upon the newcomers before he slowly uttered. You have formed an illicit organization with the intent to restore your nation. In fact, back in the day, you were solicited by Voldemort alongside the giants, werewolves, and vampiric factions, all aiming to overthrow the magical realm. Harry furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glare at the approaching fairies. Muin's nostrils flared as he detected the unmistakable scent of blood emanating from them. Did you come from Lauren Village? He inquired, directing his gaze at the fairies. Unexpectedly, one of the fairies at the rear pushed through the crowd, his countenance fierce and filled with animosity. Cut the pleasantries. The Vikings are about to strike. We must seize this place, cast the invisibility spell, and take cover for a while, the fairy declared resolutely. No sooner had he spoken than a spell was hurled directly at Harry. It appears they are extremists, Mu inside, and in an instant he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before the spell, gently pushing his hand forward to conjure an invisible shield that effortlessly neutralized the curse. Following this, he swept his hand across, unleashing a tremendous force that sent all the fairies hurtling out of the room. By the time Harry regained his senses, the room was completely deserted. Outside the castle, atop the mountain, amidst the blizzard, Muin's garments fluttered violently in the wind. His eyes narrowed to slits, for to him, the night was as bright as day. Avada Kedavra! A beam of green light shot toward Muin, launched by none other than the earlier fairy, who now bore a grotesque and triumphant expression. Muin subtly shifted his form midair, casting a discerning glance at the surrounding fairies. I wonder why you do not teleport away, he mused softly before shaking his head. Well, I might as well experiment with some insights I gleaned from the Telly's manuscript a few months back. With that, he gradually raised his hands, and swirling clouds of dark energy began to coalesce between them. Telly's, the foremost of the 7 sages of ancient Greece, was the first recorded sorcerer in the annals of Greek magical history. He founded the Miletus school, also known as the Ionian school. During an epoch when practitioners were fervently exploring the laws of the world, Telly's pioneeringly discerned, analyzed, and anchored a singular set of principles from the boundless expanse of stars, water, and posited the radical theory that all things originate from water. Muin's eyes darkened, resembling an abyss. Above, the snow had ceased its relentless fall, yet the oppressive black clouds loomed ominously, and the winds intensified, akin to a razor-sharp blade. Some fairies quivered in place, their feet trembling, while the bolder ones attempted to flee or charge at the towering figure. Muin clasped his hands together, causing the roiling black clouds to dissipate. However, all were acutely aware that the storm clouds remained, looming above. As he pressed his hands downward, he began to softly chant an incantation, tempestuous winds and torrential rains. Chapter 34. Viking. The previously menacing fairy, upon hearing Muin chant incomprehensible incantations and witnessing his comrades disband, was consumed by fury. He raised his wand, aiming it directly at Muin. Avid, suddenly, deep gashes appeared on his raised arm. The fairy's complexion turned ashen as he watched in horror as chunks of flesh were torn from his arm in an instant. Is this the wind? His thoughts spiraled into chaos as he observed the figure amidst the storm, hair whipping wildly, and the arrogance and rage that had once filled him were replaced by sheer terror. Flee! We must escape. Yet it was already too late. His companions were ahead of him, and the ominous storm clouds threatened to obliterate the sky. Where could they possibly run to? Moreover, besides the wind, there came the rain. With the first drop plummeting from the heavens, the fairies once again experienced a pain that pierced to the core. This was not the gentle patter of raindrops. Instead, it was as if lethal arrows rained down from the sky, splattering their bodies with crimson mist. Armor up, they shouted, their voices drowning in a cacophony of spells. Yet, against the relentless tempest, no incantation could withstand for long. Muin observed the fairies, his mind assessing the efficacy of this spell. This magic blended Telly's storm techniques with the advanced weather charms of this world and his own understanding. At present, it appeared quite formidable with a sufficiently broad range, although he had endeavored to integrate anchoring techniques to ensure the storm only targeted animals. preventing widespread destruction of flora and inanimate objects. He had yet to achieve the ability to distinguish between friend and foe. It seemed some fairies had resorted to using tree bark as makeshift shields, attempting to mislead the spell and mitigate the rain's damage. A faint smile crept upon Muin's lips. He hadn't anticipated such quick-wittedness from these creatures. Some even showed signs of attempting to escape the spell's reach. His gaze fell upon one particular fairy, the one who had previously kicked open the door, seemingly the leader of the group and the swiftest to flee. At that moment, he was shielding himself with a piece of bark, morphing into black mist as he darted away. Muon, filled with curiosity regarding the reasons for their inability to teleport, shot forth like an arrow, pursuing the fairy. However, the escape route suddenly erupted with a flash of silver light, accompanied by a piercing wail. Muin witnessed the fairy plummet to the ground. In the distance, a thunderous roar resounded. Muin raised his hand slightly, turning it toward the sky. Dispersed the clouds. The rain and wind gradually abated, giving way to the familiar flurry of snowflakes. As the scene clarified, Muin discerned the newcomers. The first to come into view was a dragon's head, adorned with sharp teeth and menacing bony protrusions. Following there were warriors mounted on the dragon's back, their muscular forms boasting large brown beards, their faces painted with dyes crafted for blue stones. A jolt of surprise coursed through Muin's heart. In this world, such attire could only belong to one people, a nation renowned for its brutality and fierce combat prowess. The Vikings. He marveled at the existence of a Viking tribe that had maintained its traditions so steadfastly amidst an era where they had been assimilated by the Germanic peoples. Approximately a dozen Vikings approached, each riding a dragon. Among them, Muin even spotted a child donned in a horned helmet, wearing a fur coat reinforced with runes, wielding a single-headed axe, joining in the assault against the fairies. The leader of the group charged directly towards Muin. He waved his hand across his face, gathering his golden hair as he awaited the approaching figure. The leader was a robust man, bare-chested and draped only in a bearskin, his hair braided backward, and his beard similarly styled. The flickering silver light that Muin had just witnessed emanated from the throwing axe in his hand. "Did you slay these fairies?" he inquired. Muin nodded. "Are you the Vikings they spoke of, the ones pursuing them?" The man affirmed, "Indeed, we hail from Lorand. These fairies have slain our dragon and stolen the dragon eggs we nurtured. Thus we have pursued them to this very place." Muin, somewhat astonished, nodded again. "Does the International Wizarding Federation permit you to rear dragons?" The man responded, "Certain Viking tribes have a tradition of dragon husbandry. Thus we have received special authorization from the International Wizarding Federation." After this explanation, he turned to Muin and said, "I am Evan Markson. I thank you for your assistance." Muin waved his hand dismissively. "They merely came to us. It was pure coincidence." Just then, both men's attention was drawn downwards. There, the child Muin had noticed earlier stood before the castle, having encountered Harry. "Are you a wizard?" The child, with an axe stained by fairy blood and a fairy's head bound his waist, specifically the very fairy that had attacked Muin, asked. Simultaneously, he brandished the wand belonging to the aforementioned fairy. He had been trying to wield the wand when he noticed Harry. "Clearly, I am a wizard," Harry nodded. This was his first encounter with such a bloody scene of slaughter. Although surprised, he felt no fear. Fairies, especially those in illegal factions seeking to restore their realm, did not evoke any sympathy within Harry. They were, after all, enemies. The boy scrutinized Harry up and down, his brow furrowing, while the young dragon behind him glared menacingly at Harry. Then he raised his axe and pointed at Harry, less engaged in combat. "Clee!" Evan's furious roar rang out from above. "Do not be disrespectful." With that, Muin and Evan descended simultaneously. "It seems this child is quite the warrior," Muin chuckled. Evan appeared somewhat embarrassed as he embraced the boy referred to as Clee. "Pardon the rudeness. This is my son. Clee, meet Mr. Muin Jones." Clee, with a defiant expression, replied, "I mean no harm. I merely wish to see how strong a wizard truly is." Evan smacked the top of his head. "Today is Christmas Eve. Behave yourself, or I shall have to discipline you in front of outsiders." He then looked back at Muin. "I apologize. This child is not a spellcaster, so he harbors a competitive spirit toward wizards." Muin glanced at the obstinate lad before him, somewhat taken aback. It seemed the Vikings possessed remarkable qualities. Could a non-spellcaster exhibit such combat prowess? He then glanced at Harry and suddenly thought, "If a duel is what you desire, I believe that can be arranged." Turning to Harry, he inquired, "After all this practice, I am quite curious about your current skill level." Harry chuckled nervously, yet with a hint of eagerness, nodded, "Of course." With that, he reached into the golden silk pouch at his waist. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Clang! A blue steel longsword was drawn, held firmly in both of Harry's hands. As he did so, the ring on his finger glimmered slightly. In the next moment, fierce flames erupted from the blade. Chapter 35. Counter-Fairy Apparition Transfiguration. Unfortunately, this extraordinary duel did not commence immediately. Markson, having completed his tally, announced that all the fairies had perished. In the sky, several Viking warriors cheered. What about the eggs? Evan called out below. One of the warriors descended, his rough face stained with blood. Bearing a somber expression, one egg has been destroyed. He opened a fur-wrapped bundle to reveal 3 dragon eggs, each the size of a rugby ball, along with one that had cracked, forcing a hatchling to emerge. The little creature was sticky and its eyes barely opened. It breathed in laboriously, clearly on the brink of death. Moon approached and said, "Let me take a look." He stepped closer to the fur-wrapped bundle held by the man. Noticing that the hatchling's belly still clung to a mass of unabsorbed yolk, surrounded by a viscous membrane stained with blood, Moon slowly extended his hand towards the bundle, a green mist gently emanating forth, enveloping it. The yolk beneath the hatchling began to be absorbed rapidly, its scales hardening visibly as the creature's body swelled. Coughing, the hatchling managed to stand, expelling a viscous liquid from its throat, accompanied by a puff of noxious black smoke. "It's alive! It's alive!" exclaimed the Viking man holding the fur bundle, his face a mixture of astonishment and joy. "Wait!" another cried out, his eyes widening in disbelief. Crack! Next to the hatchling, another dragon egg began to splinter. The man gently set the bundle down on the ground as a circle of people gathered around. Outside the crowd, a group of dragons stretched their long necks to peer inside. Subsequently, the remaining 3 dragon eggs began to hatch in succession. 4 hatchlings swiftly appeared before the astonished onlookers, erupting into joyous laughter and cheers. Within the castle, Lucifer listened to the commotion outside, feeling irked. What on earth are these people up to? Why are they so jubilant? I wish to see. They are celebrating while I am left in the dark, feeling as though ants are crawling over me. Evan stood, looking solemnly at Moen. "Mr. Jones, I am deeply grateful." Moen, observing the newly hatched lives, smiled and replied nonchalantly, "It was nothing, merely a trifling effort." However, despite his modest words, Evan and the Viking warriors would not share the same sentiment. In their village, half the population comprised spellcasters, yet none could effortlessly perform such feats. Their tribe possessed a long tradition of dragon husbandry, yet even now, the birth and survival rates of dragonlings remain dismally low. Not only them, but even in the few dragon nurseries officially authorized by the International Wizarding Federation, hatching and survival of dragon eggs continued to pose significant challenges. Even if all 4 eggs were returned unharmed to the dragon's lair, the likelihood of all successfully hatching was slim. Perhaps only 2 would survive. Dragon eggs are not mere objects that can be incubated by simply raising their temperature. Thus, Muen's actions truly opened the eyes of these Viking warriors, who were immensely grateful. From ancient times to the present, the Vikings have divided into 2 factions based on their combat methods: the dragon hunters and the dragon breeders. The dragon hunters utilize the skin, claws, and bones of dragons to forge powerful magical equipment, while the dragon breeders treat dragons as family, living and fighting alongside them. Eschewing any dragon-derived products, especially in their small community-based groups, the life and death of each member hold paramount importance. Therefore, Muen's actions were akin to saving their kin. In an instant, expressions of gratitude poured forth, filling the air. Evan extended an invitation to Mu, In, and Harry to visit the village. Muen pondered for a moment. He was already planning to go to the village in a couple of days, so visiting today was certainly feasible. Upon arriving at the village, he suggested, "Let's have a match." With a sharp clap, Evan retorted, "Could you possibly keep quiet?" After reprimanding his own child, Evan adopted a serious tone, saying, "However, Mr. Muen, if you genuinely wish for the children to engage in a little competition, we could arrange for a formal duel in the village." Although Muen was quite formidable, he didn't underestimate the abilities of his own child. Although Klee was not a spellcaster, he had grown up living and battling alongside dragons, making him unmatched among his peers. Even those children who attended magical schools often found themselves outmatched when they returned home. As for fighting, the Vikings had never known fear. Muen nodded. He indeed wished for Harry to have a chance to spar. After practicing for so long, it was essential to engage in actual combat. "Then let us proceed," Muen declared. The boy named Klee turned to Harry, raised his chin a bit smugly, and said, "Come, ride my dragon. I'll take you." Harry felt a bit embarrassed and shook his head, replying, "No need. I have my own means of transportation." With that, he called out to the castle, "Meteor!" In the night sky, a flash of lightning shot forth, landing before Harry, the broomstick buzzing with excitement as it rubbed against the ground. Klee, surprised by the speed of the broom's arrival, promptly mounted his dragon and suggested, "Shall we race?" "Then let us race," they both exclaimed eagerly, counting down from 3 to 1 before soaring into the air. Evan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I apologize. This child is not a wizard," and thus, whenever he encounters peers who are, his competitive spirit surges. "It's nothing," Muin shook his head. "That rascal Peter, though I've always instructed him to remain calm. It's clear he possesses a rather restless nature." With that, the group followed closely behind. During their flight, Muin conversed with Evan and learned that the Norwegian ridgeback dragon that had attacked Harry 6 months prior had indeed flown out from their village. Evan also discovered, through the intern at the dragon sanctuary who had returned the dragon to their village, that it had been defeated by a powerful wizard capable of independent flight. This realization struck Evan when he witnessed Muin flying, as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Upon verification, he found that they were indeed referring to the same individual, an intriguing twist of fate. Simultaneously, Muin understood why the fairies had not operated away. They had been prohibited from spatial transportation. In a magical realm, many creatures possess the ability to teleport, including pixies, phoenixes, fairies, and even house elves. Each race has its unique method of transportation. The apparition practiced by wizards is an analysis and imitation of these various means of teleportation. This results in different counter-appearing spells that can only target specific races. Just as Hogwarts' counter-apparition charm cannot restrain house elves, the fairies Muin encountered previously had also fallen victim to a counter-charm designed specifically for their teleportation. This was one of the crucial spells invented during the Second Fairy War, and the creator is said to have earned a spot on a chocolate frog card, securing their place in history. Once Muin clarified these matters, the group arrived at the village of Lorand. Chapter 36, The First Battle. From a distance, Muin could see the lights of Lorand. The village square was bustling with figures, and a massive bonfire sent thick smoke spiraling into the sky. Additionally, he noticed several dragons, roughly a dozen upon cursory glance. Lorand stood apart from the world, lacking significant commercial attributes, unlike Hogsmeade. The village typically relied on providing unique magical products to other wizarding shops and collaborating with the Dragon Sanctuary for sustenance. Moreover, many non-wizards in the village opted to venture to distant ordinary towns for education, settling into the mundane world. Of course, the majority of Lorand's inhabitants still preferred the life of wizards, even if they were not all spellcasters. We also have an agreement with the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, overseeing the wizarding law enforcement in this area. Evan further explained. "You see, the world is vast and wizards are few, especially in a sparsely populated region like Norway. Situated at the edge of the world, it is all too easy for dark wizards to emerge. We certainly do not wish for our home to become a lawless land like Romania. The forests of Romania are notorious in the magical world, rife with bloodthirsty werewolves and other malevolent creatures." Upon landing in the village, the group was quickly surrounded. Muin noticed another group of Viking warriors, considerably younger, clearly the youthful folk returning home for Christmas. After pursuing Evan's forces out of the village, these young warriors were responsible for maintaining the village's safety. Subsequently, Evan introduced Muin to the villagers, leading to a wave of overwhelming gratitude. Once all formalities were concluded, Muin recalled Harry and Klee. "Where are those two rascals?" he inquired, scanning the crowd until he spotted them. At that moment, Klee was warming up beside the bonfire, curiously asking Harry, "Have you ever dueled?" Harry shook his head. "I've only read about it. You need a duel assistant, right?" "That's the way of wizards who think themselves superior." Klee shook his head, stretching his limbs. "Vikings just need a fight. I'm quite looking forward to it." Harry nodded in agreement. Evan also noticed the two eager boys and promptly stepped forward to the bonfire. The onlookers soon became aware of Klee's challenge to the young wizard, and all eyes turned toward the pair. "Go for it, wizard boy. Teach Klee a lesson. Klee, don't embarrass the Vikings. Hold your ground." The cheers and shouts of encouragement were incessant, with most rooting for Harry, as he was the challenger and a guest. "Klee Evanson, are you sure you wish to duel Peter Jones?" Harry added, "Do you wish to challenge Peter Jones to a duel?" Evan looked sternly at Klee. Regardless of injury or even death, after the duel, there must be no resentment or jealousy. Klee twirled the hand axe in his grasp. "Let us get on with it. Dad, I can hardly wait." Evan chuckled, picking up a burning torch from the bonfire and circling it around Klee and Harry before positioning himself between the two. The surrounding Viking warriors formed a circle, chanting a battle song in a language Muin barely understood. The powerful atmosphere made Harry feel as though his blood was boiling with excitement. As the torch was dropped, the duel commenced. Evan stood at the edge of the crowd, raising the torch. Confirming both participants were ready, he tossed the torch high into the air between them. Harry felt a surge of nerves. This was his first real fight. Yet, he felt no fear. The torch, trailing flames, soared through the air, and then, bang! Harry, with his legs rigid and immobilized, immediately cast a spell, and a beam of white light surged towards Cleary at an alarming speed. Just as it seemed poised to strike, Cleary's dragon interposed itself, its scales exhibiting a remarkable resistance to magic, rendering Harry's spell utterly ineffective. Simultaneously, the dragon's tail coiled around Cleary, depositing him onto the creature's back. Upon witnessing his initial attack thwarted, Harry gripped the broom tightly, not rushing to mount it, but instead darting directly towards Cleary. Munin, somewhat astonished, pondered whether this lad had attained such proficiency in flight. Regrettably, Cleary and his dragon evidently possessed greater experience, as they swiftly ascended to evade Harry's onslaught. The dragon's tail lashed out with ferocity. Harry narrowly dodged, yet his arm was struck with considerable force, causing him to stagger. Subsequently, he too soared high into the sky. "Isn't this a tad unfair?" Evan remarked with concern, hastily adding, "I mean no offense. But Cleary and Bart have been inseparable since birth, and Bart is not akin to a broomstick." Munin dismissively shook his head. "It's quite fair, provided he has genuinely learned something. He should still be in his first year." Evan expressed his unease. How much magic can a first year truly learn? "No, he hasn't even enrolled yet." Munin replied, "In the grand scheme, the essence of combat strategy outweighs mere spellcraft. The characteristic of wizards casting spells from a distance often leads many to mistakenly equate them with archers. In truth, a wizard's true strength lies in their elusiveness. As long as he possesses a nimble combat mindset, victory remains within reach." "Is that so?" Evan mused, his expression contemplative. For this group, discussions of mathematics and science might elicit indifference. Yet when it comes to combat strategies, they would undoubtedly engage their minds. Many wizards I have encountered merely flail their wands about, a fundamentally flawed approach to battle. Munin nodded calmly, observing the ongoing clash above. Cleary and Harry did not ascend too high. Presently, they maintained their distance, evidently with Harry aiming to leverage the unique advantages of a wizard in combat. Then, he beheld Cleary retrieving a bow from the saddle. With remarkable finesse, Cleary knocked an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it was aimed directly at him. He swiftly evaded, raising his hand towards Cleary. Bind swiftly, a spell hurtled towards Cleary, only to be thwarted by Bart, the dragon. Flames blazed, legs rigid, immobile. The arrow and spell danced in the air, and as Cleary evaded, he retaliated with arrows aimed at Harry. In mere moments, Harry's expression shifted to one of concern. "Engaging me in close combat may be your only chance. The dragon scales are still too formidable for you." With that, Cleary once again knocked an arrow. Seizing the opportunity, Harry quickly surged forward. Finally, it had arrived. Excitement glimmered in Harry's eyes as he leaned forward on his broom, his fingers twitching. Flames blazed forth. Although the incantation might have been masked by the wind, Cleary keenly detected the movement of Harry's lips, his focus entirely on him. However, Harry released nothing from his hand. It was only when Cleary realized what was behind him that he saw the burning fabric bag igniting with flames. Little trick! Cleary kicked off, sending the flaming bag plummeting towards the ground. Yet in that fleeting moment of distraction, when he turned back, he found Harry launching a blue steel sword directly towards him. Enlarged swiftly. In an instant, the sword grew to a size towering over Cleary, spinning at high velocity as it approached him. Just as Cleary narrowly avoided the sword, he noticed that Harry had vanished from sight. Below, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. As the discarded bag neared the ground, a figure plummeted from the sky, seizing the bag just before it hit the earth, stirring up dust as they ascended once more. At that moment, Harry was barely a foot from the ground. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand into the burning bag, disregarding the pain, and retrieved the wand, none other than the one Cleary had obtained from the fairy. "I'm not merely a wizard who casts spells," he declared slowly, pointing the wand at Cleary. Chapter 37. A Problem with the Letter. "It's over." Munin slowly raised his hand. "Over?" Evan queried, perplexed. "Though I'm uncertain of what your child is doing, it should not be over yet." Munin lightly waved his hand before Evan, causing him to display a look of shock. At that moment, night enveloped him as if it were daylight. Simultaneously, he beheld it. The sword? A massive sword, shrouded in darkness, floated in the distance behind Cleary. "He has cast a levitation charm upon the sword, now concealed within the night," Munin explained. "Due to Peter's earlier spells, Cleary's attention was fully fixated on him. And with the wand acquired from the bag, Peter's spellcasting level would be elevated once more. Munin expressed admiration. When had Harry noticed the bag? Was it when he saw Cleary place the wand inside and outside Moonlight Fortress? Or did he observe it when Cleary retrieved the bow? Demonstrating such observational acumen in his first battle is commendable. As Munin had anticipated, Harry slowly waved the wand. The longsword surged forward. Poor Cleary, still fixated on Harry's direction, anxiously scrutinizing his wand, unaware of what spell might be unleashed. Munin raised his hand, forcefully grasping the two airborne figures in midair. It seemed as if a thin, membranous thread seeped from his fingers. Time froze. Suddenly, the two figures and the dragon in the sky became rigid. The flapping of wings, the flight of the broom, even the fleeting expressions on their faces abruptly halted, as if time itself had been suspended. The onlookers ascended slowly into the sky, and Munin lifted the enchantments from the two children. Cleary, about to speak, was silenced as Evan pressed down on his head. "You little rascal, you've lost. Don't move." He gently turned Cleary to face him. Just then, the enormous blue steel sword loomed barely half a meter away. Even a glance could convey the immense force the sword had possessed. Cleary nervously swallowed, glancing at Harry, and resignedly lowered his head. "I concede." Harry, perched upon his broom, shook his head. "I was merely fortunate. Without this wand, I certainly could not have cast the spell. Spare me your modesty. You must have had it all planned to acquire this wand from me." Cleary waved his hand dismissively. "A loss is a loss. I acknowledge it." With that, the group returned to the ground, and sure enough, Cleary was met with a barrage of teasing from his peers. Muin gently patted Harry's head and praised. "Well done, my boy. Your thoughts are remarkably clear." Harry beamed with joy, lifting his gaze. "Uncle Muin, did you fight like this in the past?" "No." Muin shook his head with a smile. "I basically only needed one move. Just one move." Harry removed his glasses and rubbed his somewhat dry eyes. Every time he recalled this phrase, it sent a shiver of dread down his spine. In that moment, he truly understood what Uncle Muin had previously told him. "You are not a wizard yet, so you worry about me. Once you become a wizard, you will realize that worrying about me is the most superfluous thing in this world." As winter melted into spring, and following the Christmas holidays, the spring and summer terms had also passed. He had successfully graduated from St. George's Primary School. Stretching his limbs, Harry stepped out of his room to commence his routine cleaning, lest the uninhabited corners of the castle attract insects or mice, or even the occasional fox. Downstairs, Lucifer curiously observed Harry. "You're going to Hogwarts this year, aren't you?" "Yes," Harry nodded, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation in his eyes. He couldn't help but worry about how the children from wizarding families were faring in their magical studies. They had been exposed to magic from such a young age, far beyond his own half-hearted efforts. The mere thought sent alarm bells ringing in his mind, urging him to hasten his studies. "Fear," he muttered to himself, shaking his head, deciding that after finishing his cleaning, he would consolidate his notes from the year and devise a study plan for the holiday. Meanwhile, deep within the Scottish Highlands, amidst lush green mountain meadows, a grand castle stood, shrouded in enchantments that concealed its precise location. Only those with the requisite credentials could gain entry. At this moment, in a corridor on the third floor, a woman clad in a dark green robe and a pointed wizard's hat, with a serious demeanor, strode purposefully. The vacated halls of Hogwarts echoed with the sound of her heels striking the stone floor. Along the way, some of the castle's murals seemed to greet the venerable professor who had served Hogwarts for decades, but upon noticing her grave expression, they fell silent. The woman hastened to the end of the west corridor on the third floor and addressed a stone statue with a dripping spout. "Honeydukes." A thunderous noise erupted as the stone beast slowly opened, revealing a passageway, while greeting her, "Welcome, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you," McGonagall replied casually and entered the spiral staircase within. Before long, as the staircase ascended, she found herself at the 7th floor of the castle. "Albus." Before crossing the curtain in front of the office, McGonagall called out urgently. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, perusing the Daily Prophet. Upon hearing McGonagall's voice, he turned, his expression turning curious. "Minerva, aren't you in charge of the letters for new students? What has happened?" "There is an issue with one of the letters," McGonagall asserted, leaning on the desk and extending the yellow envelope in her hand. "It concerns Harry Potter." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he adjusted his glasses and accepted the letter, gesturing gently. "Minerva, do not worry. Please take a seat and rest for a moment." As he spoke, he also glanced at the envelope. The owl refused to deliver the letter. "Initially, I was unaware of the reason, but later discovered the problem lay in the address," McGonagall explained. At that moment, Dumbledore noticed the issue on the envelope's address. Surrey, Little Whinging, number 13, Privet Drive from Mr. Harry Potter. What is this? Dumbledore's brow furrowed, his expression becoming increasingly grave. However, before he could investigate further, the ink on the envelope began to writhe, changing its inscription. Germany, Munich, deep within the St. Wolfgang, in the Kirillin Mountains for Mr. Harry Potter. Harry's address had been shifting between these two locations, and the precise whereabouts could not be traced, indicating that someone had interfered with the magic of the entrance book. McGonagall stated. Dumbledore set the letter down. Minerva, there is no need for alarm. It seems our young savior is encountering some difficulties. How about this? You return to manage the other matters concerning the new students. Do not worry. I shall take care of this letter myself. Chapter 38. The Phoenix Amidst the Tempest. On Thursday, as dawn broke, Harry rose from his bed, yawning before dragging himself to the washroom, where he exchanged a perfunctory greeting with Uncle Vernon, who was preparing to leave for work. 10 minutes later, Harry stepped out of the Dursleys' home. As expected, fine rain was falling, and Harry tucked his hair back as he began his warm-up exercises along the flowerbed path, followed by his morning jog. This had become a daily routine for him, as a healthy and robust physique was one of the hallmarks of an excellent wizard. In Little Whinging, the streets were sparsely populated. As a middle-class residential area, it boasted relatively good security, free from late-night miscreants or drunken revelers. Only the occasional chirp of a bird broke the serene tranquility. However, today, as Harry rounded the corner, he spotted an unfamiliar figure that immediately captured his attention. It was an elderly man dressed in multiple layers of silver-gray robes. Despite his age, he appeared vigorous and upright, standing at least 6 feet tall. He wore a small purple hat, and his long silver hair and beard reached his waist, yet they were well-groomed. A wizard. Harry discerned from his attire that this man was no ordinary individual. Sure enough, upon noticing Harry, the elder nodded amicably. Harry smiled in return, thinking, he must have noticed my scar. Yet, he continued running, adjusting his breathing and slightly quickening his pace as he passed the street. No, wait. His steps gradually slowed, and he turned to look back at the empty street, his mind still echoing with the visage of the old man. He had seen that person before. Albus Dumbledore. Harry suddenly recalled where he had encountered this figure. In the Chocolate Frog cards and throughout modern magical history, this venerable wizard's animated likeness was well known. Instantly, information about Albus flooded his mind. The headmaster of Hogwarts, the greatest wizard, co-discoverer of dragon's blood. What could such an illustrious person be doing here? Meanwhile, Dumbledore watched as Harry's figure disappeared from view, lost in thought. He then turned and continued toward Privet Drive. Soon, he arrived at the Dursleys' residence. At that moment, Vernon Dursley, impeccably dressed, was outside the garage, preparing to start his beloved red car. Clearly, he had also noticed Dumbledore and quickly lowered his head, muttering irritably. Evidently, encountering such an individual so early in the morning was an ominous portent for him. Fortunately, the old fellow's destination was not his residence. After proceeding past 2 more houses, Dumbledore soon halted at number 6, Privet Drive. Across the street stood number 13, the very address inscribed on the envelope. At that moment, a neatly dressed man happened to open the front door and stepped out of the house. He too noticed Dumbledore. Time seemed to dilate as both their minds began to race, exhibiting an energy and restlessness that had long been dormant. Vernon revved his small car, its round headlights piercing through the misty morning, and then drove past the 2 men. The rolling wheels splashed water, a droplet reflecting the intertwined figures of the two. In an instant, a series of razor-sharp blades, imbued with unparalleled ferocity, surged towards Dumbledore from one side, their speed akin to lightning. Yet Dumbledore merely stood there, the space around him warping, showing no signs of movement, while those blades, redirected by the distortion, sliced through the air behind him. Houses crumbled, and a thunderous explosion echoed throughout Little Whinging, reminiscent of a daytime thunderclap. Mun brandished his wand, lightly tapping the ground twice. In the next moment, waves surged from beneath him, spreading outward like a tsunami. Dumbledore's arm fell to his side, and then the ancient wand grasped firmly in his hand. He waved it gently, summoning a torrent of flames that enveloped him, swirling into the shape of a phoenix. The crackling of fire echoed as the tsunami surged forward, the furious tide and the firebird clashing in an unyielding contest. At that moment, they were no longer on Privet Drive. They stood instead in the depths of the ocean, engaged in an ineffable battle. Subsequently, a flicker of yellow light appeared in Dumbledore's hand, which he cast forth, unaffected by the raging waters, flying directly towards Mun. Mun raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of delight crossing his face. Finally, was an attack forthcoming? As he observed the shadow approaching, its speed became increasingly sluggish, until at last, it transformed into a letter, landing before Mun. He gently lifted his hand, the water swirling like an arm, delicately grasping the envelope. Moments later, disappointment clouded his features. With a pop, the minuscule droplet reflecting their figures burst apart like fireworks. Vernon drove away in his little red car, disappearing into the distance. Has the first person become so accustomed to their position that they lack even the most basic respect for others? Mun observed him with a smirk. Dumbledore, with an apologetic expression, nodded with a smile, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive an elderly man for his increasingly uncontrollable thoughts." "Huh. You hardly seem like one who has lost control," Mun retorted, "let alone someone who would casually intrude upon another's mind. Which is hardly the behavior expected of this century's greatest wizard, as depicted in books." Mun discerned that the old fellow had intended to invade his thoughts just a moment ago, likely employing the technique known as legilimency. However, his mind was not unguarded. Instantly, he countered, engaging in a mental duel with Dumbledore. Dumbledore shook his head. It was merely a misunderstanding. I was simply concerned for that child. If he had heard those words during his first 10 years, he would surely have leapt for joy. Mun scoffed dismissively. On the subject, Dumbledore's expression dimmed slightly, and he shook his head gravely. "You see, there are many matters in this world that are inherently contradictory and irreconcilable. If he were not with the Dursleys, no one could protect him, not even Hogwarts?" Mun queried, somewhat astonished, before adding, "Of course, I do not mean to imply that you have any obligation. I am merely curious as to how Voldemort possesses such formidable power." Dumbledore nodded with a hint of melancholy. While Voldemort was still a student, he concealed many things from me. He is exceptionally clever and ruthless. Even if this child were to grow up at Hogwarts, under my protection, he would not be safe. As he spoke, he regarded Mun. "Thank you. You are one of the few who does not hold me in such high regard. I am not referring to magic, but to myself. I harbor the same pity for every individual deemed great by society, for they are afforded no room for error." Mun remarked casually, "Indeed. Yet who can truly comprehend the plight of elderly souls like us?" Dumbledore sighed in agreement. Mun cast a cold glance at Dumbledore. "However, do not feign concern for him. If you were genuinely invested in his welfare, you would not have waited until now to meet me." His anger flared further at Dumbledore's last remark, even prompting an expletive. "Who the hell is like you? An old man with one foot in the grave." Chapter 39. Truly a doddering fool. Mun. Just as Mun finished his tirade against Dumbledore, Harry's voice rang out, his shirt slightly damp, resembling a drenched chicken. His face was flushed, yet his spirit was undeniably vibrant. You should hurry and take a shower and change your clothes," Mun suggested with a casual nod. "All right, who is this?" "Dumbledore, your future headmaster. Although I am unsure of his purpose here." Mun cast a sidelong glance at the elderly man across from him. The old man exchanged a friendly wink with Harry. Mun thought he truly resembled a doddering fool. Dumbledore elucidated, "I am here, of course, to discuss a few matters regarding your enrollment. By the way, has Harry been to Diagon Alley yet?" A school caretaker had inquired about him for some time, wishing to escort Harry to purchase his first-year supplies. "Alas, it seems. To take me to Diagon Alley? He knows me?" Harry pointed at himself, somewhat bewildered, then felt his question to be rather foolish. "Wait, does he know my parents well?" "Indeed, he was a friend of your parents." Harry suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. "All right, I look forward to meeting him. However, I've already arranged to go to Diagon Alley with Hermione, so I apologize. Uncle Mun, I'll head inside first." "Go on." Mun waved his hand dismissively. Dumbledore watched Harry's retreating figure and inquired, "Who is Hermione?" "A young witch from London, likely entering this year as well. Her parents are muggles." "We met when we were in London," Harry explained. Dumbledore nodded slightly. "I see. Is there anything else? I thought you would invite me in for a chat. Did you not notice that I was just about to head out?" Mun countered, then added with a hint of exasperation, "Well, I now have reasonable grounds to suspect you may indeed be losing your faculties with age." Dumbledore wore an awkward expression, shifting the topic. "Very well. If you wish to accompany that new student to Diagon Alley, I can arrange for someone to escort you." "Do you really need someone to come pick you up?" Mun asked, puzzled. "It's not as if you don't know the way." "Indeed, there are certain regulations to adhere to, not merely directed towards the young wizards, but also their muggle parents," Dumbledore elucidated, subsequently casting a puzzled glance at Muun. "By the way, are you acquainted with those pertinent regulations?" "I have no knowledge of them, nor do I care," Muun replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps we should take a look," Dumbledore suggested. "It matters not. Mu-In waved dismissively. Is there anything else? Speaking across the street is truly exhausting. Dumbledore nodded helplessly. Very well. Since the notification has been delivered and it has been confirmed that Harry is unharmed, I shall take my leave. No need to see you off. No sooner had he spoken than Dumbledore's figure vanished at an astonishing speed, having disapparated away from Privet Drive. Half an hour later, upon Mu-In's return to Moonlight Castle with the freshest ingredients of the morning, he found Harry already dressed in neat attire, tidying up. Upon seeing Mu-In, he accepted the items with a hint of curiosity. Uncle Mu-In, why did Professor Dumbledore come here? Doesn't the book state that Hogwarts has a tradition of sending notifications via owl? Silly boy, Lucifer interjected in my presence. Those owls can hardly discern where to deliver the letters. Oh, Harry nodded thoughtfully, exclaiming, so it's Mr. Lucifer's contribution. Hearing this, Lucifer grinned with a crooked smile. Just a minor feat, merely blocking some prying eyes. Observing the exchange between the two, Mu-In felt a sense of amusement. Then admonished seriously, you must be cautious around Dumbledore. Harry, startled momentarily before inquiring, is there a problem with Professor Dumbledore? Mu-In shook his head, not at all. That old fellow is quite a decent man. One might even say he is benevolent. Harry appeared somewhat puzzled. It's just that I sense he possesses a rather unpredictable nature. You ought to keep your wits about you when dealing with him, lest you find yourself ensnared in his games. I understand, Harry replied solemnly with a nod. Mu-In patted Harry on the back, urging him towards the kitchen. No need to be so grave. He is indeed not a bad person. Just exercise a bit of caution. All right, Harry nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, in the alley of Hogsmeade, Dumbledore materialized with a flicker, followed by a cry from the sky as the Phoenix Fox alighted on his arm, carrying him back to Hogwarts Castle. Hogwarts, along with the surrounding Forbidden Forest and Black Lake, was heavily fortified against disapparition. Only certain non-human entities could traverse freely within, such as house elves or phoenixes. Frankly speaking, the disapparition spell utilized by humans is quite uncomfortable, akin to squeezing one's entire body through a narrow pipe. However, for phoenixes and creatures like the Thestral, it is an entirely different experience, devoid of discomfort. The disapparition of a phoenix is even delightfully warm, albeit occasionally singeing the edges of clothing or hair. Upon returning to his office, Dumbledore's demeanor shifted immediately to one of seriousness, his expression laden with contemplation. He did not exhibit the unflappable demeanor one might expect. Suddenly, a new wizard of exceptional prowess had emerged in the realm of magic, and he was entirely oblivious to it. He was unaware of the individual's areas of expertise, their character, or their intentions. Dumbledore's fingers drummed incessantly against the desk, while the portraits of former headmasters on the wall regarded him gravely, none daring to interrupt his reverie. Dumbledore had been in office for decades, and it was rare to witness him so deeply engrossed in thought. Subsequently, under their watchful gaze, Dumbledore approached the window, gazing down at the verdant fields and the forbidden forest bordering the Black Lake. At that moment, on the edge of the forbidden forest, a towering figure was seen unloading carriages from a storeroom and tidying up. It was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, a half-giant, and indeed the very caretaker Dumbledore had mentioned, who was to fetch Harry for Diagon Alley. Beside Hagrid stood several gaunt, dragon-headed, black-winged Thestrals. Hagrid effortlessly grasped the heavy carriage frame and gently placed it upon the backs of the Thestrals, attentively adjusting the harnesses for their comfort. Every year, some Thestrals would experience growth spurts, and Hagrid dutifully adjusted the harnesses for them at the start of each school year without complaint. After half an hour, Hagrid finally had all the harnesses positioned suitably, then cupped his hands to his mouth and emitted a hoarse whistle. The Thestrals, upon hearing the sound, joyfully flapped their wings, stirring up a cloud of dust. All right, you little rascals. Hurry back to the forest and play, Hagrid chuckled, just as he was about to return to his hut. He heard Professor McGonagall's voice. Hagrid. Professor McGonagall stood at the entrance. Oh, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid hurried over, brimming with enthusiasm as he asked, is there something you need? It's about what I mentioned before. I believe so, Professor McGonagall nodded. Dumbledore wishes for you to visit his office. Chapter 40. The Three Ancient Magics. After breakfast, Mu-In did not hasten to assign Harry any tasks. Instead, he inquired, how have you been progressing with the books I gave you? Those tomes had been entrusted to Harry in August of the previous year. Now, at the onset of July, he should have, by all accounts, perused them thoroughly. Occasionally, Harry would approach him with questions regarding key points, so Mu-In was not overly concerned about the boy's reading habits. He was merely uncertain about the progress. Harry replied earnestly, I have finished them all. Mu-In nodded. Do you remember what I said to you on the street when you first started school? Harry nodded. for that day was indelibly etched in his memory. It was also the day when Dudley had ceased to bully him. At that time, you mentioned that I should focus on developing my mind, but after that incident, it shifted to physical training, Harry recounted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Uncle Muin, can I commence the next phase of training now? Indeed, Muin affirmed, you have acquired a solid foundation in contemporary magic, so now, I shall teach you a spell that will accompany a wizard throughout their life. Subsequently, Muin did not rush to reveal the spell, but instead posed a question. What paths did the three ancient magic systems each pursue? Harry tapped his forehead thoughtfully, gathering his thoughts before slowly articulating. The three ancient magic systems are ancient Greek magic, ancient Egyptian magic, and Germanic magic. With a steady tone, he continued, ancient Greek magic represents the earliest departure from primitive rituals. Due to systemic reasons, a multitude of practitioners began to ponder the laws of nature, the essence of the cosmos, and the human psyche. Concurrently, some practitioners sought breakthroughs from ancient mathematics. After centuries of development, ancient Greek magic forged a path dominated by abstract logic in its casting methodology. This path demands exceptional computational ability and logical reasoning from a mind, characterized by calculation, logical structure, and spatial geometry. Its most distinguished branches are charms and alchemy. Regrettably, following the decree from Pope John XXII prohibiting alchemy, a significant volume of ancient Greek alchemical achievements was clandestinely appropriated and consolidated into the illustrious tome known as the Book of Abraham. This manuscript currently resides in the possession of Nicodemus, who has utilized its knowledge to forge the Philosopher's Stone, thereby extending his life for over 7 centuries and establishing a remarkable rapport with Dumbledore. Muin nodded, as his primary academic focus was indeed the ancient Greek system. This encompassed artifacts such as the Sword of Triton, which he acquired from the Caribbean, and Poseidon's Trident, both of which trace their origins back to this rich heritage. Thus, he felt an overwhelming joy upon obtaining Thales's manuscript from Bojan. Proceed, Muin gestured, prompting Harry to continue. Harry nodded, stating, ancient Egyptian magic flourished due to the culture's unique reverence for death and the oppressive system of slavery, rendering it fertile ground for dark magic. The concept of concrete desire serves as the pathway of ancient Egyptian sorcery, wherein wizards manifest their desired spell effects through the power of imagination. This approach emphasizes elevated mental fortitude and extreme yearning. The most outstanding disciplines within this realm are dark magic and the transfiguration techniques derived from the lives of slaves, such as the ancient art of breeding through transformation. After expressing this, Harry turned to Muin, awaiting any additional insights. Uncertain if his statements were entirely accurate, he continued, curses also represent a highly developed branch of ancient Egyptian magic. Muin responded, the evolution of curses stemmed from the ancient Egyptians' desire to safeguard their slumber from disturbance. Pharaohs, in particular, would lay intricate and malicious curses within their pyramids. Of course, the magical community is currently engaged in deciphering these, as who wouldn't desire the vast troves of ancient tomes and artifacts of dark magic entombed within those pyramids. As he spoke, Muin retrieved a formidable wand from his left arm, caressing the raven skull at its tip. This venerable companion was indeed a powerful wand hailing from ancient Egypt. Harry, upon hearing this revelation, felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never imagined the wand bore such a remarkable history. Was it truly excavated from a grave? Muin, evidently sensing Harry's thoughts, displayed a knowing smile before presenting the wand before Harry, proclaiming standard spell efficacy at 150, desire spells double in potency, and malevolent spells exhibit a 2-fold enhancement. After stating this, Muin shook his head, exclaiming, if Voldemort were to behold this wand, he would likely be elated to the point of flight. Even a mere touch would be akin to smoke rising from the tombstone of Slytherin. Harry, astonished, exclaimed, is this wand truly that formidable? Indeed, Muin replied, lightly tapping Harry's head with the wand. However, you must remember, whether it be wands or rings, they are eternally the servants of wizards. While we may aspire to acquire more potent instruments of magic, enchanted equipment, or even powerful potions, Muin stated solemnly, the true foundation upon which a wizard stands is always this. He tapped his own head. I understand, Harry replied, massaging his head and nodding vigorously. Muin Rose, gesturing for Harry to follow him. Uncle Muin, what about German magic? Harry inquired as he stood. No need. Your previous 2 questions were quite coherent. As for German magic, it is rooted in the ancient languages, arising from the protracted conflicts in the Germanic regions that birthed a unique system of spells, enchantments on swords, armor, and various enhancements for warfare, alongside the flourishing of potionology, are its hallmarks. Harry nodded, then suddenly exclaimed, "And the study of magical creatures." Initially, the study of magical creatures evolved from potion-making, later becoming a distinct discipline. Moon appeared somewhat surprised, not anticipating Harry's added insight. Rather than exhibiting any stubbornness, he expressed satisfaction. "You young lad, I had completely overlooked magical creatures. Your reminder is appreciated." Harry chuckled as he followed Moo into the study. "My learning is eclectic. Thus, in the future, I shall not impart too many singularly personal teachings to you," Moo stated. Upon hearing this, Harry felt a bit at a loss. "Well, I do not require you to become me, nor should you aspire to be me," Moo interjected, proceeding with his thoughts. "Though modern magic here can be rather extreme, with both advantages and disadvantages, it is indeed quite suitable from a learning perspective. Therefore, until you construct your own modern magical framework, I shall refrain from teaching you any additional spells, as it would be more detrimental than beneficial." Harry then comprehended the essence of Uncle Moo's message, letting out a sigh of relief as he nodded earnestly. "I will strive to do my best." Moo nodded in agreement. "Of course, except for the spell I shall teach you next." Upon hearing this, Harry's anticipation grew. This spell is said to accompany a wizard throughout their life. Chapter 41. Hagrid is quite serious. This spell is called Mage Hand, Moo gradually stated, rummaging through his desk before finally retrieving several sheets of parchment. "Mage Hand?" Harry murmured. "Indeed, it conjures a spectral hand, enabling the caster to manipulate and interact with objects." As he spoke, a slightly translucent azure hand materialized before Harry. The hand was exceedingly agile, gently tapping on the bookshelf before retrieving a book. "This is a foundational spell. Many novice wizards select it as their first spell to learn," Moo elaborated. "Now, please succinctly describe this spell from the perspective of casting," he instructed as the ethereal azure mage hand floated towards Harry. Harry pondered for a moment before extending his hand to shake the spectral hand. The icy touch of the azure hand, interacting with the physical world, was palpable. Its shape, color, and interaction with reality. Harry exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he muttered, "No, that's not quite right. The essence lies in interfering with reality, engaging with the real world. According to the logic of casting, regardless of the hand's shape or color, these are merely frameworks designed to facilitate the wizard's influence over reality." Upon finishing, Harry looked up, slightly anxious as he gazed at Moon. "This is intriguing. Your explanations are fundamentally sound. The core logic of Mage Hand is indeed about interfering with reality." As he spoke, the mage hand before Harry began to twist and writhe, transforming its form. Neither shape nor color were anything more than abstract concepts, serving merely to help beginners anchor their understanding of reality. Harry watched in amazement as the mage hand morphed fluidly like clay, shifting into a knife, then a sword, and finally a rope. At this stage, the mage hand could even be employed as an offensive spell. Especially when we disregard its colors, it can yield remarkable effects. As he spoke, the continuously changing mage hand gradually became transparent, but then Harry felt a slight prickling sensation in his forearm. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that a portion of his skin appeared to be persistently pricked by an invisible knife. Harry was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the terrifying implications of such a sudden attack on an unsuspecting individual. He nodded. Moo affirmed. An unremarkable wizard perceives the mage's hand as merely a functional spell, while a skilled sorcerer regards it as a potent combat magic. But do you recall what I mentioned at the outset? This spell is intended for cognitive enhancement. Harry responded immediately. Correct. Moo snapped his fingers, expressing satisfaction. Once liberated from the constraints of color and form, the demand for our cognitive coordination will escalate dramatically. Therefore, for elite wizards, the mage's hand is a rare opportunity to hone their mental faculties. Master this spell before your birthday. Prior to the start of the term, manipulate more than 2 mages' hands for synchronized tasks. Do you have any questions? Harry nodded, brimming with enthusiasm. No problem. With just a week remaining until his birthday, although time was somewhat tight, Harry felt this was a task well within his capabilities. Excellent, very spirited. Muy prast, editionity. These 2 tomes on ancient magical texts will serve as your assignments for this holiday. Ah. Harry stared blankly as the 2 hefty volumes floated toward him, and he numbly caught them. Keep it up. Muy chirfedinqueris. Then placed the 2 parchments he had earlier onto the books Harry was holding. This contains the methodology and concepts behind the mage's hand. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. A week swiftly passed, during which Harry experienced a rare week of exhaustion after entering Moonlight Castle. Unlike previous fatigue, The mage's hand spell pushed him to his limits daily, sapping his vitality. However, after enduring a week of rigorous practice, he finally became proficient in this spell. He was now able to conjure a small blue hand to assist him in retrieving moderately heavy objects. Yet, he still struggled with precision tasks, such as writing, and often found his attempts to summon two hands resulted in magical failures. Harry had witnessed Mu-In casually seated on the sofa, effortlessly commanding numerous mages' hands to simultaneously perform writing tasks across different subjects. The precision, information processing capacity, and magical control represented by this feat nearly left Harry breathless. It was utterly terrifying. One morning, after finishing breakfast and tidying up the dining area, Harry intended to head to an empty room on the second floor for physical training when he was suddenly called by Mu-In. "Harry, go change your clothes. No practice today, as we have a guest." Mu-In informed him. "A guest? Is it a friend of Uncle Mu-In's?" Harry inquired, somewhat surprised, as he had never seen any visitors during his time here. "No, I don't really have any friends here." Mu-In shook his head. Just then a loud, forceful knocking echoed at the door. Harry furrowed his brow, thinking, so there's an unwelcome guest. With that, he approached the door and opened it. A massive figure loomed outside, with a thick beard and a rugged face that exuded an intimidating aura. Harry was taken aback, stepping back quickly, his breath becoming somewhat rapid. The sheer size of this individual was imposing. He eyed the stranger warily, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of the blue steel sword tucked in his belt. Then, under Harry's cautious gaze, the towering figure managed to bend his brow and smile. "Oh, hello. I'm Rubeus Hagrid, from Hogwarts, here to escort Harry to Diagon Alley." He then abruptly shifted his tone. "You are Harry?" "Harry, there's no need to be so wary. He's from Hogwarts." Mu-In finally shifted from his position on the red sofa, saying, "Please invite him in to sit." At that moment, Hagrid also noticed the figures in the room and exclaimed loudly, "Dursley? Are you Dursley?" Mu-In opened his mouth, glanced at Harry, and then at Hagrid. Was this man truly not pretending? Well, Mu-In had to concede that Hagrid's words left him momentarily speechless. "I told you, Dumbledore has become quite forgetful. He didn't mention me to you." Mu-In waved his hand. "Hey, don't say that about Dumbledore." Hagrid suddenly exploded, clearly agitated, but the next moment, he seemed to recall. Dumbledore had mentioned to him that Harry Potter was now with a very powerful wizard. "You're the wizard Dumbledore spoke of?" Hagrid responded, then added gravely, "Dumbledore is not forgetful. It's just that I forgot." Upon hearing this, Mu-In paused for a moment, scrutinizing Hagrid closely before finally conceding. "All right. If Dumbledore isn't forgetful, then it's your fault." "Exactly. Please refrain from making such outrageous statements." Hagrid insisted seriously. Chapter 42. I'm a second generation. Mu-In realized that the person before him was somewhat naive, yet also one of Dumbledore's most steadfast supporters. Of course, this observation was not intended as a slight. Interacting with such a person was quite pleasant, far better than dealing with that old coot Dumbledore, who immediately thought of using legilimency to gauge his intentions. "All right, come in and have a seat," Mu-In nonchalantly said. "Harry, please bring a chair for our guest." "Sure." Harry finally withdrew his hand from the fabric bag. The giant's earlier outburst had startled him, nearly prompting him to draw his sword. Hagrid was exceptionally tall, nearly brushing the ceiling, and Harry sought a sturdy little stool from upstairs, feeling that the other chairs would not withstand Hagrid's immense size. Upon entering, Hagrid immediately noticed Lucifer. "Oh my, what a little creature!" Hagrid exclaimed, astonished. Hey, why are you looking at me with those eyes?" Lucifer pressed against the fireplace. "I fear not the wicked, but the perverse. By Merlin's beard, he can talk." Hagrid gasped in surprise. "My apologies, but please do not regard my friend with such eyes." Mu-In responded with exasperation. "Friend." Hagrid suddenly took note of Mu-In's choice of words. Just as Hagrid had addressed Lucifer as he rather than it, hearing Mu-In refer to him as a friend garnered him newfound respect. Most wizards were arrogant, rarely forming friendships with magical creatures. Newt Scamander was one, and Hagrid was another. In Hagrid's eyes, Mu-In was now one of them. Meanwhile, Harry had just brought down the chair, and upon seeing Harry, Hagrid momentarily set aside his attention on Lucifer, taking the stool with delight. "The last time I saw you, you were just a little squirt. You look so much like your father, and your eyes are just like your mother's." "Thank you." Harry smiled in return, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the nickname Little Squirt. "Oh, by the way, this," Hagrid suddenly said, pulling out a somewhat squashed box from the depths of his enormous black coat and handing it to Harry. Harry trembled as he opened the box, revealing a gooey chocolate cake within. Upon it, in green icing, were the words, "Happy birthday, Harry." He was taken aback. This was the second time he felt cared for by someone, and it was from a person he had only met 10 minutes prior, which rendered the moment somewhat surreal. "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid," Harry said earnestly. "Just call me Hagrid," he replied with a dismissive chuckle. "I specifically chose today to come and fetch you. You have no idea how many professors at Hogwarts wanted to come along. They're all eager to know how you have been faring. But as you can see, it was ultimately I, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, who got the opportunity." Even Harry could discern the hint of joy and a touch of pride in Hagrid's demeanor at being assigned this task by Dumbledore. "Thank you for your concern," Harry stated seriously. "Shall we head to Diagon Alley now?" Hagrid nodded. "Ah, it appears you and this gentleman." He paused, turning to look at Moon. "I am Moon Jones. It seems you and Mr. Jones have already visited Diagon Alley." Hagrid continued. "However, Dumbledore mentioned that you have another friend, a fellow first-year wizard, who should join us." "Oh yes, Hermione. We agreed to go to Diagon Alley together. Shall we set off now?" Harry exclaimed eagerly. Much like any child anticipating a trip to the supermarket, he was equally excited about his journey to Diagon Alley. "Of course, the cake can be placed in the refrigerator," Harry suggested. "Refrigerator? Well, let's be off. Is there anything you need to bring?" Hagrid readily agreed. "Wait," Harry exclaimed, rushing upstairs, with Moon following closely behind. 10 minutes later, Hagrid understood their intentions. Observing Harry, now neatly dressed and looking refined, Hagrid beamed with satisfaction. "You look splendid, just like your father." Moon adjusted Harry's hat, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. "Don't hide it. You can't conceal it forever. It's time for you to step into the magical world." Harry's expression turned sour, a hint of reluctance surfacing. "All right," he conceded, for he could hardly change his name. "Then let us depart." With that, Moon placed a hand on Harry and Hagrid's shoulders. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the air swirled violently, creating a blast that nearly toppled Lucifer. "That big fellow is quite intimidating," Lucifer muttered, somewhat shaken. At the leaky cauldron, after a resounding explosion, the group of 5 appeared in the cramped courtyard. The moment Moon arrived, he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. He swore that transporting 10 normal individuals was far less exhausting than bringing along one Hagrid. This fellow possessed an exaggerated magical resistance, was a spellcaster in his own right, and weighed as much as 3 or 4 average adult men. A half-giant, Moon mumbled, relieved that he wasn't particularly clever. Had he possessed advanced magical abilities? Moon shuddered to think of Hagrid's potential strength. Once he regained his composure, Moon lightly tapped the stone wall with his wand, and Diagon Alley materialized before them. Harry and Hermione, brimming with excitement, were the first to step into the alley, with Hagrid closely behind. Only Moon and Chris remained behind. "Shall we grab a coffee?" "That cafe with its uniquely enchanted brews has lingered in my thoughts," Chris suggested. "Excellent idea." Moon nodded in agreement. Chris was no stranger to this place, navigating it with ease and not overly concerned about the 2 children. However, first, they needed to stop by Gringotts. The goblins had a favorable exchange policy for students, allowing them to convert pounds to galleons, which was an opportunity that Harry and Hermione, both financially challenged, could not afford to miss. Harry felt anxious. His small stash of gold was dwindling, especially since he had not earned any extra money since Christmas due to the graduation season and his studies in magic. "Uncle Moon, may I take some items from my study to Hogwarts?" Harry ventured to ask, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Moon playfully tapped him on the head. "You little rascal. Bringing those things will hardly save you any money. Just buy what you need. I'll cover the difference. After all, no child wishes to use worn-out supplies at school. Besides, it's merely a few galleons. To me, it's hardly a sum to fret over." Hagrid, overhearing Harry, first offered an approving smile to Moon before saying, "Harry, don't worry. James and Lily left quite a substantial inheritance." Harry's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to Hagrid. "What? Wait, Hagrid. Are you saying I have a lot of money?" "Indeed. Your grandfather, with his uniquely developed hair potions and waxes, quadrupled your family's wealth." "James never even worked a day in his life," Hagrid explained. "Quadrupled?" Moon echoed, astonished. Could that hair potion truly be that effective? Chapter 43. Are you rejected because you are incompetent? Upon arriving at Gringotts, Hagrid led Harry to the vault, prompting the group to split into 2 lines. Approaching a window, Hagrid, unfazed by the goblins' customary stony expressions, greeted them warmly. "Good day. We wish to withdraw some funds from Mr. Harry Potter's vault." Upon hearing Harry's name, the goblin leaned forward in surprise, scrutinizing Harry. These goblins seemed to have deliberately set their counters high, likely due to their diminutive stature. Harry lifted his hat, revealing the lightning scar. "It's truly Potter," the goblin murmured, retreating to his station before inquiring. "Do you have his key, sir?" "I brought it," Hagrid replied, emptying his pockets onto the counter. The goblin frowned, but patiently awaited Hagrid to retrieve a shiny golden key from the pile of clutter. "It appears to be in order," the goblin stated after inspecting the key. Suddenly, Hagrid added, I also have a letter from Professor Dumbledore regarding an item in Vault 713. After examining the letter closely, the goblin nodded and called out, "Grip Hook, take them to the underground vault." At last, Harry was about to witness what made this vault reputed as the world's most secure. The labyrinthine underground passage seemed endless, and the racing cart reminded him of the moment he was first whisked away by a dragon. Wait, is there really a dragon down there? Harry noticed a fleeting shadow resembling a dragon, accompanied by a flicker of flame, but before he could react, the cart sped past. Before long, they arrived at Vault 687. Upon opening the door, Harry was greeted by a veritable mountain of gold coins. Hagrid led Harry into the vault, then produced a bag and filled it to the brim with a generous handful. "There you go, enough for 2 terms. The rest I'll keep safe for you." "Wait," Harry suddenly exclaimed. "Hagrid, could you give me the vault key?" "Ah, Harry, you don't understand. Money can be quite the temptation at your age." "I can leave it with Uncle Mune," Harry replied. "After all, magic is always expensive, isn't it? I can't keep troubling Dumbledore or you whenever I run low." "Of course, you can always trouble me," Hagrid insisted earnestly. Harry widened his eyes, staring intently at Hagrid. "Oh, all right. Stop looking at me like that. I'll give the key to Jones. Is that acceptable?" Hagrid relented. With that, Hagrid handed the bag of coins to Harry and entrusted the vault key to Uncle Mune. They then made their way to Vault 713, which Hagrid had mentioned, and Harry couldn't help but wonder what lay within, especially since it required a special incantation to open. Unfortunately, all he could see was a small cloth pouch. He then noticed Uncle Mune's bemused expression. "Uncle Mune, have you discovered something?" Harry inquired curiously. "Nothing much, just found it rather amusing. By the way, this is for you." With that, Uncle Mune handed the vault key to Harry. Harry quickly accepted it, smiling. "I knew you would do this, Uncle Mune." "It's just money," Uncle Mune replied indifferently. Harry pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps you should keep it, if that's all right. Honestly, I'm a bit unsure if I can resist such temptation. Besides, it feels rather unsettling to have the key to my own vault in the hands of someone else." While he could see that Hagrid genuinely meant well, it was still quite discomforting. "Suit yourself," Uncle Mune said, reclaiming the key. At that moment, Hagrid returned, and the 3 of them, along with the goblin, quickly made their way back to the surface. Meanwhile, Hermione had finished exchanging for galleons. Hagrid emerged almost holding his head, clearly shaken by the little cart ride, which reminded Harry of his first experience on the night bus. "Well, let us go buy some robes," Hagrid declared, and the group set off toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. After ushering the 2 children into the robe shop, Hagrid turned to Uncle Mune and Chris, shaking his head. "How about we grab a drink? To be honest, I'm feeling quite queasy after that ride, and could use a refreshing beverage." Chris and Uncle Mune readily agreed without a moment's thought. "Darling, we'll just be a moment," Chris called back to Hermione. "You and little Peter go ahead and order your clothes." He had grown accustomed to referring to Harry as Peter. Hermione watched the 3 retreating figures with a resigned expression before stepping into the robe shop with Harry. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch with a warm smile, dressed in purple. "Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms, dear?" "Oh, you must be Harry. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you starting at Hogwarts this year?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry nodded. Madame Malkin led the 2 into the back of the shop, where a pallid, thin young man was already present. She instructed Harry and Hermione to stand on a footstool next to the young man, helped them remove their outer garments, and draped robes over their shoulders, while another shop assistant began pinning the garments to fit their lengths. "Hey," the scrawny boy suddenly spoke up. "Are you also going to Hogwarts?" "Yes," Harry replied. "My parents are next door helping me buy my books." The boy spoke in a slow, drawn-out manner, which was somewhat irritating, as if his throat was obstructed. "And I'm going to drag them to see the flying broomsticks. I don't understand why first-years can't have their own brooms. If they could, I'd make my dad buy me one, and then find a way to sneak it in. Isn't that against the rules?" Hermione interjected. "Who cares?" The boy shrugged nonchalantly. "Do you have your own broom?" "No," Harry replied casually, disliking the boy's condescending tone. The boy continued to ramble on, but Harry and Hermione paid him no heed. "Oh, look at that person," the boy suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the large window at the entrance. Harry and Hermione turned to see Uncle Mune and the others returning, with Hagrid holding up 2 large ice creams, evidently meant for them. "And that person next to him, he's a muggle, right?" the boy continued. "He is talking about Mr. Granger. I've always thought they shouldn't allow outsiders to enroll. Don't you agree? I think the school should only accept students from ancient wizarding families." "Are you prejudiced simply because you feel inadequate?" Harry interjected, cutting off the boy's incessant chatter. "What?" The boy was taken aback by Harry's sudden retort. "Your earlier remarks were rather unpleasant. Let me ask you again. Are you so averse to wizards of ordinary lineage because you fear they might surpass you?" Harry enunciated each word deliberately. "Do you know who I am?" The boy scowled. Harry felt that this individual was increasingly reminiscent of Dudley, arrogant and self-important. I don't know, nor do I care, Harry thought to himself, clenching his fists in satisfaction. He had longed to use Uncle Mune's line for the longest time, and now he finally had the opportunity. My name is Draco Malfoy, the boy declared, lifting his chin and finally turning to face Harry and Hermione directly. If you had any sense, you would. What do you wish to say? Harry countered. Malfoy looked at him with incredulity. Harry Potter? Already tried it. Dear, Madame Malkin interjected, gently nudging Draco to bring him back to reality. Draco hopped down from the footstool, donned a black robe, adjusted his collar, and looked at Harry. If I were you, Potter, I would be particularly cautious. He spoke slowly. You should tread lightly, or you might end up on the same path as your parents, who clearly didn't know any better. Hey, you can't say that. Hermione reprimanded. It's fine, Hermione, Harry reassured her, then raised his hand. Excuse me, ma'am, could we pause for a moment? Children, please don't quarrel. You'll be classmates in the future, Madame Malkin attempted to mediate. On one side stood the renowned Harry Potter, and on the other, the equally powerful heir of the Malfoy family. And she was merely an ordinary businesswoman. Harry hopped down from the footstool, feeling a bit lightheaded. But he no longer acted recklessly as he had a year prior. Instead, he controlled his emotions. I'm quite curious to know what you mean by that path, Harry stated. Draco found himself retreating under the weight of Harry's advancing footsteps, feeling an undeniable pressure as he faced him. Muen cast a glance at the robe shop, then nonchalantly redirected his gaze, responding to Chris, indeed, I believe David Bowie remains remarkably avant-garde even today. Absolutely, his style is distinctive and timeless, Chris concurred. Hagrid, holding 2 ice creams, struggled to comprehend their conversation, and thus focused more on the interior of the shop. Oh, it seems there is a bit of unpleasantness inside. I shall take a look. With that, Hagrid thrust the ice creams into Chris's hands and stooped to enter the shop. Well, there goes the fun, Muen remarked, feeling a slight pang of disappointment. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid emerged, each hand grasping a child, and grumbled. These two nearly started a ruckus in someone else's store. Let me go. You oaf, Draco protested, futilely struggling against Hagrid's grip. Hagrid had no intention of harming him. He merely sought to separate the 2 children, reluctantly setting them down. Draco, came a woman's anxious voice. My parents are here. You want to see this? As Draco dashed toward the sound, he shouted with pride. Muen turned to Harry, intrigued. What transpired? After Harry spoke, Hagrid, visibly indignant, exclaimed, how could he say such things? No, he must apologize. They're coming, Muen laughed. Hagrid glanced over and muttered, ah. Lucius Malfoy, they're hardly upstanding individuals. Given that, it's no wonder that little brat speaks in such a manner. To Hagrid's surprise, Lucius approached, looking at Muen and giving a slight nod. I sincerely apologize. My son has spoken inappropriately. Lucius was not foolish enough to overlook Muen's identity. After their unpleasant encounter a year ago, he had made several inquiries at Borgin and Burke's regarding Muen's background. Though he had gleaned little useful information, Lucius was certain that the individual before him was not one to be trifled with. En apologie suffis, Muen simidet. Lucius slightly turned his gaze to Draco, who was a stark contrast to his earlier self. Though still defiant, he stepped forward and lowered his head. I apologize, Potter. I should not have said such things. Is that acceptable? Muen inquired of Harry. Harry appeared somewhat at a loss, but then looked at Lucius, then back at Muen, and nodded. That will suffice, Uncle Muen. Seeing this, Lucius stepped forward. Muen, I wish to inquire if you know where Borgin. Muen. Lucius's question was abruptly interrupted as Muen stepped closer, his expression peculiar. How curious, Lucius, do you not know how to address me? Although Muen was not one to hold grudges, he had not forgotten the foolish remarks Lucius had made a year prior regarding destruction in Nocturne Alley. At this, Draco felt as though his mind had snapped. He could hardly breathe. Never before had anyone dared to speak to his father in such a tone. Even the high-ranking ministry officials who visited their home had never uttered such words to his father. Draco glanced up slightly and saw the flush of anger spreading across his father's neck, with veins beginning to throb on his forehead. Sir, I believe the Malfoy family still holds a modicum of prestige in Britain, Lucius said through gritted teeth. Prestige? Muen replied somewhat apologetically, for all these years, I have only accorded one type of prestige. With that, Muen raised his hand slightly, smiling at Lucius, his fingers curling into a fist as he softly stated, that is, the prestige earned through strength. Lucius's breath caught, his gaze fixed intently on Muen. Draco noticed Lucius's knuckles turning white as they gripped his cane, trembling slightly from rage. Very well, Captain. Muen's face broke into a smile as he shook Lucius's hand. Now that feels right, Mr. Malfoy. What was it you wished to ask about Borgin? Nothing. Lucius quickly withdrew his hand, coldly responding. In truth, he had intended to inquire about Borgin's whereabouts. The man had seemed to vanish without a trace since Christmas, and no one knew where he had gone. Without that channel for handling dark artifacts, his family had encountered numerous nuisances lately. However, Lucius had lost interest in the matter. With that thought, he decisively turned away. Let's leave. Observing Lucius's retreating figure, Muin chuckled and remarked, Harry, it seems you have already acquired a rival for your time at school. Harry shook his head. I would never consider someone who flaunts their lineage and status to gain a sense of superiority as a rival. Chapter 45, A Letter to Dumbledore. After measuring for their robes, Hermione was still seething over Draco's earlier remarks. How could he so presumptuously utter such outrageous words? Fortunately, the ice creams Hagrid had bought for the two children soon diverted their attention. They then visited the bookstore, the equipment shop, and the apothecary. As Harry stood at the apothecary's entrance, attempting to stuff a pile of items into his gold-threaded bag, Hagrid said, Now we just need wands. And then we can collect your robes. Wait. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together with a loud bang, startling Harry. Blimey, Harry, I still haven't prepared your birthday gift. Hagrid exclaimed with a grin. No need, Harry quickly declined. How about an animal? Not a toad. Toads went out of style years ago, and people would mock you. Hagrid continued, How about a cat? A cat. Harry straightened up, shaking his head vigorously. Absolutely not. Hagrid was puzzled by his reaction. Well, I don't particularly like cats either. They always make me sneeze. How about I get you an owl? Kids love owls. They can deliver your letters and packages. With that, Hagrid led the way to the Elop's Owl Emporium. 20 minutes later, they emerged from the dimly lit shop, leaving behind the flapping of wings and the sparkling eyes of the birds. At that moment, Harry was carrying a large bird cage containing a beautiful snowy owl. Its head nestled under its wing, sleeping soundly. This creature could not be stuffed into the bag. It had to be carried. Thank you, Hagrid. No need to thank me. Hagrid replied hoarsely. The Dursleys wouldn't give you a gift, and it would do for me to neglect that. Hagrid genuinely felt this way. Outside the owl shop, Hermione and Chris stood at the entrance. Hermione, where did you go just now? I still wanted to ask for your opinion. Harry exclaimed, subsequently lifting the birdcage. Look at this little fellow. Isn't he splendid? Harry, this is for you. Hermione said, handing over a book. What is this? Harry inquired, taking it and noticing the gilded calligraphy on the cover. The Best Companion for Little Wizards, A Guide to the Care and Raising of Owls, Illustrated Edition. Harry understood what Hermione had been up to moments ago. Thank you, he said sincerely as he accepted the gift. Now, onto the wands, Hagrid announced, leading the two children towards the wand shop. Moan bid farewell to the group, estimating that selecting wands would take quite some time, thus excusing himself for a while. Indeed, after trying dozens of wands, Harry finally discovered the one that suited him best, an 11-inch wand made of holly with a phoenix feather core. Hermione also took her time to choose, ultimately settling on a wand of grapevine wood, measuring 10 3/4 inches with a dragon heartstring core. By the time they exited the wand shop, Moan had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon leaving Diagon Alley, Chris treated everyone to a meal. Subsequently, Hagrid handed 2 tickets to the children. Marking the moment of parting, Hagrid, Moan called out, stepping forward. Jones, is there something else? Just call me Moan, he replied with a smile, producing a letter. When you return, could you please deliver this letter to Dumbledore for me? Oh, Hagrid exclaimed, slightly taken aback, accepting the letter with a solemn nod and placing it carefully inside his coat. All right, I will ensure it reaches him. As evening fell, the sky turned a shade of violet, and Hogwarts Castle donned a golden veil. The black lake shimmered under the twilight, where a colossal octopus stretched its limbs. The sunbathing time for the creature was drawing to a close, but it would return the following day. In the common room of the classroom, Professor Binns was the sole occupant, as other professors were either absent from the school or engrossed in their respective offices. The flames in the fireplace were nearly extinguished when a muffled sound suddenly erupted from within, followed by a surge of magnificent green flames. A gigantic figure emerged, slowly stepping out and brushing the soot from its leather coat with hands the size of paddles. Oh, Professor Binns, good evening. Hagrid greeted warmly. Professor Binns turned, somewhat belatedly, adjusting his glasses with a translucent hand. You are Flitwick, good evening. Although Hagrid was often mistaken for others by Professor Binns, who had been teaching at Hogwarts for centuries, this was a rather exaggerated error. Hagrid, with a sigh of resignation, exited the Professor's lounge. On the 8th floor, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore toyed with a magical stone approximately the size of the golden snitch, listening to Hagrid recount the day's events. Harry, or perhaps Moan Jones, is curious about Vault 713? Dumbledore inquired. Hagrid's escorting of Harry and Mon to Vault 713 was entirely expected by Dumbledore. This is a test. Hagrid shook his head. No. They do not seem to care much. By the way, the key to his family vault has been returned to Harry. That's fine. It rightfully belongs to him, Dumbledore replied. Then turned to ask, Hagrid, what do you think of Mr. Jones? A splendid fellow, Hagrid affirmed. He has a profound love for magical creatures and treats them as friends. Moreover, Harry trusts him completely. Such a person cannot possibly be malevolent. Observing Hagrid's unwavering conviction, Dumbledore found himself deep in contemplation. At times, he placed immense trust in individuals like Hagrid. Hagrid's admission to Hogwarts was personally overseen by Dumbledore. At that time, Hagrid had endured considerable bullying. Despite his robust physique, he had been ostracized and scorned. This situation did not improve even after arriving at Hogwarts. Particularly after the death of his father in his second year, Hagrid became increasingly isolated. Growing up in such an environment, although his demeanor was often boisterous and he occasionally caused mishaps due to carelessness, Hagrid was undoubtedly sensitive to the malice of others. A child with an imperfect childhood often harbors a fragile and sensitive heart, one that does not necessarily heal with age. Some may choose to mask their vulnerabilities with a rough exterior. Well then, Hagrid, you've worked hard today, Dumbledore said, rising. You should return and rest. Shall I have the kitchen prepare some dinner for you? No need. I'll have something to eat when I return to my hut. Hagrid waved his hand, somewhat bashful. Before taking his leave of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore settled into a plush chair, his mind drifting back to the mental duel he had waged with Mon. The spells, the immense ancient wand, an extraordinarily powerful old-school wizard. Tread, tread, tread. Hagrid dashed back in. Oh, headmaster. Mon asked me to give you this. He handed over a letter. I almost forgot, Hagrid admitted sheepishly. Dumbledore regarded the letter with curiosity, accepting it and smiling as he said, Thank you for your efforts. After Hagrid departed, Dumbledore slowly opened the envelope, revealing only a blank sheet of paper. As he unfolded the paper, lines began to emerge, yet they did not form words. Instead, they resembled a hand. Dumbledore watched in bewilderment as the lines twisted and danced. Suddenly, the lines morphed, intertwining and spinning, ultimately forming a fist with a raised middle finger. Dumbledore stared at the gesture, dazed for a moment, before leaning back in his chair with a weary smile. However, the paper underwent another transformation, seemingly waiting for Dumbledore to regain his composure. A line of text gradually appeared beneath the middle finger. What you did not anticipate was within my expectations. Chapter 46, Dumbledore's Invitation. Upon returning to number 13, Grimmauld Place, Lucifer immediately spoke. Mon, please set up those shielding spells you had before. We need to cross into Germany. Mon stretched and flopped onto the sofa. All right, just let me rest a bit. Germany is also a significant magical nation, with fairly strict border controls. Consequently, during operations, concealment spells tend to weaken a few levels. Thus, at such times, Mon would venture outside the castle to reinforce his powerful concealment spells. The reason why those pesky goblins barged in last Christmas was that some of the wards Mon had set up during the holiday had gradually worn off. After resting for a while, Mon turned down the passageway and stepped into the forest outside to begin setting the formations. Harry continued with his daily studies. The next morning, in the washroom, Mon had just finished showering, donned a robe, and was experimenting with the newly purchased Quick Smooth Hair Serum in front of the mirror. Maine Coons possess large, fluffy collars, resembling little lions, and grooming them had become quite an undertaking over the past few days. Nevertheless, it was indeed quite effective. Mu-In adjusted his scarf, marveling at its beauty. However, his reverie was swiftly interrupted. Mu-In, someone is here for you. Lucifer emerged from the fiery conduit of the washroom. Who? Mu-In Guayev, an elderly gentleman with a white beard. Appears to be more normal than the giant from yesterday, Lucifer replied. Mu-In furrowed his brow and descended the stairs to open the door. As expected, Dumbledore stood outside. The remnants of bubbles still lingered on Mu-In's face, and he wore an expression of displeasure. What brings you here? Dumbledore kissed Mu-In's Itaya. His mouth agape, clearly taken aback, although he had known from their first meeting that Mu-In was under a charm. This was his first time witnessing Mu-In in this guise. What kind of look is that? Is my hair more extravagant than your beard that drags to your waist? Mu-In ditortiv, bisibly annoyed. No, it's nothing. I simply didn't expect your appearance to be like this, Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. So, what is your purpose for coming? Mu-In regarded him with suspicion. Are you here to test me again? Dumbledore shook his head, speaking calmly. No, I merely wish to converse. I must admit, I did not foresee what transpired yesterday. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Muin's mouth. How could someone like you, who is driven solely by self-interest, possibly anticipate my thoughts? With that, Muin turned away. Come in. If outsiders see you, they might think I'm bullying an old man. Dumbledore entered the modest room, glancing around at its simple cleanliness, which was far from the cluttered chaos one might expect from a wizard. Simultaneously, he felt the constant magical aura that permeated the space. It was no wonder that the Book of Admission could not pinpoint Harry's exact location. Once seated, Dumbledore initiated, "What is it about your face? An animagus mishap?" Muin reclined on the sofa, noticing that Lucifer had mysteriously vanished, evidently frightened by Hagrid's behavior from the previous day. "So what brings you here?" Muin cast a sidelong glance at him. "Ah, yes, back to the matter at hand. After Hagrid returned to Hogwarts yesterday, he spoke highly of you. So, I was wondering if you would mind visiting Hogwarts?" Muin stroked his chin. "I must admit, although I may appear youthful, I have indeed surpassed the age for schooling." "No, what I meant to inquire was whether you have considered working at Hogwarts," Dumbledore clarified. "As it happens, there's an available position there, in the library, the finest in all of Europe, with millennia of collections." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a smile crept across Muin's face as he straightened up slightly. "An available position? I can browse freely." Dumbledore nodded, aware that he had piqued the interest of the man before him. For a wizard of Muin's caliber, enticing opportunities were scarce, and precious knowledge was among the few. "Go ahead." Lucifer's voice echoed in Muin's mind. "Living here is indeed quite lonely and mundane," Lucifer remarked. "A place filled with exceptional wizards, where you can forge friendships. Might just help with your curse. You have indeed slowed down, but Muin, humans are social creatures. You continue to isolate yourself within this castle. I believe that is a mistake." Muin pondered for a moment. Since even Lucifer suggested it, he decided, "Very well, I accept the position." He nodded affirmatively. Dumbledore retrieved a parchment scroll from his sleeve, slowly unfurling it. At the top of the parchment was a unique crimson feather seal. "This is the contract," Dumbledore explained, sliding the parchment toward Muin. Muin took it, scrutinizing it carefully, and was immediately struck by the surge of magic emanating from it. Clearly, this contract held extraordinary power. However, the terms were quite lenient. A 1-year term, with the option to resign early should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Hogwarts would also provide a range of employee benefits, including accommodation and meals. As for the salary, Muin glanced over it and paid it little mind. After a cursory examination, he did not hesitate to sign his name. In the next moment, he felt a thread connecting him to a distant place. His consciousness followed this thread, and in a hazy vision, he beheld a magnificent castle standing amidst the Scottish Highland meadows. Upon signing this contract, you have obtained admission to Hogwarts and are now aware of its location. Any owls you send or receive will automatically gain entry privileges to Hogwarts, Dumbledore explained, subsequently rolling up the contract. "On behalf of Hogwarts, I welcome you," Dumbledore said with a smile. "When would you like to visit Hogwarts? If you wish to travel on the Hogwarts Express with Harry, that could be arranged too." "We'll see," Muin shook his head. "Well then, I shall take my leave. By the way, please send my regards to Harry," Dumbledore said as he rose. Upon reaching the door, he turned back once more. "Oh, I will ask a friend at the Ministry of Magic to erase some minor mishaps from a year ago." With that, he opened the door and vanished with a pop. Lucifer suddenly emerged from the fireplace. "That fellow is quite formidable." "Indeed," Muin nodded in agreement, "and quite experienced." Dumbledore had likely recognized Muin as the wizard responsible for the considerable chaos in Nocturne Alley a year prior, especially since he had wielded that distinctive wand during their confrontation. However, Dumbledore had refrained from mentioning it at first, knowing that doing so might provoke ill feelings. Hence, he waited until the contract was signed before broaching the subject. "When do you plan to visit this Hogwarts school?" Lucifer inquired. "I don't know, but I will certainly go ahead of time. That castle possesses a formidable magical presence. I must see it before attempting to enter." Muin sighed, murmuring to himself, "Finally, I have some real work to do." Chapter 47, The Child of the Stars. In mid-August, at Hogwarts School, on the 5th floor, the librarian, Irma Pants, was a somewhat frail woman who had worked at Hogwarts for over 20 years. Due to her long tenure in the darkened library, her skin bore a pallid hue. In stark contrast was her deep, resonant voice. "This is the office that Dumbledore arranged for you, Mr. Jones," she stated. Muin's voice echoed from the dim corridor. And emerging was a figure adorned with a cat's head. After contemplating for a while, Muin decided that since he was at Hogwarts, surrounded by wizards, he would no longer conceal his appearance. Just like Palak, he was somewhat taken aback. "Can I really have an office too?" Professor Flitwick explained, "Of course. The rooms and classrooms at Hogwarts are quite ample. All professors and staff members have their own offices and dormitories." As she spoke, She handed him a brass key. Would you prefer to see your future dwelling first or delve into your work duties? Mun accepted the key, saying, let's visit the library first. Upon hearing this, she turned on her heel and strode forward. The library is located on the 5th floor, just a wall away from you. By the way, do you know how to repair books? Mun followed her closely, responding, I know a bit, though if they are tomes imbued with unique dark magic, it might pose some challenges. Flitwick sighed in relief upon hearing this. That is truly wonderful. To be honest, some children simply do not understand the importance of caring for books. Watching those volumes age and deteriorate in the hands of successive generations often tugs at my heartstrings. I completely comprehend. Books are vessels of knowledge, and knowledge should never be sullied. Mun nodded in agreement. Flitwick shook her head in dismay, expressing, indeed, despite my stern insistence that they take care of them, I cannot possibly oversee everyone at all times. This has resulted in many books being discovered damaged, well past the point where spells could restore them. Mun sensed that whenever Flitwick spoke of books, she had much more to say. Perhaps it was no longer merely a matter of caring for them. It was rather a profound respect she held for those volumes. After navigating a corner, under her guidance, Mun swiftly entered the library of Hogwarts. Towering bookshelves stood in meticulous rows, and various classifications were inscribed on brass plaques affixed to the outer sides. Transfiguration, charms, history of magic, fantastic beasts. With her hands on her hips, Flitwick proudly declared, this is the most richly stocked library in all of Europe. We even possess copies of the Daily Transfiguration from its very first issue to the present. Despite their modest appearance on the shelves, the books have been enchanted with a shrinking spell for storage purposes. Once removed from the shelves, they would rapidly return to their original sizes. As she spoke, she led Mun deeper into the library. As for your responsibilities, they primarily involve supervising these young wizards and keeping an eye on them during their noisy moments. I will handle the matter of book lending. You need not worry about cleanliness. Every evening, house elves come to tidy up. House elves at Hogwarts. Mun exclaimed, somewhat astonished. That detail wasn't mentioned in Hogwarts. A history. Indeed, but they're seldom seen by the public. A house elf that goes unnoticed is a good house elf. Flitwick nodded. Well, it appears, just as Dumbledore said, this job is quite leisurely, and there's also the book restoration. Flitwick reminded her. Mun couldn't help but chuckle softly. I can do that. In the past, while gathering rare books, I often encountered damaged ancient tomes. So, if I may say so without false modesty, I am quite adept at book restoration. Flitwick, hearing Mun's confidence, felt a genuine sense of happiness and nodded. That is splendid news. In that case, I shall not intrude any further. You may now arrange your office. Of course, if you wish to explore Hogwarts first, that is also acceptable. Mun nodded, returning to the front of her office, where she used the brass key to unlock the door to her new workspace. The spacious office contained only a brand new set of desks and chairs. Aside from that, it was utterly barren. As she surveyed the emptiness, she noticed a curtain at the back of the office. Upon stepping inside, she found a narrow passageway of merely a couple of meters, ending in another wooden door. After inspecting the interior, she confirmed everything was in order, closed the door, and took out a silver chalk. Should I inform Dumbledore? Mun suddenly pondered, feeling the pervasive magical aura enveloping the castle. It was intricate, ever-changing, yet seamlessly unified. Never mind. I'll give it a try. With that thought, she held the silver chalk and began to inscribe a somewhat twisted star rune on the door panel. Although Lucifer often spoke of demons and such, the truth was whether it was he or Callispha who had made a pact with Hal. Both were unwilling children of stars. Once the rune was completed, Mun gently placed his hand at its center and began to activate the array. In the next moment, radiant starlight burst forth from the trajectory of the star rune, resembling brilliant sparks. The wooden door began to tremble uncontrollably, the sound echoing down the corridor. Mun's robes fluttered in an unseen breeze, yet he stood gracefully before the door. After a moment, the starlight dissipated. Slowly, he opened the door, and upon looking through, he found it transformed into the appearance of the first floor of the Moonlight Castle. Lucifer emerged from the fireplace, shaking his head bitterly. This castle feels as if it is alive. We simply cannot coexist. As he spoke, the gaps in the doorframe began to fracture and elongate. Mun nodded. I shall inquire with Dumbledore. As he spoke, he felt the distance between himself and the room gradually increasing, culminating in a thunderous distortion of space. The Moonlight Castle was once again repelled from his place. Mun scratched his head in exasperation, stepping out of the office and gazing at the paintings adorning the corridor walls. He approached a girl in a green dress having a picnic during springtime. Hello, I apologize for the intrusion. Do you happen to know where Dumbledore's office is? The gargoyle on the 3rd floor serves as the entrance to the headmaster's office. She stood, slightly lifting her skirt in acknowledgement, then asked, "Are you a new teacher?" "Not quite, just a staff member," Mun replied. "Then allow me to escort you there." The corridors of Hogwarts can be quite intricate and are subject to change at any moment. "Will it not interrupt your picnic?" Mun inquired. The girl smiled somewhat awkwardly. "I have been picnicking for 135 years. Well, all right then, I appreciate your help." With that, she stepped through the frame and into the adjacent painting of a church prayer, waving slightly. This way. The rotund friar leading the prayer bore a Bible and wore an expression of indignation. "Heavens, Sindel, please do not cause such a commotion in the church." Hee. The girl jumped, then hurried to the next frame, which was a massive portrait of a man of considerable height. Her form transformed to resemble that of an ordinary person. Simultaneously, she greeted the elegantly dressed gentleman posing in the painting. "Good afternoon, Sir Ernest." "Good afternoon, Sindel." The gentleman replied with a smile, inclining his head slightly. Mun followed her, observing as she cheerfully greeted each passerby within the paintings while constantly reminding herself of the path to take. "You are quite vivacious," Mun complimented. Sindel stood amidst a golden wheat field, donning the straw hat of a gleaning woman, and laughed. "Vivacious? I apologize, I do not quite comprehend what that means. I find myself struggling to grasp the essence of what it means to be lively. My artist has bestowed upon me every quality, and under his adept hand, I am meant to embody such vitality. For me, it is merely instinctual." "Good afternoon, Mrs. Lien. Do you possess any memories?" Muen inquired once more. "Indeed, I do, though they are rather sparse. I can only recall events from the past few weeks." "Can you think?" Sindel's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled slyly. "Can you guess why I volunteered to escort you to the entrance of the headmaster's office on the 3rd floor? With that, they swiftly arrived at the stone gargoyle on the 3rd floor. "Allow me to announce our presence. If permitted, I shall procure the password." After leaving that final remark, she vanished from sight. "That feline gentleman." Suddenly, a somewhat flustered voice interjected. Muen turned to see a knight engaged in combat with a ferocious dragon. "Is there something amiss?" The knight raised his hand to pause the dragon. "Wait a moment." He then turned, slightly breathless, and cautioned, "You ought to keep your distance from that girl." "Why?" "Muenas que pasive. As a mere painting, she has begun to encroach upon boundaries," the knight replied. "Encroach?" "Indeed, individuals possess their own boundaries, and so do those within the canvas. You should maintain your distance. A painting that oversteps its limits may bring misfortune." "What do you mean?" "I apologize. It is challenging to elucidate. It pertains to the intricacies between our paintings." With that, the knight turned back to the massive red dragon and beckoned it. "Let us commence." The dragon nodded and unleashed a plume of flames as the knight hastily raised a shield. Chapter 48. The Shrieking Shack. Before long, Sindel appeared beside the stone gargoyle within a picture frame, announcing, "Headmaster Dumbledore has granted you access. The password is Chocolate Frog." "Thank you," Muen replied, a curious expression on his face, yet he maintained a polite smile. He recited the password, and the gargoyle slowly revealed the entrance, unveiling a spiraling staircase. The staircase leading to the headmaster's office resembled an escalator. One merely had to step upon it, and it would gracefully ascend, transporting individuals to the 8th floor. Intertwined with it was another descending spiral staircase. Here, Muen encountered an individual. He was slender, with straight hair that cascaded to his shoulders, slightly oiled, his complexion pale, and his robes billowed behind him like a cloak, reminiscent of an elderly bat, and one that had neglected personal hygiene. As Muen assessed the stranger, Severus Snape scrutinized him in return. Soon, Muen's feline head inclined slightly in a gesture of greeting. Snape remained silent as the spiraling staircase ushered their figures past one another. Upon exiting the stairwell, Snape strode purposefully down the corridor, his robes billowing behind him. "Another cat," he muttered, somewhat discomfort. On the 8th floor, within the headmaster's office, Muen passed through the drapes and soon found Dumbledore seated behind his desk. "Muen, welcome. How do you find this place? Have you encountered any issues?" Dumbledore inquired. As Muen curiously surveyed the arrangement of the office, he also shared his concerns. After a brief pause, Dumbledore pondered Muen's queries, then shook his head gently. "Muen, that may prove unfeasible." He elaborated, "Establishing a passage within the castle is not particularly challenging. After all, Hogwarts is connected to Hogsmeade via several passages, unhindered by floor constraints. However, the issue lies with your residence, which possesses considerable magical potency. This will incite a rejection from the entirety of Hogwarts Castle, akin to an organ transplant's rejection. The two cannot coexist." Upon hearing Dumbledore's explanation, Muen could only nod in resignation. "It seems I must establish the passage within Hogsmeade then. By the way, Is there a fee for the land outside Hogsmeade? I assume I wouldn't incur street management fees for constructing my own building. At this, Dumbledore rose and approached the window, contemplating. There's an old house over there by Hogwarts. If you require merely a conceptual structure to serve as a vessel, that location might suit you well. Muin joined him at the window as Dumbledore gestured towards a distant hillside, where an old shack stood alone, far from the cluster of houses in the village. That is the Shrieking Shack, built roughly 20 years ago for a werewolf child. Aside from some unsavory rumors, it is quite decent. Dumbledore then pointed towards the base of the castle. That is the Whomping Willow. Beneath it lies a passage to the Shrieking Shack, so long as you can seal the entrance. Muin glanced in that direction and soon spotted the Whomping Willow, nodding in acknowledgement. He also noticed Hagrid by the Black Lake, where a large squid was persistently pushing a boat stored within the water towards him, and Hagrid was there to receive it. The school year is drawing near, Muin exclaimed. Before long, this quiet institution will once again be filled with life. Dumbledore echoed his sentiments, a cheerful smile gracing his face. This old chap, despite his occasional scatterbrain musings, truly cherished teaching and cared for the students. Werewolf children, half-giants, and others, all welcomed despite the immense controversy surrounding them. That house shall be yours. It has languished in neglect for many years, Dumbledore declared. Muin nodded appreciatively. Thank you. It is merely an old house. As for the arrangement of the office, you may exercise your discretion. If you find the space inadequate, you can consult the house elves. They possess the authority to expand it. Expand it at will? Muin greeted, somewhat astonished. After previous experiences, he had gained a deeper understanding of Hogwarts Castle. The castle resembled a living entity, and alterations, particularly those concerning space, should inherently be complex and counterintuitive to its operational logic. Hogwarts was not akin to Moonlight Castle, where Lucifer manipulated its movements. It was not a true living castle. The fundamental logic differed entirely. Dumbledore's face bore a hint of pride, evidently pleased by Muin's astonishment. Indeed, our previous potions professor established a slug club within his office, while the current one has created a private potions chamber for himself. Muin was taken aback. It seems the amenities at this school surpass my expectations. After exchanging a few more words, he resolved to visit the Shrieking Shack to establish the connection. As he prepared to depart, he glanced at the brilliant red phoenix perched upon a golden branch. By the way, is that a phoenix? Indeed, her name is Fawkes, Dumbledore replied. Simultaneously, Fawkes nodded slightly, emitting a clear, melodious call. Muin addressed the phoenix. Once I establish the passage, I shall return for a visit. My friends would surely be delighted to meet you. Your friends are also phoenixes? Dumbledore inquired, taken aback. Could it be that your lineage on your mother's side bears the name Dumbledore? Muin turned to Dumbledore and said, Do not overthink. How he explains himself is irrelevant. He is but a self-proclaimed demon, a child of the stars. With that, Muin waved farewell to the phoenix, and the space around them twisted as they teleported away. Dumbledore stood momentarily stunned, for the spatial fluctuations caused by Muin's departure were unlike any form of apparition he had ever encountered. The term Child of the Stars was entirely unfamiliar to him. The portraits of former headmasters on the wall began to engage in earnest discussion. What is a Child of the Stars? Why does he bear the visage of a feline? And what manner of transportation magic allows for such unrestricted teleportation? Ultimately, these esteemed former headmasters could only offer Dumbledore a reassuring sentiment. Regardless, I believe Minerva will take a liking to this new colleague. Dumbledore sighed and then smiled. You make a fair point. September 1st dawned upon London with rare, splendid weather. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating warmth without harshness, while the gentle breeze from the Thames alleviated the lingering humidity, save for a slight, unpleasant odor. All was well. The pollution of the Thames remained a significant concern, both now and for the future. At King's Cross Station, Harry and Hermione, ticket in hand, sought the elusive platform 9 3/4. Although Muin had already opened a passageway to Hogwarts, Harry had yet to witness it. According to the literature, to provide all young witches and wizards with an enchanting first impression of Hogwarts, the school arranged for first-year students to travel by boat under the starlit sky, to behold the castle in all its glory. Thus, Harry contemplated waiting until then to see Hogwarts. Moreover, to be candid, it was indeed quite enticing. If I do see Hogwarts, what will I do? I'll be thinking about school every day, and my homework remains unfinished. These were Harry's own words. To his surprise, this lad now exhibited a sense of ritual while still remembering his studies. Muin felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 49, On the Train. With a hiss, steam billowed from the crimson Hogwarts Express, the air thick with the chatter of the crowd. Children exchanged final farewells with their families or reunited with friends, sharing tales of their holiday adventures. "Oh, Neville, you've left Trevor behind," an elderly woman exclaimed, hastily approaching the train with a bag in one hand and a plump toad cradled in the other. A round-faced boy leaned out of the window. "Oh, Grandma, you scared me. I thought he had escaped again." "You lost him, not the other way around," the woman corrected, adding, "Remember to take care of yourself at school." "I will," Neville nodded. "You won't. I mean, if you encounter any problems, remember to seek a teacher. Don't be foolish like a headless chicken." "All right, Fine." As the train began to pull away, mothers waved goodbye, while younger siblings both laughed and cried, running alongside the train until it gained speed, leaving them behind, still waving at their brothers and sisters bound for Hogwarts. "All right, don't fret," Muin said, observing Chris as he lowered his arm. "There's no need to worry. Just thinking about not seeing the kids until Christmas leaves a hollow feeling," Chris replied, his gaze lingering on the disappearing train. His expression dimmed slightly as he waved his hand. "She has never ventured such a distance before." After a moment, he shook his head. "Never mind. Let's go grab a drink. Wine or coffee?" "Moining. I still have to drive," Chris replied, changing the subject. "Aren't you worried? It's rather peculiar that Peter was brought by a neighbor rather than his own family." "I'm not worried," Muin shook his head. "I too shall be heading to Hogwarts shortly." "What?" "Indeed, the headmaster of Hogwarts has offered me a position, and I have accepted," Muin affirmed, exiting King's Cross Station with Chris. "So, I say you needn't fret too much." A weight lifted from Chris's heart. "Well, if you're there, I feel reassured. The teachers at Hogwarts are quite commendable. Even in my absence, you can rest easy. Having acquaintances makes all the difference." On the train, Harry and Hermione found a secluded compartment. After placing his suitcase on the rack, Harry assisted Hermione with her luggage. "Harry, is this all your belongings?" Hermione inquired, eyeing Harry's seemingly ordinary brown leather suitcase, equipped with brass locks, reminiscent of her father's. "This was a gift from Uncle Muin's friend last Christmas," Harry explained. "It's bewitched, allowing for more storage than it appears." "Oh, I see. I thought all your clothes were in that little bag," Hermione remarked. "No, I only keep essential items in there," Harry replied, not wishing to elaborate further, feeling that discussing gifts from others would come off as boastful. He believed that if one were to boast, it should be about accomplishments earned through one's own merit. The two sat across from each other, engaging in light conversation, both feeling a sense of trepidation about their impending journey to Hogwarts. Although the books suggested that the gap between Muggle-born wizards and their peers from the Wizarding World would not be significant, both were skeptical of this notion. Not significant? Unless the young wizards from the Wizarding World have learned nothing since birth. Is that even plausible? By the way, Hermione, I recommend avoiding the term Muggle," Harry suddenly said with a serious tone. "Uncle Muin mentioned that Muggle is actually a derogatory term used by wizards for non-magical folk, which has simply become normalized over time." Hermione's mouth snapped shut. She had just used that very term. With Harry's reminder, she recalled the derogatory way that man at Madame Malkin's had referred to her father. "All right, Harry, you're right," Hermione admitted, a hint of frustration evident. "I thought it was acceptable since all the books use Muggles so frequently." "It's fine. Uncle Muin typically refers to them as ordinary people or non-magical folk," Harry said, reminiscing about the first time Muin had imparted that lesson to him. Not using the term Muggle was among the few serious directives he had received from Uncle Muin. Clang! The compartment door was abruptly yanked open, revealing a familiar, loathsome face. A gaunt visage, with blonde hair slicked back, bore that infuriatingly haughty expression. His attire seemed rather outdated. "Harry Potter, at last I find you." Draco Malfoy sauntered into the compartment, flanked by two stout, unattractive companions who stood beside him like bodyguards. "Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle," Draco introduced nonchalantly. "I've been searching for you since I boarded the train. Come to offer a gift?" "That's enough. I have already accepted your apology." A faint flush crept across Malfoy's pale visage as he gritted his teeth and nodded emphatically. "Very well. Indeed, I have come to present you with a gift. A lesson." With that, Crabbe and Goyle lunged at him from either side. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed in alarm. Draco, with a self-satisfied smirk, declared, "I wish to inform you that you should not presume to oppose the Malfoy family simply because you are the illustrious Potter." Bang! In the next moment, crimson blood splattered across Draco's pallid face as Harry's fist connected with Crabbe's nose, causing him to reel back in pain, blood gushing forth. Harry's strength was not particularly formidable, yet Crabbe and Goyle were not known for their ferocity either. However, Goyle's fist soon swung towards Harry, who raised his arms to shield himself, feeling a dull ache. In retaliation, Harry delivered a precise uppercut to Goyle's midsection. In the blink of an eye, both rotund boys were rolling on the ground, howling in agony. Draco wiped the blood from his face, momentarily shaken, his expression paling further as he staggered backward, hastily crouching to assist his fallen companions. The three of them tumbled out of the alcove in a chaotic scramble. Hermione, still processing the scene, had only seen the two boys charge at Harry. She had merely risen to offer her assistance when they collapsed. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked, her voice tinged with urgency. "Everything is fine," Harry reassured her, rubbing his forearm as he settled back onto the sofa in the alcove. Despite Harry's nonchalance, Hermione's anxiety did not dissipate. "Oh my goodness, you made them bleed. This is against school rules. They won't expel you, will they?" "Not at all. It's nothing to worry about," Harry replied with an air of ease. "Even if I may have indeed breached some regulations, it's certainly one T lead to expelling a young wizard." Chapter 50. Professor Snape, are you all right? That evening, under the clear, luminous moonlight, Munin stood by the fifth-floor window, faintly hearing the gasps of the young wizards below by the Black Lake. He was currently in his office, which, spatially, had not undergone much change and bore little decoration. The desk and chairs had been replaced with a coffee table and a vibrant red armchair, leather quite new, and comfortably soft, yet lacking the familiar indentation, which made Munin feel somewhat out of place. Before the armchair was a square footstool. Aside from that, there was a side door leading directly to the library, a gramophone, and a cabinet for storing records. When the house elves had heard Munin's request and noticed the office's stark emptiness, they had inquired if he desired any basic decorations. Unable to refuse their hopeful gazes, Munin acquiesced, though he declined paintings and photographs. In theory, the portraits and images throughout the castle could possess a certain surveillance capability, potentially serving Dumbledore's interests. As he contemplated this, Munin glanced at a piano with a resigned expression. Stepping out his door, he was warmly greeted by Sybil, who cheerfully inquired, "Good evening, Mr. God, why the sigh?" "My name is Munin Jones," he replied, waving at her. "I sighed merely because I did not expect the house elves to cram a piano into my office." "Is it too cramped?" she asked. "Not exactly. It just seems rather unnecessary," Munin replied. "They likely drew inspiration from a painting," Sybil suggested. "But even if it serves merely as decoration, it has spent years gathering dust in storage. If the piano could feel like our paintings do, I believe it would be pleased to find itself in your office." Hearing this, Munin couldn't help but smile. "I suppose you are right. Well then, I must go down to the opening feast. We shall converse again when time permits." "All right, Mr. Jones," Sybil waved. "I hope you don't mind." "Not at all," Munin waved back over his shoulder as he descended the stairs. In the grand hall on the first floor, voices buzzed as thousands of candles floated serenely, illuminating the expansive hall. For tables were adorned with gleaming gold platters and high-stemmed goblets, while a long table at the head served as the guest of honor's table. Munin's arrival was not as understated as he had anticipated. Rather, his distinctive appearance sparked a flurry of whispers among the students. However, aside from a few children, most of the discussions bore no malice. At the guest of honor's table, the teachers took their seats in succession, with Dumbledore already situated at the center. Among the Hogwarts staff, with the exception of Filch and a couple of professors who preferred to avoid such gatherings, most occupied the guest table, where there was no rigid hierarchy. This was also Munin's first encounter with teachers at Hogwarts other than Professor Sprout, of course, excluding the one he had met on the spiral staircase, whose name still eluded him. Since the construction of the door in the Shrieking Shack, he had only come across Hagrid, Filch, and Professor Sprout in herbology. "Munin, welcome. I was pondering what sort of introduction to give you shortly," Dumbledore said, shaking Munin's hand. "A unique pioneer of an animagus," Munin replied with a grin. "That's a splendid suggestion." Dumbledore nodded, gesturing to his left. "Your seat is here. Do take a seat. Minerva has gone to fetch the young wizards. The sorting is about to commence." Munin nodded and took his place, glancing around. To his right, next to the outer edge, was Hagrid's seat, necessitated by his considerable size. On the left, inward, sat the somewhat greasy middle-aged man he had encountered on the spiral staircase, clad in black robes. Munin read his name tag, Severus Snape. Further along sat a man whose head was wrapped as if with a tumor, appearing somewhat dazed, Quirinus Quirrell. Shortly after Munin sat down, Hagrid entered, exchanging greetings with him, when a woman in a green robe hurriedly strode through the grand wooden doors of the hall. The moment Professor McGonagall made her entrance, the previously raucous noise diminished significantly. She approached Dumbledore, and they conversed in hushed tones, during which McGonagall frequently scrutinized Munin. "Is this Professor McGonagall?" Munin pondered, somewhat perplexed. "Why is she looking at me like that?" "Perfectly normal. Isn't it?" Hagrid bellowed with a laugh. "Look at the children below. Half of them are staring at you." Munin could only offer a wry smile. Well, fair enough. Before long, Professor McGonagall again opened the door, leading in a throng of children. She instructed them to remain quiet and set up a four-legged stool, placing a hat atop it. It's about to begin. What do you hope Harry will be sorted? I don't know. It depends on the child's own choice. Regardless of where he is placed, the lessons will be the same, and that is sufficient for me, Munin replied indifferently. He then added, however, that hat is indeed quite filthy, and it sings. It certainly didn't display that talent while it was in the headmaster's office. The hat opened its mouth at one corner and began to sing loudly. You may deem me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. Slytherin may be akin to Hufflepuff, for I am a thinking sorting hat. As I call forth a name, that individual shall don the hat, take a seat, and await their house assignment. Professor McGonagall announced. Hannah Abbott, a girl with a golden ponytail, stumbled forward to wear the hat, and soon after, it proclaimed, Hufflepuff. At this moment, Muin grasped the entire process of sorting. Shortly thereafter, a familiar name rang out. Hermione Granger. Hermione hastily approached, donning the hat and nervously clutching the hem of her robes. Fortunately, the sorting hat did not linger long, declaring, Gryffindor. After a considerable time, it was Harry's turn. When his name was uttered, the hall erupted in cheers, and conversations buzzed incessantly. Even Mu-In sensed that the professor beside him sat up straighter, seemingly eager to catch a glimpse of Harry. This made Harry nervous. He glanced at Mu-In before stepping forward. He sat on the stool and placed the hat upon his head. He heard a faint voice whispering in his ear, difficult, extremely difficult. I see great courage, as well as talent, a fervent thirst for knowledge. You also possess a strong desire for power. No, it is protection, a yearning to shield others. Oh my, how eager you are to prove yourself. So intriguing. Where shall I place you? Slytherin. A smattering of applause erupted from the Slytherin table, which Harry paid little heed to as he walked over to find an empty seat. He felt a twinge of regret at not being sorted into the same house as Hermione. At the head table, Muin keenly observed that the professor beside him had frozen for a moment upon hearing Harry assigned to Slytherin. Hagrid also wore a look of disappointment. Oh, I thought he'd be in Gryffindor. What a shame, especially since Hermione is over there. Muin waved his hand dismissively. Indeed. Who would have thought that these two friends, acquainted before the term began, would find one in Gryffindor and the other in Slytherin? A sudden crash drew Mu-In's attention as he turned to see the glass in Snape's hand shatter, and he inquired with concern, Professor Snape, are you all right? Chapter 51, Draco, cheer up. No, it's nothing, Snape replied curtly, waving his hand as the shards of glass and spilled liquid vanished in an instant. Mu-In noticed a flicker of discomfort on Harry's face as he placed a hand over his scar. Harry turned to look their way. A row of individuals, including Quirrell, Snape, Mu-In, and Hagrid, were watching him. Hagrid even waved and greeted him with a smile. Confused, Harry pressed his hand against his forehead, sensing something was amiss. His scar rarely hurt, so what would be the cause this time? Before long, the sorting ceremony concluded. Dumbledore rose, a wide smile gracing his face as he surveyed the students, arms outstretched. Welcome, welcome everyone to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to share a few words. Fools, crybaby leftovers, thank you all. With that, he bowed slightly before taking his seat, prompting a resounding round of applause. More specifically, it was Gryffindor's cheers that compensated for Slytherin's sparse, polite clapping. My father always said he was a bit mad, Draco remarked, seated at an angle opposite Harry. Speaking to Goyle, turning back, he caught sight of Harry and scoffed disdainfully. Harry sighed in resignation, unfazed by Draco's antics. What concerned him more was the impending feast. Having only purchased a few snacks on the train that afternoon, as he pondered, suddenly, his plate was filled with a bounty of food in the blink of an eye. Mu-In, witnessing the sudden array of dishes appearing on the table, wasted no time in pouring himself a full mug of beer, clinking glasses with Hagrid before indulging heartily. After a satisfying meal, as an assortment of desserts vanished from the table, Dumbledore rose once more, looking slightly reluctant. Oh, now that everyone is well fed and well watered, I have a few more words to share. First, I would like to introduce the changes among our faculty this semester. Our former Muggle Studies teacher, Professor Quirinus Quirrell, after a year of rest, has decided to return as the new defense against the dark arts professor. The hall erupted into applause once more. Subsequently, Dumbledore raised his hand, gesturing towards Mu-In, introducing, this gentleman is the second librarian of Hogwarts, the unconventional pioneer of transfiguration, Mr. Mu-In Jones. Coughing slightly, Mu-In was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Dumbledore would so bluntly insert that remark. He feared some might not understand what an animagus was. Hence the substitution with transfiguration. Dumbledore then added with a teasing warning, "Beware, for the ears and eyes of a cat are no less formidable than those of Madame Pants." Malfoy chuckled softly from below. "Look at him with that head. It's quite odd." Harry glanced at Malfoy, raising an eyebrow before slowly responding. "Draco, you certainly should laugh." Malfoy's expression faltered, a scowl forming on his face as he glared at Harry. "Potter, what do you want to say? You seem to have rather poor hearing." Harry leaned slightly forward. "I said, you certainly should laugh. After all, even your father couldn't address him as Mr. Jones, yet you can. What are you talking about?" Harry looked sternly at Draco. "After all, your father could only refer to him as Captain. Have you not remembered?" Draco's gaze shifted between Harry and the man at the head table, increasingly apprehensive as he oscillated between the two figures. Gradually, the image of Mu-In at the head table began to overlap with that of the man he had seen outside the robe shop. "So what if he is? My father is a governor. I'll have him sacked tomorrow." His voice trembled, as Mu-In had made an indelible impression on him, shattering the lofty image of his father that had remained unchallenged throughout his life. "If you can manage that, then go ahead and try," Harry replied. Utterly unconvinced that Draco's father could accomplish such a feat, Mu-In had imparted to him a truth he had previously failed to grasp. A principle highly applicable in the wizarding world. Power is the capital of conversation. He did not believe that any mere governor could interfere with the hiring decisions of the second most powerful wizard in the world, Dumbledore. However, before that, "Do not let me hear any mockery towards Mr. Jones, Draco," Harry declared with utmost seriousness. Draco's pale face flushed with anger. "Fine, very well. Now, I shall present everyone with a few important notices." Dumbledore's voice interrupted the chatter below, as he stood above and proclaimed loudly, "First-year students are strictly forbidden from venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has also asked me to remind everyone." After delivering a lengthy admonition, Mu-In leaned back in his seat, feeling a slight discomfort in his posterior. Just when he thought the interminable speech was coming to an end, the old man suddenly grew serious. "Lastly, I must inform all of you that those who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a most painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." "Huh." Mu-In regarded Dumbledore with a puzzled expression, sensing an incongruity in his stern demeanor. Why this arbitrary emphasis? What mischief was he up to? Well, he didn't care much. After the dry recitation of the school song, he promptly decided to make his escape. "Mr. Jones, don't forget to bring the tools for restoring the tomes," Pants called out, her impatience palpable. Over this period, she had already gathered and organized a considerable number of damaged books, which would constitute Mu-In's primary tasks moving forward. Not too many, perhaps just a few hundred. Meanwhile, Harry followed the prefect towards the common room. Their male prefect was named Riding Hewitt, his silver and green Slytherin tie impeccably knotted at his throat, hair meticulously slicked back, and the green serpent emblem displayed proudly on his chest. As they made their way down the corridor to the dungeons, he casually draped an arm over Harry's shoulder. "Harry Potter, Slytherin welcomes you. I am the prefect of Slytherin. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out." With that, he puffed out his chest, prompting Harry to notice the prefect badge beside the serpent emblem. Thank you," Harry replied, somewhat awkwardly nodding, feeling ill at ease with such overt favoritism. So much so that he soon forgot the subsequent series of boastful remarks from the prefect. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to the Slytherin common room, situated at the end of a desolate, damp stone corridor. Riding Hewitt finally ceased his attention on Harry, turning to the group of young wizards. "I will say this only once. Remember our password." He then faced the stone wall and declared, "Pure blood supremacy." In the next moment, a stone door hidden within the wall creaked open. Ryden strode through confidently, followed by the other young wizards. Harry stood rooted in place, momentarily dazed. Pure blood supremacy. He observed the expressions of the passing wizards, feeling a tremor of unease within. Why was this so readily accepted? Chapter 52. I never expected you to join Slytherin. Harry took a deep breath, suddenly realizing that the Slytherin he encountered differed somewhat from what he and Uncle Mu-In had envisioned. For reasons unknown, a smile spread across his face as he boldly stepped inside. This could be interesting, couldn't it? The common room was a narrow, low-ceilinged basement, its walls and ceiling constructed of rough stone. Round, green-glowing lamps dangled from chains, illuminating the room. Beneath a beautifully carved mantelpiece, flames crackled in a fireplace, and many objects in the common room exuded an air of elegance and value. Inside, they seemed to be discussing some topic. I bet he can last until May. Don't be foolish. He used to teach Muggle studies. How capable can someone like that be? I wager he won't last past March. I agree, March is pushing it. I saw him at the leaky cauldron. He was stuttering and looked like a total coward. Let's make a wager, then. I'll bet 10 galleons. I'll wager 8. As Harry stepped inside, he quickly sensed the attention of those around him converging upon him. The previous chatter diminished significantly. Harry, what's up? Riding-Hewitt approached, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders, putting on an air of camaraderie before the crowd. What were you discussing just now? Harry inquired with curiosity. We were talking about Quirrell. Ryden explained. No defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts has lasted more than a year. It's said that a former Dark Lord wanted to teach that subject, but Dumbledore refused him, and he cursed the position. Since then, no one has managed to teach it for a full year. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you. Harry acknowledged, then added, sorry, I think I'll go organize my dormitory. Of course, I'll accompany you to find your dormitory. Harry, left with little choice, followed him to the dormitory, only to find that he shared a room with Draco and his cronies. Well, it didn't matter too much. In the common room, the others watched as Ryden and Harry ascended, before resuming their conversations, albeit with a shift in topic. Should we try to befriend him? It wouldn't be too shabby to know the illustrious Harry Potter, especially since he is the last of the Potter line. The prefect has already started to make his move. Prefect my foot, someone scoffed. If he didn't have a lack of background and was obedient, would Professor Snape have made him prefect? He just wants to bask in the glow of fame. Ignore him. No rush. Potter is indeed quite famous. But let us not forget that some people here harbor resentment against him. What do you think they'll do? I have no idea. But I know that if it weren't for Potter, some of our classmates' parents wouldn't be rotting in Azkaban. Let's wait and see. I heard he had a run-in with the Malfoys on the train. It's better to wait until their conflict resolves. Someone be able to contain themselves. They must be thrilled Potter ended up in Slytherin. If he had gone to Gryffindor, they would have had a hard time getting their revenge. Those brutes would have protected him fiercely. Could you please stop bringing them up? Early the next morning, Harry rose early, donned a light outfit, and exited the common room to jog around the castle. After about 10 minutes, he spotted a figure by the Hogwarts grounds, ambling towards him, their hair billowing in the morning breeze. Upon their approach, Harry halted and waved. Uncle Muin. Muin nodded. At school, just call me Jones. Or Captain if you prefer. Harry paused momentarily, then straightened and exclaimed, Oh, Captain, my Captain, you little rascal. Muin chuckled. How was your first night at Hogwarts? It was fine, though Slytherin differs somewhat from my expectations, Harry replied. Differ? Muin guayir intrigue. No, well, it's manageable. However, I didn't expect to share a dormitory with Draco, the Malfoy heir. You didn't have a clash? Muin, noticing Harry's reluctance to elaborate, shifted the conversation. Not last night. They tried to pick a fight with me as soon as we boarded the Hogwarts Express, but I sent them packing. Harry stated. Muin nodded slightly before continuing. From today onwards, you shall undertake an additional task. With a gentle flick of his right hand, his sleeve swirled, and a wand materialized in his grasp. Typically, I recommend concealing such a wand within the sleeve of your garments for easy access. This is a subtle technique in magical dueling, Muin elucidated. Harry mimicked him, tucking the wand into his sleeve, only to find it too loose, causing it to slip out. As he flung his arm outward, the wand fell straight to the grass. Indeed, this is a skill that requires practice, Muin remarked. Do you know why wizards often don long robes? Harry shook his head, bewildered. Muin retracted the wand into his sleeve, explaining, The robe is sufficiently spacious to conceal numerous potions and spell components. It aligns with a wizard strategy in combat. Never reveal the extent of your resources. Conceal everything. Always let your adversaries underestimate you, thus granting you greater opportunities. Upon concluding his explanation, Muin raised his hand slightly, and a branch that had fallen into the grass soared towards him. With a delicate stroke of his palm, he transformed the branch into a semblance of a wand. He handed this mock wand to Harry, saying, From now on, never let anyone know that you have an additional wand readily available in your sleeve. Harry pondered this revelation. Is that so? Indeed, Muin nodded. By the way, you should use this mock wand in your classes as well. Hearing this, Harry inhaled deeply and nodded. I shall do so. At that moment, the two entered the castle and turned a corner, where they unexpectedly encountered a figure. Oh, Potter! Professor Quirrell happened upon them, his excitement palpable upon seeing Harry. I cannot express how delighted I am to see you. Hello, Professor Quirrell, Harry replied, feeling somewhat awkward. I never anticipated you would be going to Slytherin. Quirrell exclaimed, surprised. I find Slytherin's philosophy quite commendable, Harry stated, silently adding, merely in principle. He had come across a welcoming letter for new students the previous night, which proclaimed that they did not exclusively recruit purebloods, mentioning that many of their young wizards were half-bloods, with at least one parent being a muggle, and even stating that Merlin himself hailed from Slytherin. To Harry, the letter reeked of obfuscation, particularly when juxtaposed with the mantra of pure blood superiority, weaving a tapestry of magical absurdity. Moreover, heavens, had he not been well-versed in history, he might have been deceived. Merlin predated Slytherin by at least 6 or 7 centuries. At that time, Slytherin himself had yet to make his appearance, let alone the Slytherin house. Oh yes, yes. Quirrell seemed pleased with Harry's assertion. He then turned to Muon, asking, Mr. Jones, what are you observing? Muon withdrew his gaze from Quirrell's scarf, feeling somewhat intrusive, and apologized. I beg your pardon. I was merely intrigued by the remarkable appearance of your scarf. To Muon, the scarf appeared unnaturally pristine, devoid of any scent save for garlic. It was as though, amidst a gray and chaotic world, someone had forcibly inserted a singular hue. Abrupt. Anomaly. Indeed, it is a gift from an African prince, Quirrell replied, nodding at the two. I must take my leave. It has been a long time since I last returned, and I need to reacquaint myself with the castle. Chapter 53. The first day of work Quirrell's appearance was but a minor interlude, while he possessed a certain peculiarity. Muon lacked the fervent curiosity to delve into his secrets. After bidding farewell to Harry in the Grand Hall, Muon ascended directly to the 5th floor. The common rooms of 2 Hogwarts houses, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, were situated in the towers above. Along the way, his distinctive appearance drew many curious glances from young wizards. During his journey, he encountered 2 remarkably memorable children. Mr. Jones. 2 children with red hair and a sprinkling of freckles greeted him in unison. They were clearly twins. Good morning, gentlemen. Muon smiled and nodded. What brings you here? The child on the left spoke first. Good morning, sir. We were primarily inquiring about your, appearance. What spell does it derive from? We mean no offense. It looks quite impressive and has inspired us with fresh ideas, the child on the right quickly added. The left twin interjected. If you mind, we can leave right away. Both boys gazed at Muon with anticipation. No, I certainly do not mind. Muon replied with a nod, then explained, perhaps Dumbledore did not articulate it clearly yesterday. My current appearance is not merely a trick of transfiguration, but rather a consequence of an error in mastering Animagus. The 2 young wizards displayed expressions of regret. We sincerely apologize, sir. It was not intentional. I stated that I do not mind. Muon chuckled. However, I am curious. What do you mean by inspiration? We were researching some prank props, and after seeing you at the feast last night, we had some new ideas. Like a candy that could transform a person's head into a lion, or one that could make you look as dashing as you. You 2 are quite eloquent. Muon mused. Perhaps you might seek inspiration from the Polyjuice potion. Isn't that the potion that transforms one into another person? They queried, puzzled. Muon regarded them with interest. How about trying to add a strand of cat hair to the Polyjuice potion? The 2 young wizards exchanged contemplative glances. Considering mieux en les confident suggestion. All right, I must head to the library now. I eagerly anticipate the unveiling of your prank candies. Do remember to reserve one for me. Muon bid them farewell and passed by. Hiss, he seems to have a point. But George, you've overlooked a crucial issue. What? We have no money. To Muon's surprise, shortly after concluding his conversation with the 2 young wizards, he encountered another individual, Professor Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Muon greeted her. Do you have classes early today? McGonagall nodded. Yes, this morning is the first-year class for Gryffindor and Slytherin. She had not expected to encounter Muon there and immediately grew curious. Mr. Jones, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Albus informed me long ago that an ancient-style wizard would be taking a position at Hogwarts. I have been looking forward to our meeting ever since. Then, a few days ago, Pomona mentioned that you were a unique Animagus, which heightened my anticipation. I'm quite flattered, Muon replied with a smile. What is your current state? McGonagall inquired with a hint of curiosity, before introducing herself. No malice intended. I, too, am an Animagus. Of course, I am quite well at present. Muon nodded in affirmation, adding, except for the occasional need to disguise my appearance when venturing outside. It doesn't mean my head transforms back into a human while my body becomes a cat. Ah, I see, Professor McGonagall nodded. We typically hold an afternoon tea gathering every Friday. Would you like to join us? I believe Professor Flitwick would also be intrigued by ancient magical practices. Certainly. I will attend on Friday. Is in the staff lounge. Muon would not decline the opportunity to engage in conversation with a master of transfiguration and a master of charms. Yes, McGonagall confirmed with a nod. You're most welcome. With that, she took her leave. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the library doors were already ajar. As soon as Pants spotted Muon, her face lit up with joy. I did not expect you to arrive so early, she exclaimed, leading him into the library. On one of the tables lay a veritable mountain of books. These are the volumes I have organized during this period, she said eagerly, then hesitated, asking uncertainly, is it too much? Myun gazed at the stack of books, momentarily taken aback, yet nodded, it is manageable. But, will I be working here? He queried, a touch of uncertainty in his voice. As the books occupied more than half the table. Will attract too much attention? If you prefer, you may use the office. I can manage the library, Pants suggested. Would that be too much trouble for you? Not all, Pants shook her head. As long as these books can be restored promptly. The library has been my sole responsibility for many years. Very well, Myun acquiesced, not wishing to refuse. He then raised his hand, contemplating briefly before retrieving the wand he had confiscated from a ministry employee, waving it at the pile of books. The mountain of tomes levitated gracefully, following him to the office. After a cursory examination of all the books, Myun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Madame Pants. The volumes requiring restoration could be classified into two categories. The first encompassed fundamental damages beyond her capabilities, such as numerous missing pages, faded inscriptions in ancient texts, and pages marred by young wizard scribbles. The second category pertained to magical issues. Some books, while intact, bore magical enchantments that had gone awry. Many of these volumes have been safeguarded by their former owners with various spells to prevent unauthorized access to their knowledge. For instance, the book titled An Introduction to Cleveland Transfiguration, which Myun held, had blank pages. Affixed to its cover was a note from Pants detailing the issues with the book. The original owner had placed a unique invisibility enchantment upon it, allowing the content to be revealed only through a specific opening method. However, due to an incident over 30 years ago, the enchantment malfunctioned, and the book's contents had remained hidden ever since. Another volume, similarly protected, could not be opened without unlocking its enchantments, and the passage of time had eroded the logical chain of its magical barriers, sealing it for over a decade. Chapter 54, Dare to Act Boldly. The task of restoring the books proved to be more challenging than Myun had anticipated. While he could salvage torn pages, the restoration of missing text necessitated extensive knowledge, experience, and reference materials. This, however, remained within the realm of possibility. Yet, Pants might have misconstrued something, perhaps mistaking him for Dr. Stephen Strange. With missing pages and without the Eye of Agamotto to reverse time and restore them, he found himself utterly powerless. Nevertheless, the days spent on book restoration, though somewhat monotonous, provided him with a sense of purpose, rendering his overall existence quite fulfilling. On Friday on the 5th floor, a gentle breeze carried sunlight through the windows. At the eaves, two sparrows frolicked. In the spacious office, a bright candelabrum burned steadily, releasing calming wisps of smoke into the air. A gramophone played, the vinyl spinning, as a melodious piano tune emanated from its golden brass horn. Leaning against the sofa, Myun held a book in need of restoration, one concerning painting, riddled with numerous missing inscriptions. Before him, a magical hand manipulated 4 similar painting books or manuscripts. Constantly flipping the pages, he was extracting knowledge related to painting to logically fill in the gaps of the book in his hands. Such is the art of ancient book restoration. It not only requires a variety of technical skills, but also demands a vast reservoir of knowledge. Generally, he would not opt for this method of reading. His capacity for information processing was indeed sufficient, and his memory could retain the content. However, when it came to comprehending knowledge, this approach was undeniably haphazard. Yet, in this context, it served its purpose. Knock knock. Come in. Myun propped himself up slightly, allowing several books to gently land atop the desk. The door creaked open, revealing a girl of perhaps 14 or 15 with chestnut hair. Hello, Professor. She peered in, leaning against the doorframe, appearing somewhat shy. I'm not a professor. Is there something you need? Myun inquired. The girl, timidly, replied in a barely audible voice, I would like to borrow a book. Madame Pants said the books are here and instructed me to find you. Feel free to come in and look for yourself. Myun nodded, returning his attention to the book in his hand. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, glancing at the numerous books surrounding Myun, appearing somewhat perplexed. Could you please close the door? I have music playing, and if I take it to the library, Madame Pants will scold me. Myun's voice resonated. Of course. She nodded eagerly, promptly closing the door. Myun gently nudged a floating candelabrum beside him, which glided gracefully like a falling leaf to provide her with light. Once again, he turned his gaze back to the text. In 1872, I decided to step out of the magical realm and encountered a fellow named Claude in the northwest of France, who left a profound impression on me. His lack of technique was astounding, yet I found it to be quite beautiful. Shortly thereafter, the newspapers mocked the academy. Mien clicked his tongue in annoyance. Restoring content in such autobiographical text was exceedingly challenging, especially since Sebastian Heaterlund was a rather obscure figure. With this thought, he set the book down, only to find the girl standing directly in front of his desk, staring intently. Is there something else you need? Mien asked, puzzled. The book I am looking for is in your hands, she said, extending her hand to point at the book Mien held. Really? To one's surprise, there exist individuals in the magical realm who indulge in literature pertaining to the art of painting. Such a rarity, Muen remarked, before extending the book towards her. Indeed, my family boasts a multitude of artists. Both my great-grandfather and grandfather have rendered portraits of Hogwarts headmasters. The girl spoke with a hint of pride, adding this book, too, belonged to my great-grandfather. Muen was taken aback momentarily. Are you a Headrand? The girl nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am Janice Headrand, a fourth-year Hufflepuff. Could you tell me about your great-grandfather? I am in the process of restoring this book, Muen inquired. Janice's expression turned a shade awkward. I apologize, sir. I might not upon observing her visage. Muen realized the generational gap. It was unreasonable to expect this girl to retain memories from so long ago. However, you could consult some magical portraits, Janice suggested. Hogwarts is home to numerous rare and sophisticated magical paintings, though most of their memories tend to fade with time. Yet, the memories captured within the first couple of years post-creation will endure permanently. Muen found this quite astonishing. His surprise did not stem from a notion of magical portrait memories, but rather the revelation that Hogwarts housed a painting of this girl's great-grandfather. He had already gleaned knowledge regarding magical portraits from other texts earlier. When first created, these portraits retain everything they see and hear, akin to the portraits of Hogwarts headmasters. Before a headmaster's retirement, artists would complete their portraits ahead of time, placing them in the headmaster's office, allowing these paintings to absorb the mannerisms and thought processes of their predecessors. Such experiences become etched into the essence of these magical portraits, bestowing them with authenticity. Art, naturally, varies in quality. The most rudimentary paintings resemble photographs treated with a revealing potion or printed images from the Daily Prophet. They can manage little more than a fleeting smile or slight movement, lacking the ability to traverse between pictures. More advanced pieces resemble the chocolate frog cards, but do not ascend to a higher tier. In contrast, the portraits at Hogwarts and those unique, traversable likenesses can truly be deemed magical portraits. They possess memory, thought, and the ability to converse. Occasionally, they engage in playful wagers among Hogwarts students, frighten wandering children, or even play matchmaker for young witches and wizards. Is there a portrait of your great-grandfather here? Muen asked. Certainly. There is one right outside your office, she replied. Who? The one titled Spring Outing, directly opposite your main entrance, featuring a girl named Linda. What a coincidence! Muen exclaimed, his brows arched, rising to confirm this information. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back. Miss Headrand, are you familiar with the concept of crossing boundaries in art? The young girl furrowed her brow, pondering for a while before shaking her head vacantly. I'm sorry, sir, but I seem to have a vague recollection, yet cannot recall anything specific. Very well. Muen nodded, pushing open the office door. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Harry. Captain. Harry waved, jogging towards him. Harry, what brings you here? Muen inquired with curiosity. Hagrid just had an owl deliver a letter to me. He invited me to his place this afternoon and asked if you would like to join. Muen shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. I'm afraid I've already promised Professor McGonagall to attend their afternoon tea. By the way, how has your week been? Not too bad, Harry replied after a moment of contemplation, feeling a pang of disappointment over Muen's inability to visit Hagrid's hut. However, the animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin is even more intense than I anticipated. Due to Hermione, I overheard some unpleasant remarks in the common room. Muen nodded. And what are your plans? If I catch them, they will surely regret it, Harry stated, his tone resolute. Muen nodded, patting Harry on the shoulder. As long as you act with a clear conscience, you should proceed boldly without excessive concern. As for the external circumstances, Muen gazed calmly out the window, lost in reminiscence, recalling his time with Hall at the Royal Academy of Magic. I shall conduct myself as my teacher did in those days. Chapter 55, Potions Class. After bidding farewell to Muen, Harry's mind remained occupied with their recent dialogue, gradually solidifying his resolve. Upon reaching the Great Hall on the first floor, he casually consumed some breakfast before making his way to the potions classroom located in the dungeon. With about half an hour until class commenced, he decided to peruse a book beforehand. Harry had gradually acclimated to life at Hogwarts, aside from the fact that he would not attend flying lessons until the following week. He found little else to occupy his time. He preferred to immerse himself in literature, which felt more fulfilling. Perhaps it was that he had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle and learned to derive satisfaction and accomplishment from his studies. He aspired to swiftly solidify his foundation and subsequently construct a personal system akin to that of Niven's, thereby enabling him to learn a few techniques from Uncle Muin. Moreover, he was not merely reading. If one observed closely, although it appeared as though he was holding the book, a significant space existed between the tome and his palm, through which a shimmering blue light flowed. Even when turning the pages, he endeavored to avoid physical contact. After approximately 10 minutes had elapsed, the first student arrived in the classroom, prompting him to cease his practice of the magical hand and neatly stow away his book, taking out his potions textbook and loose-leaf notebook. Indeed, the notebook had to be loose-leaf, for it evoked the essence of a Master S manuscript. As the class time approached, Hermione hurriedly arrived, taking a seat beside Harry, quickly flipping open her book, panting as she complained, "Goodness, the staircase I usually take suddenly changed positions, causing me to lose my reserved study time. Thankfully, my common room is nearby." Harry chuckled in response. Just then, heavy, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor behind them. Turning to look, they beheld Professor Snape, clad in black, striding into the classroom with an air of urgency, his flowing cloak billowing behind him. He exuded a stern presence akin to that of Professor McGonagall, yet appeared even more irritable. Upon crossing the threshold into the classroom, all the young witches and wizards fell silent. Approaching the podium, he grasped the attendance sheet and, in a low, resonant tone, directed his gaze at Harry. "Ah, HarryPotter," he drawled slowly. "The illustrious savior has arrived at Hogwarts." Draco and several Slytherins could not suppress their snickers. Unfazed, Snape shifted his attention from Harry, surveying the entire class. "In potions, my expectations are modest. I do not anticipate you to grasp the exquisite beauty that unfolds within a simmering cauldron. I merely require you to refrain from being the sort that mindlessly brandishes wands like fools." Hermione eagerly inched her chair forward, clearly impatient. "Potter, if I were to add daffodil root powder to mugwort infusion, what would result?" Harry was taken aback when Snape's discourse abruptly shifted towards him. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure and retorted, "The elixir of life, it is a potent sleeping draught." Snape raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. However, his tone grew increasingly hostile. "There is no need for excessive elaboration to flaunt knowledge that you ought to possess. Should I have known this? Why does it seem that the headmaster harbors little goodwill towards me? If I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you look?" he inquired. "The stomach of a goat or a pharmacy?" Harry almost blurted out. He soon noticed Snape's intense gaze fixed upon his eyes, pupils flickering as if lost in contemplation. "Now, elucidate the difference between aconite and wolfbane." "The names differ, yet they refer to the same entity, collectively termed aconite." Harry's responses consistently followed closely after Snape's inquiries. "Excellent," Snape declared. "Slytherin earns 15 points. Potter, I shall question you again, if this was merely luck. Remember to offer a prayer before the next class." "I do not pray. I only believe in myself," Harry asserted. Snape slammed his palm against the desk. "I did not permit you to speak. Slytherin loses a point." "What the cough cough cough?" All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, revealing a boy with red hair and freckles. Harry had little recollection of him, surmising he must belong to Gryffindor. Another Weasley. Is there something wrong with you?" Snape said ominously. "No, Professor, I'm merely choked." The boy hastily waved his hands in denial. Snape, evidently unable to seize an opportunity to deduct points, shifted his gaze away. Observing this, the coughing boy muttered, 15 points added, 1 point deducted? What a farce. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Weasley, I am speaking. What are you whispering about? Harry noticed the boy's face flush crimson, silencing him. Subsequently, after Snape expounded upon theory for nearly half the class, he began pairing them off for the practical segment of potion making. He nearly separated Gryffindor and Slytherin entirely. Yet when he approached Harry and Hermione, Harry could not discern Snape's thoughts. Despite having practiced his observational skills for some time with modest success, he found himself at a loss before Snape. The professor's eyes were dark and hollow. Harry could only glimpse the surface, which overall conveyed complexity, very intricate emotions. Snape then bypassed the two and continued assigning groups. Once grouped, Snape commenced pacing around the classroom, guiding them in potion brewing. Harry and Hermione's pairing was flawless. However, Snape still found numerous ways to trouble him, though none resulted in point deductions. In contrast, Gryffindor suffered considerable losses. Seamus, unbeknownst to what he had done, suddenly caused the cauldron to erupt in a fiery display. His partner, a somewhat chubby Gryffindor boy, was startled and inadvertently knocked over the cauldron of a Weasley and a girl. Subsequently, The liquid spilled onto their prepared ingredients, igniting a violent reaction, causing the potion to splatter like boiling oil. The entire classroom descended into chaos. "Fool!" Snape bellowed, his robes flaring as his wand was brandished. Yet, someone was quicker. The mess was instantly cleared. In an instant, the splattered potion vanished as if swept away. Snape gazed in astonishment at the source of the spell, his eyes revealing a flicker of surprise. It was Harry. Noticing the surrounding eyes, Harry retracted his wand, feeling a hint of pride. "Ah, this is my most proficient spell." What a smug individual, Snape mused internally. Though somewhat displeased, he did not intend to forego the opportunity to award points. Very well, Slytherin gains 5 points. Take him to the infirmary. He then turned to address Weasley and Seamus, whose face was blackened by smoke. After the turmoil subsided, nearly an hour later, the morning potion class came to an end. Harry felt a peculiar sensation during this lesson. Inexplicably, Snape directed unabashed malice towards him. Fortunately, he managed to address all of Snape's questions, even accruing several points. Chapter 56. I am willing to accept punishment, but after class, he was the first to exit the classroom, stretching lazily, while Hermione remained at her desk, diligently supplementing her notes and reflections on the practical portion. Hermione's notes were always extensive and meticulously organized, in stark contrast to his own. "Oh dear, Mr. Savior is still waiting for little mudbloods." Harry suddenly heard a voice and turned his head. It was 3 Slytherin boys, not part of Draco's entourage. One of them feigned a melodramatic tone. "Oh, a potion session before lunch. Hey, keep it down. He might be listening. Does he even comprehend what mudblood means? Don't be absurd. I heard he resides in the Muggle world." "Who cares?" Professor Snape clearly disdains him, constantly nitpicking, denying him points, pairing him with Gryffindors. Harry's expression darkened significantly. Just then, Hermione emerged, having gathered her belongings. "Let's go to lunch. Did you say you want to bring Hagrid some desserts?" Hermione inquired. Harry turned back. I just remembered I need to return to the common room for something. Why don't you head to the first floor first?" Hermione looked slightly surprised, but nodded. "All right, I'll head up first." With that, Hermione turned and departed down the corridor. Harry also proceeded in the direction the 3 boys had taken. "I'm serious. I think he really puts on airs. I heard he wakes up early every day, goes for a run, then returns to select his clothes and fix his hair. He acts as if he looks down on everyone else. There are plenty of illustrious Slytherins. None are as pretentious as he is." Suddenly, a hand landed on the boy's shoulder. He turned around to find a face that should not have appeared at that moment. "Oh, Mr. Savior." That boy, with brown hair and freckles, glared at Harry with evident displeasure. "What do you want?" His companions leaned in closer. "Of course I do," Harry nodded. "I just overheard some unpleasant remarks, so I hope you can apologize." "What did I say?" The boy shrugged, grinning like a street thug as he looked at his friends beside him. "I didn't say anything about our Mr. Savior, did I?" The underground corridor was sparsely populated. With class just letting out, most nearby were Slytherins who slowed their pace, instinctively creating space. "You insulted my friend," Harry stated. "I value few things, but friendship and dignity are among them. To insult my friend in my presence is to offend my dignity. So what?" "So." With that, Harry suddenly raised his hand and delivered a punch. Blood splattered as the man staggered backward, yet he exhibited far more resilience than Crabbe had before him. He grasped the shoulders of his 2 companions and charged towards Harry. Suddenly, a fake wand appeared in Harry's hand, aimed directly at the man's legs. His legs became immobile, as if bound by invisible ropes, and he was abruptly forced to collapse forward, meeting the ground with a heavy thud. Simultaneously, the other 2 individuals lunged at him. But Harry was reluctant to cast a spell. He believed that even without magic, he could easily subdue them with mere fists. With that thought, he swiftly swung his fists, efficiently knocking down the 2 assailants. However, he himself had incurred some trouble. His clothes were disheveled, and his hair was in disarray. "Harry Potter, do not presume that your fame grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Do not overstep your bounds," shouted 2 third-year students, stepping forward in anger. Harry straightened his posture, fearlessly meeting their gaze, and ran a hand through his hair to restore some semblance of order. "Then come at me." His voice, though not loud, resonated powerfully in every ear present. This was a little trick taught to him by the spell-casting Viking warriors in the village, infusing his vocal cords with magic to produce a fearsome battle cry. Suddenly, a spell whizzed accurately through the crowd, landing squarely in the center of the battlefield. Following it, heavy footsteps approached ominously. Snape emerged from the throng, his face as dark as coal. "Harry Potter, you are just like your father. Why must you bring up my father?" "Professor?" Harry retorted, turning to face Snape. "Shouldn't we first inquire about what transpired? I do not need to ask you." Snape bellowed at Harry, then surveyed the crowd. Someone explained to me the events that led to this. The outcome was clear enough. Harry scanned the surroundings and coldly remarked, I require a person of genuine pride. One who despises deceit. Potter, be silent. Snape's hand gripped Harry's shoulder, his voice seething with rage. A girl, unable to endure the frigid atmosphere any longer, spoke up. She was merely 11 years old, witnessing blood for the first time in such a violent manner. Professor, it was Field and his friends. They insulted Potter's friend, calling her a mudblood, the Gryffindor girl. That's why Potter confronted them for an apology, and then it escalated. Mudblood? Snape's eyes suddenly lost focus, his complexion paling. Harry felt Snape's grip on his shoulder tighten momentarily. What does this mean? Was it a sign of discontent? Perhaps, in his view, punishing his own house for insulting a member of another was excessive and unwarranted. Yet Harry believed it was entirely justifiable. Thus, he replied with unwavering resolve. Yes, Professor. They call my friend a mudblood, and for that I did this to them. He glanced around once more. I understand that no one is free from gossip, and I comprehend all your whispers. But let it be known, do not let me hear them. After saying this, he slightly turned his head, catching sight of Snape, his fingers trembling and turning white around his wand. Professor, I am willing to accept any punishment from the school, but I must make my stance clear. This has nothing to do with which house one belongs to. However, to his astonishment, Snape abruptly released him and strode past the crowd, hastening away with even greater speed than when he arrived. Take them to the infirmary. What are you waiting for? Potter, await your detention. With that, he departed swiftly, his robes billowing through the corridor, compelling those who saw him to press against the walls in fear of incurring his wrath. Upon reaching his office adjacent to the potions classroom, Snape slammed the door shut, his body collapsing against the massive door as if drained of all vitality. After several moments of heavy breathing, he staggered toward his desk. Before him, Harry's earlier image replayed in his mind. That face, which inspired an instant loathing. Those emerald green eyes, the quick exchanges in potions class. In his ears, Harry's youthful yet defiant voice echoed. He called my friend a mudblood, and for that, I did this to him. Professor, I willingly accept punishment, but I must make my stance clear. The Gryffindor girl, the Slytherin boy. Snape leaned heavily on the desk, his eyes reddening and his face contorting in fury. With a resounding crash, the office erupted in a cloud of smoke, the desk exploding from the immense chaotic magic. Amidst the swirling dust, his ever-drifting black robes fell to the ground, his form resembling a frail, stooped elder without a cane, emaciated, weak, and powerless. Chapter 57. For a Greater Good. Indeed, ancient Greece was a resplendent era in the annals of magical history. In the faculty lounge, a fervent discussion was underway. Whether it be Atlantis, the grandest settlement of wizards ever known, or the esteemed Academy of Athens, both serve as testament to this. Flitwick began, I find it fascinating, however, to ponder whether Atlantis was truly a colossal sanctuary, and whether ordinary people were aware of witches and wizards. Sipping delicately from a cup of red tea, the finest he had tasted since arriving, Munn nodded in agreement. Flitwick pondered for a moment. His chair, elevated with a footrest, kept him at eye level with the others. Currently, this question remains unanswered, with two prevailing schools of thought. Decades ago, I discussed this matter with Bathilda Bagshot. She posited that the Muggles of that era were indeed aware of the existence of wizards, due to the tradition of divine worship in ancient Greece, which led wizards to be less secretive. The other perspective comes from Professor Binns. Flitwick continued, gesturing towards the old ghost resting on a nearby bench. This view originates from Plato's dialogues, in which he referred to Atlantis as a city that had perished. From this, it appears that Atlantis was first brought to public attention following Plato's account, suggesting that Muggles were unaware of Atlantis, let alone the existence of wizards. Ah yes, that's my interpretation, a somewhat dry voice interjected. After Atlantis was submerged by floods, some chose to seek new beginnings, establishing the Academy of Athens, while others continued their magical pursuits in Atlantis. After all, as you know, wizards are not particularly concerned about underwater environments. A few spells suffice. And what a great flood that year. Unbeknownst to him, the torrents of the ocean have buried Atlantis, just as the currents of history have concealed the truth. Professor Binns lamented with a shake of his head. Muin, observing Professor Binns shaking his head at Professor Sprout consecutively, could not help but stifle a laugh, thus shifting the topic of conversation. After engaging in discourse for quite some time, they finally concluded their afternoon tea chat. Professor Flitwick resonated remarkably well with Muin, revealing that he was once a champion of the dueling tournament. Not merely the ceremonial duels of self-proclaimed noble families, but genuine contests of skill. To be honest, Jones, Come for a drink tomorrow night at the Three Broomsticks. Everyone will be there. By the way, I heard you reside in the Shrieking Shack. Of course. What time tomorrow night? Yes, I'm currently living in the Shrieking Shack. You're welcome to visit. I will, Flitwick replied with a smile. After dinner tomorrow night, let us have a drink. This conversation has been rather delightful, but regrettably, I must prepare for the club activities tonight. A club? Mu-In inquired as he and Flitwick ambled down the corridor. Indeed, many professors with ample leisure time don't mind forming a club to provide those eager for further learning with an opportunity. Professor McGonagall also has a Transfiguration Club. I see, Mu-In nodded, bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick. The magical realm lacks foundational preschool education and higher education, having deviated from the ancient apprenticeship system for wizards, evolving into something incomplete and lacking coherence. It is no wonder these professors felt compelled to establish clubs. Of course, the world he previously inhabited was not much better. In that realm, the wizarding system allowed people to send their children to a wizard to serve as apprentices and helpers. Once the children acquired a certain foundation through their apprenticeship, they could sit for the Royal Academy of Magic's examinations. The Royal Academy encompassed both secondary and higher magical education, with the potential for some to become apprentices to court wizards. Both he and Hal were such apprentices under the court wizard, Selena. Never mind, Mu-In mused, shaking his head as he descended the stairs. Since he had begun to take things easy, his recent recollections had multiplied significantly. Upon reaching the hall and weaving through the throng, he quickly overheard news regarding Harry. Not bad. A satisfied smile graced his face. As for the forces behind those individuals, he deemed it more prudent to return home and study magical paintings. From Sheendai, he had already discerned how to supplement the autobiographical book of magical paintings. From the girl, he had learned a remarkably significant name, Claude. Initially, Mu-In thought this was merely an obscure figure until Sheendai revealed his full name, Claude Monet. By piecing together the fragmented information from the text, he swiftly pinpointed what transpired in 1872 concerning Sebastian Headland, leaving the magical realm, intent on transformation. He fortuitously encountered Monet as well as Sisley, Manet, and Renoir at the port of Le Havre in northwestern France, witnessing the birth of Impression, Sunrise. While contemplating how to complete the content of the incomplete book, he soon arrived at the Shrieking Shack. Aside from the initial occasion, he had not teleported between the two locations since. The castle was not far from here, and he considered it merely a stroll. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the familiar warmth of the room. "You're finally back," Lucifer exclaimed. As Mu-In entered, he quickly noticed that the scenery outside had ceased to shift, indicating that the castle had evidently come to a halt at a particular location. "What has happened?" "We encountered a black stone tower." "Well, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it resembles a castle. It should belong to the magical realm," Lucifer replied. Mu-In furrowed his brow slightly, closing the door and twisting the doorknob. With a chime, the pointer on the suspended plate aligned itself with the green side. "By the way, where are we now?" "Still in Germany." Mu-In's heart skipped a beat. Then he opened the door and nodded. "All right, I'll go take a look." The landscape here was starkly different from Hogwarts. The sky was overcast, dry grass fluttered across the ground, and the moonlight castle now perched atop a sheer cliff. A gust of wind swept by, prompting Mu-In to adjust his wool hat as the ring in his hand flashed with luminescence. Securing his hat as the brim flapped wildly, before him stood a black tower, constructed along the edge of the cliff. Meet a unit and slowly strolled over, already having an inkling of what this place was. However, he was astonished to find that there was no form of protection. Minutes later, he arrived at the front of the tower. After traversing the crumbling remnants of the surrounding wall, he paused at the steps leading to the grand entrance. Raising his gaze, he beheld an inscription etched above the door. "For the greater good." Chapter 58, Gellert Grindelwald. "For the greater good," Mu-In murmured softly. He then shook his head and ascended the steps, crunching the dried leaves beneath his feet, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Creak! The massive wooden door slowly yielded to his push, producing a jarring sound. What followed was an overwhelming silence. He ambled across the vast, smooth marble floor, glancing around before gently extending his hand forward. Just as Mu-In had told Harry, the wizard's hand is nimble and versatile. Invisible, colorless waves of soft energy radiated outward, and with each interaction against the walls and debris, the feedback was accurately mirrored in his mind, akin to the echolocation of a bat. This technique required only a modicum of magical energy, releasing a slight wave, along with a mere fraction of information processing capability. Before long, he identified a dynamic response emanating from above the castle, a stooped, emaciated old man. Contemplating this, he gradually turned and made his way back down the steps. Shortly thereafter, he ascended several levels and arrived at a dimly lit corridor filled with numerous rooms, yet exceedingly barren, save for a few feathers left behind by birds or the leaves that had inexplicably drifted in. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the corridor. Eventually, he came to a halt before a door that stood ajar, unfastened. The empty windows, constantly buffeted by the wind, emitted a mournful sound. Inside the room was a low table, atop which lay several sheets of parchment, ancient and evidently well thumbed by its previous owner. Aside from that, there was a bed with an iron frame, its mattress yellowed, and the sheets had been torn, leaving only a fragment. A frail hand emerged, tucking the parchment into the tattered lining of a worn garment. The stooped old man, crouched in the corner, slowly rose. He raised his head, and amidst his disheveled hair, a visage émerged, partiellement obscured. Muin was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "Jack? Who?" The figure spoke, its voice a harsh rasp, somewhat sticky, as if it had not uttered a word in quite some time. It was not Jack. Muin could not help but shake his head, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. He had not anticipated that he would misidentify someone. The reason was clear. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Jack Sparrow, particularly with that greasy, knotted long hair, merely an elderly version. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned numerous distinctions between the two. "I thought it was Riddle," he remarked. Muin found himself puzzled. "Who is Riddle?" "Ah, Voldemort," the man replied, his eyes mingling admiration and regret. "I never expected yet another young soul to arrive here." "Here? This castle?" "Not merely this castle, but this realm," he said slowly, his gaze wandering, hinting at a touch of madness. "You are somewhat better than Riddle," he continued. "When he came to me, he stood tall, striking in appearance, a hypocritical smile masking his arrogance and ambition. He stood in your place, declaring his manifesto before me with great pride." "What manifesto?" Muin inquired, leaning against the wall, intrigued by the old man. "Of course, one might also refer to him as Gellert Grindelwald." Grindelwald waved his hand through the air, his eyes vacant, lips curling into a derisive smirk. He proclaimed that he would rise from the ashes of my defeat, allowing me to witness his triumph. Muin nodded slightly, pondering. Is that the reason Voldemort instigated a pure-blood revolution in England? If he were elsewhere, could he muster a similar momentum as you did in your time? Indeed, he could. He possesses the intellect and the capability. Grindelwald asserted vehemently. When he visited me, he had not yet reached 30, yet he was already half a step into our realm. However, that very audacity made him more arrogant than I, Dumbledore, and others. How arrogant? Muin asked with curiosity. More so than you like him. We're a constant smile. Yet, yours is distinctly more carefree, imbued with a sense of playful detachment. His, however, was simply a tool to earn the trust of others. Muin fervently denied, "I am not arrogant. Everyone knows my greatest flaw is my excessive humility." Yet his hand lingered at the corner of his mouth, musing, playful detachment. Grindelwald regarded him impassively, stating casually, "No one who arrives here is devoid of exceptional arrogance. Albus, Riddle, even the once unyielding Abeforth, all of us are the same. There is no need to conceal it." After a moment, seemingly disinterested in pursuing the topic further, he nonchalantly sat on the bed. "What should I call you? It seems you have little fondness for prophecies." Muin Jones. Muin nodded slightly. "I have not engaged in prophecy for ages. There is no necessity for it, as it would only lead me deeper into despair." He lifted his chin, shoulders slumping. "What brings you here? If it is merely to proclaim your superiority, then you are welcome to begin." Muin spread his hands. "No, I merely happened to pass by, and thought I would take a look. However, it would be even better if you could satisfy some of my curiosities. Cats are perpetually curious. That is a curse. Do not sprinkle salt on the wound, old man." Muin replied helplessly. Grindelwald paused, seemingly taken aback, before wearily nodding. "Very well, but do me a favor. Why seek my assistance rather than that of the European or German Ministry of Magic? I shall not partake in illegal activities. However, 2 individuals could manage it. It is not a grand affair. Their fear of me runs deep, to the point where they dare not even communicate with me," Grindelwald stated, his tone flat yet laden with intensity. "All right, what do you need? Fetch me some writing paper." I asked for nothing more. "My sheets are nearly torn to shreds," he said. "Did not expect you to still have a need for writing," Muin remarked, observing the dim bitterness in Grindelwald's eyes. "Of course. Though it has been ages since he last responded, I even question whether he reads my letters." Muin glanced at the sky outside, waving his hand dismissively. "All right then. It is settled. I shall bring you some writing paper tomorrow morning." "Agreed," Grindelwald nodded. "We shall converse further then." Muin nodded and turned to leave. Grindelwald sighed. his eyes flickering with memories, and suddenly, he struggled to rise from the bed, clutching his knee. Wait, Mu-In paused at the corner, gazing at him with curiosity. Help me erase the words on the door. His voice dwindled to a mere whisper, becoming a soliloquy. It was my mistake. Mu-In caught only the first part of his statement and nodded. All right. Chapter 59. Dear Albus. Mu-In opened the door, and Lucifer immediately inquired what was inside. Nothing much, just a solitary old man, Mu-In replied, settling onto the sofa and exhaling deeply, a smile gracing his face. There are many secrets that will never find their way into books. This was precisely why he found Grindelwald fascinating, a once revered wizard in the world, undeniably worthy of conversation. Reflecting on Grindelwald's words, Mu-In considered the arrogance of Riddle, admitting to himself that it would be disingenuous to claim he was not taken aback. Once, he had only glimpsed that dark era through the pages of books, perceiving Voldemort merely as a rural terrorist of England. Little did he expect that this individual would boldly venture to Nurmengard, arrogantly proclaiming to Grindelwald that he would rise from the spot where the latter fell. From the very beginning, Voldemort had aimed his sights at Dumbledore. Moreover, Grindelwald had affirmed his strength. How intriguing. What is intriguing? What have you done? You aren't telling me? Lucifer exclaimed, his eyes widening in displeasure as he bombarded Mu-In with questions. Speak. If you do not, I feel as though ants are crawling all over me. Mu-In stood and stretched. I slept. The following morning, Mu-In arose early. He had no intention of going to Hogwarts, even though Madame Pants was eagerly awaiting his swift repair of those precious tomes. However, there were far more interesting matters at hand. First, he changed into a fresh set of clothing, adjusting the increasingly thick scarf around his neck, and then he stepped outside the castle with a stack of parchment in hand. As he entered the ruins of Nurmengard, he spotted a ragged, large-eared house elf with emaciated limbs emerging from the castle. Its bulbous eyes seemed clouded, obscured by a milky film, and its gait was stiff as it blankly passed by Mu-In heading outside. A house elf under the influence of the Cruciatus curse. Mu-In was taken aback, realizing that those in charge of the prison had succumbed to an extreme level of fear regarding Grindelwald. He wondered if they would dare to intercept and inspect any letters he might send out. Following the path from the previous day, within a few minutes, he arrived outside Grindelwald's cell. He seated himself upon the ground, a small table before him adorned with a platter of exquisite delicacies. When he noticed someone approaching, he paid no heed, casually grasping the food with his hand and shoving it into his mouth. Mu-In raised his hand slightly, a stack of parchment gliding gently towards the iron bed. He leaned against the wall outside, sipping a concoction of invigorating elixir, unhurried. After a considerable interval, once Grindelwald had finished his meal, he waved his hand nonchalantly, causing the plates to vanish without a trace. Riddle seems to be far more extreme than you. Moindi marked. Grindelwald rose and picked up a sheet of parchment, saying he must indeed be more extreme, but not to the exaggerated extent that rumors suggest. While he does advocate for blood purity, he does not wholly dismiss half-blood wizards or muggleborns. In his eyes, whether pure blood, half-blood, muggleborn, or muggle, all are beneath him. None are worthy of standing on equal footing with him. His advocacy for blood purity is merely a strategy, as pure-blood wizards were the most accessible allies in the prevailing climate. As history has shown, shortly after establishing his organization, his brutal and arrogant nature became glaringly evident. Is that so? Mu-In nodded thoughtfully and inquired, what is your perspective on blood purity? The only family that genuinely ascends to the heights of lineage today is the Dumbledore family. They have some connection to the Order of the Phoenix. But that is the extent of it, Grindelwald replied, pausing for a moment. The others are merely ancient houses that have persisted through the ages. As for Riddle, he is, in fact, half-blood. The Slytherin bloodline merely flickered within him for a moment. He does not possess the qualifications to engage in discussions of bloodlines. He is simply a prodigy, and the world is filled with prodigies. As he spoke, Grindelwald shifted his gaze from the parchment to the window, where an owl was soaring from the horizon, clutching a letter in its talons. In an instant, with a blink, the owl vanished, leaving the sky barren save for the clouds. His voice fell to a lower register, his gaze drifting from the window. Consider this. A proud genius, if not driven by self-interest, would ever willingly attribute his glory to his birth or his lineage. He stated softly, for him, the Slytherin bloodline is merely a crown, a symbol of legitimacy, the crystallization of his power, the object of worship for his followers. What elevates him to the throne, what compels his followers to kneel, is still the sword in his hand. Mu-In was somewhat taken aback. You hold him in high regard? Aside from the fact that he is a coward, I would deem him a success, Grindelwald responded. A sudden bitterness tinged his voice, laced with tremors. As long as he opposes that mangy ape forth, he is someone worthy of admiration, a true warrior. Grindelwald's tone crescendoed, laced with scornful laughter. Huh, it is his own folly. He nurtured Riddle. He long recognized Riddle's self-aggrandizing, anti-human disposition. He saw it clearly, yet he clung to that hypocritical facade, believing he could change that child. Oh, indeed, where is his love? Where is it? As he spoke, his emotions spiraled out of control. The howling winds rattling the castle, the stones striking his face like bullets. He pushed through the barrier, watching Grindelwald in silence. I warned him. I urged him to tear off that loathsome, repugnant mask of hypocrisy and to extinguish Riddle in his cradle. Yet he could not. He refused to strip away that mask, which had taken root upon his visage. He hesitated, he wavered, until Riddle's shadow enveloped all of Britain, ultimately succumbing to an infant's hand. With that, he roared in fury, his voice hoarse. Who the hell can tell me why? Why did he stand in front of the entire world, opposing me? Muin had retreated several steps, pressing against the wall as the wind howled, echoing Grindelwald's bellow. This centenarian, imprisoned in solitude for over 40 years, had transitioned from a long silence croak to an explosive outburst. No one knew how much emotion he had bottled up, how many joys and sorrows he yearned to unleash. Moreover, Muin seemed to have discerned for whom this parchment was intended. After all, when Voldemort began to make waves in the magical world, he had long been confined here. But was it as he anticipated? Well, never mind. It was best not to speculate. He awkwardly adjusted his hat and retrieved his pocket watch, the brass cover flipping open. I apologize. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Without awaiting Grindelwald's response, he turned and departed. After Muin's exit, the tempest howled for an indeterminate duration before the frail elder gradually rose. He was utterly exhausted, sitting on the ground, leaning against the iron frame of the bed, his hand resting on the mattress. He picked up a piece of parchment and crawled to the low table, grasping a quill. Albus, he furrowed his brow, then traced his hand over the parchment, erasing the ink. Dumbledore. Yet he still felt uneasy. It had been far too long since he received a reply. Thus, it was only right, only courteous, to extend a warmer approach. Dear Albus, Chapter 60, you do not resemble a Slytherin. I still do not know why Professor Snape has yet to send me a notice of detention. Harry spoke in a state of anxiety. Hermione shot him a glare. If you are this frightened now, you should not have acted so impulsively earlier. I was not impulsive, Harry insisted. Hermione removed her hands from the Quidditch through the ages. In any case, it is not worth it. It's merely a matter of them scolding me a bit. And that is only if you won. She could hardly fathom what would transpire if you were bullied by Slytherin. No, you do not understand, Hermione, Harry retorted. Mr. Jones. Look at him, there he goes again. Hermione was infuriated, especially since Harry was from a different house, and this was not a matter of house rivalry. Moreover, Harry had no intention of evading punishment for breaking school rules. This left the 11-year-old, single-minded girl at a loss for how to argue. Deep down, she felt Harry need not resort to violence over such trivial matters. What if he were injured? Muin finally regained his composure. Raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, I will refrain from commenting. It had been 5 days since he departed from Nimungard, and today marked the second Thursday of the second week. Grindelwald was undoubtedly half-mad, once deeply entrenched in dark magic. No matter how rational and elegant he had been in the past, the myriad desires bred by his studies of dark magic had ultimately dragged him into the abyss during his 46 years of imprisonment. He felt that Grindelwald was akin to a hapless individual swept away by a torrential current, desperately clinging to a fragile straw for salvation. As for who that straw was, he dared not inquire or articulate. Since that departure, Muin had not sought him out again. Speaking of which, Muin glanced at the time. It was nearly time for afternoon classes. Are you all prepared? Ready, Captain, Harry exclaimed, rising to his feet. Hermione hastily picked up the book Quidditch through the ages, muttering incantations. Lift the broomstick head upwards, press downwards left and right. Harry dismissed her concerns, saying, don't worry. Flying is the simplest. If worst comes to worst, just jump from a height and let the broom catch you. Anyone can learn it. This was met with Hermione's eye roll. Captain, we're ready to depart, Harry declared. Go ahead. With a wave of his hand, Muin hurriedly ushered the two children out of the office. However, it wasn't long before a knock echoed at the door. Comine, a somewhat older child, pushed the door open. Sir, I just saw 2 classmates leave this way. Is this the reading room? At 3:30 in the afternoon, first-year students from Slytherin and Gryffindor hurried down the stairs to the courtyard outside. Today marked their inaugural flying lesson. The lush green grass beneath their feet rippled gently, while beyond it lay the forest, where the treetops danced in the wind. The instructor for the flying class was Madame Hooch, sporting neat gray hair and golden eyes reminiscent of an eagle. She whistled to capture the attention of the young wizards. Well, what are you waiting for? Everyone mount a broomstick. Slytherin and Gryffindor formed two opposing lines, each having a broomstick beside them. Harry looked down and felt his heart skip a beat. The broom appeared tattered and old, with numerous splinters, and he feared they might prick his hands. Extending his right hand, he placed it above the broomstick. Madam Hooch called out, "Now say up." "Up," Harry shouted, and the broom sprang into his hand. The broom, next to Hermione, merely rolled on the ground. After a considerable wait, Madam Hooch began explaining everything in detail, and finally, each broomstick found its way into the hands of the students. Just as Harry contemplated taking off, a round-faced Gryffindor boy, before Madam Hooch could blow her whistle, kicked off the ground with a sudden leap. "Come back." Madam Hooch's expression changed dramatically. However, the boy was already soaring upwards, hearing the screams around him. Harry recalled that the boy's name was Neville. He had heard it in potions class before, but had forgotten. However, his wand was already at the ready. "Hermione, keep your eyes on him. When he falls, we'll cast the levitation charm," Harry instructed. He sighed internally, feeling a sense of despair. After all this time, he didn't want to ruin this one beloved pastime. Thus, he had to ensure that nothing went awry, but this student appeared quite sturdy, and he feared he could not manage both his considerable weight and the force of gravity alone. Hermione hadn't yet grasped the situation. Ignoring her, Harry focused intently on Neville, whose face turned pale with fear. He was gasping for air, and due to overwhelming panic, his grip weakened, causing him to slide off the broom. "Now's our chance. Wingardium Leviosa." Harry swung his wand vigorously. Neville's descent immediately slowed. Likewise, Hermione's spell followed suit, hitting its target with precision. Wingardium Leviosa. Neville was finally able to land safely. "My goodness." Madam Hooch hurried over to assist Neville, asking, "Child, are you all right?" No, I'm fine." Madam Hooch felt a jolt of concern. Was this truly fine? She worried about scaring the child into a lasting trauma. Turning to the rest of the class, she instructed, "I will take this child to the infirmary. No one is permitted to move. Return the broomsticks to their places. Otherwise, before you can utter the word Quidditch, you will be expelled from Hogwarts. Let us go, dear." However, as Madam Hooch led Neville away, laughter erupted. "Did you see his face? That big oaf." Other Slytherin students joined in the mockery. "Silence, Malfoy," Parvati Patil scolded sharply. "Oh, protecting Longbottom, are we?" sneered Pansy Parkinson, an unattractive Slytherin girl. "I didn't know you had a soft spot for the chubby little crybaby, Patil." Malfoy taunted, rushing to grab something from the grass. "It's that big fool Longbottom's grandmother's gift." Harry shot him a glance, saying, "If mocking others gives your barren hearts a sense of satisfaction, then by all means mock me." He marched towards Malfoy, seizing Neville's Remember-All and claiming it for himself. "Consider this my treat, Potter." Malfoy fumed, pointing at Harry with gritted teeth. "Let us settle this with a competition." "A competition? What do you mean?" Harry asked, somewhat puzzled. "A flying contest," Malfoy shouted, brimming with confidence from his flying experience, believing he could easily outmaneuver Potter. "Forget it." Harry shook his head. "Is this truly the only thing you can boast about in front of me? If I happen to best you, I would genuinely worry for your mental state. Besides, I simply want to wait for Madam Hooch to return so that I can fly leisurely. Nothing more." Harry handed the Remember-All to a boy who seemed to be friends with Neville, named Simon. "Thank you," Simon said, quickly accepting the ball. "You're welcome. You don't seem like a Slytherin," two Gryffindor boys chuckled. "No," Harry shook his head, smiling. "I believe I resemble a Slytherin quite well." Chapter 61. My father died in Azkaban. Draco remained unconvinced. In fact, when Madam Hooch returned to bring the lesson back on track, he was the first to look at Harry. "Now, less of a contest," he said, facing Harry directly. Harry casually rested one foot on his broom, dangling the other. He glanced at Draco and reluctantly nodded. "All right, if you insist." However, to Harry's surprise, Draco proved to be quite a competent flyer. His bravado was not entirely unfounded. Yet, as Harry executed a series of sharp turns and accelerations, leaving Draco in his wake, Draco's face grew paler than ever before. He fell on the verge of breaking down. His lineage, reputation, prowess, and even his beloved broomstick skills all seemed to be utterly eclipsed. When Madam Hooch declared the lesson over, he turned and walked away, utterly dejected. Crabbe and Goyle caught up with him only in the underground passage, both panting heavily. "Draco, what is wrong?" Crabbe inquired. "Nothing, just drop it," Draco replied softly, clearly uninterested in discussing anything further. "Pure blood supremacy." He recited the phrase in a monotonous tone before stepping into the lounge. Finding a sofa, he reclined stiffly, closing his eyes. Yet, it wasn't long before he was interrupted by a rather peculiar conversation. It was Field, the same individual who had been knocked senseless by Potter the previous Friday. I've had enough. It's imperative that he learns a lesson. With this thought in mind, Draco opened his eyes, only for Field to notice him and direct his gaze in his direction. Malfoy, we are contemplating a bit of fun at Potter's expense. Are you interested? However, the anticipated response did not materialize. He merely shook his head and rose to return to his dormitory. Field frowned, and only after Draco's silhouette vanished did he turn to Crabbe and Goyle. What's wrong with him? We have no idea. Well then, how about you two? Care to join in on the fun with Potter? The two hefty boys shook their heads vigorously, flatly rejecting his proposal. No, we're not looking for trouble. Field grimaced, turning away, muttering irritably, cowards. He had orchestrated quite an elaborate scheme, even recruiting those two third-year wizards. Most of those entering Slytherin were purebloods. The circle was quite small. On that Friday, the two third-years stood up simply because they were somewhat familiar with him. What they hadn't anticipated was that their intervention would be utterly disregarded. As they resumed their animated discussion, the group unabashedly proposed various pranks to torment Harry, splattering ink on his clothing, or perhaps sabotaging his assignments, coating his comb with glue. In short, they aimed to make Harry's life miserable. As individuals merged into the collective, this band of young wizards cast aside their previous reservations about Harry, engaging in boisterous chatter. Just then, a deep sigh interrupted them. I don't understand what I must do to earn even a modicum of your respect. I also fail to comprehend why you harbor such disdain for me. Is it because I befriended a Gryffindor? But Slytherin and Gryffindor used to be friends. Upon hearing these words, the spirited discussion gradually subsided, and some individuals awkwardly glanced towards the entrance where Harry stood. Others, realizing their numerical advantage, glared at him with false bravado. Why? One individual stepped forward, towering over Harry, his lips adorned with stubble, and his face marked by youthful blemishes. Let me elucidate, Potter. He advanced towards Harry. My father perished in Azkaban, tormented to death by Dementors. His eyes blazed with lingering fury and welling tears. His only possession was a piece of cloth, a letter penned in blood. As he spoke, Harry discerned the profound grief this individual felt for his father, prompting him to retract his initial retort and instead respond, I am truly sorry, but I believe this has nothing to do with me. No, he bellowed, spittle flying onto Harry's face. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Harry's expression turned icy as he struggled to suppress his inner fury, responding sternly. If anyone wishes this had never occurred, I assure you, I am among them. I sympathize with your plight, but I believe we should shift the conversation. No, Petri Ficus Totalis. The incantation struck with such swiftness that it interrupted his tirade, leaving him locked in a roaring stance, his body rigidly leaning forward. Harry sidestepped slightly, making room for his collapse. Anger colored Harry's features. How many decent people could possibly end up in Azkaban, let alone being blamed for it? Before donning that sorrowful, furious facade, had he considered the family's harm by his father's actions? Had he contemplated the misdeeds of his father? Harry could assure himself that he had endeavored to empathize from a similar perspective, even suggesting a change of topic. Harry Potter! A furious shout rang out, following the voice. It was the third year who had stood up last Friday, brandishing his wand menacingly at Harry as he began to chant a spell. Soon, a blue flash appeared before him, rapidly approaching. Incarcerous. The wizard's hand need not take a tangible form. It merely required a gentle tap on his throat to easily disrupt his incantation. Simultaneously, with another individual joining in, the rest had drawn their wands, unleashing spells at him. However, the first and second-year wizards were scarcely versed in spells. And even if they were, their lack of combat awareness rendered them incapable of effective application. Petri Ficus Totalis. Stupefied, Harry continued to wield his wand, twisting and darting, rapidly closing in. He occasionally used the wizard's hand to disrupt their casting and dodged other spells, prepared with armor for any unavoidable attacks. A yellow spell struck him, yet he remained unfazed. Stupefied, Harry retaliated with a counterspell, simultaneously throwing a punch at a nearby boy. With a thud, the boy lost control and toppled backward. Instantly, the lounge erupted into chaos, while a group of older students watched the commotion from a distance with detached amusement. Chapter 62, Draco's Inability to Refute. From the moment Harry entered this lounge, they had anticipated that today's scene would eventually unfold. However, the battle exceeded their wildest expectations. Almost single-handedly, Harry had contended against the majority of the younger students, holding his own effortlessly. Enough. A voice amplified by a spell rang out, causing everyone to turn toward its source. Harry remained vigilant, glancing at the speaker, A woman with golden shoulder-length hair and prominent cheekbones, their head girl, Gemma Farley, appeared frantic. "Potter, are you intent on destroying Slytherin?" Harry looked at her, his rage intensifying. He admitted he held no affection for this Slytherin, which had diverged significantly from its historical reputation. Resembling a once mighty tree now rotting, a stagnant pool long bereft of clarity. Yet, thus far, he had never initiated provocation against any Slytherin. "What did she mean by are you intent on destroying Slytherin?" Harry chuckled, adjusting his glasses that had slipped during the fray. From ruins, grander towers will inevitably rise. Will they not? Preposterous. Gemma's face flushed crimson as she brandished her wand, yet her incantation was once again interrupted by that dreadful azure entity. At last, Harry comprehended the terrifying nature of the wizard's hand. Unpredictable, unresponsive. Even the mere act of interrupting a spell was enough to grant him an undeniable advantage in battles of such magnitude. "Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?" Harry surveyed his surroundings. The crowd that had not engaged in the fray erupted in laughter or shrugged their shoulders in indifference. It seemed that the matter was drawing to a close. With a sigh of relief, Harry ascended the stairs back to his dormitory, only to encounter Draco upon reaching the landing. It appeared that Draco had been present all along, witnessing the entire unfolding of events. Their paths crossed, yet neither acknowledged the other. Upon returning to his chamber, Harry sank wearily onto his bed, concealing his face with his hands. He found himself pondering a pressing issue, reflecting on the recent series of events, before rising in a fit of agitation to seek out Draco. "I need a favor. I have 2 questions," Harry stated. Draco stood there in disbelief, unable to grasp the situation. Harry Potter, the very same who had just floored half the lower years along with the prefect, was asking him for assistance. Draco's expression turned somewhat disdainful. "What do you need help with?" Seeing Draco's unexpectedly amenable demeanor, Harry beckoned him back to the dormitory and closed the door. "What do you think?" Harry inquired. Draco looked utterly perplexed. "What do you mean, what do I think?" "About thrashing them," Harry clarified, choosing his words carefully. "Was I excessive? Am I guilty of schoolyard bullying?" He felt wearied by uncertainty, unsure if his actions had crossed a line. He did not wish to become like Dudley, an arrogant, foolish bully. He sought an impartial observer to provide clarity, and Draco, given their previous tumultuous history, would surely not offer any platitudes. "What constitutes bullying?" Draco asked, his gaze fixed on Harry. He had never truly grasped the concept of bullying. "Is what I did bullying? Did I bully them?" Harry retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. "What are you talking about? Do you realize you toppled the entire lower year? Furthermore, Gemma Farley and that other lad were both 5th years. Is that bullying?" Draco exclaimed, "Potter, have you lost your mind? It's adults beating children that qualifies as bullying, the strong overpowering the weak, that's bullying." Suddenly, he seemed to grasp a point of confusion. Why was there such a disparity in their understanding? He hesitated before speaking again. "You don't genuinely believe they?" Then he noticed Harry scratching his head, awkwardly admitting, yes, I did think they were quite ordinary from the start." After more than a week of observation, his initial thoughts alongside Hermione from the train had long since evaporated. Draco gasped, pacing back and forth, muttering, well, Potter, splendid. Let us get to the point." He chuckled, finding amusement in the fact that the illustrious Harry Potter sought his assistance, asking for clarity. At that moment, Draco felt an exhilarating rush, as if this moment would rank among the highlights of his life. "Hate you?" Harry responded, bewildered. "Why on earth would I hate you?" Harry simply could not fathom why he would harbor such animosity. Draco, listening to Harry's words, sat in stunned silence, contemplating whether he had ever truly been in anyone's thoughts. "Can we focus on the matter at hand?" He snapped with a hint of indignation. "Aside from the fact that others merely insulted Granger, you've beaten them senseless. That doesn't count as bullying, thanks to Hermione's remarkable performance in class. Nearly the entire year had come to recognize Miss Granger's name." Harry turned to Draco. "You needn't elaborate. That is indisputable. The term mudblood is utterly despicable. And Hermione is my friend." "Mudblood is merely," Harry shot him a glance, cutting off his words. "Malfoy, set aside your foolish, base notions of blood purity and reconsider the term. Is pure blood so special?" Harry regarded him with unabashed disdain. Anyone with a modicum of sense knows that in the hierarchy of wizards, bloodline matters little. The so-called blood purity was merely a lowly means of self-aggrandizement. If one wishes to earn genuine respect, one must strive to achieve something, rather than incessantly boast of one's noble lineage. Such behavior only invites contempt, resembling a pitiful creature with no other talents, lamenting its birthright. "You," Draco instinctively wanted to retort, yet he found himself at a loss for counter-arguments. Harry stood and opened the dormitory door to leave. His words struck Draco like a hammer, leaving him dazed and confused on the bed. The ideology of blood purity had long been ingrained in his memory, instilled by his father since childhood and regarded as a sacred principle. Yet now, as he attempted to think critically and seek evidence to support such beliefs, he found his mind devoid of substance. What could he say? What could he present as proof of blood purity? Chapter 63. The Climb. The following morning, Harry adhered to his usual routine, rising early, casually washing up, and donning comfortable attire to embark on his morning studies. With a click, the door creaked open, revealing the dimly lit Slytherin corridor, where several floating candelabras swayed gently towards him. Is this the reason? Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Harry. He turned to find Draco seated on his bed, gazing intently at him. What reason? Harry queried, his voice reverberating in the empty hallway. The reason you can defeat them, Draco said, unwilling to concede that Harry appeared formidable, opting instead for a different phrasing. You wake up so early every day. Does it truly make a difference? There was a glimmer of longing in Draco's eyes. To his dismay, Harry shook his head in negation. Not at all. Meeting Draco's gaze, Harry gradually explained. Waking early or exercising in the morning is merely a goal I set for myself. When I accomplish my objective each morning, I remind myself that if I can manage something as challenging as getting out of bed, what is there that I cannot achieve? Draco pondered this, then dryly shook his head. I don't get it. Harry chuckled, elaborating. I'm not sure how else to describe it. I used to simply run to school every day because Uncle Mooney required it. It wasn't until one day, a month later, that it suddenly clicked for me. Perhaps some matters must be experienced to be fully understood, do they not? Draco was acquainted with Uncle Moan, and Harry preferred to address him as such. Thus there was no need for concealment when conversing with him. With that, he prepared to take his leave. Wait, Draco interjected. Harry's hand rested on the door as he looked at him with curiosity. Is there something else? I'm coming too, Draco declared. I went to bed early yesterday, and I'm rather bored now. Indeed, he had retired early the previous night, having racked his brain for counterarguments after Harry dismissed the notion of blood purity in front of him. Ultimately, he had succumbed to drowsiness and collapsed in a bed, resulting in his early rise today. Harry glanced at the time and nodded. Suit yourself. Upon hearing this, Draco hurriedly donned his clothes and shoes, trailing behind him as they exited the common room. As for Crabbe and Goyle, Draco genuinely hoped they would continue to snore uninterrupted. It was only after leaving the common room that Draco became acutely aware of what the early morning before 7 o'clock looked like. It was his first encounter with the common room, corridors, and castle in such solitude. Here, the footsteps and breathing sounds that usually went unnoticed echoed incessantly, and occasionally, one might even encounter the ghosts gliding through the dim hallways, their flickering candlelight ever so unpredictable, sending shivers down one's spine. He tightened his clothing, observing Harry ahead of him. They made their way outside the castle, where Harry engaged in a brief warm-up before commencing his run. Is this it? Just this? Draco thought to himself. Anyone could do this. I'm joining in. And with that, he took off running alongside Harry. After 2 laps, then 4, his face gradually turned crimson, and the pounding of his heart felt as though it might burst from his chest. After 5 laps, he bent over, hands on his knees, completely exhausted, barely able to stand. You don't seem to exercise much. If it's too much, take a break, Harry called from behind him, circling Draco once more. Are you mocking me? Draco gasped, annoyance lacing his breath. Harry slowed his pace and turned back, exhaling deeply. Not at all. Uncle Moan told me that being too exhausted to stand straight is a testament to one's ascent, and I respect every climber. At that moment, the sun had just begun to crest the mountaintop, and Draco looked up to see the golden sunlight illuminating Harry's face. Though he could not discern Harry's expression, he sensed a sincerity in Harry's tone that he had never felt before. After speaking, Harry adjusted his breathing and swiftly distanced himself from Draco. Watching Harry's retreating figure, Draco clenched his teeth and pounded his thigh in frustration. Just you wait. The day I surpass you will come. With that proclamation, he took off, running again, only to subsequently cramp up. Moan strolled over, observing Draco sprawled on the grass, his face contorted in agony, and inquired with curiosity, what happened to him? Leg cramp. Harry replied sheepishly. He had already used magic to alleviate Draco's cramping limbs, yet the fellow seemed unable to endure the pain and lay there, appearing as if he were on the brink of death. Very well. Moan shrugged and, bidding farewell to Harry, headed toward the castle. Upon stepping onto the corridor, he noticed a familiar figure. Oh, Professor Quirrell, Moan greeted. Good morning, Mr. Jones, Quirrell stuttered in response. What are you looking at? Moan asked, having noted Quirrell's gaze fixed outside on the two children. Quirrell shook his head repeatedly. No, nothing at all. By the way, do you know Harry Potter? I suppose we know each other. Moan nodded. Well, I must head to my office. We can chat later. All right, goodbye. Quirrell waved as Moan passed him, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Suddenly, an alarm blared in his head. He turned abruptly, only to find Quirrell still standing there, watching the two children outside the castle. Moan remained still, slightly raising his hand, his fingertips gathering darkness that flickered with black lightning. Yet Quirrell remained oblivious. His back turned to him. Moan stared at Quirrell's silhouette until the warm sunlight fell upon his fingertips, at which point he dispelled the spell and turned to leave. Speaking of which, what was the password to Dumbledore's office again? Chocolate frog? I wonder if it has been changed. After he had departed for some time, Quirrell, who had been standing relaxed, suddenly felt his body go limp, his back drenched in cold sweat as he gasped for air, even more so than Draco. Fool! A furious roar erupted in his mind. Forgive me, master, Quirrell quickly apologized in his thoughts, knowing that his master could hear his inner voice. The voice in his head continued to seethe with anger, shouting, that fellow is certainly not simple. He could very well be the one Dumbledore summoned to protect the Philosopher's Stone. He is already beginning to suspect you. From this day forth, do not concern yourself with that child. The Philosopher's Stone is what truly matters. Yes, master, Quirrell hastily replied before turning to leave. Chocolate frog. Moan stood before the stone gargoyle at the third-floor entrance. Unfortunately, the stone gargoyle remained unresponsive. It seemed Dumbledore had indeed changed the password. Observing the early risers moving about, he felt somewhat embarrassed and refrained from taking any drastic actions. As for teleportation, that would be even more impolite. After pondering for a moment, he opted to cast a disillusionment charm on himself. On the 8th floor, at the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was enjoying his breakfast when he suddenly heard a tapping at the window. Habitually, he raised his hand to open the window, expecting the usual owls that visited every morning. In fact, he often welcomed numerous owls daily, from the Wisingamot, the Order of Merlin, the Ministry of Magic, the Board of Governors, and letters from various graduates, newspapers, and magical magazines. Occasionally, there would even be some personal correspondence. However, today felt somewhat different. No sooner had he opened the window than he sensed something amiss. A cat-like head appeared at the window, casting off the disillusionment charm. I did my best to make my entrance as unobtrusive as possible, Moan remarked. After all, I knocked, not on the door but on the window. Chapter 64. There are bad people among the crowd. Dumbledore paused for a moment, then smiled. Have you had breakfast? I have. Moan nodded, moving to sit at the desk. I recently noticed that there are bad people among the crowd. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged as he replied slowly. Moan, why do you suddenly say such things? Because just now, someone attempted to invade my mind and examine my memories, Moan stated seriously, and that is indeed a hallmark of a villain. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Dumbledore's face. Astonished, legilimency is a highly advanced form of magic. In this school, apart from myself and Professor Snape, there is no one else who possesses such abilities. Mu-In cast a sidelong glance at him, and Dumbledore, noticing Mu-In's gaze, maintained his characteristic mischievous expression. Professor Quirrell certainly did not resemble a conventional instructor. Or perhaps, have you not utilized legilimency to probe his mind? Moining. Generally speaking, I do not engage in the indiscriminate exploration of others' thoughts, replied Dumbledore. Such a retort elicited only a wry smile from Mu-In. Whether it was the test to the Vault 713, summoning him to Hogwarts, or the remarks made during the feast, all indicated that Dumbledore was attempting to orchestrate something. Coupled with Professor Quirrell's oddities, it seemed a remarkable game had already commenced within the school. However, since you have mentioned it, I shall remain vigilant, Dumbledore offered with a courteous remark. Very well, it matters not. Mu-In waved his hand dismissively. What more could he say when the other party exuded such confidence? Even Flitwick had noticed Quirrell's strangeness. He had no doubt Dumbledore was aware as well. In their discussion last weekend, he had conversed with Flitwick regarding Professor Quirrell. According to Flitwick, the former Quirrell had been a self-assured professor, devoid of arrogance, who, after encountering numerous Muggles post-graduation, had come to Hogwarts to teach Muggle studies. Anyone who had known him previously would never associate the former Quirrell with the current one. They were, in effect, two entirely different individuals. Regardless, I am merely here to work. Since the boss has declared all is well, it is of no consequence, Mu-In nodded. By the way, I wish to learn about the mind-blocking spell. After all, as you know, being surrounded by a group of legilimens daily can be quite exhausting. Does a library possess relevant materials? You do not know the mind-blocking spell? Now, it was Dumbledore's turn to be astonished. How did you previously resist legitimacy? Muin waved his hand. Through alternative means, some applications of human transmutation. Human transmutation. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to seriousness. He was quite knowledgeable in alchemy. Yet Muin's words still astonished him. Human transmutation had long been discarded, had it not? Since the rise of alchemical practice in ancient Greece, there have been inquiries into whether humans could be transformed into beings of unparalleled power. Unfortunately, this domain remained merely theoretical. Humans are not mere objects. The concept of human transmutation was deemed fanciful and the methods for its study excessively cruel. Thus, this path was swiftly abandoned by ancient alchemists, who instead devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the advancement of alchemy. Muin nonchalantly asserted, perhaps at some forgotten juncture in history, this discipline yielded results, only to be buried by the sands of time, and I have been fortunate enough to uncover it. Dumbledore appeared contemplative. At his age, he no longer harbored aspirations for deep discussions and instead remarked, I believe Lemay would be quite eager to engage with you on the subject of alchemy. Muin's gaze fell upon the peculiar silverware adorning Dumbledore's desk, each piece seemingly alive, swirling and emitting wisps of smoke. I too am keen to learn from this most renowned alchemist in history, Muin declared. I am immensely curious about the so-called tomes of alchemical wonders. Upon finishing, he turned his gaze toward a large mirror nearby and inquired with intrigue. What is this? This is the mirror of Ariste. Would you like to take a look? Dumbledore's tone held a hint of encouragement, as though he genuinely wished for Muin to gaze into the mirror. Muin stood and approached the mirror, which towered impressively at over 2 meters, adorned with a lavish golden frame, supported at the base by 2 claw-like feet. At its apex, an inscription beckoned. After a brief glance, Muin realized the text could only be understood when read backward. It does not show your face, but rather the desires hidden deep within your heart. He regarded the mirror with keen interest, curious about its extraordinary capacity to dissect one's innermost thoughts. Soon, a dense mist began to swirl within the mirror. Muin's anticipation grew. The mist continued to twist and turn. After a considerable time, he awkwardly glanced at Dumbledore. Is this contraption malfunctioning? Why does it not reveal anything? Dumbledore appeared puzzled. He had only recently procured this object, which had languished in the room of requirement for years. Could it truly be broken? He rose with curiosity and approached the mirror, observing for a moment before turning back to Muin with further confusion. Everything appears normal. The mirror is functioning correctly. Muin clicked his tongue and shook his head. Then it seems I am the one malfunctioning. Well, that is not surprising. Returning to the matter at hand. The mind-blocking spell. It is located in the restricted section, in cabinet number 3, on the 7th shelf, within a book titled Memory and Soul, Dumbledore informed him. However, generally, learning the mind-blocking spell requires some external stimuli. Legitimacy? It matters not. I merely seek it as a reference, and I do not feel compelled to master it. Dumbledore nodded slightly, evidently unconcerned with Muin's decision, and instead inquired, How have you been finding your time at the school? Quite well, Muin affirmed with a nod. This was no mere platitude. Particularly after his recent outing with Flitwick to the pub, he felt he had, in some way, rediscovered a semblance of what one might call a sense of life. Initially, he had approached Flitwick's invitation with the intent of discussing magic, for during their Friday afternoon tea, he had indeed found their conversation delightful. Thus, he had assumed Saturday night would unfold similarly, until Hagrid's arrival, with various drinking games and amusing anecdotes in succession. His modified body, unaffected by alcohol, remained alert, yet it could not dampen Hagrid's exuberant enthusiasm. That is splendid, Dumbledore smiled, his gaze drifting toward the owl soaring across the sky, his deep blue eyes contemplative. By the way, if you ever need to reach me again, feel free to inquire with the magical portrait below, as I am but an old relic, unable to withstand such frights. Very well, Muin replied casually. Though he was not particularly invested, he was merely reluctant to wait, purposely feigning indifference. I shall certainly do so. Chapter 65, An Unconventional Reading Room. Perhaps due to the overwhelming academic workload or the burdensome self-imposed tasks by Harry, it was not until one morning that he suddenly felt the urge to don a thicker outer garment, that he realized he had spent nearly 2 months at Hogwarts. The weather had begun to cool. Thus, he removed his coat, finding it somewhat cumbersome when layered with his wizarding robes, and decided to don a turtleneck instead. Upon arriving at the common room, just as he was about to step outside, he heard the familiar incantation from without. Pure blood. The common room door swung open, revealing Draco and 2 perspiring chubby companions, who entered, panting heavily, exhaling clouds of vapor in the somewhat chilly common room. Upon spotting Harry, Draco asked, "Are you heading out?" He had just completed morning exercises with Crabbe and Goyle. Draco discovered that he could never rise as early on weekends as Harry did. Otherwise, what would be the point of the weekend? It would be an utter waste. Thus, whenever the respite days arrived, he would rise a tad later and then rouse Crabbe and Goyle from their slumber to join him in physical exercise. Harry nodded, acknowledging that there were certain matters that necessitated a trip to the reading room. Very well. Draco entered, needing to hasten to wash and change, for he felt rather sticky. Harry exited the common room, meandering through the dimly lit corridors, occasionally greeting Slytherin acquaintances. Since the last battle, his life had settled into a much calmer routine. Of course, there were still those who harbored ill feelings towards him, yearning to stir up trouble. However, for reasons unknown, some senior students had redirected their conflicts, leading to a skirmish among those in their 5th year and above. Concurrently, Harry had interacted with them, sometimes generously offering assistance or engaging in casual conversation, wherein they curiously posed questions to him. One particular inquiry left him momentarily stumped. What do you aspire to do in the future? Join the Ministry of Magic? Or perhaps become an Auror? A 6th-year student asked. It must be said that, likely due to familial influences, Slytherin students tended to contemplate their post-graduation plans far earlier than their peers from other houses. This was one of Slytherin's rare and notable advantages. Harry pondered for considerable time, but ultimately failed to provide a satisfactory answer. He wished to become a formidable wizard, yet he sensed that this was not the reply that would suffice. Much like how the majority of individuals aspire to accumulate wealth, he believed that mere financial gain was not a dream in itself. The essence of earning substantial riches lay in the desire to procure a beautiful life, perhaps a top-tier broomstick or the means to traverse the globe. It was implausible to claim a genuine love for those galleons, for merely gazing upon the glimmering coins in the vault could not equate to the fulfillment of a dream. True, those coins brought a sense of satisfaction, but they were not the dream itself. Hence, he yearned to seek counsel from Uncle Mooney. It suddenly struck him that this was a question he ought to have contemplated a year prior on that fateful afternoon. How could he have neglected such profound musings? Did he truly need to wait until he was 11 to begin pondering the meaning of life? Oh, Harry, Uncle Mooney had indeed hinted at this a year ago. Yet you foolishly dismissed it as mere jest. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he swiftly entered Uncle Mooney's office. The familiar strains of a melodious piano wafted through the air. However, the office had undergone a significant transformation. The rustling sounds echoed within the space, which had expanded somewhat, with several long tables arranged for numerous young wizards engrossed in their reading. This was the reading room Harry had spoken of, compared to the solemn silence of the library. This place exuded a far more relaxed atmosphere. Students found that Professor McGonagall, the esteemed cat professor, was quite tranquil and did not mind their hushed whispers. Complemented by soothing music, it was a veritable paradise for leisurely reading. Whenever they felt troubled or at a loss for activities, they would not hesitate to select a compilation of humorous anecdotes, a collection of contrarian tales, or the unabridged versions of the Brothers Grimm's fairy tales. The Grimm brothers were known for sharing tales of the wizarding world with the Muggles, which had once caused quite a stir within the Ministry of Magic. Now, the Muggle versions of the Grimm tales had been edited by wizards. Children often regarded Uncle Mooney with a knowing look upon encountering Puss in Boots. After hearing Harry's question, Mooney instinctively placed a hand on his scarf. "I never anticipated you would pose such a question," he remarked. Harry's face flushed with embarrassment as he hesitantly queried, "Was it too simplistic?" "Not at all." Mooney shook his head. "This question is far more challenging than any spell. Many spend their entire lives seeking the answer without success." "Even you?" Harry inquired. Mooney gazed at him with a hint of resignation, his fingers trailing down the length of his scarf, and he chuckled ruefully. "Even I remain in the dark. Otherwise, why would I endure such a predicament?" "Very well," Harry conceded, somewhat disheartened. "This is a question no one can answer for you. You must seek it out yourself." Mooney continued, "By the way, Halloween is approaching, isn't it?" Harry nodded. "Yes, next Thursday." "Time flies. It feels like just a blink." Mooney mused, his peripheral vision catching sight of the Weasley twins entering through the office door, grinning broadly as they approached. "By the way, Captain, is there anything special about Halloween in the wizarding world? Do we truly dress up as ghosts?" Harry inquired with curiosity. "To be precise, wizards do not celebrate Halloween." A voice chimed in from behind Harry. Turning around, he faced the two well-known figures within the school. "We celebrate Samhain, which was once both New Year's and Halloween." Another added. "Oh, I see," Harry nodded. "Do Muggles have any Halloween traditions? What does dressing up entail?" Fred queried with intrigue. "We dress as spirits or mischievous creatures and go door to door soliciting sweets," Harry explained, recalling his past Halloweens. Previously, The Dursleys would toss him an old pillowcase or Dudley's tattered bedsheet, cutting out 2 holes for him to wear as he accompanied Dudley to beg for treats. Any candies he managed to acquire would invariably be snatched away by Dudley. Of course, on a fortunate occasion, he might tuck a small handful inside his clothing. This was one of the rare instances when he could savor something sweet. Last year was an exception. He had not celebrated Halloween. Nevertheless, he felt no disappointment, as the ghouls and goblins on the streets seemed rather mundane compared to those at the Moonlight Fortress. "Wow," Fred exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he turned to George. "You know what I'm thinking?" George's face broke into a smile as he replied mysteriously, "And if our prank props succeed, it could be even more entertaining." They then turned to Mooney, whispering, "Captain, we have a question we'd like to ask. Are you planning a grand procession of spirits for Halloween?" Mooney inquired, intrigued. "I knew you would understand us," Fred chuckled. George eagerly added, "It would undoubtedly be a blast. However, we have a few minor issues with our props. Could we seek your counsel?" Mooney nodded, acknowledging that this was not the first time the Weasley twins had approached him. Ever since they had once inquired about a problem and received answers, they had come to him whenever faced with challenging issues. After all, neither Professor Flitwick nor Professor McGonagall would provide them with answers. They were all too familiar with these 2 boys. He regarded them. "To be honest, I, too, am looking forward to what you plan for Halloween. By the way, Harry, would you like to take a look?" Chapter 66, The Lion King's Mask. "Is that all right?" Harry glanced at Fred and George. He had long heard of the tumultuous relationship between the Weasley twins and the castle caretaker, Mr. Filch. And although he was not entirely clear on what the twins' prank props entailed, he anticipated it would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Perhaps this is a commendable practical project. He is certainly not one to remain idle. The Weasley twins exchanged glances and shrugged, with Fred saying, "If the captain suggests it, then we shall give it a try. Let's collaborate on this. I am Fred Weasley, and you should be acquainted with my brother, the other Weasley. I am George." Harry shook hands with them, ready to introduce himself, but was interrupted. "Of course, we are acquainted," Fred laughed. Munn looked at the trio and inquired, "Well then, what dilemma have you encountered? Do share." "Ah, yes," Fred concluded his rambling chatter and produced a mask from within his robes. The mask was crafted from wood, predominantly white, and lacked intricate carvings. It resembled a roughly hewn wooden board with cutouts for the eyes, nose, and mouth. For Fred and George, the cost of potion making was prohibitively high, but inspired by Munn, the twins decided to utilize the form of a mask. This particular mask was fashioned from fur. Among the woods suitable for transfiguration, both ebony and fur stood out, often being employed for wand shafts, as exemplified by Professor McGonagall's wand, which is made of fur. Additionally, fur is more economical, making it entirely affordable for Fred and George. After your last inspiration, we successfully created a finished product. "And what issue do you face now?" Munn asked, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. George smiled. "Allow us to demonstrate." He turned to the audience and clapped his hands lightly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the interruption, but may I ask for just a minute of your time?" In this reading room, there were few rules. Most regarded it as a place for relaxation, and the few scholars who looked up upon recognizing Fred and George were not particularly concerned. Their reputation among the students outside Slytherin was consistently favorable, always lively. "George, what trick have you conjured up this time?" someone inquired with curiosity. "Of course," George replied, gesturing towards Fred. "Next, I present to you the preliminary version of the animal mask, the Lion King mask." Harry glanced at Munn with wide eyes, and she returned his gaze with a smile. As George continued his introduction, he suddenly felt a weight in his hand. Fred had placed the mask into his grasp and stepped back swiftly. "Yes. Now George will provide a demonstration." "No, Fred, I know you adore this thing. You should take the lead," George laughed. Fred waved his hands dismissively. "Do not shy away." "George, everyone is eager to see." The two exchanged playful refusals, but ultimately, George could only concede with a resigned smile, while the audience urged them on with playful jeers. Harry was certain he heard George mutter, "Damn it, I didn't expect to bring Ron along." Fred stifled a chuckle and quietly reminded him, "Remember to hold back. We cannot let anyone form a negative first impression of our invention." "Fred, do not sleep too soundly tonight," George retorted with a wry smile as he resolutely donned the mask. Harry, curious, whispered, "Are there any side effects to this mask?" "Not really. It merely causes pain and itchiness on the face," Fred whispered back. "It's akin to having someone jab you with needles." Harry felt a shiver run down his spine as he observed George closely. As George wore the mask, it began to writhe, enveloping his entire head in a manner reminiscent of a horror film. Subsequently, tufts of hair started to sprout from the mask, and his facial features began to protrude forward. The young wizards gasped in astonishment, their faces alight with anticipation. Simultaneously, Harry noticed George's body tremble, clearly indicating that the purported pain and itchiness were no trifling matter. Before long, George's entire head had transformed into that of a lion, its thick mane cascading down to his shoulders, exuding an air of formidable prowess. By Merlin's beard, "George, can you still speak?" inquired the wizard who had previously spoken, his voice barely above a whisper. "Of course," George replied, his voice emanating from within the lion's head. Although Harry noted that the lion's mouth did not move, rendering George's voice somewhat muffled. "Is the current challenge the dynamic capture of facial features?" Harry posited. "It's because the mask is transforming, rather than genuinely altering his head into that of a lion." "Precisely," Fred nodded, his gaze towards Harry tinged with surprise. "Oh, George, might I have a turn?" Someone curiously approached. "I'm afraid the research is not yet complete. However, we are striving to unveil the finished product by Halloween." George quickly replied, unable to contain himself, and hastily removed the mask. He placed his hands at the back of his head and peeled it off as though shedding a layer of skin, and once the mask fell away from his cheeks, it promptly reverted to its wooden form. He then gingerly rubbed his face. "This is our latest creation," Fred announced. "Can it be fashioned into other forms? Perhaps an eagle?" queried a Ravenclaw student. "Certainly. Could there be forms beyond human imagination?" Another asked with intrigue. "What about a cat?" The trio and a cat turned their gazes towards the speaker, a Hufflepuff girl, who blushed upon noticing their attention. No, sir," she quickly clarified. "I think that is a splendid suggestion, provided Madame Loris does not mind." Munn smiled. Madame Loris was an elderly cat belonging to Filch. She was rather thin, lacked fur, and her meow was particularly unpleasant, much to the disdain of many within the castle. The girl understood that Mr. Jones was not opposed to the idea, and she chuckled awkwardly. After a lively discussion, Fred and George turned back, handing the mask to Munn while articulating the two issues they currently faced: the inability to synchronize expressions and the discomfort of facial prickling and itching. Munn examined the mask and, recalling his previous explanation, noted that the Weasley twins had opted to use engraved runes to create it. In the past, their method of crafting magical items involved casting spells on objects and subsequently solidifying those spells. Alternatively, they would brew special prank potions into candies. The current engraving technique was akin to alchemy, a field not particularly mainstream. The Weasley twins had exerted considerable effort to produce this prototype. After scrutinizing it, Munn handed the mask to Harry, examined the spells within. The engraving skills of the Weasley brothers were somewhat rudimentary, with rough runic grooves evident across the mask. Harry perused it, recognizing several circuits he could not fully comprehend, but still identifying some aspects. "I could discern the facial detection runes, the enveloping flow, and the solidification spells within the mask. The external runes must pertain to the directional transformation into a lion's visage." The Weasley twins exchanged glances. It appears our Mr. Potter possesses considerable skill. No wonder he can share house points with Miss Granger. "Are you looking to alter our perceptions of Slytherin?" Harry offered an awkward smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by such remarks. He then remarked, "I believe the issue of facial tingling may be related to the engraving technique. The grain of the wood itself overlaps with the magical circuits, resulting in an obstruction of the runes." He sighed. "There's little we can do. After all, our hands are not particularly obedient." George shrugged in response. "May I give a try?" Harry inquired. Chapter 67. The Foolish Gryffindor and Slytherin. Fred and George found themselves unable to decline, producing a sleek, dark knife and handing it to Harry. He grasped it, applying pressure with his fingers, eager to attempt adjustments to the magical circuits inscribed upon the mask. However, he soon discovered just how challenging this endeavor was. Too little force might result in imprecise engraving, while too much could cause the blade to slip. From a novice's perspective, one's hands may indeed be rather uncooperative, a matter of skill and proficiency. Muin spoke slowly. "But let us not forget, apart from these two hands, you possess others as well. A singular hand, provided it possesses sufficient capability, can entirely replicate your thoughts and intentions." Harry, slightly perplexed, brightened at this notion and confirmed, "Is that truly possible?" "Why not?" Muin replied with a smile. "However, before we proceed, allow me to discuss the issues at hand." As he took the mask from Harry, Muin continued, "The comfort of the mask, as Harry pointed out, is indeed hindered by the conflict between the inscribed magical circuits and the wood's grain. In alchemy, the preliminary treatment of materials is of paramount importance. If you cannot integrate the circuits with the wood grain as you do with your wands, we must endeavor to mitigate the wood grain's impact on the magical runes." Upon hearing this, Fred and George produced their wands, Closing one eye each to scrutinize the seams of their wands closely. Wow, George exclaimed. I've never noticed such minute magical circuits before. I always thought they were merely scars on the wood. Fred added. Once they had examined their wands, Mu-In continued. Regarding the preliminary treatment of wood, perhaps you might consult our Forbidden Forest keeper, Hagrid. I believe he possesses considerable experience in craftsmanship. As for the facial expression issue, since you have opted for the flowing, enveloping rune circuits on the mask, it stands to reason that a fully enveloped mask should capture every nuance of our expressions. The challenge lies in the fact that the captured expressions may not synchronize correctly after the mask deforms. In such instances, we can segment the solidified transformation circuits into independent, intricate components, eyes corresponding to eyes, noses to noses. We have attempted this approach. Fred expressed some uncertainty, but it was unsuccessful, yielding minimal results. So, you cannot be certain that this is indeed a better method. Muy bien. George nodded and chuckled. Indeed, we thought there might be a simpler way. Mu-In shrugged and smiled. For you, segmenting the transformation runes is a simple and effective method. As for simpler methods, what may seem easy for me may not be the same for you. The two brothers exchanged a resigned smile. Well, as long as we have a correct research direction, that is sufficiently satisfying, isn't it? Fred clapped Harry on the shoulder. Having approached Mu-In countless times, they never sought direct answers, but rather hoped for guidance in the right direction. Providing a correct path was far more beneficial than simply handing them the answers. They took the mask from Mu-In, expressed their gratitude, and turned to leave. Just before departing, Fred turned back. Potter, hurry up. We need to find Hagrid. Oh, right. Harry struggled to keep pace with the brothers' brisk tempo. Mu-In watched them depart, just as he picked up a book, when a boy rose and approached. He was the very boy who had first set foot in this place, the one from whom it began to gradually transform into a reading room. Mr. Jones, why do they call you Captain? He inquired. You may also, as that was my previous title. Mu-In turned. Cedric, what brings you here? The boy, somewhat bashful, smiled. I happen to have a question for my charms class, and was wondering if you might be available, as I heard Fred and George were here to see you. Mu-In's eyelids drooped, looking at him with a hint of exasperation. Oh dear, from the reading room to answering your queries again. He clicked his tongue, but ultimately nodded, laughing resignedly. Very well, go ahead and ask. Consider my own opportunity to revisit this knowledge. 5 days later, following Harry's inclusion and Mu-In's explanations, the Weasley brothers' new product successfully emerged the day before Halloween. On Thursday morning, after class, Harry hurried to the Weasley's private workshop, which was merely a repurposed classroom. Fred was responsible for enchanting the mask into a facial contour, creating openings for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Lee Jordan was tasked with polishing the mask. George sketched the most suitable magical engraving trajectories on the wood with a pencil. Harry was in charge of the engraving itself, using the magical hand. Potter, do you truly not want a snake-headed mask? Fred chuckled. Upon hearing this, Harry shivered. A snakehead seemed far too grotesque. Lee Jordan, currently polishing an uncarved mask, expressed disdain. George, stop trying to gross Harry out. But I think Potter can't possibly go without a mask, Fred insisted, shaking his head. At that moment, through their collaborative efforts, they had successfully produced over a dozen lion masks, along with several eagle masks representing Ravenclaw and badger masks representing Hufflepuff. Yet they had not crafted a single snake-headed mask. Well, Slytherin has never been their target demographic. But what of Harry? He is one of our partners. No, I think I'll pass. Harry quickly shook his head. The thought of donning a snake head made him uncomfortable. All right, but you cannot go without a mask. We are in this together. How about a lion mask for you? Lee proposed. Fred smacked him lightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Having a Slytherin wear a Gryffindor mask? Even if Slytherin doesn't say anything, we Gryffindors certainly will. Oh, Lee realized. My apologies, Potter. Just ignore my foolishness. Harry shook his head. No, I truly don't mind. But what would Gryffindor say? George, who was busy sketching the required magical runes on the mask, replied without looking up. Potter, you know how it is. The relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin. In any case, our house has its share of insufferable individuals who indiscriminately harbor animosity towards others. I had thought this issue was more pronounced in Slytherin. Harry frowned. Because Slytherin looks down upon everyone from the other houses equally. No, Fred shook his head, stating that the Sorting Hat does not distinguish between good and evil, and that Gryffindor's stance is quite the opposite of what you assert. Gryffindor regards all houses equally, except for Slytherin. Of course, we are the exception. We are merely discussing the general situation, George interjected. Frankly, I find the animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor to be utterly foolish and peculiar, Lee Jordan remarked indignantly. Hetty has ceased speaking to me, and upon investigation, I discovered that she has been isolated within her Slytherin clique. Why? Harry inquired, perplexed. Simply because she converses with me. A Gryffindor, Lee explained, cursing under his breath. Truly absurd. Chapter 68. Would Hermione skive off class? By the afternoon, the four of them busily crafted a new batch of masks. All right, I think we're nearly finished, Lee announced. We need to generate some buzz. You just thought of that? George laughed. I had already enlisted the Hufflepuffs to spread the Muggle Halloween traditions. We want our products to fly off the shelves. Fred chimed in immediately. Harry chuckled at their banter, realizing that the Weasley twins were naturally gifted entrepreneurs with remarkably expansive ideas. As they exited the abandoned classroom, Harry opted not to partake in their sales endeavors. As George put it, he was already exhausted, and such troublesome affairs were better left to them, the older boys. Relieved to rest, Harry did not decline. He truly felt drained, with no classes in the morning and the afternoon flying lesson canceled due to Halloween. He had been intensely engraving intricate magical runes since dawn. Now he felt a dull throb in his head. Hastening back to the dormitory, Harry spotted a large parcel beside his bedside. Did you bring this in for me? He asked Draco. MHM, Draco replied, engrossed in a game of wizard chess with Crabbe. Nodding slightly. What is it? Candy from the Duke of Bees, Harry replied as he unwrapped the package. In the Muggle world, we go door to door for treats on Halloween. However, here at school, no one is interested. With that, he handed Draco a handful of honeycomb sweets. I don't want them. I have plenty of candy, Draco retorted. His mother frequently sent him sweets, which he didn't particularly enjoy, often distributing them to Crabbe and Goyle. This is festive candy, Harry chuckled, offering some to Crabbe and Goyle as well. After all, they had been roommates for quite some time, and their relationship had improved significantly. All right, thank you, Draco said, pocketing the sweets. Crabbe and Goyle thanked him as they hurriedly unwrapped their candies and popped them into their mouths. Upon reaching the common room, Harry generously shared the candy with some familiar upperclassmen. It wasn't until he exited the common room that he overheard someone mumbling softly, Muggle traditions. Candy. How utterly foolish and juvenile. Not, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Harry shot back. These are festive candies, regardless. It's a kind gesture. Or is our dear not simply longing for sweets and feeling envious for not receiving any? You could always write to your mother and ask her to send you some. Are you looking for trouble? Harry had never witnessed such vibrancy at Hogwarts. This was the first holiday since the term began, and everyone was bursting with pent-up energy, with Halloween decorations fluttering throughout the castle. As Harry passed the Great Hall, he could see 1,000 bats flitting about the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables. Hagrid's enormous pumpkins had been carved into grotesque faces, and with some enchantment, they twisted their expressions and let out howls to startle the passing young wizards. Moreover, this was the first time he had encountered so many ghosts in one day, aside from the small dark room on the first day of term. Even the ghost of nearly headless Nick, who usually despised being mentioned, was actively greeting passing young witches and wizards by lifting his nearly severed neck today. Clearly in high spirits, the mischievous Peeves had become even more bothersome among the Halloween traditions that the Weasley twins had propagated. He had fixated on one particular message, trick or treat. Brandishing a large, dark, blob-like object resembling an oversized booger, he blocked a small wizard's path. I don't have any candy, the little wizard stammered. Harry recognized that voice. It was Neville. Oh, no candy, is it? Then I shall provide you with some. Here comes Peeves' super delicious booger candy. Just as he was about to smear the disgusting substance on Neville's face, a chocolate bar appeared before Peeves. Turning around, Neville saw it was Harry. Peeves gazed at the candy, his expression immediately deflating. Boring. I don't want it. Keep it for yourself, he declared, turning away in disinterest. He couldn't actually eat the candy. He simply desired to cause mischief. However, having just proclaimed no candy, no treat, he found himself at a loss when presented with sweets. I tricked you. He cackled, suddenly spinning around and hurling the large blob at Harry and Neville. With a splat, it struck what felt like an invisible wall before falling to the ground. Predictably, our mischievous poltergeist-esque pranks never adhered to the holiday spirit. Harry chuckled. What devilry did you employ, Peeves? What'd you do? Peeves exclaimed. Just then, he felt a sudden thud on his head. Looking up, he saw nothing. As he pondered this, invisible hands grasped his legs and swung him around in midair. Ultimately, Peeves could no longer endure it, screeching as he dashed through a wall in panic. Potter is practicing dark magic. Potter is practicing dark magic. Harry couldn't help but laugh at Peeves' antics and then turned to Neville, handing him the chocolate bar. Thank you for helping me out, Potter, Neville said, gratefully accepting the candy. Harry waved it off, saying, no problem, just a small favor. After this period of intense practice, Harry had managed to render the mage's hand invisible. Just a moment ago, he had utilized this very technique to block that revolting blob. By the way, have you seen Hermione? Harry asked, realizing he still hadn't given her any candy. I haven't seen her at all this afternoon, Neville replied, shaking his head. Oh right, Hermione has skived off class. He suddenly recalled, adding hastily, she attended only the morning charms lesson and then skipped the second class. Harry frowned, finding it rather absurd. Could it be that Hermione is skipping class? This is quite unusual. Could something have happened? Well, thank you, Neville, Harry remarked, hastily making his way to the Gryffindor common room. He couldn't help but think, perhaps it was just careless Neville who had made an error. It was one of those rare occasions when he hoped Neville had indeed made a mistake. Chapter 69, Mango Pudding. Along the way, he encountered several fellow Gryffindors, and Harry inquired multiple times about Hermione's whereabouts, yet he was met with nothing but silence. Perhaps it was due to his Slytherin heritage. Some simply didn't wish to engage with him. Others might have had their own reasons, such as, at the Gryffindor Tower, in front of the fat lady's portrait, a girl rolled her eyes. Oh, Miss Know-It-All, sorry, I have no idea where she is. Not many care about her. By now it was evening, and the sky was painted in hues of crimson and purple, a reflection of the setting sun, and few had emerged from the portrait of the fat lady. Harry felt a sense of despondency. From his classmates, the only certainty he gleaned was that Hermione had indeed skipped class. This was certainly not a good sign. Taking a deep breath, he resigned himself to head to the 5th floor, knocking on Professor Lupin's office door. He knocked several times, yet there was no response. Child, Mr. Cat is not here. He has gone to the Great Hall, came a light-hearted voice from behind. Mr. Cat? Harry turned in surprise. Which audacious individual would dare to address Professor Lupin in such a manner? Turning around, he found himself face to face with Cinder. It's Halloween Eve. You should hurry to the Great Hall, the girl in the portrait suggested. All right, thank you, Harry nodded. If it were merely a painting, it wouldn't be so odd. He mused. After all, Professor Lupin couldn't choose a portrait. This trivial matter quickly passed through his mind, as he was genuinely concerned about whether Hermione was in some sort of trouble. Soon, he arrived at the Great Hall, where the feast had already commenced, with the 4 houses congregated at their respective long tables. The festive dinner was somewhat casual, as young witches and wizards moved about, sharing food and engaging in lively conversations with their friends. Professor Lupin was sharing a drink with Professor Flitwick, who had a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, with frothy beer clinging to his beard, lending him a comical appearance. Of course, it's no trouble at all. To be honest, having you here makes things much easier, Flitwick declared, slamming his hefty cup onto the table with joviality. You know, as teachers, we don't mind answering the children's questions. However, there remains a certain distance between us and the kids. Some of the shyer ones encounter difficulties in their studies, but are too timid to approach us. Even if they do, we might not always be available, given the 7 years of classes. If you could spare some time to address their queries, that would be splendid. I certainly don't mind, especially since I have the time, Lupin replied, raising his cup in a toast to Flitwick, then inquired, is Professor Quirrell not attending the feast? Flitwick glanced around, noting Quirrell's absence. I don't know. Perhaps he is busy with something else. Some teachers dislike such boisterous gatherings. Even Professor Sinistra is not here. Professor Aurora Sinistra was the astronomy professor at Hogwarts. Lupin had only seen her once during the opening feast. Very well, Lupin nodded, and then he noticed Harry, who had just entered the Great Hall, raising his cup gently in Harry's direction. Harry acknowledged him with a nod and made his way to the Gryffindor table. Have you seen Hermione? He asked a small cluster of first years. However, he was met with nothing but shaking heads, just as Harry thought he was about to leave empty-handed. A girl with dark, curly hair raised her hand slightly. It's Purdy, a first year from Gryffindor. Harry recognized her. Hermione is in the girls' restroom on the 1st floor. She is feeling a bit down, but she is all right. Really, you don't need to worry too much. All right, thank you, Harry nodded, turning to leave. Wait, Purdy quickly interjected. She doesn't want anyone bothering her. Harry paused, contemplating for a moment before nodding. All right. Yet, despite his words, his body still moved toward the exit of the Great Hall. He was uncertain of what Hermione was experiencing, yet he felt compelled to check on her. There had been times when he too had found himself in a gloomy mood, often alone, clad in oversized robes, idly swinging on a park swing, lost in thought. During those moments, he too preferred solitude, not wishing to reveal his vulnerabilities to others. However, as someone who often faced bullying, he understood that the desire for isolation did not stem from a wish to be left alone, but rather from a reluctance to expose one's weaknesses before outsiders. Harry was unsure whether Hermione would welcome his presence, yet he felt it inappropriate to become a mere specter. Ultimately, he decided that visiting her was the best course of action. What he did not know was that just as he rounded the corner towards the girls' restroom on the first floor, a figure hurriedly ascended the staircase, rushing towards the great hall. Moments later, outside the girls' restroom, Harry heard the sound of soft sobbing from within, feeling somewhat awkward. "Hermione, is that you?" Harry called out, having no choice but to break the silence. The sobbing abruptly ceased, as if the restroom had become completely deserted. It seemed she wished to pretend no one was inside. "Well, it appears you are in there," Harry said helplessly. "Regardless, I brought some Halloween candies. Would you like some?" He refrained from mentioning why Hermione had taken refuge here, believing that changing the subject would be a preferable approach. "No, thank you, Harry. I just... Hermione, don't rush. I can wait while you gather your thoughts," Harry said with a smile. From within the restroom, a muffled laugh escaped, indicating that Hermione had found his words amusing. "By the way, I noticed there was mango pudding at dinner. Honestly, it's rather out of season. Perhaps it will be the last time we get to enjoy it this year," Harry added. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of footsteps splashing through water echoed. Harry exhaled softly. It seemed his words had some effect on Hermione. She emerged from the stall, her robes wrinkled, eyes puffy and red, and her hair appeared even more disheveled than usual. "Well, if it's mango pudding," Hermione ventured. "Of course, and there are also some toffee candies," Harry replied, producing a piece of candy. Hermione stepped out, still somewhat shyly rubbing her eyes. "I'm sorry for making you worry. We're friends, aren't we?" Harry remarked nonchalantly, smiling as he produced a mask. "What is this?" Hermione asked, intrigued. "This is one of the animal masks made by Fred and George," Harry explained. "What is it? A lion?" Hermione inquired with curiosity. "No, it's a cat. I thought that girls might have a fondness for cats. It is a large yellow cat, and I even asked Uncle Muin for assistance. Fortunately, he didn't mind." Harry chuckled. Hermione appeared somewhat surprised. "I thought it would be an otter." "An otter?" Harry questioned, puzzled. "Why would you think that?" "Some have said that I resemble one," she replied dismissively, "but it's nothing significant. It seems they truly struggled to find anything else to say, so they resorted to such comments about you. Perhaps, from another perspective, it could be construed as a compliment." Harry reassured her. Upon hearing this, Hermione couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Harry." With that, she turned to the mask. "May I give it a try?" "Of course. And I've incorporated some vocal techniques that the Viking warriors taught me into the mask, so you'll be able to emit a roar," Harry replied. Hermione nodded eagerly and donned the mask. The mask flowed like liquid, swiftly enveloping Hermione's entire head, and soon she transformed into a round-faced, orange cat. Meow. The sound was somewhat shrill, echoing in the quiet corridor. Hermione was startled by her own voice and quickly covered her mouth. "Roar! Oh, Harry!" Someone responded to me. Was that the roar of the lion mask? Hermione exclaimed excitedly. She then noticed the frozen expression on Harry's face. No. The masks that Fred and George sold do not have the roaring enchantment added," he clarified. "Huh." Chapter 70, A Life Taken. Inside the Great Hall, a lively scene unfolded. This year's Halloween feast was unlike any other, featuring a group of children adorned with animal masks, each distributing candies to everyone they encountered. In fact, 2 lions had purchased a substantial amount of sweets, handing them out to the teachers one by one. Everyone could easily recognize Fred and George by their bright red manies. Professor McGonagall, Happy Halloween. Their creations received praise from Professor McGonagall, who also inquired whether they were engaging in a small business venture. However, the Weasley twins would not admit to such a thing, quickly turning their attention cheerfully to Professor Sprout. "Professor Sprout, Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, children." Professor Sprout beamed. "Thank you for the candies." Practically every teacher received sweets from the twins, even Snape, although it was evident he received considerably fewer than the others. Candies and Halloween. Snape, having grown up in the mundane world, was well aware of the tradition of sweets. As he pondered, he gently pinched a chocolate with a soft center, his thoughts drifting. It was during his first year in the corridors of the castle. Which floor, which location, the surrounding Halloween decorations were all too hazy. But that strand of red hair, swaying in the evening breeze, those moon-like eyes that dimple. "Severus, guess what I have in my hand? If you guess correctly, you can have it. It's not toffee. It's chocolate with a filling, but I'll give it to you anyway. Happy Halloween." He took a deep breath, unsure why, during this period, various memories from decades past kept resurfacing before him. Boom! The great doors of the hall suddenly swung open, and Professor Quirrell, wrapped in a purple scarf, rushed into the dining hall, his face a mask of terror. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. Gasping for breath, he looked towards the head table and exclaimed in fright, "The troll is in the underground classroom. I thought you should know." With that, he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted into chaos, everyone in a state of panic. Dumbledore rose and raised his wand, several sharp fireworks exploding throughout the Great Hall. Head boy, his voice, magnified by a sonorous charm, resonated powerfully. Immediately escort your house's students to their dormitories. As order gradually began to return, Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Snape at the head table and spoke softly. Severus. Snape imperceptibly nodded, or perhaps he offered no response at all, merely standing and swiftly exiting. Julius, please take Quirrell to the infirmary. He appears quite frightened, Dumbledore instructed. Of course. Flitwick jumped down from his chair, raised his hand, and with a slight wave of his fingers, Quirrell floated into the air, being carried towards the infirmary. Dumbledore surveyed the chaotic hall and sighed. By the way, where's Muen? In the expansive corridor, a stench of dirty socks mingled with vomit pervaded the air as a 12-foot-tall, dull-skinned behemoth, resembling granite, thundered forward. Its massive, clumsy body resembled a mound of rubble, topped with a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Its short, stout legs resembled tree stumps, leading to flat, calloused feet, while in its hand, it dragged a club larger than a person. Suddenly, among the fleeing figures ahead, one individual stumbled, twisting their ankle and crashing to the ground. Hermione! Harry shouted, quickly turning to help her up. Yet the enormous mountain troll was almost upon them, raising its colossal club, seemingly imbued with unparalleled might. Then, it came crashing down. Expelliarmus! Boom! In that instant, it felt as though the entire castle shook. Meanwhile, Hermione, propelled by the levitation charm cast by Harry, collided with the wall. Fortunately, due to the spell, she sustained only minor injuries. Harry quickly rolled over, watching as the troll lifted its massive club once more. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned Hermione perishing before his eyes. His face became expressionless, yet the occasional twitch of his facial muscles betrayed an unspeakable fury, and his eyes appeared to ignite with dark flames. His right hand swiftly withdrew to his left hip, and with a sharp sound, a razor-sharp blue steel sword appeared in his grasp. The next moment, boom, flames erupted around the sword, enhanced by the cutting charm that coursed through its edge. With a determined thought, he brought the great sword crashing down, slicing through flesh, and a large chunk of putrid meat was cleaved from the troll's arm. A piercing roar reverberated throughout the castle, the savage instincts within the flesh unleashed in that moment. Harry darted away, drawing the troll in a different direction. Harry! Hermione screamed in fear, struggling to her feet and raising her wand. However, her mind was a chaotic tangle, and the meager spells she had learned were utterly useless in this moment. On Harry's side, as he watched the furious troll charging towards him, he flicked his left hand, summoning his wand into his grasp. The next instant, a mournful wail erupted from the troll. The liquid from its shattered eye splattered through the air, forming the shape of two cones. It was somewhat satisfactory. The giant's legs stood rigid and lifeless. Hermione discovered a spell suitable for the situation, and momentarily, the colossal creature's legs involuntarily drew inward. Yet it was insufficient. This alone could not bring the giant down, for its magical resistance was exceedingly high. It merely caused it to sway slightly. Nevertheless, it would suffice. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry once again cast a levitation charm, his entire body becoming weightless as he leapt high into the air, surpassing the giant, reminiscent of a lunar walk. Hermione's petrifying spell swiftly descended upon the giant. It rapidly expanded. With both hands raised high, Harry swung his colossal sword downwards, and in that instant, the sword grew immensely, its augmented gravitational potential becoming terrifyingly apparent. Roar! Blood splattered all over Harry, the warm and pungent liquid covering his face. From around the corner, a sound of terror erupted, and Draco's pale visage appeared even more ghostly under the moonlight. Then, he beheld the thunderous collapse of the massive form, along with the silhouette of a figure standing triumphantly atop the giant's enormous body. It seemed the fallen giant had not disturbed the person's balance in the slightest. No, that was incorrect. It was as if he was destined to stand there, triumphantly perched upon his prey. Draco could not discern who it was, for the figure was turned away from the silvery, gauzy moonlight. All he could see were droplets of blood cascading from the suspended sword. Chapter 71. I am allergic to mangoes. Draco froze, his gaze fixed intently upon the figure illuminated by moonlight, utterly oblivious to the presence beside him. Gently, a large hand rested upon his shoulder. Malfoy, what are you doing here? A feline visage emerged from the shadows behind Draco, reminiscent of the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland, bearing a sinister grin. He trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat breaking forth from his forehead. Simultaneously, as the giant's wail subsided, the sound of hurried footsteps became startlingly clear. Moments later, Professor McGonagall appeared, leading the way from the opposite end of the corridor, followed closely by Filch and the slowly ambling Dumbledore. What on earth is going on here? Professor McGonagall scolded, her voice laced with frigid fury, though her eyes betrayed an undeniable worry. Why aren't you all behaving and staying in the common room? Observing Professor McGonagall's anger, Draco felt a fleeting sense of relief that she had yet to notice him. However, that relief evaporated in an instant. Snape approached from the corridor's end and immediately spotted him and Moan. It seems there are more rule breakers than just one or two, he remarked in a lifeless tone. Moan's nostrils flared, catching a whiff of the scent of blood. Unlike the giant's blood, this was unmistakably human. He had some experience in this regard and was certain of his senses. Jones, I believe you can hand him over to me, Snape stated coolly. Of course. Moan relinquished Draco to Snape, then the group proceeded towards the others. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had just begun to understand why Harry and Hermione were present, and with a sigh of relief, she caught sight of their arrival. Snape subtly nodded at Dumbledore, signaling that all was well. It appears that this evening has unfolded with more events than we anticipated, Dumbledore remarked, a gentle smile gracing his face as his wand flickered, cleansing Harry of the bloodstains. Now, tell me, Mr. Malfoy, what brings you here? Dumbledore inquired, directing his gaze at Draco. I came to alert Harry, Draco shrugged, believing he had done nothing wrong, thus maintaining as calm an expression as possible. I saw him leave the Great Hall. Initially, he had no idea about the giant, so I sought him out. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the teachers present softened somewhat. A commendable act. 3 points to Slytherin for your courage, Professor McGonagall nodded. Never one to show favoritism towards any house. Draco was at a loss for how to respond to this point addition, exhaling heavily while wearing an awkward smile. Well, I think you ought to visit the infirmary. Miss Granger seems to have sprained her ankle. As for Potter, I believe he should also undergo an examination. If all is well, you may each return to the common room to enjoy the Halloween feast. I'll take them, Moan volunteered. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. That works. I must hurry to the common room to ensure no other students are wandering about. With that, she smiled at the children and turned to leave. After Professor McGonagall departed, Snape followed closely behind, escorting Draco away. Just as Moan was about to lead the two children away, Dumbledore suddenly turned back. Moan, is there something else? Moan inquired, turning his head. I wonder if you will have time later. I will be waiting for you on the 4th floor. Moan regarded Dumbledore's inscrutable expression in silence for a moment before nodding. Very well. On the way to the infirmary, both children appeared pale, silent, and disheveled. What are you thinking? Moan asked. He could probably guess what Harry was pondering. Truthfully, such thoughts were entirely normal, considering the creature bore a striking resemblance to a human. When its head was severed and its abdomen opened, the warm, fetid blood splashed forth, and any child would struggle to maintain their composure. It was akin to witnessing a monkey being slaughtered and dismembered. Though it was not human, the similarity was disturbingly strong, delivering a profound shock. I don't know, Harry hesitated, gazing at his hands. Dumbledore's cleansing charm had efficiently removed most of the blood from him, far better than his own attempts, which had proven ineffective due to the giant's high magical resistance. Yet even with the blood removed, he still felt as though his hands were stained crimson. We took a life, Hermione stated, her condition equally poor, her injured foot seemingly trivial in comparison to the tumult within her mind. I'm sorry. Everyone must bear some blood on their hands. It has always been thus. At this moment, I cannot conjure any eloquent words to help you navigate this emotional barrier. However, perhaps you have succeeded in protecting both yourselves and each other. Having the blood of an enemy on your hands is infinitely preferable to that of a loved one. Moan could only respond helplessly. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey, though claiming there was nothing wrong, sternly insisted that Hermione must stay the night. Well, I must take my leave. By the way, here is something for you. Moan handed Hermione a clover brooch. Mr. Jones, I cannot accept this, Hermione replied, puzzled as to why Moan would give her something for no apparent reason. I promised Chris I would take care of you, yet I feel I have failed him, and thus I am filled with remorse, Moan explained. No, it's merely a sprained ankle. Perhaps if you accept it, I will feel less guilty. Moan smiled. Well, all right then, thank you. Hermione reluctantly accepted the green talisman. I shall take my leave now, Moan said, turning away to glance at Quirrell. Despite lying on the hospital bed, he had not removed the purple scar from his head. It was hard to fathom how Madame Pomfrey had permitted such a thing. You seem rather unwilling to return, Harry remarked after Moan had departed. Hermione froze for a moment, then gently nodded, her voice tinged with melancholy. I haven't been getting along well with my classmates. Is it because of me? Harry suddenly asked, because you are friends with Slytherin. No, it's not, Hermione quickly replied, but she could not deceive Harry. She was not a master at concealing her emotions like Snape or Dumbledore. At that moment, new voices echoed from outside the infirmary. Just a moment, please. I beg you. Very well. Only 5 minutes, Madame Pomfrey replied with resignation. Shortly after, a head peeked in, sporting red hair and a freckled face. Harry instantly recognized him as Ron Weasley, the younger brother of Fred and George. He held some food in his hands, his expression appearing quite awkward. He looked at Hermione and said, Professor McGonagall mentioned you were injured. No, it's merely some inconsequential minor injuries, Hermione replied. What are you doing here? I came to apologize, Ron said earnestly yet awkwardly. I'm sorry for what I said in Charms class. I really was out of line. You were only trying to teach me, and I genuinely regret it. Especially after Professor McGonagall said you were hurt. You were right, Hermione interrupted him, speaking with sincerity. I do have issues, and I plan to correct my habit of pointing fingers. As for the apology, you needn't dwell on it. Ron exhaled in relief, pulling out the food in his hands. I brought some mango pudding. You haven't eaten anything, have you? Hermione looked embarrassed. No, thank you for your kindness. But I cannot eat mangoes. I'm allergic. All right then. Ron's expression grew even more awkward as he hurriedly retreated. Hermione turned to Harry, declaring emphatically, So it's merely a conflict with my classmates. It has nothing to do with whom I choose to befriend. They can say whatever they like. And I couldn't care less. They have no authority over me. Chapter 72. The inescapable prophecy on the 4th floor of the castle. Mun soon encountered Dumbledore, who stood still in the corridor on the right, quietly waiting by the window. Why come to the 4th floor? I do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Mun said with a smile. Dumbledore, turn around. I would like to ask you for a favor. Speak, Mun nodded. He was well aware of the valuable knowledge contained within the restricted section of Hogwarts, and as long as Dumbledore did not make any excessive demands, he had no reason to refuse. Is it related to Quirrell and the troll incident today? Mun inquired. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded, moving deeper into the corridor. After a moment of consideration, he continued, Voldemort, no, Riddle, has not perished. His gaze flickered. My friend was referring to Riddle, correct? Yes, Mun confirmed, following Dumbledore further inside. It appeared that Grindelwald's letter had indeed reached Dumbledore. The good news was that Dumbledore would read his correspondence. The bad news was that he did not intend to respond. These thoughts raced through Mun's mind before he slowly focused on Dumbledore's last statement. So he has not died. Does that mean Quirrell is an acolyte of Voldemort? Dumbledore displayed a knowing expression, seemingly anticipating that Mun would not be overly surprised. I have always believed he was not dead. At his level, there are numerous ways to evade the killing curse. However, it was only this year that I confirmed the fact of his survival. Is it related to Quirrell? Yes and no. At least the former Quirrell had no connection with Voldemort. The current version of him, however, is highly likely to have become a Death Eater. Dumbledore explained as they reached the end of the corridor, stopping before a large door. At the very least, I will not allow a Death Eater to teach at the school, so it is certain that Quirrell's transformation is linked to his experiences last year in Albania. Perhaps Voldemort once hid there. Mun gazed at the door, sensing the scent of beasts wafting through the cracks, even faintly hearing the sound of snoring within. It seemed that trolls were not so fearsome after all. Who would have thought there were creatures even more terrifying lurking here? Mun mused. Were you not concerned that your comments at the feast might spark curiosity among some children, causing unnecessary trouble? For instance, our Weasley brothers. I imagine they must have visited this place one night, Dumbledore remarked, though perhaps they couldn't even open the door. Dumbledore then slowly pushed the door open, the clinking of chains echoing as a three-headed dog rose, alert and watchful. This is Fluffy, one of Hagrid's friends. I had him guard the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore explained before adding, I have heard you possess considerable musical talent. I only listen, Mun replied awkwardly. So would you like some music? That would be delightful, Dumbledore nodded. Mun raised his hand, his wand appearing as he conducted in the air. The crisp notes of a melody materialized, wafting gently through the air. However, the music was not particularly melodious. Rather, it was quite eerie, even unsettling. Yet Fluffy seemed unconcerned, his eyelids drooping. Gradually, the threatening growls from his snout faded, and he swayed before collapsing onto the floor, soundly asleep. Dumbledore shook himself, remarking, That tune is hardly friendly. It leaves an uncomfortable feeling. Music always possesses a unique magic. What is the name of this piece? The Halloween theme, Mun replied with a smile, ceasing his wand-esque movements. The score from a horror film. I thought it fitting for Halloween, don't you agree? Dumbledore nodded, and Mun continued. So, you only suspect Quirrell without having used the legilimency spell on him? Of course I have, but unfortunately, it was resisted Dumbledore admitted candidly this time. Few can withstand my legitimacy, and Quirrell certainly does not fall into that category. Dumbledore led Mun past the trapdoor and jumped down. Several devil's snare vines quickly reached for him, but as soon as they touched him, Mun severed them with ease. Pomona's handiwork? Dumbledore nodded. Mun followed, a look of skepticism on his face. I cannot believe she had no better options. Even a biting cabbage would be preferable. If not, 2 immature mandrakes would be far more troublesome. Dumbledore merely smiled, not responding directly, as he guided Mun through room after room until they crossed through flames into the deepest, empty chamber. Though Riddle has not perished, I can ascertain that his condition is far from favorable. Thus, to draw him out, I made a bold decision. As he spoke, a golden stone, the size of a walnut, materialized in his hand. Is this the Philosopher's Stone? Mun questioned, perplexed. Dumbledore nodded. It's the Vault 713. The item I had Hagrid retrieve. I believe it holds immense allure for Voldemort. Indeed, Mun conceded with a nod, then shifted his tone, his expression darkening. So, you intend to thwart Riddle with these trifling toys? A devil's snare, a swarm of winged keys, and even a broomstick. Not to mention a chess set, a giant, and a logic puzzle. Dumbledore, are you jesting with me? Does this not resemble more of a game than a serious endeavor? With that, Mun fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore. A game set for whom? Harry? Dumbledore hesitated, but ultimately nodded. He had brought Mun here to lay everything bare, to express his sincerity. Otherwise, by the end of it all, the trust that remained between them might evaporate, potentially driving this suddenly powerful wizard to the opposing side. Why? Mun suddenly inquired. Is he truly that significant? Do you genuinely perceive him as the savior destined to vanquish Voldemort? Because of the prophecy, Dumbledore replied. It was foretold that the one to defeat Voldemort would be a child born at the end of July. Harry, a prophecy? You too subscribe to such notions? Mun gazed at him incredulously. If that is the case, I may need to reconsider my opinion of you. You do not comprehend, Dumbledore insisted, shaking his head with unusual severity. Mun, I acknowledge your power, but you have yet to recognize the world's despair. Despair. Mun was momentarily taken aback. He had heard that word before. Grindelwald had once spoken of it. He no longer prophesied. For the more one predicted the future, the deeper one felt despair. The world's despair. Mun looked to Dumbledore, seeking to unearth more information from his gaze. Yes, the world's despair. A fleeting emptiness crossed Dumbledore's aged eyes, as if he had seen through it all. Trust me, no one can disregard a prophecy. You may find it foolish, but consider why both Gellert and Riddle believed it so fervently. Chapter 73. I shall grant him the choice. Mun thought it was time to steer the conversation back. The world's despair seemed rather exaggerated. Very well, you believe in prophecies, so what? He looked at Dumbledore with keen interest. What if Harry passes your test? I simply wish to ascertain whether he is akin to Riddle. Dumbledore replied. He is exceptional, yet he resides in Slytherin. Forgive me, but it is difficult not to associate him with Riddle. I do not wish to repeat past mistakes. If he displays integrity, I shall spare no effort to pave the way for him, even at the cost of my own life. Wow, Mun was somewhat astonished. He could sense the weight of Dumbledore's words. But what if Harry fails your test? He inquired. Dumbledore fell silent, reluctant to voice that answer. If he does not pass your test, he will become but a pawn, correct? Mun unabashedly stripped away the veil of silence. Mun felt a growing discontent and slowly articulated. To become a hero, none harbor ambitions of fame or fortune while performing feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. Nor do parents give love to their children with ulterior motives. You must first evaluate his character before deciding whether to pave his path. Do you not find this akin to rewarding a dog with a treat for retrieving a frisbee? It is utterly ridiculous, Dumbledore. Mun locked eyes with the venerable elder before him. Just as in the past on Godric's Hollow, they stood facing each other, yet this time, the tension had somewhat dissipated, though the words remained sharper. I previously remarked that perhaps you have held the title of the foremost wizard for too long, leading to a lack of respect for others. It seems that this is indeed the case. Does his character need your validation? Or, if you care so much for his character, why not provide him with more care from the start? You are aware of the environment in which he lives, are you not? Dumbledore remained silent, his expression darkening, merely nodding stiffly. Witnessing Dumbledore's aged demeanor, Mun felt a sense of defeat and could only murmur, Dumbledore, perhaps you possess an abundance of compassion, tolerance, and gentleness towards this world. However, I must assert that you truly do not understand the essence of humanity. You merely perceive these qualities as tools to be utilized. Just as we discussed during our second encounter, if your mind is filled solely with interests and calculations, you will miss many things, such as a sincere heart, or perhaps true love. Dumbledore's expression grew distant. Mun's words struck him like a heavy hammer, as if he had been stripped of his backbone, causing him to hunch slightly. Memories of the past flashed through his mind. The oath with Grindelwald in Godric's Hollow, the death of Ariana, the rift with Aberforth. He had utilized others as tools while still holding absolute trust in Scamander, Hagrid, and even Severus, who willingly followed him out of love for Lily. He often proclaimed that love is the greatest magic in the world, yet love, to him, felt foreign. In this regard, he fell short of Severus, Hagrid, and many others. It seemed that love had been irrevocably fractured on that day in Godric's Hollow, much like his own nose, and could never heal. He no longer believed in such a concept. I think you are right, Mun. Indeed, as you said, love and I are not well acquainted, he said weakly. I merely believe that love and trust lead only to betrayal. He had loved Grindelwald sincerely. Yet that battle had cost Ariana her life, and forever severed his bond with Aberforth. He had earnestly wished to change Tom Riddle, only for Tom to later become the Dark Lord, instilling fear in others. He had even witnessed James perish due to betrayal after giving his heart to a friend. He was indeed compassionate enough, gentle enough towards the world, but that had always been contingent upon his strength. Today, after countless betrayals, he had long ceased to offer anyone his true heart. You are too timid, Dumbledore. Mun shook his head, choosing to say no more. He could only voice his thoughts. If there is anything that can rival love in its permanence, it is the unwavering prejudice. No one is perfect. How could long-held beliefs, shaped by the past, ever be altered by another's mere words? He himself was ensnared in a similar predicament, yet he could speak here only because he was not Dumbledore. Indeed, it is foolish and insincere to bestow rewards based on some so-called trials. Dumbledore propped himself up, shaking his head with a hint of mockery. However, since we have come this far, I believe there is no need to hold back any longer. I need to understand the reason for Riddle's immortality, Dumbledore stated. Riddle. Mun looked around the empty room, feeling somewhat dazed. He then nodded in agreement, albeit with a tinge of disgust at Dumbledore's so-called intention to test Harry's character. So, you came to me today for two reasons. One, to confide in me about this plan. The other, to request that I add another layer of protection for the Philosopher's Stone. Mun gazed at him. Indeed, Dumbledore replied with unwavering certainty, but I assure you, I will no longer place Harry on the chessboard. You need not make promises to me. You must promise yourself. Mun responded indifferently. He mused that this might serve as an excellent sharpening stone. Having concluded the weighty topic, the atmosphere in the empty room lightened considerably. Do you want to let Harry have a try? Dumbledore asked, somewhat astonished. I don't know. It depends on him. I can only speculate that since Voldemort killed his parents, he might not refuse. Yes, I mean he won't refuse. Just as I expressed before, he should have the choice, rather than being manipulated like a puppet to partake in a so-called trial. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that you will lay everything bare before him? I must inform you that Quirrell's ability to resist my legilimency indicates he possesses a high level of skill in this area. If he too can perform legilimency and uses it against Harry, the entire plan will be ruined. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Mun recognized the potential issue. Yet after a moment, he chuckled. No, I think we need not tell Harry anything. What do you mean? I believe he can discern it himself. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, as he could see the trust on Mun's face. You believe that? Of course. Mun simply nodded, not wishing to elaborate further. So your idea is to let things unfold naturally. I have confidence in him. However, unlike before, I will give him the power of choice. As for these challenges, a shadowy smile crept across Mun's face. This is quite trivial. I think we should introduce something far more entertaining. Chapter 74. Firstly, exclude Snape. Harry's confinement ultimately arrived, coinciding with the day after the troll incident, on Friday, right after the morning potions class. Professor Snape, fuming with rage, ordered Harry to his office that evening. He found it hard not to wonder why Snape harbored such animosity towards him. That afternoon, he visited Hagrid's hut to seek some answers. Yes, Professor Snape didn't have the best of relations with your father, Hagrid said, clutching a rock cake while holding a large tankard of steaming tea. Well, I can only say so much. Snape is merely strict. How could he possibly transfer his grievances from over a decade ago onto a child? I don't believe that, Harry replied, struggling with the overly affectionate Fong. Fong was Hagrid's large black dog, and Harry found him somewhat boisterous, leaping up in excitement whenever someone arrived, making it difficult for him to manage. I heard he used to be a Death Eater, didn't he? Harry inquired. Hagrid suddenly stiffened, his face paling considerably. Oh, where did you hear that? In the common room. The Slytherins seem to know more about these matters. What are Death Eaters? Hermione asked, a look of confusion crossing her face. They are Voldemort's followers, those who commit misdeeds alongside him. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Hagrid lost his balance and fell backward, clutching his chest and turning pale. Harry, no, don't say that name. Sorry, I spoke without thinking, Harry said, feeling rather awkward. Hagrid exerted considerable effort to sit back up, taking a moment to collect himself before continuing. We must trust Dumbledore. If Snape were untrustworthy, how could he possibly be involved in that plan? What plan? Hermione quickly seized upon the key point in Hagrid's words. Oh no, don't ask, it's confidential. Hagrid suddenly realized, his expression turning troubled. Was Harry's inquiry related to the happenings on the 4th floor or the Vault 713? Or were both matters intertwined? Hagrid looked at Harry as if he were a peculiar creature. Oh, how do you know about that? No, that's not it. Stop guessing wildly. Hagrid, there's no need to be so anxious. I don't really care about these matters. Harry shrugged helplessly. The more it piqued his curiosity, the less he wanted to delve into it. After all, he thought, Dumbledore is still at the school, should the sky fall. There is someone tall enough to hold it up. Although that sentiment was not entirely accurate, considering they had just faced a troll attack the previous day. Even though the circumstances surrounding the troll's appearance at Hogwarts remained a mystery, it was undoubtedly abnormal. After all, it hadn't emerged from the entrance or the Forbidden Forest, but rather from a subterranean classroom. Someone must have intentionally orchestrated this, unless one suggested that the hulking brute with skin like stone could apparate at will into the underground classroom. Harry suspected this incident might also be connected to the 4th floor and the Vault 713. But truly, the troll was likely just a ripple from a larger disturbance, and it had already proven too much for him to handle. Why would he be curious about the events on the 4th floor? As if he were seeking a swifter demise? However, on the way back, Hermione expressed great curiosity about the Vault 713. That vault was robbed, Harry mentioned, having learned this information from the common room. So what? Hermione appeared a bit puzzled. Do you remember the day we went to Gringotts? Hagrid went to retrieve something from that vault. Shortly after, it was robbed, Harry explained. Dark wizards are coveting whatever is in that vault, and Dumbledore had Hagrid retrieve it beforehand. He then looked at Hermione. Can you guess where that item is now? Hermione quickly reacted, clapping her hands and exclaiming, the 4th floor. Harry nodded. That seems to be the case. The reason Harry was willing to confide in Hermione was that he knew she valued the school rules and would not engage in foolishness, which is why he felt comfortable sharing. If it were someone else, like Draco, who could not sit still, he would be far less inclined to speak, as that would only invite trouble. After dinner, he bid farewell to Hermione, who was heading to the library, and made his way down to Professor Snape's office. Knock, knock, knock. The door creaked open, revealing an office that perfectly matched Harry's impression of Snape. It was a dimly lit room filled with hundreds of glass bottles, murky specimens of flora and fauna floating in colorful potions. Harry instinctively felt that this was not the entirety of it, as he saw no equipment for brewing potions. Perhaps deeper within the office, there lay another room filled with even more peculiar items. Come Potter. Do you think standing outside will suffice to serve your detention? The voice of severe Snape, laced with a low pressure, emerged. Apologies, Professor, he quickly interjected as he stepped inside. Upon entering, Harry was met with a pungent scent of blood. Snape's desk appeared remarkably pristine, marred only by blood-stained bandages. Noticing Harry's gaze, Snape abruptly lifted his head and glared at him. Fetch the essence of Murtlap. It is just to your left, he commanded, his tone imbued with a warning. Mind your eyes. Harry nodded and made his way to the shelf on his left. The essence of Murtlap was part of this academic year's curriculum. It was likely they would not encounter it until the Easter term. Fortunately, Harry had already mastered this knowledge. Before long, he located the essence of Murtlap. Professor, he said as he handed the potion to Snape. The latter accepted it and bent down to change the bandages, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight, which allowed Harry a fleeting glimpse of the gruesome, deep wound on Snape's leg. A wave of nausea washed over Harry, and his mind grew foggy. He sharply rapped his head, drawing Snape's attention. It seems you have realized your mind is troubled, Snape remarked disdainfully. No, I merely find it disconcerting that my body reacts in such a manner, Harry explained, before inquiring, Professor, why not use magic for the healing? Silence. Do not pose questions. Snape reprimanded. If magic could suffice, would I require Murtlap essence? Had you engaged your brain, you would not have uttered such a query. My apologies, Professor, Harry replied, lowering his gaze and focusing on Snape's wound. It was not a laceration. The ragged edges of flesh suggested it was neither caused by a blunt instrument nor a spell, which would at least exhibit signs of burning, freezing, or petrification. A bite. Harry recalled that Snape had been the last professor to arrive at the scene last night. Moreover, the troll had emerged from the dungeons. Aside from the potions classroom, Snape's office, and the 2 common rooms, the dungeons housed only a handful of empty classrooms. Snape? Harry's expression turned curious, but he quickly dismissed the notion. If even he could connect all the clues to Snape so easily, that would be exceedingly unprofessional. Not to mention, he had so brazenly displayed this wound before student. Did he not fear the rumors that might ensue? Such a thought was utterly ludicrous. Thus, Snape was promptly ruled out. Once Snape had attended to his leg, he led Harry into the inner room. Snape was far more formidable than Harry had previously considered. His gait was entirely unaffected, as if nothing were amiss, setting aside the question of whether his injury would impede his recovery. To accomplish such a feat required an extraordinarily robust spirit. Soon enough, Harry retracted his earlier admiration for Snape. The professor produced an entire bucket of frogs, instructing Harry to handle them while ensuring the integrity of each eyeball and collecting all the blood. Harry cast his gaze downward at the frogs, huddled together and entangled in slime, his expression souring. Gribbet, Gribbet,